The mother is an ancient specter, steeped in eons of existence, while the father embodies the quintessential essence of an eternal demonic sovereign. Grandmother possesses the revered title of sovereign of the earthly spirits. Grandfather is, in fact, the sovereign of the wheel, the revered monarch of the 10 Yama kings. Even the imposing black dog of my family encapsulates the formidable spirit of the black bear that dominates Ling Mountain. Nevertheless, I regard myself as an entirely ordinary person. Until I was bestowed with the esteemed honor of representing the Dragon Kingdom in the exhilarating contest. The unsettling replicas that evoke a profound sense of trepidation in all who encounter them. Nevertheless, they regard me with the highest esteem. I have recently discovered the astonishing truth that my forebears were all exceptional beings hailing from an extraordinary domain. As the hour hand reaches the stroke of midnight, I found myself ensnared in a haunting hospital, reminiscent of an exhilarating horror game. At that instant, a pristine sheet of paper materialized before my gaze. My dear son. Welcome, dearest mother. I have missed you profoundly. It is apparent that the foreboding domain is slowly encroaching upon the fundamental nature of being. As a sentient entity, you have surely been chosen to engage in a formidable contest, have you not? Nonetheless, there exists no cause for apprehension. A mere sliver of this realm is already at our disposal. Regrettably, we find ourselves ensnared within an imposing haunted mansion, from which it seems there exists no avenue of escape. Therefore, you remain the singular sentient entity proficient in navigating the domain of fear, graced with the illustrious legacy of the Qin dynasty. We shall guide you in navigating the domain of the sovereign of thrills. At that pivotal moment, we will be prepared to come together and jointly thwart the insidious encroachment of the formidable domain upon our lives. While our abilities are undoubtedly remarkable, preventing direct involvement in trivial matters, we shall send our subordinates to aid you. As the celestial essence of alabaster ignites, a diamond ring has discreetly vanished from within. I found myself unable to restrain my astonishment. This is the iconic ring that complements my parents' wedding bands. The bearer shall be esteemed as the youthful sovereign of the mysterious faction, safeguarded from the perils posed by all ethereal dwellings within the domain, whilst concurrently gaining the extraordinary ability of sanguine resurrection. The interval between each employment shall be 10 days. I never fathomed that my parents could inhabit this world under an entirely different guise. Who is the foe referenced in the correspondence? Furthermore, it ascends to the dominion of the sovereign of horror, revered as the second highest tier within the acknowledged realm of dread. In accordance with the information provided by Longbow, within the ominous abode, 6 realms of malevolent specters are recognized. The malevolent apparition shrouded in crimson, the sovereign of terror, and the celestial crimson monarch. The vengeful specter embellished in scarlet, the monarch of dread, and the celestial crimson sovereign. Should a horror of the highest magnitude materialize within the physical realm, it could, with unmatched fervor, lead to the devastation of an entire nation. With regard to the existence of a transcendent realm, as it stands, no individual possesses such profound knowledge. This offers an initial glimpse into the hospital. This establishment serves as a medical institution devoted to the care of supernatural entities and ethereal beings associated with the mysterious faction. To mitigate the strain on healthcare institutions, players are required to seek counsel from the hospital instructor to provide suitable care for the patients. The successful treatment of 10 patients will greatly enhance your progress. It is essential to heed the guidance of your mentor with utmost diligence. Provoking a patient may result in their perception of a portion of your anatomy as nourishment. Is it not a remarkable coincidence that this is precisely the domain governed by my mother? Beyond the domain of thrillers, countless individuals are grasping their mobile devices with fervent enthusiasm, observing the live broadcasts that reveal the most recent advancements regarding athletes who epitomize their nations. Is this the envoy from our dragon nation? Does anyone among us recognize them? Simultaneously, the magnificent exhibition within the Grand War Conference chamber of the Dragon Nation radiated with resplendent vigor. The experts from the technical department have adeptly interconnected the participants' data through the application of facial recognition technology. A 22-year-old unremarkable academic, lacking any extraordinary gifts. The information regarding the competitors from the land of the lighthouse has also been released. He is a 32-year-old Marine officer, standing at the zenith of his life, blessed with a commendable history of combat experience. In sharp contrast, our competitors markedly stumble in their performance. This time, the exhilarating contest seems to be quite disheartening. Regrettably, we cannot bear to sustain any further losses. A multitude of unfruitful attempts has not only resulted in the exhaustion of our resources. The life expectancy of the population has, indeed, diminished. Should this persist, there exists a profound apprehension that countless lives may be jeopardized. Nonetheless, do not hasten. It is conceivable that Qin Chang Kong possesses an extraordinarily elevated degree of intellect. Moreover, on each occasion, we are afforded 3 chances to present our recommendations to the participants. Conversely, within a domain imbued with trepidation, my door stood slightly open. Intern Dr. Qin Chang Kong. Kindly announce your presence forthwith. The director has requested your attendance for a meeting. Yet, at the instant he genuinely perceived my presence, it was as though he had encountered something deeply horrifying. He took a few steps back and positioned himself upon the earth. I knitted my brow and approached with a sense of concern. What troubles you? It is but a fleeting notion, an impression that an enigmatic presence envelopes you, evoking a sense of unease. As he articulated his musings, he gradually ascended to an upright position, whispering gently, "How strange that essence appears to have dissipated once again." Upon beholding this splendid spectacle, I was enveloped in a profound sense of enlightenment. This extraordinary hospital unmistakably seems to be the haven of my mother. Could it be conceivable that the county chief is, in truth, my mother? This magnificent spectacle unfurled before the gaze of more than 1 billion viewers during the live transmission. A deluge of remarks inundated the screen in a mere moment. What events have unfolded? What renders this spectral dwelling so exceedingly fearsome? Could it be that our players exude an aura of superiority that even leaves the haunted house in a state of astonishment? Do not underestimate this haunted abode emanates an enchanting visual allure. The visually captivating contender from the adjacent nation of Batara has already suffered the loss of an arm. It seems that adversaries from 73 nations have forfeited their edge solely due to the terrified utterances they expressed upon encountering an eerie dwelling, which incited their rivals. In this context, it becomes evident that the contenders hailing from my esteemed dragon country exhibit an extraordinary degree of psychological resilience. For a fleeting instant, a sense of intrigue enveloped the audience as they pondered the possibility of my possessing any remarkable talents. At this moment, I stand at the threshold of the director's office, accompanied by the nurse. The nurse lingered at the threshold, her demeanor revealing a palpable reluctance to enter, as she simply gestured for me to advance. With a heart overflowing with eager anticipation, I gently pushed the door ajar. Nonetheless, what one perceives fails to encapsulate the essence of the maternal archetype, but rather a woman with a gash for a mouth. Before I could utter a single word, the dean gracefully approached, adorned with a warm smile and performing a slight bow as a gesture of respect. Might I inquire if this is the distinguished Mr. Qin Chang Kong? I elegantly bowed my head in recognition. Her smile has grown increasingly resplendent. The name of the director of the haunted hospital, which has evaded recollection, may be referenced as you deem appropriate. As the orchestrator of this venture, I shall aid you in realizing the objectives of this exhilarating pursuit. Should you be willing, I would greatly appreciate your presence in accompanying me to the emergency room to provide assistance to those in need of care. I contemplated that, under the esteemed direction of the accomplished director, fulfilling the task should present no challenges whatsoever. All the spectral abodes lining the way inclined in deference to the essence of the principle, quietly conceding their passage. As the thoroughfare lay in profound stillness, a mere 10 minutes later, we found ourselves in an expansive consultation chamber. In addition to the hospital beds, the walls are embellished with an array of instruments, including saws and cleavers. It seems quite remarkable from every vantage point. The dean beckoned me to take on the esteemed position at the head of the table. He imparted some counsel to me from the periphery. Once everything had been meticulously orchestrated, he beckoned the splendor of the magnificent entrance. The inaugural patient made their entrance, accompanied by the melodious echo of footsteps. I am the physician on duty today. I have been informed of your current residency. Kindly provide me promptly with the necessary treatment. I find myself engulfed in despair, as though my very being is being mercilessly dismantled. Were it not for this agony, I would undoubtedly break you apart and intricately intertwine your essence with my own. This specter must loom at a minimum height of 2 meters. Any ordinary human confronted by its presence would likely endure severe injuries, if not meet with certain death. Nevertheless, I unearth within myself an indomitable spirit of fearlessness. Kindly lower your voice. Are you present for a consultation, or are you in pursuit of something else? In the pursuit of rejuvenation, one must engage in earnest cooperation. I earnestly beseech you to embrace a more gracious demeanor towards me. The store manager beheld me with an expression of deep astonishment. The entity summoned by Pine widened its gaze, manifesting an unmistakable wrath. Over 1 billion spectators from the Dragon Nation were united in a collective moment of suspense, collectively holding their breath in fervent anticipation. Our rival exhibits an audacious demeanor, inciting patients who may perceive participants as their quarry. I perceive that he is poised precariously on the verge of being consumed in the imminent moment. Is it not a fact that the Dean personifies the very essence of an educator? Undoubtedly, they would extend a supportive hand in guidance. He exists solely as a non-playable character within the confines of the game, eternally destined to remain passive in the realm of reality. At that precise instant, the Dean positioned himself behind me, ready to intercede at a moment's notice. Yet, to the astonishment of all, the creature gradually subdued its rage. Doctor, I recognize my error. I earnestly hope you can alleviate my torment and soothe the excruciating pain in my abdomen. Clearly, he perceives the anguish of his affliction is infinitely more unbearable than the wrath that dwells within his soul. I graciously extend an invitation for you to introduce yourself, following which we may delve into a discourse concerning your afflictions. I am a being fashioned from the remnants of the departed. My anguish takes the form of a creature, lamenting with a deep, resonant sigh. Yearning to articulate profound contemplations, yet ensnared by the abyss of anguish. At that moment, the Dean stepped forward and graciously took the initiative to introduce himself. He belongs to the Phone Clan, a malevolent specter residing within a desolate dwelling. Fascinated by the intricate process of dismantling the remnants of their quarry, only to meticulously reconstitute the fragmented flesh into a harmonious whole. Through a steadfast quest for increasingly formidable quarry, one hones their skills by securing more substantial morsels of flesh, thereby augmenting their own abilities. Nevertheless, they frequently display a rather insatiable disposition. Numerous members of the Phone Clan do not cast aside the remnants of flesh they have meticulously stitched together, rather, they relentlessly amalgamate new morsels of meat. Upon listening to his utterances, I drew near to the enigmatic presence of Phone, initiating a meticulous examination of his essence. Beholding his eternally undulating abdomen, a daring hypothesis has arisen within my reflections. The quintessence of the Phone family is painstakingly fashioned from finely minced meat, and thus he is loath to part with any superfluous scraps. When these fragments of flesh unite, do they not give rise to the manifestation of something remarkably novel? Feng's unusual visage swiftly metamorphosed into a beaming smile as he eagerly situated himself upon the bed, poised to embrace the forthcoming surgery. Due to your pregnancy, a cesarean section is necessary to deliver the child. What do you imply by referring to it merely as a body bag? How could a man ever engage in the hallowed act of creation? The audience of the Dragon Kingdom was equally captivated by my assessment. This dwelling is, without a doubt, a realm of the celestial, would you not agree? How could they possibly nurture such anticipations? A multitude of individuals, engulfed in despair, tightly shut their eyes, bracing themselves for the inevitable retribution that ensues following their defeat in the game. The illustrious dignitaries of the Supreme Operations Conference, upon witnessing this remarkable occurrence, were engulfed in a profound sense of urgency and apprehension. Assess the standings of rivals from various countries. I aspire to uncover specific insights to enlighten me. Nevertheless, after an extensive search, they were astonished to discover athletes from diverse nations are attentively listening to their coaches, appearing perplexed when confronted with the daunting challenges presented by their mentors. Not a single individual has yet embarked upon the diagnosis of patients. I am deeply appreciative of the kind and gentle disposition exhibited by my instructor. Conversely, I harbor a deep-seated fear that my diagnosis may be flawed, resulting in an unavoidable confrontation with the fearsome beast ready to devour me. Only the Dean regarded me with unmistakable enthusiasm, having astonishingly perceived the truth with extraordinary alacrity. I implored him, "Why do you continue to linger, Master Phone? Do you genuinely desire to endure this torment any longer?" One can envision that it was the concluding remark that left an indelible impression. He ascended to the bed with painstaking care. "Esteemed physician, I am inclined to place my faith in your revered expertise. Nevertheless, if you find yourself unable to mitigate my anguish, I beseech you to not take umbrage at any possible manifestation of my impoliteness." I haphazardly chose 5 of the sturdiest metal chains from the wall. He was entrusted to the care of the eccentric member of the Phone family, who then proceeded to restrain him to the bed. Esteemed doctor, I would be profoundly appreciative if you could provide me with a detailed treatment plan that may bestow upon me a sense of serenity. Should I strive to clarify this issue, you may find it elusive. A misunderstanding could result in a flawed diagnosis, possibly leading to severe repercussions. Do not hold me responsible for my reluctance to provide assistance to you." Upon hearing these words, the singular member of the phone clan found themselves momentarily astonished. Pride inevitably culminates in one's own downfall. Is it not often perceived as a condition of expectation? Can one genuinely flourish in such circumstances? I contemplated. If my perception remains untainted, in accord with the sinister essence of the haunted abode, the petite entity known as Feng stands on the precipice of its evolution, drawing nourishment from its maternal host. Ultimately, it emancipated itself from its limitations. I have become fatigued by the peculiar questions raised by the Feng family. Will you continue with the treatment or not? If you choose not to proceed with the procedure, please withdraw gracefully. Kindly refrain from obstructing other patients from obtaining the care they require. It is plausible that my detached demeanor and unwavering confidence may have instilled a feeling of intimidation within them. Ultimately, he steadfastly elevated his own stature. This sequence of events left the dean in a state of veiled astonishment. Whose formidable support from the enigmatic faction could this possibly be? Undoubtedly, a commonplace individual, faced with the formidable countenance and imposing stature of the Feng family's mighty beast, exhibits an extraordinary level of composure. Should he display any hint of trepidation? This extraordinary being of the Feng lineage is destined to succumb to madness. I remained ready to extend my hand in a gesture of salvation to others, only to discover that my altruistic intentions went unnoticed. The audience within the live broadcast chamber of the Dragon Kingdom seemed enveloped in an air of perplexity. This extraordinary being of the Feng lineage unveils a rather imposing visage. What contributes to its unparalleled adherence? I perceive that the idiosyncrasies of the Feng family have utterly confounded our rivals. At this very moment, I drew near to the silhouette of the Feng family, brandishing a chainsaw. Suddenly, he found himself completely taken aback. "Doctor, I implore you to pause. What is your intended course of action?" "Certainly, this shall be employed for your cesarean section." The remarkable plight of the Feng family has left me utterly perplexed. This cannot be. You are not here to offer me solace, but rather to conspire towards my downfall. Free me at once. The peculiarities of the Feng family left both themselves and the viewers in the live broadcast room completely bewildered. Employing this apparatus to soothe afflictions. Is it authentic or merely an illusion? To delve into the recesses of the abdomen. Can this forsaken domain yet flourish? Nevertheless, I resolved to transcend the challenges posed by the peculiarities of the Feng family, seizing the chainsaw's cord with unwavering determination. It was imposed upon him without any intermediary. The anguish is profoundly experienced, indeed it is. I beseech you, bestow upon me your empathy. However, in spite of his fervent efforts, he remains ensnared by the shackles that restrain him. Soon, the abdomen of the Feng creature was torn asunder. Within, there resided a diminutive manifestation of the mythical creature belonging to the Feng family. All who gazed upon this spectacle were enraptured with awe, for within resided an extraordinarily remarkable being of the Feng lineage. My most cherished confidant, have you perceived the affliction with such remarkable alacrity? Might it be that you are a healer from a realm beyond the ethereal curtain? The enigmatic being of the Feng clan, adorned with a semi-human countenance, undoubtedly embodies consciousness. Its gaze is ardently locked onto me, and it instinctively extends its tongue, as though ready to consume me. Indeed, it is a dwelling steeped in specters. Ferocity and an insatiable thirst for blood are their inherent traits. I perceive the innocent child nestled within Feng's unusual abdomen. Will you show your compassion towards it? If you decline, I shall eradicate its existence without a moment's pause. Feng's unforeseen response enveloped Yama in a deep state of bewilderment. To my astonishment, I have truly conceived. He has inflicted upon me profound anguish. I long to comprehend him. I beamed a tranquil smile. Awaken the enigmatic spirit of the petite Feng. Lift the chainsaw and allow it to fall gracefully. In a fleeting moment, tendons and bone were strewn across the expanse. Feng's unusual demeanor sent a chill coursing through him. How astonishingly serene these individuals seem. It appears that conquering the ethereal abode is an undertaking that seems deceptively simple. I disregarded the motionless outline of the enigmatic Feng being and contemplated whether the anguish in my abdomen persisted. At this juncture, the tumultuous sensation swirling within his abdomen has undeniably subsided. Rather, an intense wave of discomfort surged forth from the very depths of the abdomen. Nevertheless, he abstained from fostering even the slightest semblance of discontent, promptly shaking his head. It no longer causes me anguish, it no longer causes me anguish. I persisted in my investigations. As a scion of the esteemed Feng lineage, surely you possess the capability to remedy your own ailments, do you not? After a brief moment of astonishment, Feng swiftly acquiesced with a nod. I shall refrain from placing additional burdens upon the physician. He longed to free himself from my hold without hesitation. Nevertheless, just as he was on the verge of leaving, I succeeded in waylaying him. Having regained my well-being, how shall I proceed with the payment for your exquisite pillowcase? Upon hearing these words, Feng's unusual actions came to an abrupt halt. Hadn't that issue already been settled during the hospitalization? Nevertheless, at that moment, our eyes wove together in an intricate dance. The excruciating awareness of my body being subjugated once again envelopes me. He swiftly revealed a smile more sinister than that born of grief. Indeed, indeed. I must convey my heartfelt appreciation to the physician for your diligent attention. As he expressed his musings, he deftly navigated his hand beneath the delicate fabric of his collar. A magnificent dagger has been extricated from my spine. It is the very instrument I wield to shape flesh. I present it to you, esteemed healer. Feng's meat cleaver, meticulously crafted from the metal that embodies the enigmatic essence of Feng himself. It is unquestionably feasible to direct incisions toward particular regions of the anatomy. The greater the breadth of the incision, the diminished the likelihood of success. Feng cast a wistful gaze upon the delicate blade. Doctor, do you have any additional questions? If not, may I take my leave? A surge of mirth washed over me. It appears that the recent surgery has completely unsettled this unusual member of the Feng family. Were it not for the knowledge that this is my mother's domain, I would not dare to act so recklessly. He nonchalantly gestured with his hand, indicating his preparedness to depart. The illustrious Dragon Kingdom has conveyed its profound gratitude for my performance. This young individual exhibited extraordinary composure throughout the endeavor. His identity is undeniably exceptional. I was so overwhelmed by trepidation that I scarcely had the chance to evaluate the situations of other nations. Nonetheless, it bears little significance to refrain from exploration. A startling revelation rendered me utterly astonished. Apart from Longwa, no other country has accomplished the successful treatment of its patients. The competitors teetered on the edge of despair, burdened by the irritable patients. At present, 10 nations have been vanquished, and 30 athletes from diverse countries have been incapacitated. Driven by an unquenchable thirst for knowledge, the esteemed officials endeavored to obtain the footage from the nation of A. His instructor is a repugnant, foul-smelling creature of the undead. It is, indeed, the intern physician, Amihar, in this instance. Indeed, I am Amihar, he replied with a cautious nod. Have you not yet partaken of your meal? Raise your voice. In a heartbeat, that zombie elevated its tone. Our patients are formidable phantoms. Catering to their needs demands extraordinary physical strength and vitality. A timid soul is ill-prepared to assume the responsibilities of a healer in a residence beset by phantoms. Amihal suddenly lifted his head and declared with passion, I am Amihal. However, what he and the others had not foreseen was the zombies were, in truth, even more discontented. One ought to engage with patients in a manner that epitomizes both tenderness and empathy. Elevating one's voice may provoke feelings of resentment within the patients. Even grievances that appear insignificant at first glance hold the potential to escalate into detrimental actions. What strategies should be employed should they unleash turmoil upon the hospital? I shall procure a digit from your hand as a means of recompense. Upon concluding his address, he promptly advanced to the forefront of Amihar. In a singular, fluid motion, he severed his tiny finger. In a fleeting moment, Amihal let forth a soul-stirring lament. One can perceive the progressively bewildered expression upon the visage of the zombie. He swiftly sealed his lips, resolutely clenching his teeth. The zombie simply tilted its head and accompanied me as we attended to the ailing individuals. Witnessing the tribulations faced by the contenders from the A3 nation, the distinguished dignitaries of the Dragon Kingdom shared glances laden with unexpressed emotions. What accounts for the notable divergence in the perspectives of the educators? With an air of bewilderment, they set forth on a voyage to explore the pathways of varied foreign realms. Nevertheless, it was revealed that nearly all the educators among the competitors displayed idiosyncratic personalities and demonstrated impolite conduct. The challenges encountered by Amihar have likewise beset countless other aspirants. Before long, I garnered the attention of a continually growing multitude of nations, as countless international observers flocked to the live streaming chamber of the Dragon Kingdom. Alas! What is the reasoning behind the personal guidance imparted to the envoys of the Dragon Nation by the esteemed Dean? Indeed, she embodies a serene disposition and captivating allure. I wish to convey my dissatisfaction on behalf of the realm of the Beacon. The viewers of the Dragon Kingdom have flooded the screen with a plethora of bullet comments in reaction. Fortune is undeniably an aspect of one's fortitude. In our magnificent Dragon Nation, it is only fitting to garner the goodwill of the esteemed director. Embrace your envy as it blossoms. The Dragon Nation shall undoubtedly prevail. My grandmother has been bestowed with an additional decade of life. Simultaneously, a gentle tapping echoed against the door of the Supreme Strategic Conference Chamber of the Dragon Kingdom. A missive has been received from His Majesty, the Emperor of the British Empire, seeking elucidation regarding the present situation. The Prime Minister of the Land of Cherry Blossoms has formally reached out to us, seeking our elucidation regarding the matter at hand. The report suggests that the Beacon Nation, in collaboration with its allies, is applying pressure upon us to reveal the mechanisms by which certain participants have been afforded preferential treatment, with the intention of aiding humanity in traversing these tumultuous times. In moments when they had previously secured an advantageous position in the game, they audaciously displayed their prowess, overflowing with hubris and self-contentment. At present, my country has achieved a remarkable standing. What credentials do they hold to contest this? Please refrain from offering any explanations. In a fleeting moment, the conference room was immersed in a wave of passionate sentiments. Deprived of a response from the esteemed authorities of the Dragon Kingdom, other nations are thus compelled to direct their focus towards the examination of my videos. Within this assembly dwells a cohort of approximately 10 competitors, all under the discerning guidance of the enigmatic Master Phone. They eagerly embraced the opportunity afforded by the initial prompt. Among them is Marshal John, hailing from the domain of the Lighthouse. As a Marine officer, despite harboring an exceptionally robust mindset, he found the idiosyncrasies of the Phone family confronting in a rather formidable manner. Without a foundation in medical studies, how could I ever aspire to grasp the true nature of the affliction? The unfortunate instructor offered no guidance whatsoever, except for elucidating the peculiarities of the Phone family. At that moment, a voice from the elevated realms of the Lighthouse Nation echoed in his ears. Marshal, the entity previously under Feng's guidance, now possesses progeny. The adversary from the Dragon Kingdom has artfully provided for one. You merely need to replicate that endeavor. A fleeting expression of astonishment flickered across his countenance. The capacity to effortlessly furnish responses for duplication is indisputably the most invaluable asset. Mr. Fang's idiosyncrasies. I am cognizant of your situation. You are eagerly awaiting the imminent arrival of a child. Upon hearing these words, a member of Feng's family was instantly engulfed in turmoil. What did you just say? Are you suggesting that I am with child? As Marshall met the unusual gaze of Vaughn, an instinctive wave of apprehension enveloped him. Unbeknownst to me, I instinctively retreated a step. Indeed, you are expecting a child. How could an indolent individual ever comprehend such a concept? Do you intend to mislead me? Marshall cast a pleading look towards the instructor. Instructor, I hope you can validate my assertions. Am I not correct? To his profound astonishment, the instructor directed a chilling gaze towards him, choosing silence over a reply. His reserved demeanor rendered the Fong family utterly bewildered. Kindly provide a more detailed explanation of the diverse therapeutic approaches. Marshall brushed away the beads of cold perspiration that adorned his forehead. Should you find repose, I shall strive to execute a cesarean section employing a chainsaw, liberating the infant from within your womb. Ere he could complete his utterance, Fang's extraordinary figure abruptly surged ahead, elevating a hand to deliver a blow. Preposterous! How could mere mortals dare to contemplate the idea of probing into my very being? Do you truly believe that I would succumb to your cunning deceptions? Faced with an insurmountable force, Marshall found himself consumed by an inescapable wave of terror. The chance for withdrawal had long since dissipated. A shrill sound echoed throughout the consultation chamber. Yuko released a torrent of vibrant scarlet blood. Evidently, I have adhered to the directives. What factors have led to this unfortunate situation? Not only was he perplexed, but the esteemed dignitaries of the illustrious nation were equally astonished. It appears that we have inadvertently neglected a particular matter. To explore the profound recesses of the haunted dwelling shall inevitably incite its fury. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom has successfully vanquished the Feng clan from the outset. It was only upon subjugating him that they began the repugnant act of disembowelment. It was in that fleeting moment that they comprehended the true might of the competitors from the Dragon Nation, who revealed themselves to be significantly more formidable than they had originally presumed. Before long, I was honored by the arrival of my second patient. Primarily, permit me to disclose my identity. Subsequently, I shall clarify the essence of the affliction. I am a creature that takes great pleasure in the savoring of bones, cherishing the remnants of countless beings. Nevertheless, it was only in recent times that I found myself entangled with a demon of the arachnid realm. The result was overshadowed by his resolute presence. An array of scrutinizing eyes has descended upon me. As he spoke, he delicately raised the immaculate fabric that adorned his head. Unexpectedly, the spectators gathered within the confines of the live broadcast chamber were caught off guard. What kind of being is this that envelopes me entirely in tremors? I gazed upon the stone drum demon with a profound sense of tranquility and subsequently endeavored to explore the very essence of the affliction. Do these eyes instill a feeling of disquiet within you? Do they persistently broaden without cease? This composed demeanor evoked a profound sense of astonishment, even from the dean. The stone drum demon poised itself on the verge of enunciating words. The spheres perched upon the apex of the head commenced to spin aimlessly. He displayed an expression of profound grief. The body swayed with an exquisite, involuntary elegance before succumbing to the tender embrace of the earth. It was only upon rewrapping my head that I could finally exhale a profound sigh of relief. Doctor, as you can discern, this is my current predicament. I was once capable of perceiving the world through merely two eyes. Yet now, I find myself unexpectedly inundated by a plethora of additional visions. An endless tapestry of images intertwines, rendering me ensnared in a state of disarray and bewilderment. Upon receiving this elucidation, I rectified my posture. Observing the stone drum with unwavering focus from every imaginable perspective. The dean nurtures lofty aspirations for my future. He is of the opinion that the stone drum demon is deficient in a particular standard of excellence. He is completely incapacitated in his ability to comprehend the overwhelming influx of visual stimuli, which clarifies the agonizing headache he endures.
Simply sewing additional eyelids to obscure its eyes would suffice. Alternatively, one could remove a patch of skin from another creature and stitch it onto the head of this gluttonous demon to cover the superfluous eyes, thereby completing the treatment. This information was encapsulated in the recent introduction of the gluttonous demon. Given Qin Chong Kong's previous performance, he should swiftly discern the ailment and propose a solution. The only uncertainty lies in the duration required. The hospital director observed Qin Chong Kong's figure, pondering how long it would take him to conceive a treatment plan. Amidst the director's anticipation and the anxious waiting of the Dragon Kingdom's audience, a smile emerged on Qin Chong Kong's face. I have already devised 2 treatment plans, he stated with a smile. That quickly? Doctor, you already know how to treat my condition? The gluttonous demon suddenly lifted its head, appearing quite astonished. The foreign viewers watching the live stream found it difficult to accept that Qin Chong Kong had formulated a treatment plan so rapidly, inundating the comments with skepticism. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are just boastful. It's been such a short time, and he can conceive a treatment plan. The earlier identification of the disease must have been sheer luck, just like his fortunate appointment as the director's protege. Our competitors from Sakura Country just healed their first patient. It won't be long before they catch up to the Dragon Kingdom. Our contestants from the Great Ing Empire have also successfully treated their first patient. They will surely match the Dragon Kingdom's prowess. Not only the foreign audience, but even the hospital director found it hard to believe Qin Chong Kong's judgment. She furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Qin Chong Kong's silhouette, pondering deeply. How could he conceive 2 treatment plans? That exceeds my own considerations. Is this even possible? Wasn't the only treatment plan simply to obscure the gluttonous demon's excessive eyeballs? The hospital director regarded Qin Chong Kong with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. First, answer me a question. Did these eyeballs on your head grow all at once? Or have they developed gradually, with the potential for more to emerge? Qin Chong Kong inquired calmly. These eyeballs all grew at once, the gluttonous demon replied, suddenly rising to its feet, pleading, I implore you, doctor, if you can save me, I am willing to offer you a greater fee for your services. Qin Chong Kong nodded in satisfaction, assuring, do not worry. I will certainly heal you. However, I will need to perform some surgical procedures, which may cause discomfort, so I must first secure you. Please lie down on the examination table. The gluttonous demon exhibited a temperament far more agreeable than that of the stitching corpse, appearing more innocent and fragile. It obediently lay on the bed, watching as Qin Chong Kong bound it with metallic chains. Doctor, what comes next? The gluttonous demon inquired with eager anticipation. Qin Chong Kong spread his hand, revealing a golden small knife in his palm. It was indeed the additional consultation fee received from the corpse sewing monster. This knife possesses extraordinary effects, capable of severing specific body parts of the target, such as the eyes, palms, or soles of the feet. The larger the section removed, the lower the success rate. Do you not have eyes sprouting from your head? Qin Chong Kong calmly proposed his treatment plan, suggesting he could simply extract those eyeballs with this very knife. The bone-eating demon, lying on the hospital bed, shuddered in astonishment, staring at him wide-eyed, exclaiming, Doctor, are you serious? The hospital director's mouth fell agape, her face displaying a rare tumult of emotions. She stared blankly at the golden knife in Qin Chong Kong's hand, momentarily stunned before realizing the implication. The thought of using that knife to extract the eyeballs from the bone-eating demon's face was quite ingenious. No wonder he could devise two treatment plans. Presumably, the other involved stitching a piece of skin to cover all the eyeballs, right? It was utterly unexpected that Qin Chong Kong, having just acquired that small knife, could immediately conceive of its application. The director was taken aback by Qin Chong Kong's innovative thinking. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream, both domestic and international, were equally astonished by his approach to treatment. Extracting all the eyeballs? Are you truly not a demon? I feel as though you resemble something far more sinister than the bone-eating demon. The comment section of the live stream erupted in chaos. Chapter 11. The Bone-Eating Demon Weeps. Must I cease my healing pursuits? In the highest strategic conference room of the Dragon Nation, the leaders cast bewildered glances towards the live broadcast of Qin Chong Kong. Is this truly the treatment he has devised? It is exceedingly brutal. Shocking, indeed. His thought process appears to diverge entirely from ours. How regrettable that we assembled a think tank that seems utterly ineffective. My curiosity about his identity and upbringing has intensified. General Chun must have dispatched a team to his residence by now, where further insights may be gleaned. Amidst their astonishment, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation were filled with intrigue regarding Qin Chong Kong. They marveled at his extraordinary cognitive pathways while simultaneously questioning the circumstances of his upbringing. In the realm of terror within the consultation room, the bone-eating demon, upon hearing Qin Chong Kong's assessment and treatment proposal, was momentarily taken aback. He then sought clarification. Doctor, are you truly serious? You intend to excise my eyeballs with that small knife? At this notion, his body instinctively trembled. Yes, that is indeed the treatment plan. It may be a bit painful, but bear with it. Qin Chong Kong shrugged nonchalantly, approaching the bone-eating demon with the intent to operate. Please no, doctor. Surely there must be alternative treatment options. Please no. The bone-eating demon was utterly astonished, fervently shaking his head in a desperate attempt to evade Qin Chong Kong's blade. His body quaked as if gripped by terror, his lips unconsciously pleading for mercy. Do not shy away. This is for your own good. Once all your eyes are extracted, such suffering will no longer plague you. This is, after all, a healing process. Qin Chong Kong smiled, further securing the bone-eating demon as restraints. Subsequently, he procured several iron plates from the wall to stabilize the demon's neck and head. Finally, he brandished the golden suture and flesh-cutting knife, weighing it in his hand, and aimed for the demon's central eyeball. With an innate skill, the knife activated its meat fragmentation ability. Qin Chong Kong felt as though the knife possessed a will of its own, guiding his hand downward. The razor-sharp blade swiftly penetrated the demon's forehead, grazing the eyeball nearby. The knife then automatically rotated, tracing an arc before deftly prying the eyeball free. Qin Kong merely needed to wield the knife and activate the skill. The rest was managed by the blade itself. Indeed, this tool provided by the corpse suturer is splendid. Qin Kong nodded in satisfaction, appearing relaxed and poetic. He placed the extracted eyeball into a nearby container and once again took up the golden blade, preparing to continue his work. As an entity of the supernatural, the bone-eating demon possessed the tenacity of life. Qin Kong harbored no concerns for his well-being as he proceeded to dismantle the next eyeball. It hurts. It hurts. I no longer wish to be treated. Doctor, I beg you, spare me. The bone-eating demon found itself immobilized, its wails of despair echoing through the treatment room. Qin Kong paid no heed to its pleas, relentlessly continuing his work. One by one, the demon's eyes were extracted and placed into a nearby container. The scene in the treatment room exuded an eerie atmosphere. Observing this, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were left speechless. They had only ever seen ghosts instill fear. Yet today, they witnessed a human terrifying a demon. Another demon begged for mercy. For a moment, I was bewildered by their roles. Clearly, Qin Kong was human, while the bone-eating demon was a sinister entity. I suddenly realized that Qin Kong was far more formidable than we had anticipated. This bodes well for us. At least our nation holds promise for victory in this game. Incredible. After numerous failures, we are on the brink of triumph. Amidst the demon's anguished cries, the surgery proceeded methodically. Qin Kong seemed oblivious to the harrowing screams, wholly engrossed in his task. The assisting director's demeanor had shifted to one of reverence. She even took the initiative to help, managing the extracted eyes and applying gauze to staunch the creature's bleeding. While suppressing her astonishment, she analyzed the unfolding situation. Initially, I had presumed this individual named Qin Kong was merely a human favored by a powerful entity, receiving casual care. To my surprise, his intellect and character were remarkably exceptional. Despite just entering this terrifying world and participating in a horror game without any power, he had managed to frighten two sinister beings to tears. With such capability and the favor of formidable entities, he is destined to rise. Contemplating this, the director's respect for him deepened. Concurrently, the audience lurking in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, along with operatives from other nations monitoring Qin Kong's actions, reported the developments. As the fastest progressing contestant, the intelligence gathered here would be scrutinized by other countries for reference. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, the department handling horror games was bustling. Many were busy collecting data from the horror game live streams. Within this expansive office, capable of accommodating thousands, numerous uniformed personnel moved about. In a country where land and resources are scarce, the size of this office underscored its significance. The horror game processing department was an emergency establishment. Following the initial round of diagnostics, all nations recognized that intellect was more crucial than brute strength in this horror game. A matter of national strength, the urgency of action from each country was remarkable. Nations promptly established their own specialized departments, forming think tanks to gather and analyze intelligence. Once they unearthed valuable information, it would be systematically organized. All of this was aimed at effectively utilizing the 3 prompts available in each game, guiding their contestants. Ichiro Tokugawa has completed the diagnosis of his first patient, who sustained minor injuries, yet ultimately fulfilled his task. Now his second patient has arrived, a tall, slender creature known as a bone eater, adorned with numerous eyes upon its visage. Quickly, he must investigate the status of other contestants to ascertain if any are faced with a similar challenge. A report has just come in. The contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Kong, is also encountering a bone eater as his second patient, and the symptoms align perfectly. Moreover, Qin Kong has already commenced treatment. Upon hearing the intelligence officer's discourse, the high-ranking official from the Sakura Nation rose with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Splendid! What treatment plan has Qin Kong chosen? If Ichiro Tokugawa cannot devise a solution, we must inform him promptly for his reference." However, the experts from Sakura hesitated before responding. "Commander, we may not be able to draw any insights. Qin Shankong's treatment plan involves the complete removal of the bone-eater's surplus eyeballs. At this revelation, the room fell into an eerie silence. Thousands of individuals ceased their murmurs simultaneously. After a prolonged pause, a voice, laden with astonishment, exclaimed, "What? To excise the bone-eater's eyeballs entirely? Is that not courting death? Are we not concerned about provoking its wrath?" Chapter 12. Tokugawa Aikir in a daze. Why can I extract his eyeballs? Qin Shankong boldly dared to directly extract the eyeballs of the bone-eating demon without facing any retribution, leaving the strategists of Sakura Nation utterly perplexed. Some immediately called for a replay of Qin Shankong's livestream. Upon discovering that the bone-eating demon was far more docile than the corpse stitcher, easily deceivable into binding itself, they collectively sighed in relief. The strategists resolved to have Tokugawa Aikir emulate Qin Shankong and subdue the bone-eating demon. Information was promptly relayed to Tokugawa Aikir. In a confined examination room within the realm of terror, Tokugawa Aikir, a contestant from Sakura Nation, furrowed his brow, recalling the earlier instructions from his mentor. He pondered the treatment plan, but found himself at a loss. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his ear, detailing Qin Shankong's therapeutic approach and the actions taken. "What's wrong, doctor? Have you devised a treatment plan?" The bone-eating demon inquired anxiously. Receiving the notification, Tokugawa Aikir looked at the bone-eating demon with renewed confidence and replied, "Rest assured, I have just discovered the treatment plan. Next, I merely need to perform a few minor procedures to ensure a successful recovery. Before that, please lie down on the examination table, bind yourself, and secure your head, as this will facilitate the forthcoming treatment." The bone-eating demon regarded him with skepticism, but ultimately chose to trust Tokugawa Aikir's words. It obediently reclined on the bed and secured itself. Once the bone-eating demon was restrained, Tokugawa Aikir retrieved a surgical knife from his toolkit and approached the creature. With a sinister grin, he declared, "The treatment plan involves removing your surplus eyeballs. Once those extraneous eyes are extracted, you will be able to walk without feeling dizzy." As with the situation involving Qin Shankong, the bone-eating demon began to thrash about wildly, its face reflecting sheer terror. Tokugawa Aikir, having recently experienced a setback with his first patient, felt a sense of frustration. Witnessing a formidable entity struggle before him brought forth an unexpected delight. "Do not worry. Once I have removed all your excess eyeballs, you shall be free," he proclaimed. With that, Tokugawa Aikir raised the surgical knife and plunged it towards the bone-eating demon's eyeball. A sensation akin to piercing through tough leather coursed through the blade. "Oh!" The bone-eating demon let out a heart-wrenching scream, its entire body trembling. However, Tokugawa Aikir quickly realized something was amiss. The eyeballs of the bone-eating demon were astonishingly resilient. They were incredibly difficult to extract. With all his might, he managed to carve a minuscule incision beside the bone-eating demon's eyeball with his small surgical knife. Yet, that mere gap was insufficient to accommodate a grain of rice, let alone remove the creature's surplus eyeballs. How could its eyeballs be so tough? Tokugawa Aikir was taken aback. Instinctively, he turned to seek assistance from his mentor. The instructor was a Gorgon. Initially astonished by Ichiro Tokugawa's treatment plan, she now let out a cold laugh. "I expected you to devise a more ingenious solution. The bone-eating demon possesses a unique physique, fortified by prolonged exposure to various formidable and enigmatic bones, granting it exceptional defense and resilience. You intend to extract the eyeball from the demon's head with this mere scalpel? I fear it would take you an entire day. If that is the case, you will not be able to treat the subsequent patients. Remember, you need to treat 10 patients in total to successfully complete this game." Upon hearing this, Ichiro Tokugawa felt a surge of panic. If he wasted too much time, he would be unable to attend to the following patients. Failure of the task would incur severe penalties. He frantically recalled the hints he had just received. The hint indicated that the contestant from the Dragon Kingdom had extracted the eyeballs of the bone-eating demon. How had he managed to do it? Why was it so arduous for me? Ichiro Tokugawa's anxiety escalated, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Unintentionally, his gaze met that of the bone-eating demon. Its eyes were chillingly icy. At this moment, the demon had ceased its struggles, clearly having overheard the conversation between Ichiro Tokugawa and the Gorgon. "Doctor, it appears your treatment plan is rather dubious. Are you truly confident this will cure me?" The demon's tone was frostily detached. Hearing this, Ichiro Tokugawa felt a chill sweep over him. The demon had willingly allowed itself to be bound for the sake of treatment. If he failed to cure it, the thought filled him with dread, compelling him to plunge the scalpel once more. "Rest assured, even if it takes an entire day, I shall extract every last one of your eyeballs." The anguished cries echoed once more in the examination room. Outside, the think tank from the Sakura Nation, observing the situation, was bewildered. What is happening? Why is Ichiro Tokugawa unable to extract the eyeballs? Hurry, replay the footage of QNCHNGKing. There must be something we overlooked. That is crucial information. The staff of the Sakura Nation replayed the live broadcast of QNCHNGKing. This time, they noted that he had used a golden knife to extract the eyeballs from the bone-eating demon. That knife must have been the additional payment given to QNCHNGKing by the Stitching Corps. It could effortlessly extract the demon's eyeballs. Our contestant does not possess such a knife. What shall we do? Is Ichiro's path to treatment destined to end here? No, there must be another way. Otherwise, those who encountered patients in the first round, not being contestants of the Stitching Corps, would inevitably fail to obtain this knife, leading to a guaranteed failure in the second round. This contradicts the rules of the horror game. There must be another solution. Think quickly. Go investigate whether the contestants from other nations have encountered similar situations and what methods they employed. In a moment of turmoil, the high-ranking officials and advisors of a land of cherry blossoms found themselves in utter disarray. This chaos extended beyond their borders, as competitors from other nations also faced the bone-eating demon and were compelled to deal with the peculiar orbs embedded in its visage. Due to the current progress of Qin Chong Kong, whose game status had been disseminated to various intelligence departments across nations, these countries urged their participants to adopt identical treatment protocols. However, none possessed the specialized knives required to excise the minion's eyes, rendering them incapable of easily extracting the orbs. It is not entirely fair to blame these advisors. Indeed, for humanity, the eyes are among the most vulnerable regions. Who could have anticipated that the orbs of the bone-eating demon would be so challenging to extract? These nations could only rack their brains to devise better treatment strategies for their contestants. Meanwhile, having squandered a hint opportunity, their resentment towards Qin Chong Kong grew palpable. On the other hand, Qin Chong Kong moved with remarkable swiftness, already on the verge of completely extracting the demon's eyes. The bone-eating demon lay on the operating table, barely clinging to life, clearly devoid of the strength to resist. With only 2 orbs remaining, once removed, the demon would be healed. Just a moment longer. Qin Chong Kong called out, raising his hand and decisively plunging the surgical knife downward. With 2 swift motions, the orbs flew forth. The second patient was also cured. Chapter 13. Acquiring additional equipment once more. A tremendous advantage. These are the last 2 eyeballs. Qin Chong Kong gazed at the excavated orbs, a faint smile gracing his lips as he delicately used a golden knife to lift the eyeballs and place them into a nearby container. The dean, assisting him, sealed the container with a chuckle and stepped aside. "How do you feel?" Qin Chong Kong inquired with a smile, casting his gaze towards the bone-eating demon. The demon, still quivering violently, was momentarily stunned. The intense pain he had just experienced had compelled him to shut his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth in a continuous tremor. At this moment, he dared not open his eyes. Yet, he could indeed sense that the excruciating pain had dissipated. He dazedly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the human doctor before him. The doctor had retreated several paces, distancing himself from the bedside. His left hand hung limply at his side, still clutching the nightmarish golden knife. Instinctively, the bone-eating demon fixated on the blade, a wave of fear coursing through him. The agony inflicted by that knife was so severe, the memory so vivid, that even though Qin Chong Kong had relinquished the knife, the chill of its edge lingered in his senses. Fear was buried deep within him as he began to assess his physical state. Had he truly been cured? He blinked, bewildered as he felt his body. This time, Realization dawned upon him. He could no longer perceive the visions of the other eyes. His head no longer spun, his vision was clear, and the pain at the back of his skull had vanished. Everything had returned to normal. The bone-eating demon, in disbelief, marveled at the changes in his body, muttering to himself, "Has it really been cured?" Qin Chong Kong, weary of the delay, stepped forward to dismantle the metal chains and restraints from the sickbed. "Since you have been healed, there is no need to linger here. Hurry, I must attend to other patients," Qin Chong Kong urged. Only then did the bone-eating demon snap back to reality. As he noticed the human doctor approaching him once more, the suppressed fear within him erupted anew. He abruptly sprang from the bed, retreating hastily, murmuring, I'm leaving. As he spoke, he turned and snatched the white headscarf from the bedside, wrapping it around his head before hastily bolting towards the exit. "Wait!" Qin Chong Kong suddenly called out, halting the bone-eating demon. "Doctor, do you have any further matters?" The demon trembled, forcing back his inner terror, turning to face the human doctor in response. "Pay the additional consultation fee, if you please. That headscarf atop your head looks quite appealing. Since your ailment has been resolved, what use do you have for it now?" Qin Chong Kong remarked, eyeing the bone-eating demon's scarf with interest. The demon's lingering attachment to the scarf suggested it held some significance. Having received a letter from his mother, Qin Chong Kong was aware that his family awaited his ascendance in strength. Thus, he was determined not to overlook any opportunity to enhance his own abilities. The golden dagger recently acquired from the corpse-stitching monster proved to be immensely useful during this treatment, further solidifying Qin Chong Kong's resolve to extract every benefit. "You mentioned it. This headscarf is of no use to me anymore. Since you, doctor, desire it, I shall gift it to you." The bone-eater exhaled deeply, hesitating to approach Qin Chong Kong any closer, and instead hung the white headscarf on the back of a nearby chair. "Is there anything else, doctor?" he inquired. "Nothing further. You may leave. If there are any other patients, please bring them in." Upon hearing this, the bone-eater felt as though a great weight had been lifted and fled the consultation room in haste. Witnessing this scene, the hospital director's expression became peculiar. Internally, she mused, this bone-eater, although not as irascible as the corpse-stitching monster, is still a formidable creature. To be so terrified by Qin Chong Kong is quite remarkable. She glanced at the golden dagger in Qin Chong Kong's hand, recalling the bone-eater's recent ordeal, and felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. Indeed, who would not be frightened after having so many holes carved into their body by a knife? The director concealed her astonishment and approached silently, retrieving the white headscarf to hand it to Qin Chong Kong. "Thank you," he expressed, accepting the headscarf. As anticipated, it was indeed a commendable piece of equipment. Equipment name: Soul Calming Headscarf. Equipment description: a headscarf crafted from the essence of human souls, capable of soothing any being. Equipment effect: Mental 10. Special effect: gradually heals soul wounds, defends against soul attacks, and calms the wearer. This item may prove beneficial in the forthcoming treatments. Additionally, it offers substantial protection against soul attacks, which is crucial in this terrifying world where numerous monsters can assault the soul. With this headscarf in my possession, my survival capabilities have been further enhanced. Qin Chong Kong, satisfied, stowed the headscarf away and took his seat, awaiting the next patient. The audience from Long Nation watching the live stream was utterly exhilarated. Another patient treated. Incredible. The advantage is overwhelming. Our contestant is truly formidable. Qin Chong Kong. I shall remember this name. Did you witness the bone-eater's reaction just now? He was utterly terrified by Qin Chong Kong. That is a supernatural being. To think it would fear a human. If someone were to carve so many holes into me, I would be petrified as well. Chingu is ferocious. He tortured the bone-eater to that extent, and the creature is still grateful and willing to pay additional consultation fees. Millions of viewers from Long Nation flooded the live chat, expressing their joy and excitement. Having lost several horror games already, they could not afford another defeat. In this match, Qin Chong Kong held the greatest advantage, finally allowing the populace to breathe a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, a colossal question began to stir in the hearts of the many citizens of Long Nation. Who exactly is Qin Chong Kong? Why does he exhibit such composure and ease in the midst of a terrifying game. Countless viewers from the Dragon Kingdom find themselves intrigued by him. The atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream is one of exuberance. In stark contrast, the live streams of other competitors tell a different story. In the Sakura Nation's live stream, contestant Ichiro Tokugawa is exerting all his strength, incessantly digging at the eye sockets of the bone-eating demon with a small knife. However, his progress is painfully slow. He has managed to extract only 4 eyeballs thus far, while the demon possesses hundreds more. The demon howls in agony, threatening, "Human doctor, I shall remember you. You better succeed in treating me. Otherwise, when I escape, I will hunt you down. I will devour every last bone of yours." The harrowing cries reverberate within the confines of the tiny examination room. Hearing this, Ichiro Tokugawa is drenched in sweat. Simultaneously, contestants from over a dozen nations find themselves facing the same second patient, the bone-eating demon. Misled by Qin Chong Kong, they attempt to remove the demon's surplus eyeballs, but lack the golden scalpel provided by the corpse monster, resorting instead to ordinary surgical knives. Their progress is agonizingly slow. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Chong Kong inadvertently led more than a dozen competitors astray, granting himself a significant advantage. Meanwhile, General Qin Shing from the Dragon Kingdom has already arrived in Xiong Province, leading his team towards the ancestral home of the Qin family. Chapter 14. The military's encounter with Qin Mingwei, an unusual old residence. There is something amiss with Qin Chong Kong. He is not an ordinary individual and undoubtedly possesses a unique connection to the realm of terror. In Hunan Province, within a military armored vehicle, General Qin Shing of Dragon Country is intently observing a live broadcast on his tablet, murmuring to himself, "General, what seems to be the issue with Qin Chong Kong?" His aide inquired, perplexed. Raising his gaze, General Chun directed his eyes toward the world beyond the armored vehicle, his expression contemplative as he analyzed the situation. Firstly, within this game, Qin Chong Kong's instructor is the director of a hospital, whereas competitors from other nations are assigned ordinary hospital staff as their mentors. As articulated by others, this is inherently unjust. However, in the previous terrifying game, the conditions faced by all participants were nearly identical. Such inequity would only arise in scenarios reliant purely on luck, such as lotteries. This is point 1. Secondly, the instructors assigned to other competitors are frenzied and brutal, bloodthirsty and cruel. Many participants have been harmed by their own mentors before even encountering patients. Yet, the director of this peculiar hospital exhibits an unexpectedly gentle demeanor toward Qin Chong Kong, even showing a degree of deference. The question arises, why? Why would a being of such strangeness treat an ordinary person with such courtesy? There must be something exceptional about Qin Chong Kong that influences the terrifying game and sways the hospital director's attitude. Thirdly, Qin Chong Kong's demeanor raises further concerns. According to the information we currently possess, he is merely a recent university graduate. Yet, within the terrifying game, he displays remarkable composure. Whether confronting the corpse-sowing monster or the bone-eating fiend, he remains utterly unafraid, while other contestants exhibit at least some trepidation. What then grants Qin Chong Kong such fortitude, allowing him to remain fearless? The more General Chun analyzes, the graver his expression becomes. The terrifying game pertains to the fate of the nation. Any anomaly warrants serious attention. We are on the verge of arriving at his ancestral residence. Our investigations indicate that his sister still resides there. Perhaps from her, we can glean some vital clues. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, Qin Chong Kong's increasing strength benefits us, which is undoubtedly a positive development, is it not? The aide chuckled, and General Chun nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face as he lifted his gaze forward, eager for the prospect of acquiring further information at the Qin family's old residence. 10 minutes later, 20 armored vehicles traversed the narrow path of Qin village. The villagers, witnessing the spectacle, displayed no fear. Rather, they gathered to observe the unfolding drama. "General, we have arrived." Upon hearing the driver's announcement, General Chen immediately opened the vehicle door and leaped out. He looked ahead to see a remarkably ancient manor not far off. The estate sprawled extensively. Upon a cursory estimation, General Chun surmised it must encompass several thousand square meters. Moreover, the architectural style is a fascinating amalgamation. The outer walls are constructed of cement bricks, a clear testament to contemporary craftsmanship. Yet, in the rear courtyard, one can observe the rooftops of ancient-style buildings, adorned with flying eaves and bracket sets, pavilions, and towers. Upon closer inspection, the styles of these traditional structures also vary significantly. There are pavilions and towers reminiscent of the Song dynasty, roof ridges from the Yuan dynasty, and earthen tiles from the Ming dynasty. This old residence certainly possesses its own charm. Even though constructing houses in rural areas requires less expenditure, such a spacious dwelling must still cost at least several million, right? However, according to our investigation, Qin Changkong hails from an ordinary family with minimal expenses. It appears he harbors numerous secrets. General Chun Xing analyzed a wealth of information and took another step closer to the old residence. After only a few strides, he halted once more. Before him, the wall at the entrance of the old house displayed numerous metallic plaques: Glorious Home, Third-Class Meritorious Home, First-Class Meritorious Home, all proudly bearing military honors. The plaques appeared rather dull, suggesting they had been affixed to the wall for an extensive period. Instinctively, General Qin Xing softened his footsteps. Such an abundance of honor plaques exists here. Is Qin Changkong from a military family? Yet, why had we not uncovered this information earlier? General Chun furrowed his brow and inquired of his aide nearby. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted. The gate to the old residence swung open, and 3 elderly, feeble dogs rushed out, barking fiercely at General Chun and his soldiers. They seemed entirely unafraid of humans. Despite their advanced age, their barks trembled, yet they maintained a defensive stance, preventing General Chun and his companions from advancing. Observing the trio of aging dogs, a soldier beside General Chun leaned closer and whispered, "General, they appear to be military dogs. Their posture reflects standard military canine defense." General Chun raised an eyebrow, his expression growing increasingly grave, though they had only just arrived at the Qin family's old residence. Everything witnessed thus far indicated that the Qin family was extraordinary, perhaps deeply entwined with the military of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet why had he, as a general of the Dragon Kingdom, been unable to find pertinent information? With a furrowed brow, General Chun gazed towards the entrance of the old house. There, a 15-year-old girl emerged, wielding a martial arts spear with a vigilant demeanor. In her other hand, she clutched a tablet, seemingly engrossed in whatever was displayed, reluctant to set it down. Upon seeing the circle of soldiers outside, she exhibited not a hint of surprise. Instead, she lowered the spear and calmly inquired, "Uncle Soldiers, what brings you here?" Such composure mirrored that of Qin Changkong. General Chun couldn't help but admire her poise as he stepped forward. "Little girl, do not be afraid. My name is Chun Xing, and as you can see, I am a soldier. Qin Changkong has been selected as a contestant for the Dragon Kingdom, and we have received orders to protect his family. After our investigation, it appears you're the only remaining relative, his sister, correct? Pack your belongings and accompany us on a journey. Shall you? We intend to reside within the military compound, where enhanced protection and superior resources await. Furthermore, we wish to inquire about certain matters and gather information regarding Qin Changkong. This endeavor is aimed solely at aiding him more effectively." Upon hearing Qin Xing's words, Qin Mingwei resolutely shook her head. "I can share details about my family's background with you, but I cannot abandon the ancestral home. According to the Qin family's teachings, unless in times of national peril, someone must always guard the old residence, even if it is but a single individual." Qin Xing was momentarily taken aback. He discerned numerous unusual implications within her statement. The notion of ancestral teachings seemed antiquated in this new era. Who truly adhered to such principles anymore? The stipulation that someone must guard the old residence unless the nation faced dire straits carried an increasingly profound sense of steadfastness and valor. After a brief silence, Qin Xing urged once more, "Young lady, you're still quite young. Living alone in the village is not advisable. The horror game is tied to the fate of the nation, and foreign adversaries may target your brother. Only by bringing you to a secure location can we prevent anyone from exploiting you to disrupt your brother. This is not solely your concern. nor is it just a matter for the Qin family. Qin Minghua paused for a moment before shaking her head again. I cannot leave. However, regarding the horror game, I have made some recent discoveries. My family's ancestral home may indeed be connected to it. After my brother entered the game, certain anomalies have occurred within the residence. Since you are affiliated with the Dragon Kingdom's military, you should accompany me to investigate. I will disclose the recent irregularities within the ancestral home. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers grew solemn. Chun Xing stepped forward, his expression earnest as he inquired, "What anomalies? Please lead us to investigate." Chapter 15. Generations of Loyalty, Generations of Sacrifice. Upon confirming the identity of General Chun Xing, Qin Minghua led them towards the ancestral home of the Qin family, a residence that has stood for over a millennium. Due to its ancient origins, even the elders of the family are uncertain of its precise lineage. Typically, my brother and I resided in the front courtyard of the estate. After my brother's departure, I explored the entire old residence alone and uncovered some troubling issues. Many courtyards within the estate have been sealed by a mysterious force, rendering them inaccessible. To date, apart from the areas where my brother and I lived, only our parents' room remains open. As Qin Minghua guided the way, she elaborated on the situation. Are all the rooms inaccessible? General Chun Xing inquired, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized their surroundings, intrigued yet perplexed. The adjutant beside him took out a recording device, diligently noting Qin Minghua's explanation. No, Qin Minghua clarified. Many of the courtyards were constructed long ago in locks, merely featuring bolts. If the rooms are unoccupied, it is impossible for them to be locked from within. I even attempted to scale the wall from the outside, but discovered a transparent barrier obstructing my entry. Initially, even my parents' room was inaccessible. It was only after my brother entered the terror-laden world to partake in a chilling game that I noticed an anomaly. The room began to emit a glow. I suspect that all of this is connected to the horror realm and the terrifying game. This matter pertains to the fate of our nation. Since you are military personnel, I implore you to investigate further. Qin Minghua earnestly conveyed the gravity of the situation. Courtyards sealed by transparent walls? In the realm of reality, such a phenomenon is inconceivable. Could it be that some malevolent entity has traversed from the horror world into our reality? General Chun Xing pondered, his expression growing vigilant at the peculiarity of the situation. He glanced at the young girl before him. Despite her tender age of 15 and the bizarre circumstances she faced, her visage betrayed no fear. Instead, she remained composed, attending to their needs with poise. Indeed, the Qin family possessed an air of mystery. Both Qin Chongkong and Qin Minghua, though youthful, exuded an extraordinary presence. With an ancestral home steeped in over 1,000 years of history, now ensnared by enigmatic forces, and with Qin Chongkong selected as a player in the harrowing game, one could not help but wonder if this family bore any connection to the realm of horror. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, General Chun Xing scrutinized the Qin ancestral home with renewed diligence. Walking along the elongated corridor, he gradually discerned something amiss. It seemed this residence belonged to a distinguished military lineage. Earlier, outside the grand entrance, he had noted numerous plaques denoting glorious families and recipients of military honors. Now, within this corridor, he encountered an abundance of such commendations, many belonging to first-class military heroes. The attainment of such accolades was no small feat, reserved for those of exceptional merit within the armed forces. What is the true origin of the Qin family, that their home is adorned with so many honorific plaques? Furthermore, during my previous research, why was there no record of their connection to the military? With myriad questions swirling in his mind, General Chun Xing could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Young Miss Qin Minghua, may I ask you a question? How is it that your family possesses such an abundance of honorific plaques? Are many of your relatives in the military? However, according to our investigation, it appears that only you and your brother Qin Chongkong currently reside here. Where then did these plaques originate?" Qin Minghua calmly nodded and replied, "These honorific plaques were all earned by our esteemed forebears. They have sacrificed many years ago." General Chun and his adjutant exchanged a glance, filled with profound respect. So, it turns out they hail from a military lineage. Those honorific plaques were awarded long ago. No wonder the previous investigations revealed no association between the Qin family and the military. It seems the ancestral records of the Qin family merit further scrutiny. The group fell silent, continuing to follow Qin Mingyue along the corridor. It was only at this moment that they truly grasped the vast expanse of the Qin family estate. Upon arrival, they found themselves in the central courtyard of the old residence. All the courtyards beyond it were sealed off, obscured by transparent barriers. Qin Mingyue pointed towards the courtyard at the end of the corridor, yet no one acknowledged her. Turning around, she observed that General Chun, the adjutant, and the soldiers had all gathered at the far end of the corridor, near the wall. A knowing smile graced Qin Mingyue's lips as she paused, aware of what lay there. The flag bearing the word death. Anyone who beheld the flag would feel a surge of emotion, especially those who serve in the military. Just as she had anticipated, upon seeing the flag and the inscription upon it, General Chen Xing found himself rooted to the spot. In times of national peril, the enemy lurks menacingly. The rise and fall of the nation concerns every citizen. I wish to serve, but alas, I am past the age. Fortunately, I have a son, who willingly seeks to carry on the legacy. He murmured to himself, his thoughts drifting, as if transcending time to the battlegrounds of the Dragon Kingdom before its founding. Amidst the fierce conflicts of the 9 provinces, bestowed with a flag, ever a hand, wipe the blood in times of injury, wrap oneself in it after death. Forge ahead. Never forget one's duty. Unbeknownst to him, General Chun had read through the words on the banner. A profound sense of shock welled within him. What sort of valiant and loyal individuals could craft such words? A son seeking honor, a father bestowing a flag. What kind of family could nurture such a pair? What, indeed, is the true origin of the Qin family? As General Chun reflected on all he had witnessed along the way, contemplating the plaques and gazing at the flag before him, an inexplicable emotion brewed within his heart. He turned to Qin Mingyue. This young lady is the sole surviving heir of the Qin family in the outside world. Meanwhile, their only male descendant is currently entwined in a harrowing game, bound by the fate of the nation, navigating the treacherous realms of horror, facing life and death crises. A tremor surged through Chun Xing's heart. The Qin family can truly be deemed a lineage of loyalty and valor across generations. He took a deep breath and glanced at the adjutant beside him. Report to the superiors. The situation regarding the Qin family is exceptional. We cannot allow Qin Mingyue to leave the ancestral home. Soldiers should be stationed nearby to guard this place. Also, relay the unusual occurrences here. Request experts to come and investigate the situation. Having issued the command, he swiftly followed Qin Mingyue to the courtyard of the ancestral home to examine the sealed-off gardens. At that moment, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Despite being a seasoned veteran, he felt a sense of pilgrimage stirring within him. Qin Mingyue, I assure you that I will not allow foreign malefactors to exploit you to threaten your brother. I will ensure your safety and the security of the Qin family's ancestral home. General Chen Xing gazed solemnly at Qin Mingyue, making a serious vow. In his eyes, she was no longer just a country girl, but rather the heir to a loyal and valiant lineage. Should Qin Changkong encounter any misfortune, she would represent the very backbone of the Dragon Kingdom and its last legacy. Such a fate must be averted. On that very day, the Dragon Kingdom deployed a substantial military presence in Qin Family Village, commencing the construction of temporary encampments to safeguard the ancestral home. A multitude of researchers arrived, utilizing advanced instruments to observe the old residence and investigate the peculiar forces surrounding the sealed courtyards. Meanwhile, within the realm of terror, the numerous strange entities associated with the Qin family seemed to sense something amiss, stirring into motion. Unbeknownst to all this, Qin Changkong was immersed in his duties. After a day filled with activity, the number of patients he attended to continued to rise, and treatments became increasingly efficient. He had just seen off his 5th patient and was now awaiting the 6th in the consultation room. In contrast, competitors from other nations were still grappling with the 3rd stage, straining to contend with the formidable ailments of bizarre entities. Chapter 16. Racking one's brain to frustrate Qin Changkong. With such a significant lead, are we not assured of victory this time? This game holds great promise for triumph. The fastest from the Bear Nation has only just reached the 3rd level, having recently discovered a method of treatment. Only a select few have encountered patients at this stage. That Ichiro Kagawa from the Sakura Nation has only just acquired a new treatment plan from another country, yet he has squandered far too much time. We must not underestimate other nations. They share knowledge and may very well catch up. It is highly improbable. Qin Chong Kong has already treated 5 patients, leaving the competition far behind. With such a considerable advantage, how could he possibly lose? My only fear is encountering a ferocious entity that could lead to his demise. In a horror game, the death of a contestant is the most direct cause of failure. In the Dragon Nation's live stream, countless comments flooded the screen. Some rejoiced at Qin Chong Kong's lead, while others fretted over the possibility of him being directly harmed by a formidable entity, jeopardizing his hard-earned progress. In the realm of horror games, losing 1 or 2 matches is tolerable. However, being killed by an entity is the most devastating outcome. Regrettably, within the terrifying world, the majority of these entities operate in ways that are inscrutable, and their power is formidable. Unless one has undergone numerous horror games, significantly enhancing their capabilities, the strength of humanity pales in comparison to that of these entities. Thus, each time a national survival game commences, the mortality rate among contestants during the initial horror game is the highest, as the participants are merely ordinary humans. Many citizens of the Dragon Nation are concerned for Qin Chong Kong, fearing that he may inadvertently offend a powerful entity at a critical moment, leading to his downfall. In the terrifying world, Qin Chong Kong reclines in his chair, patiently awaiting the 6th patient. Behind him, for arms, both long and short, hang, still dripping with blood. These were severed from previous patients afflicted by entities. Nearby, a jar containing eyes, taken from a bone-devouring demon, sits ominously. No one knows why Qin Chong Kong chooses to keep these remnants. Perhaps these parts of the entities may prove useful. As he surveys the eyes and arms, he contemplates his current situation. My greatest trump card at present is the ring of certification bestowed upon me by my mother. With this ring, entities from my mother-esque faction cannot harm me, and the entire bizarre hospital is her territory. Moreover, the ring possesses a unique effect of blood rebirth. No one can slay me within this peculiar hospital. Here, I need not worry about my safety and can freely pursue my desires. In facing those bizarre patients, I can boldly experiment without fear of making mistakes or suffering psychological pressure. Others must tread cautiously, fearful of provoking the patients and concerned for their own lives. This is my greatest advantage. Qin Chong Kong glanced once more at the table beside him. Upon a layer of gauze lay a golden scalpel, a white scarf, and a silver long needle. These items were collected as unique fees from previous patients. Such instruments would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the forthcoming treatments. The scalpel, designed for dismembering the undead, served as the most suitable surgical tool. The scarf possessed the ability to gradually mend the wounds of the soul, defend against spiritual assaults, and instill a sense of calm in the wearer. It offered not only my own soul protection, but also acted as a tranquilizer to soothe the peculiar patients. The newly acquired needle could stitch various openings in the human body, serving as a tool for healing my own injuries or in confrontations, sewing shut an enemy's eyes, nose, or mouth. It would also be instrumental in suturing surgical wounds during patient consultations. With these implements at my disposal, I felt assured that no forthcoming patient would pose a challenge. The initial phase of this harrowing game should pass without incident. I pondered what bizarre and extraordinary patients I might encounter next, and what formidable tools I might acquire. With this thought, a smile graced Qin Chong Kong's face. Rather than fearing these patients, he eagerly anticipated their arrival. This unwavering confidence set him apart from contestants from other nations. A series of knocks disrupted Qin Chong Kong's contemplation. He looked up to see the door to the consultation room had been cracked open. A beautiful woman peeked in, nervously inquiring, "Is this the consultation room?" Nodding, he welcomed her inside. As the door swung wide, the stunning yet eerie figure entered the room. The sight startled all viewers in the live stream. The patient's upper body bore a human form, adorned with heavy makeup and fiery red lips, exuding extraordinary beauty. Yet beneath her shoulders, two grotesque hands emerged, one of which was missing its forearm. Blood seeped between her fingers as she pressed down on the wound. This bizarre scene sent a shiver through the audience. The ensuing spectacle was even more unsettling. The patient's lower half was that of a spider, complete with 4 legs and a massive abdomen, awkwardly maneuvering into the consultation room. The elongated limbs and writhing abdomen, covered in fine spider hairs, left the viewers in shock. What in the world is this? So revolting, it's frightening. How can her upper body be so beautiful while her lower half is so grotesque? My sanity points have plummeted. The audience gasped in terror. However, Qin Shan Kong remained unfazed, assessing his patient from head to toe. His gaze finally settled on her severed hand. "Please, introduce your condition," he said calmly. "Doctor, I am a spider demon. During a previous battle with other entities, my left forearm was severed," she replied. "I find myself in a state of disarray, struggling with mobility and hindered in combat. I earnestly hope that the doctor can mend the injuries to my arm," lamented the spider demon, covering its left hand, an image of pitiful vulnerability. Qin Shan Kong furrowed his brow slightly. Such words were as good as silence. He stepped forward, undeterred by the menacing lower half of the spider demon, and grasped its hand, scrutinizing it intently as he swiftly contemplated a treatment plan. Observing from behind, the hospital director pondered for a moment before offering a cautionary note. Many terrifying entities in this world bear a resemblance to various ordinary creatures, retaining certain shared characteristics to varying degrees. Upon hearing the director's suggestion, Qin Shan Kong glanced back and nodded, turning his thoughts to the biological traits of spiders. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Lighthouse Nation, within a high-level conference room, officials expressed their alarm. The Dragon Kingdom's Qin Shan Kong is far ahead. We must prevent him from continuing his treatment of the patients. Damn it, the director has provided a hint. Given the previous circumstances, Qin Shan Kong will soon discover a way to break the deadlock. Why is our instructor so ruthless while his is so dependable? A scientist reported that spiders possess the ability to shed their exoskeletons and regenerate lost limbs. This challenge is far too simplistic. We must devise a means to obstruct his treatment of the patients. Utilize the forbidden items retained from previous games. We need to disrupt him. Quickly. Contact the nations of Sakura, the Stick Nation, and Asan. We must halt Qin Shan Kong. He is far too advanced. At all costs. Hurry. Chapter 17. The Agency of the Lighthouse Nation. The treatment plan is sabotaged. In a high-level conference room of the Lighthouse Nation, numerous leaders furrowed their brows, racking their brains to devise strategies against Qin Shan Kong. His remarkable performance had captured the attention of all nations. As direct competitors, the Lighthouse Nation, the Stick Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Bear Nation commenced their investigations into him, seeking every possible means to counterbalance his influence. This marked the first stage of the National Fortune Horror game, where competitors from various nations were not in the same arena. We had no means to directly intervene in the course of the game. However, in the previous National Fortune battle, our participants had endured significantly longer, and we possessed the most forbidden items. Among the forbidden artifacts currently in our possession, was there anything that could potentially impact Qin Shan Kong? Vice President Carl Van Bort furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation while inquiring. The forbidden items, akin to the golden dagger, white headscarf, and sewing needle wielded by Qin Shan Kong, were all tools within the horror game. These items varied in strength and utility, with some possessing special effects that might influence the game from the outside. Your Excellency, although we possess a multitude of forbidden items, there are no formidable artifacts capable of directly crossing dimensions to eliminate Qin Shan Kong. After all, in the previous games, most participants from various nations did not venture far, and the equipment they could retrieve was not particularly potent. Some voiced their dissent, believing that Vice President Carl intended to eliminate Qin Shan Kong from the outside. We need not directly eliminate Qin Shan Kong. It suffices to interfere with his gameplay from the outside, thereby hindering his progress. For instance, if he is currently aiding the spider demon and is on the verge of discovering a solution, is there any way we can disrupt him and prevent his treatment? Vice President Carl inquired once more. Your Excellency, among the forbidden items we possess, There exists nothing that can directly influence the game. However, perhaps within the Five Eyes Alliance, there are nations that retain such artifacts. Should we seek to requisition them? Upon hearing this, Vice President Carl immediately slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Let it be so. The national fortune game is of utmost importance. If we can obstruct Qin Changkong's progress, we must do so at any cost." He issued the command, and the numerous staff members in the office promptly began contacting the allies of the Five Eyes Alliance. The so-called Five Eyes Alliance refers to an intelligence-sharing coalition of 5 English-speaking nations, also functioning as a joint operational alliance. These nations are led by the Lighthouse Nation, followed by the Great Yun Empire, the Goose Nation, Down Under, and Old Zealand. All are formidable countries on Blue Star. Although there are tensions among them, they have historically stood united in the face of nations like the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation. When it comes to national fortune, no country would be negligent. Soon, the Five Eyes Alliance commenced its obstruction operations against Qin Changkong. Your Excellency, the Goose Nation possesses a forbidden item known as the Gluttonous Curse Altar. By offering a sacrifice of 500 pounds of various grains, one can unleash the power of a curse, significantly diminishing the appetite of a chosen target. This could be employed to disrupt Qin Changkong's progress in the game. Within 5 minutes, someone had compiled a list of taboo items from the Five Eyes Alliance, filtering through to identify those capable of interfering with Qin Changkong's gameplay, and reported to Vice President Carl. Diminishing appetite? How could this possibly be used to disrupt Qin Changkong? Upon hearing the report, Vice President Carl paused momentarily before responding with a question. The report indicated that experts had analyzed the information provided by the hospital director, concluding that the spider demon Qin Changkong encountered in this round was quite amenable to healing. The spider possesses the ability to molt and regenerate after losing limbs. It can regrow them by molting several times. The spider demon has inherited this ability. Experts speculated that if sufficient sustenance were provided to the spider demon, and if it were artificially encouraged to molt, it could heal its severed limbs. After multiple molts, the spider demon's lost limbs should fully regenerate. However, by employing the Hunger Curse Altar, we could transcend realms and impose a curse on the spider demon. This would prevent Qin Changkong from facilitating the demon's regeneration, significantly hindering his progress. Upon hearing the expert's explanation, Vice President Carl decisively declared, "Let us proceed with this plan." The Five Eyes Alliance swiftly mobilized. The curse altar was activated, and a mysterious force transcended time and space, descending upon the realm of horror. In the realm of horror, within the director's consultation room, Qin Changkong had also devised a method for the spider demon. Based on the characteristics of your kind, you simply need to consume more food to build up strength and then molt. After several molts, your severed limb should regenerate. After thoroughly understanding the spider demon's abilities, Qin Changkong proposed a treatment plan. The spider demon, covering its severed arm with both hands, looked at him warily, hesitating to agree. "What? Are you unwilling to accept treatment?" Qin Changkong inquired, furrowing his brow. "Doctor, during the molting process, we are at our most vulnerable. Typically, to grow through molting, we choose a safe place. This time, I have made no preparations, neither seeking food nor establishing a safe environment. You asked me to molt consecutively. I cannot do it. I beseech you, please consider another solution." The spider demon turned its beautiful face towards Qin Changkong, one hand covering its left severed arm, while the other 2 hands were clasped together in a gesture of supplication. Despite the terrifying lower half, it appeared quite pitiful in this posture. Yet, Qin Changkong remained unmoved, about to refuse, when suddenly a surge of black energy materialized in the air. As soon as the energy appeared, it rapidly enveloped the spider demon. Instinctively sensing danger, the spider demon let out a piercing scream. Suddenly, 3 additional pairs of eyes sprouted on its beautiful face. 8 eyes gazed in various directions, warily surveying their surroundings. Lowering its body, the creature assumed a combative stance, its abdomen exuding white silk in an attempt to obstruct the oncoming dark current. Yet, the black stream moved with such swiftness that it easily breached the web defenses, merging directly with the body of the spider demon. This abrupt turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Even the most formidable Dean failed to react in time. The spider demon cautiously retreated to a corner, scrutinizing its environment. The 8 eerie eyes brimmed with malice, emanating hostility towards all present. Kong furrowed his brow, disregarding the spider demon's animosity, and inquired, "Do you know what that current was just now? What do you feel after being struck by it?" The spider demon cautiously assessed him for a moment, and upon sensing no imminent threat from him, it relaxed slightly and responded, "I have no idea what that was. However, I now feel a great fullness in my abdomen, as if I have consumed an excessive amount of food." Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream remained unresponsive, but Kong's brow arched in realization. It dawned on him that someone was attempting to delay his progress. Someone was interfering with his game. That current had come to prevent him from healing the spider demon. Chapter 18. Astonishment in the Lighthouse Nation. Have they devised a solution so swiftly? Kong furrowed his brow, articulating his judgment. It dawned upon me that there are those targeting me. The recent black stream could induce a sense of satiety, thereby hindering your ability to consume more sustenance, preventing your molt. Consequently, your severed limbs would remain unhealed. I remain in the dark as to whose handiwork this is, capable of directly interfering with the progression of the horror game. Kong elucidated his thoughts and began to pace slowly within the consultation room. He was unwilling to squander any precious time and immediately commenced contemplating a resolution. The spider demon, now visibly enraged, had shed her previous appearance of pitiable vulnerability. Brandishing her forearms, she bellowed, "Who dares to disrupt me? Do not let me uncover their identity." The audience in Longwa's live-streaming room also grasped the gravity of the situation. Clearly, there was a concerted effort against Longwa, against Kong. Who is this impertinent individual, devoid of any sense? This deliberate interference is hindering Kong's progress in the game. It is evident, without a doubt, that it must be the Lighthouse Nation or similar entities. With Kong delayed, our Longwa cannot seize the lead, thereby allowing them the prospect of triumphing in this horror game and reaping the utmost rewards. Yet, the question remains, how did the Lighthouse Nation manage this? This is a horror game. Could it truly be that someone could disrupt the horror realm from the real world? Is it possible that I am mistaken, and it is the spider demon who has offended someone, prompting her adversaries to sabotage her during her visit for treatment? The ordinary populace of Longwa lacks profound knowledge regarding forbidden artifacts. They cannot fathom how nations like the Lighthouse Nation could meddle in Kong's affairs. To them, that recent black stream may very well have been unleashed by the spider demon's enemies. Conversely, the high-ranking officials of Longwa possessed a far more comprehensive understanding of the horror realm and the nature of forbidden items than the general populace. In the highest strategic meeting room of Longwa, a chorus of furious voices echoed throughout the office. Outrageous! This must be the effect of a forbidden artifact. Someone is interfering with Kong's game progress from the outside. According to the intelligence received, the Five Eyes Alliance was currently probing their own stock of forbidden items, undoubtedly implicated in this scheme. Investigate. We must urgently uncover their methods and find a way to assist Kong. Simultaneously, we must devise a countermeasure. The high-ranking officials of Longwa seethed with indignation at the insidious tactics of the shadowy figures behind the scenes. Yet, their primary concern was to aid Kong, rectify the current predicament, and fulfill their mission. Meanwhile, within the high-level conference room of the Lighthouse Nation, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha! Indeed, it is effective. There exists but this singular method to treat the spider demon. Now that Kong is bogged down at the 5th level, it is our opportune moment to overtake him. Quickly, quickly! The jubilant laughter of Vice President Carl reverberated throughout the office, while the other attendees exhaled with relief, engaging in animated discussions. The time to surpass has arrived. We must ensure that Marshall secures first place in this game. Indeed, in each thrilling game instance, the first player to conquer the challenges will be bestowed with the utmost reward, a prize of paramount significance. Should our contestant triumph in this game, securing the finest reward, it would undoubtedly benefit all subsequent thrilling games, granting them a remarkable advantage. Qin Chang Kong currently leads the pack, and his prior experience in treating other patients proves advantageous for our contestant. Our team of experts is diligently analyzing this. We shall soon catch up to him. This time, we, the Lighthouse Nation, are determined to claim victory. The Lighthouse Nation, believing they have eliminated their greatest rival in this game, heaved a collective sigh of relief. They began to investigate the circumstances surrounding contestants from other nations, gathering data and analyzing intelligence, hoping to utilize this information to assist contestant Marshall in treating patients. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Chang Kong remains oblivious to the external circumstances. He leisurely paced within the consultation room, surveying everything around him, seeking usable items, pondering methods to break the impasse. He was resolute in not wanting to be trapped in the fifth stage. Before long, his gaze drifted over the golden knife of the corpse sewing creature, across the eerie sewing needle, and finally to the preserved, peculiar arms. A new treatment concept began to take shape in his mind. I have conceived a new treatment plan, but it requires your complete cooperation. Qin Chang Kong beamed, addressing the spider demon. Have you devised a new treatment plan so swiftly? The hospital director exclaimed, astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief at Qin Chang Kong. A new treatment plan? How will it work? The spider demon paused, gazing at him with skepticism. Since you cannot undergo a shedding rebirth, I shall simply attach new arms for you. Qin Chang Kong replied with a smile, moving towards his collection of tools. He first pointed to the peculiar arms he had previously severed from patients, explaining with a grin, these arms are surplus limbs I harvested from earlier patients. We shall sew them onto your body. The spider demon's eyes widened as she scrutinized the arms and then her own limbs. How do you intend to attach these arms to me? If it is merely a matter of adhesion, I will be unable to control them at all, she inquired, perplexed. Thus, I have prepared additional tools. This sewing needle can stitch those arms onto your body. Qin Chang Kong continued before the spider demon could pose further questions, gesturing towards the golden knife of the corpse sewing creature. This knife can trim the arms to match the shape of your own, and this scarf will help to calm you, alleviating your pain. Of course, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I will need to bind you. Qin Chang Kong succinctly outlined his treatment plan. The director's mouth fell open wider and wider. She could hardly believe that Qin Chang Kong had indeed devised a plausible treatment plan in such a brief span of time. Even more astonishing was the realization that the severed limbs he had previously set aside could truly be of use. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room was filled with excitement. Just moments ago, they sensed a looming crisis, but unexpectedly, Qin Chang Kong swiftly devised a solution. In the examination room, the spider demon clenched her teeth, contemplated for a moment, and consented to the treatment plan. Having severed one of her hands, her combat prowess had significantly diminished. She needed to enhance her strength promptly, for the terrifying world was exceedingly perilous. Just as Qin Chang Kong restrained the spider demon and commenced the surgery, within the vast headquarters of the Eerie medical sect, sprawling over thousands of acres, a middle-aged woman clad in a white coat opened her eyes. How audacious it is for someone to scheme against Chang Kong on my territory. Has she truly underestimated my authority? Upon uttering these words, she raised her hand and waved it in the air. A flash of red light appeared and then abruptly vanished. Simultaneously, within a grand castle in the Great Goose University, the altar of the gluttonous curse, recently employed, abruptly shattered. Heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the castle. It is over. The altar has cracked. Chapter 19. The Spider Demon's Special Gratitude. The Art of Creation. Damn it. Why has the altar of the gluttony curse been shattered? Each forbidden item is increasingly rare and valuable, and one that can cross into the terrifying realm is of utmost importance. To have it destroyed, like this, is a significant loss. We are now deprived of an asset that could threaten competitors from other nations. This loss must be compensated by the Lighthouse Nation. Were it not for them, we would not have resorted to using this treasure. Investigate immediately to see if the Dragon Kingdom has employed their forbidden items. We must retaliate in kind. The shattering of the gluttony curse altar has incited great fury among the officials of the Goose Empire. Forbidden items possess a variety of unique effects, and when utilized correctly, they can yield remarkable results in horror games. If we could curse an enemy competitor while they are ensnared, rendering them unable to consume any food, leading them to starve, it would undoubtedly grant our participants a significant advantage. Now that this invaluable altar lies in ruins, the authorities of Goose Empire are distraught. They hastily reach out to all allies within the Five Eyes Alliance, demanding a shared compensation for the loss, while simultaneously dispatching individuals to investigate the cause of the altar's destruction. Current suspicions point directly at the Dragon Kingdom. Unbeknownst to Qin Chong Kong, the situation outside is dire. At this moment, he has bound the spider demon to a hospital bed, securing her with metallic chains. Grasping one of her severed arms with one hand, he wields a golden knife in the other, meticulously carving into the severed limb. He carefully removes the skin and excess flesh, shaping the stout fingers into elongated forms. His model for this transformation is none other than the spider demon's other left hand. With a grave expression, Qin Chong Kong continues to modify the severed arm, ensuring it increasingly resembles the form of the spider demon's left hand. This method may be applicable for mending the grotesque entity. It would be utterly unsuitable for a human. The nerves and blood vessels would never align. The atmosphere in the room has grown exceedingly strange. After half an hour, Qin Chong Kong exhales deeply, lifting his gaze to meet the anxious eyes of the spider demon. With a smile, he announces, "The arm has been sculpted. Now, all that remains is to stitch it onto your body. It should be fine. It may hurt a bit, so bear with it." Without allowing the spider demon a moment to react, he raises the golden knife and begins to trim the edges of her severed arm, aiming to make the wound neat and even. Aya! The spider demon can no longer contain her agony, letting out a piercing scream. The 6 hidden eyes on her face reveal themselves, wide open in distress. Yet Qin Chong Kong remains unfazed. Once the wound is sufficiently leveled, he takes the prepared arm and aligns it with the injury. He then picks up a silver needle, ready to stitch the arm back together. Doctor, you said that the white headscarf would help me calm down and lessen the pain. Could you please let me use it?" The spider demon, writhing in pain, pleads desperately. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter, she merely wished to endure a modicum of pain. To onlookers, it became momentarily difficult to discern who among her and Qin Chong Kong was the anomaly and who was human. Qin Chong Kong turned to gaze at the white headscarf, slightly embarrassed, and shook his head. "I apologize. In my haste, I overlooked this matter." He then turned to retrieve the white headscarf. Forgotten? The spider demon felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet, the pain radiating from her arm and the inexplicable fear towards the human before her stifled any thoughts of blame. She could only plead, "Doctor, please hasten and give me the headscarf. The pain is unbearable." Before she could finish her plea, the white headscarf was draped over her head. A refreshing sensation emanated from the fabric, and in that instant, her mental will seem to separate from her corporeal form. Although the pain still lingered, she felt as though she had become an observer, detached from her body, witnessing its transformation and watching Qin Chong Kong's treatment unfold. The spider demon exhaled in relief. "Thank you, doctor." Seeing her regain her composure, Qin Chong Kong did not respond. Instead, he picked up a sewing needle and began to stitch her arm. During the procedure, the spider demon gritted her teeth, refraining from any distractions. The hospital director stood cautiously beside them, assisting with care. Qin Chong Kong had evidently become the focal point of the treatment room, commanding authority without question. His demeanor was strikingly different from that of other candidates from various nations. The audience in the live stream chat erupted with excitement. Incredible. He stands there, and the 2 anomalies beside him obey his commands. Such presence. He surpasses the competitors from other countries. Haha, I just saw Ichiro Tokugawa from Sakura Nation attempt to imitate Qin Chong Kong's treatment, but he failed miserably and was beaten by a bone-eating demon. Both his hands and feet were devoured. I can't stop laughing. To be fair, these anomalies are truly brutal and terrifying. Had it not been for Qin Chong Kong's prowess, I genuinely believe we would have been in dire straits. No worries. At least it seems his abilities are formidable. We are secure for now. While the audience from Long Nation reveled in excitement and encouragement, Qin Chong Kong had already reattached the spider demon's severed arm. He stepped back and removed his mask. All right, try to move your fingers. Taking a deep breath, he spoke calmly. The spider demon turned to look at her newly restored left hand, her mind focused, controlling her arm. Her fingers flexed nimbly, moving with effortless precision, as if they had always belonged to her. It's truly healed. My severed arm is rejoined. My combat strength has returned. The spider demon joyfully waved her forearms, reveling in the resurgence of her prowess. The hospital director turned to Qin Chong Kong, pondering in astonishment. What a prodigy! In the face of adversity, he has conceived an innovative solution. How can a mere human, seemingly ignorant of these anomalies, possess such a creative mind to devise such an outrageous treatment plan? What an extraordinary being he is. What relevance does this have with the upper echelons of my enigmatic medical faction? Qin Chong Kong disregarded the dean's presence, instead directing his gaze towards the spider demon. He raised the golden dagger in his hand and declared, "Since your ailment has been cured, it is time for you to settle the diagnostic fee. Your condition was far from simple, and the interference from others necessitated considerable effort on my part. I trust that your payment will meet my expectations." Qin Chong Kong persistently demanded his fee, undeterred by the surroundings. The golden dagger, sewing needle, and headscarf had already afforded him a taste of success. The impending macabre game promised peril beyond measure, and he recognized the imperative to fortify his own strength at home. He would not overlook any opportunity for enhancement. "Doctor, I possess a unique tome of skills that may prove beneficial to you. This skill is known as the art of creation, a technique for mastering the arcane entities, and it is the sole skill I have that can be imparted to humanity." The spider demon, observing the dagger in Qin Chong Kong's grasp and the metallic chains binding it, dared not be negligent and hastily provided the requested diagnostic fee. Chapter 20. The Advancement of Livestock Creation Technique, the Art of Transformation. Is this not akin to the sheep blade? Livestock Création Technique? What manner of skill is this? Qin Chong Kong did not immediately relinquish the spider demon, but rather continued to inquire about the intricacies of the skill. The spider demon glanced once more at the golden dagger, recalling the pain that had radiated from its arm, and swallowed hard. It appeared that unless this doctor was satisfied, it would not be released. The spider demon promptly recollected the characteristics of the livestock creation technique and began to elucidate. As its name suggests, the livestock creation technique is a skill that enables one to transform humans or strange entities into livestock. By merely stripping the hides from cattle, sheep, or pigs, and wrapping them around a human or strange entity, one can transmute them into corresponding livestock. In certain specific circumstances, this skill can produce food or serve as bait. Upon hearing this explanation, Qin Chong Kong frowned in distaste. The skill seemed rather superfluous and exceedingly bizarre. To effectuate its power, one must envelop an enemy in the hides of livestock. If one is capable of wrapping an enemy in livestock hides, it implies that the enemy is already at one's mercy. What, then, is the utility of this livestock creation technique? Furthermore, transforming an enemy into cattle or sheep to produce food is nonsensical. Should the enemy's original form be human or a strange entity, one would be loath to consume the resulting livestock. Seemingly sensing Qin Chong Kong's dissatisfaction, the spider demon hastily interjected, "Doctor," in the realm of terror. The power of skills far surpasses that of items. Every skill is precious. Moreover, the livestock creation technique can, under certain conditions, be upgraded to the art of transformation. This advanced skill allows one to transform enemies into livestock from a distance, which is immensely advantageous in combat. Though I'm unaware of the conditions for upgrading, I have heard that Duke Goat possesses the means to enhance the livestock creation technique. I am willing to seek him out for you." The spider demon, fearful of being further detained, hurried to explain. "Duke Goat? Who is that?" Qin Chong Kong inquired with a furrowed brow. "He is a formidable, strange entity in the realm of terror, yet he is not bloodthirsty. He merely guards his ancient goat castle and seldom ventures out." The spider demon quickly responded. Qin Chong Kong's brow furrowed slightly, intrigued. While the livestock creation technique appeared to hold little merit, the prospect of the art of transformation, which could transmute enemies into livestock from afar, piqued his interest. This concept was reminiscent of the sheep blade in the MOBA game Dota, which can transform enemy units into harmless creatures, rendering them vulnerable. A well-known adage in Dota states, no matter how skilled one is, one fears the sheep blade. If the livestock creation technique could indeed be upgraded, it would be a commendable reward, marking the first skill he had acquired. With this thought in mind, Qin Chang Kong turned to the spider demon and nodded. In that case, present me with the skill book for the livestock creation technique. The spider demon promptly opened its mouth, which elongated to an extraordinary size, eventually splitting open to reveal an object wrapped in leather. This contains the skill book for the livestock creation technique, the spider demon proclaimed. The expression on Qin Chang Kong's face remained unchanged as he deftly sliced open the leather, revealing a skill book within. Item name: Skill Book of Animal Husbandry. Item effect: by utilizing this item, one can directly acquire the skill of animal husbandry. Skill description: the skill of animal husbandry allows one to envelop enemies in the hides of livestock, transforming them into corresponding animals. Indeed, it was a skill book. Without hesitation, Qin Chang Kong activated the skill. A beam of black light emanated from the book and surged into his forehead. Suddenly, a character panel materialized before him. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Animal Husbandry. Upon seeing the notification, Qin Chang Kong nodded and approached the bed, unshackling the chains. The spider demon, having regained her freedom and reformed her severed limb, immediately became exuberant. Now, Ariax shall not dare to claim my territory. With a fierce cry, she could no longer remain in the examination room, bidding farewell before hastily departing, as if something dreadful lurked in the vicinity. Observing this scene, the audience from Longhua erupted in delight. How astute Qin Chang Kong was. Each time he healed a patient, he demanded an extra fee, amassing such valuable treasures even before emerging from the first game. I wonder why participants from other nations have not adopted similar strategies. How could they? Have you seen how timid the competitors from other nations are? They are terrified by those eerie entities and do not dare to ask for any rewards. Indeed, those participants are hesitant, struggling to heal even a single patient, whereas only a doctor like Qin Chang Kong, who can cure ailments in mere moments, would have the audacity to request additional fees. The audience from Longhua was jubilant, feeling as though they had drawn a winning lottery ticket. This game was bound to be a success, as Qin Chang Kong galloped far ahead of his competitors, attracting a multitude of spectators from other nations. Consequently, the livestream chat was flooded with dissenting comments. Were it not for Qin Chang Kong's exceptional treatment, with the hospital director personally serving as his mentor, how could he navigate so effortlessly? Indeed, our country's participants face undue challenges from their mentors, while only Qin Chang Kong is free to focus on healing. This is unjust. Moreover, the director assists the participants from Longhua, and her status as director instills fear in the other eerie entities, preventing them from acting out. Longhua must possess certain means to influence the rules of this horror game. Otherwise, how could they receive such preferential treatment? I propose that Longhua relinquish their advantages. Yes, Longhua should disclose their methods that influence the rules of this horror game. This would benefit all of humanity. Upon witnessing these comments, the audience from Longhua felt displeased and immediately engaged in a quarrel with foreign viewers in the livestream. In stark contrast to the jubilant audience of Longhua, the viewers from the Lighthouse Nation and Sakura Nation were mired in gloom. In the high-level conference room of the Lighthouse Nation, frustrations boiled over. Damn it. Qin Chang Kong has actually devised a new treatment plan. The altar over at the Geta has cracked, and we have already lost $1 million. Such a hefty price. And he remains unharmed. The root of the problem lay in Qin Chang Kong's plethora of items: golden daggers, silver needles, and headscarves, each a forbidden object. While others struggled to obtain these items, he astonishingly managed to subdue those patients and secure these additional rewards, which is utterly outrageous. What means remained to suppress him? Within the office, discussions erupted. Vice President Carl furrowed his brow, perturbed by the chatter of his subordinates. He observed that his nation's marshal was still stalled at the third patient, while the competitor from Long Country, Qin Chang Kong, was already poised to treat the fifth patient. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and remarked, "It appears that we shall not prevail against Long Country in this first round." Fortunately, This round of the game consists of separate assessments for each nation, rather than direct confrontation. Even if Long Country emerges victorious, it will not adversely affect our competitors. Once this round concludes, the real competition will commence. The others in the conference room exchanged glances, gradually ceasing their quarrels. He was right. Losing this round is inconsequential. The forthcoming games are of paramount importance. In this initial round, no one knows who their nation's competitors are in relation to others. However, when the second round begins, the situation will shift. All competitors' information will be laid bare. They will encounter traps set by rival nations, yet they will also receive robust support from their own country. And we, the Lighthouse Nation, possess not only the finest resources, but also the most formidable military. The upcoming battles are merely the beginning. Chapter 21. Victory Within Reach. The Last Patient. The situation has become quite clear. Qin Kong is leading decisively in the first round of the game. Despite the underhanded tactics employed by the Lighthouse Nation, they are unable to impede his progress and can only wait until the conclusion of this thrilling round to devise a strategy against him. Observing this scenario, representatives from various countries have begun to investigate Qin Kong's background. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, the head of the intelligence gathering department is reporting on the findings regarding Qin Kong. He is a recent university graduate, lacking any specialized background, yet possesses remarkable psychological resilience, remaining composed in the face of monstrosities. The specific reasons for this resilience remain elusive, but it can be attributed to his innate calm demeanor and unflinching attitude towards death. Furthermore, he is an orphan, living with his sister, Qin Mingwei. His father, a firefighter, and his mother, a physician, both perished in recent years. Beyond this point, the information trail runs cold. We suspect that the Dragon Nation has intervened to erase Qin Kong's records. Presently, aside from his household registration and academic records, we are unable to uncover any further details. Instead, multiple versions of fabricated information have emerged, accompanied by a plethora of erroneous online narratives regarding his parents' professions. With more than a dozen conflicting accounts, fortunately, we acted swiftly, gathering intelligence before the information became obscured. Upon hearing the report, the Prime Minister of the Cherry Blossom Nation furrowed his brow in displeasure. After all this, only basic information has been uncovered, which is of no practical value. Furthermore, it seems as though the report is merely an attempt to claim credit. Is there no other information that could directly influence his performance in the thrilling game? The intelligence officer appeared anxious, bowing respectfully in apology. Prime Minister, it is our failure. I am truly sorry. My sincerest apologies. He bowed deeply, nearly bending to a 90-degree angle. The Prime Minister, witnessing this display, felt a mix of irritation and frustration over the inefficacy of the officer, unsure of what to say. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, bowing in apology is second only to the act of kneeling in humility in the workplace, emphasizing a sincere attitude. I acknowledge my mistake, yet I shall not amend my ways. I erred, but I shall dare again. This spirit of craftsmanship is a long-standing tradition in the Cherry Blossom Nation. Get out. Spare no effort in uncovering more information. If our intelligence department lacks the strength, then we shall collaborate with the Lighthouse Nation, the Great Ying Empire, and others to investigate together. We must identify Qin Kong's weaknesses and discover exploitable avenues to suppress him. If you cannot find useful information before the next round of the game begins, you need not return. The Prime Minister of the Cherry Blossom Nation thundered in fury. The head of the intelligence gathering department nodded repeatedly and hastily exited. The atmosphere in the office was stifling, not merely due to the Prime Minister's fury, but also as a result of the underwhelming performance of Ichiro Tokugawa from the land of cherry blossoms, who finds himself ensnared in the third stage, progressing at the slowest pace. This predicament stems from his attempt to emulate the healing methods of Qin Kong, which squandered an inordinate amount of time, culminating in a furious patient delivering a severe beating, leaving him considerably injured. The Prime Minister surveyed the room, and those who met his gaze promptly lowered their heads. He sighed deeply and proclaimed, "Esteemed colleagues, it is imperative that we remember, this horror game is intertwined with the fate of our nation. We must never let our guard down. The current situation is unequivocal. the lead of Dragon Nation's Qin Shang Kong is, for the time being, insurmountable. We must adapt our strategy, drawing inspiration from his experiences as well as those of competitors from other nations, to assist our own Ichiro Tokugawa. We must prioritize ensuring the game proceeds smoothly. Even if Ichiro Tokugawa cannot complete the challenge in record time or secure special rewards, we must at least enable him to finish his tasks without penalty. For should he be punished under the rules of the National Fate Game, the entirety of our land of cherry blossoms would suffer alongside him. Within the office, the elite members of the land of cherry blossoms responded with a resounding agreement. Such occurrences were mirrored across various nations. Qin Shang Kong had become a focal point of observation. Other countries, possessing one or two opportunities for hints, yearned to glean insights from Qin Shang Kong's experiences to aid their competitors in progressing through the game. As the game unfolded, numerous participants had begun to compile a wealth of experience, exhibiting increasing composure. An ever-growing number of patients were being treated successfully. However, despite their tireless efforts, they remained unable to catch up to Qin Shang Kong's pace. While the majority of competitors were still struggling with the fourth patient, the fastest among them had only just engaged with the sixth, whereas Qin Shang Kong had already dispatched the ninth patient. This indicated that with the treatment of the final patient, he would complete the horror game task and achieve a safe passage. In the consultation room, Qin Shang Kong reclined in his chair, eyes closed in contemplation, awaiting the final patient. Behind him, an array of peculiar and bizarre components adorned the walls. A jar brimming with eyeballs, suspended arms, and enormous crab claws, alongside vast slabs of pigskin. Before him, in addition to a golden scalpel, sewing needle, and white headscarf, lay a golden coin, a tool to discern the lies of others, provided their level did not surpass his own. The additional items in the consultation room were a result of his previous patients, yielding extra remuneration. Bang, bang, bang. An abrupt and forceful knocking resonated through the air, followed by the sound of the door being thrust open. Qin Shang Kong opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the entrance of the consultation room, pondering the apparent agitation of the incoming patient. The door was violently pushed ajar, revealing a humanoid entity exceeding 2 meters in height, hurriedly entering the room. With each step, the skin upon its body fissured and cracked. The cracked skin desiccates, curls, and peels away at a visibly alarming rate, revealing the bloody flesh beneath. It appears extraordinarily eerie. "Doctor, my skin has been shedding incessantly. I need a new layer. Do you possess any suitable skin to offer me?" The patient exclaimed, scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Qin Shang Kong, his eyes brightened. His hurried footsteps faltered momentarily. "Doctor, you are remarkably handsome. Your skin looks exquisite. Would you be willing to part with it? After all, you are a physician. It is your duty to heal and save lives, is it not?" Chapter 22. "Doctor, I desire your skin." Qin Shang Kong raised an eyebrow, surveying the peculiar patient before him. The wretched creature's skin had become increasingly desiccated and fissured, with patches of it continually shedding, revealing the crimson veins and pallid flesh beneath. Its eyes bulged grotesquely, fixated upon him with an unwavering gaze, growing ever more sinister and terrifying. Despite the impending danger, Qin Shang Kong remained unfazed, scrutinizing the entity with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream grew anxious, horrified by the ghastly sight of the creature's peeling skin. Unlike previous entities that had awaited Qin Shang Kong's treatment, this one audaciously demanded his skin upon entry, exhibiting a brutal nature. What if it chose to act violently before he could respond? The final challenge loomed, and they feared he might perish here, his efforts rendered futile. The realm of horror games is fraught with peril. Many participants have met their demise at the hands of such creatures. Although Qin Shang Kong had previously surged ahead, gaining a substantial advantage, the sight of the savage entity and its cruel utterances instilled dread in the hearts of the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, who feared for his safety. Within the consultation room, Qin Shang Kong felt a sense of security, unconcerned that any ghost could harm him. "You have come to seek treatment. The course of action is mine to determine. Your words hold no weight. Introduce yourself and disclose your affliction." His composure was unwavering. The creature, taken aback, lifted its gaze. ceasing its examination of Qin Changkong's physique to focus on his face. Its forehead twitched involuntarily, as if frowning, yet the absence of skin obscured its brows, rendering the expression even more bizarre. Evidently, it was astonished by Qin Changkong's calm demeanor. Do not squander time. Hasten your introduction and articulate your condition. If you wish to forego treatment, then vacate the consultation room at once, allowing the next patient their opportunity. Qin Changkong was resolute, prepared to expel the creature should it linger any longer. Intriguing. Doctor, you exude confidence, the creature chuckled, its mouth slightly agape, tongue incessantly licking its lips, saliva pooling. After a few slurps, it continued. As you can see, I am a skinwalker. My expertise lies in stripping the skin from other humans to fashion it into my own guise, for I am devoid of skin myself, without the coverings of others. I find myself rather cold. The skinwalker appeared amused by its own jest, erupting into laughter. Qin Changkong regarded it with an air of disdain, akin to observing a fool. The skin you currently possess is parched and shedding. Thus, even if you were to adorn yourself with new skin, its longevity remains in question. You would need to perpetually replace it, would you not? He inquired, already contemplating what skin might suit the skinwalker. Doctor, you are astoundingly astute. No wonder I have taken a liking to you. Since you have grasped the situation, what do you think of my recent proposal? You possess striking good looks and remarkable skin. Why not consider parting with your skin for me? This could be a means of healing and saving lives, wouldn't it? I assure you, I shall treat your skin with the utmost care. I am willing to compensate you generously. Name your price, and I shall provide it. Alternatively, if you require something else, I am open to negotiation, as long as you are inclined to sell me your skin. The figure known as the Skin Demon reached into their garments, producing a thick stack of yellow paper money, attempting to persuade Qin Changkong. As Qin Changkong observed the Skin Demon approaching, their steps did not falter. Rather, they seemed intent on peeling off their own skin. Within their mother's domain, Qin Changkong harbored no fear for his safety. Instead, he was intrigued by the Skin Demon's intentions. Thus, he rose to his feet and approached the Skin Demon, stating, I find this proposition rather unseemly. The wear and tear on your skin would be excessive. Even if I were to give you my skin, it would soon be wasted. It would be wiser to exchange it for a larger quantity of skin that is not easily worn down. As he spoke, Qin Changkong gestured toward 2 large pig skins hanging in the examination room. This pig skin appears quite suitable. Would you consider swapping for that? You could even establish a breeding farm, raising more pigs, and each time you need a new skin, you could simply slaughter a pig to acquire it. Qin Changkong's jest seemed to incite the wrath of the Skin Demon. With eyes bulging, the Skin Demon roared and lunged forward. How dare you insult me? Do you wish for me to become a pig? As punishment, I shall peel your skin, and not a penny shall you receive. With a furious growl, the Skin Demon propelled itself forward, claws extended toward Qin Changkong. Despite its lack of facial skin, the joy was still discernible on its visage. Uncertain of how the pendant around his neck would react, Qin Changkong observed calmly, awaiting the Skin Demon's assault. To an outsider, he appeared paralyzed with fear, standing in place as he braced for the approach of the sinister entity. Meanwhile, foreign leaders watching the live broadcast were stirred into action. In the conference room of the highest echelons of the Lighthouse Nation, Vice President Carl suddenly rose, fixated on the Dragon Nation's live stream, involuntarily shouting, "Kill him! Kill him!" Nearby staff members momentarily paused, then echoed his fervor, "Kill him! Kill him!" The cries intertwined, reverberating through the office. Nations such as Sakura, Asan, the Great YN Empire, and others, all in opposition to the Dragon Nation, gasped in anticipation at the unfolding drama. Just as Qin Changkong awaited calmly, with the hearts of the Dragon Nation's audience racing, the previously indifferent Dean raised her head. In an instant, her eyes turned crimson, and an invisible force emanated from her being, pressing down upon the Skin Demon. As the enchanting figure gazed intently at Qin Changkong, admiring his flawless exterior, a surge of excitement and anticipation welled within her. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact, an unexpected sharp pain struck her back, as if an immense force had suddenly descended upon her. The weight was so overwhelming that her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Who are you? What kind of sorcery is this? It's so heavy, release me. Please, let me go. She cried out, helplessly falling to the earth. Qin Shang Kong raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the sight of the struggling figure before him. Has my mother intervened? He pondered, casting a glance towards the director, who maintained a stoic demeanor, bowing his head with a respectful air. The audience in the live stream, oblivious to the director's expression, only witnessed the figure charging aggressively toward Qin Shang Kong, only to suddenly scream in agony and collapse. Her painful struggles and frantic cries reverberated through the live stream, igniting a frenzy among viewers. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Qin Shang Kong is a hidden master, capable of effortlessly subduing the supernatural? Chapter 23. Are you seeking a new skin? Then perhaps a swine skin will suffice. The art of beast creation. The entity known as the Painted Skin, intent on claiming the skin of Qin Shang Kong, launched an assault, only to be swiftly subdued by an unknown force, forcing it to the ground. The Painted Skin writhed in desperation, bewildering the audience from the Dragon Kingdom in the live stream. Soon, elation replaced their shock. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought we were doomed at the last moment. One exclaimed. I was terrified that Qin Shang Kong would meet the same fate as those unfortunate players who perished in horror games, only moments before victory. However, a question lingered. Who intervened just then? How did the Painted Skin suddenly collapse, rendered immobile? Could be the hospital director? Unlikely, as she remained standing, unperturbed. The suspicion fell on Qin Shang Kong. Who else could it be? He is certainly no ordinary individual. The Painted Skin sought to kill him, but was instantly cowed by merely a glance. Truly remarkable. Could it be that Qin Shang Kong is the legendary hidden master? Has our Dragon Kingdom struck a jackpot this time? The audience from the Dragon Kingdom was filled with immense joy. Conversely, foreign dignitaries, who had been closely monitoring the Dragon Kingdom competitors, were left in a state of dismay. Their faces turned ashen. This Painted Skin is utterly useless. It feigned ferocity, yet fell at the first encounter without even touching a hair on Qin Shang Kong. They lamented. A worthless display. In the conference room of the Lighthouse Nation, Vice President Calder's furious roars echoed. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of the Cherry Blossom Nation kicked over the table, and the Emperor of the Dying Empire hurled his cane to the ground. As direct competitors to the Dragon Kingdom, the high-ranking officials of various nations were incensed. Many, however, were astonished by this incredible scene. Logically, players who had just entered the horror game had not yet received any rewards and should be mere mortals. Faced with the attack of a supernatural entity, death would be their only fate. Why did the Dragon Kingdom's Qin Shang Kong possess the power to overpower the Painted Skin? Could our nation harness such potential? With this thought, other countries intensified their investigations into Qin Shang Kong's background. Among all, only Qin Shang Kong himself remained composed. Knowing he would emerge unscathed, he faced the Painted Skin's recent assault with tranquility. At that moment, he lowered his head, observing the Painted Skin struggling on the ground before him, deep in contemplation. This is my mother's domain, with the director present. I need not fear this Painted Skin inflicting harm upon me. This round of the horror game is nearing its conclusion. As long as I can heal it, I will directly clear this game, but that would be too lenient for it. However, if I kill it outright, it may lead to failure in the game, which would be troublesome. Is there a way to both teach this Painted Skin a lesson and cure its affliction, ensuring a smooth passage to victory? Qin Shang Kong stroked his chin with his right hand, glancing around the examination room. On the ground, the Painted Skin had ceased its struggles. It felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on its back, as if it were on the verge of being crushed. Fear began to creep in. The creature of Painted Skin was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how the human doctor before him had subdued him with such unruffled composure. This enigmatic force instilled a profound terror within him. He relinquished his struggle, raising his head to gaze at Qin Shang Kong, incessantly pleading for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Doctor, I implore you, spare me. I no longer desire your skin. I shall cease my practice. I do not require your fees. Please let me go. It weighs heavily upon me. Do not add any more weight. I am perishing. His voice was a heart-wrenching wail, manifesting immense agony. Although he was pressed against the ground, face down, He twisted his neck at an unnatural angle, presenting a skinless visage directly to Qin Chong Kong. Unperturbed, Qin Chong Kong continued to search for useful items within the consultation room, contemplating methods to teach this painted skin creature a lesson. As his gaze fell upon the hanging pigskin, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. This pigskin, it seemed, could serve a purpose. Not long ago, he had acquired the art of livestock creation from the spider demon. If he were to envelop this painted skin creature in pigskin, would it not be akin to granting him a new hide? Thus, it could be considered a cure for his affliction. Subsequently, he could employ the livestock creation technique to transform him into a pig, relegating this creature to the fate of becoming food in this terrifying world. With this thought, a smile crept upon Qin Chong Kong's lips. He turned to face the creature sprawled on the ground. For your misdeeds, punishment is due. I now present you with two choices. First, perish on the spot. Before he could complete his sentence, the painted skin creature immediately interjected, "Spare my life, spare my life." I choose the second option. Qin Chong Kong shook his head inwardly. How quickly the once arrogant creature had succumbed to weakness, revealing its frailty. Truly, a creature of the supernatural, mad and devoid of reason. Secondly, I shall still assist you in your healing, though I cannot grant you human skin. You shall don that pig skin instead. Qin Chong Kong extended his right hand, pointing toward a piece of pigskin that had been recently harvested from a patient, still dripping with blood. The painted skin creature froze in its pleading. Its eyes bulged as it glanced at the pigskin, then turned its head, fixating intently on Qin Chong Kong. Even without skin, one could perceive the resentment and fury etched across its features. What is it? Are you unwilling? Do you wish to tread the first path to death? Qin Chong Kong raised an eyebrow, inquiring with an air of nonchalance. And no, I shall choose the second path. Thank you, doctor, for sparing my life. You not only overlook my transgressions, but also graciously offer to aid in my healing. I shall express my gratitude wholeheartedly. The final words dripped with emphasis. Within the painted skin creature, a tempest of rage and fear brewed. It mused that donning pigskin was inconsequential. After all, it would eventually rot, and it could always reclaim human skin later. It merely needed to bide its time for revenge. I must tear the skin from this handsome doctor and wear it myself. With these thoughts swirling in its mind, a smile adorned its face. Upon witnessing the creature acquiesce to the skin exchange, Qin Chong Kong ceased his ramblings and promptly draped the pigskin over the enigmatic entity. The ample hide enveloped it effortlessly. After meticulously stitching the seams with a needle, Qin Chong Kong clapped his hands, rose, and inquired, "The skin has been replaced. How do you feel?" His tone resembled that of a physician tending to a patient. "I feel splendid. I truly appreciate this skin. Thank you, doctor, for your treatment. May I now be released so that I may rise?" The figure concealed beneath the pigskin obscured its expression and movements, rendering only muffled sounds audible. As the words faded, a notification materialized before Qin Chong Kong. All patients treated, task completed. Would you like to conclude this game? A smile crept upon Qin Chong Kong's lips as he refrained from immediately opting to settle the game. Instead, he turned his attention toward the creature and snapped his fingers, invoking a skill he had recently acquired. The Art of Creation. Chapter 24. The First Clearance. S-Rank. Evaluation. Special Reward. What is happening? No. A series of muffled and mournful sounds suddenly echoed in the examination room. The entity, known as the Painted Skin, which had just been contemplating 100 ways to exact revenge, was taken aback as it felt the pigskin that enveloped it come to life. The pigskin tightened progressively, forging a more intimate bond with its body. A bone-chilling pain surged throughout its entire being. Not only that, but it also sensed its thoughts slowing down, its perceptions dulling. To the outsider, Qin Chong Kong, the transformation of the painted skin was strikingly apparent. Initially, the pig skin was vast, draping over the entity like a leather blanket. However, after he employed the technique of livestock creation, the pigskin visibly fused with the painted skin at an astonishing rate. The once lifeless pig head seemed to awaken, its eyes beginning to radiate light, its nostrils twitching. Even its drooping ears stirred slightly. Gradually, a pig the size of a person materialized within the examination room. Qin Shan Kong noted that the pig cast a fierce glance at him before its pupils became utterly clouded, devoid of any vitality. It appeared to have genuinely transformed into a pig. This bizarre spectacle startled the viewers in the live stream. Goodness, the pig skin has fused with this entity. It has turned into a wild boar. How strange. I was just lamenting Qin Shan Kong's forced treatment of this entity. But now it seems this painted skin is suffering far worse. Qin Shan Kong is indeed a hidden expert. With just a glance, he had already subdued this vicious entity. And now he has transformed it into a pig. With him in our nation, we feel a sense of security. This skill must be the one given by that spider demon, right? How eerie. It gives me goosebumps and makes me feel nauseous. Regardless, as long as this skill is in our contestants' hands, that is all that matters. In any case, I just want to say, Qin Shan Kong, you are incredible. Qin Shan Kong's performance garnered immense praise from the people of Longhua. Inside the examination room, he took a final look at the painted skin entity. The technique of livestock creation was indeed peculiar. In such a unique circumstance, it proved to be immensely useful. He was curious about how the upgraded transformation technique would perform. Having resolved the lingering threat and tested the skill's effectiveness, Qin Shan Kong grew eager for the upgraded version of the transformation technique. He wondered when he would encounter the entity known as the Duke of Goats, thus gaining the means to enhance the livestock creation technique. No longer gazing at the wild boar on the ground, Qin Shan Kong turned to the hospital director, nodding as a form of greeting. Then, with a thought, he glanced at the previously displayed game panel. All patients treated, task completed. Would you like to settle this game? Qin Shan Kong chose yes. A sudden announcement resonated in the ears of all players, echoing throughout the various live streams. Announcement: game player Qin Shan Kong has successfully cleared this round of the game evaluation. Yes. Basic rewards: 10 attribute points and 10 ghost coins. Special skill reward: soul tier. An additional reward for S-class evaluation: a premium ghost level treasure map. As the notification sound faded, a scroll and 10 jade coins unexpectedly appeared before Qin Shan Kong. A prompt panel, visible solely to him, materialized. Congratulations on acquiring the skill. Soul tier, skill description. Soul tier. An offensive skill, harnesses the eerie power within to rend the soul. It can penetrate physical defenses, targeting the essence of living beings and inflicting a breach effect, as well as attacking incorporeal entities. Its lethality is astounding. Concurrently with the emergence of the prompt, Qin Shan Kong felt an influx of knowledge in his mind, a vague and indistinct understanding regarding the skill of Soul Tier. Yet he was unequivocally aware that he could wield this ability. Having participated in a single game, he had directly acquired 2 skills, with Soul Tier being an offensive one, which greatly satisfied him. Regrettably, he could not experiment with the skill here. He would have to wait until he exited. Qin Shan Kong murmured to himself as he glanced down at the treasure map and ghost coins in his hands. The treasure map could not be opened, revealing only a hint of information. Premium ghost-level treasure map, detailing a treasure location within the Monster Forest instance. Entering this instance may yield precious treasures. The Monster Forest? Is it the name of a certain instance? Must one enter that instance to utilize this treasure map? Qin Shan Kong pondered silently, subsequently stowing away the treasure map, planning to address it once he randomly entered the Monster Forest instance. After securing the treasure map and ghost coins, he was about to access his personal attribute panel to allocate points when a series of announcements interrupted him. Announcement: player Qin Shan Kong has successfully cleared the game first. Dragon Country Reward: national lifespan increased by 5 years. Nationwide food production increased by 30. Due to Qin Shan Kong's S-class rating, the corresponding nation receives an additional reward. National lifespan increased by 10 years. Now, we will teleport Qin Shan Kong back to his original location. Until all players have cleared or been eliminated, Qin Shan Kong will be spared from entering the horror world. As the notification concluded, a white light enveloped Qin Shan Kong's body. It seems he could only return to tally his gains. I wonder how Mingwei is faring. I am curious about what preparations the country has made and what assistance they will offer me. Qin Shan Kong mused inwardly. Meanwhile, the chilling game announcement resonated throughout Blue Star, reaching the ears of all. In Dragon Country, countless citizens stared at their phones, captivated by the image of Qin Chong Kong bathed in light, brimming with excitement. He succeeded. He actually completed the game task. And he was the first. Qin Chong Kong is incredible. Wow. It has been ages since a player from Dragon Country cleared a game, especially with an S-class rating, granting everyone an increase in lifespan of 15 years. Fantastic. Qin Chong Kong is a benefactor to all of us in Dragon Country. My grandfather has just received a critical illness notice, but he has been miraculously revived through surgery. Coincidentally, this coincides with Qin Chong Kong's successful breakthrough. Grain production has surged by 30. How many more lives can be sustained in the latter half of this year? At last, we can hold our heads high. To the wretched entities of the Lighthouse Nation, have you witnessed this? To the despicable members of the Five Eyes Alliance, are you trembling in fear? In this moment, from the northernmost reaches of the Mo River to the southernmost islands of my grandmother, from the western expanse of the Pamir Plateau to the eastern banks of the Sui Fan River, voices are resounding with a single name, Qin Chong Kong. Among all, the most elated are undoubtedly the high-ranking officials of Long Country. To have achieved first place with an S-grade evaluation, immediate measures must be taken to ensure protection, deliver the finest resources, and provide the best treatment. Numerous high-ranking officials have swiftly mobilized into action. Chapter 25. Exceptional Treatment. National Support. Qin Chong Kong gently opened his eyes. Once the slight dizziness from the teleportation faded, he discerned his surroundings. He had returned to the old residence. Brother! A crisp exclamation pierced the air, followed by someone rushing to his side and embracing him. Without needing to look, Qin Chong Kong knew it was his sister, Qin Mingwei. "I'm back," he said, glancing down at her and gently patting her shoulder. "I'm just glad you returned safely. I was watching the live stream. Your performance in the game was simply extraordinary." Qin Mingwei looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, her face painted with a mix of concern for his safety and the relief of his return. Beneath it all lay an undeniable pride and joy. Qin Chong Kong smiled and replied, "I'm not sure how long I could stay, but since you're here, I must share something important with you." He proceeded to recount how their elders had transformed into eerie entities and possessed formidable powers within the terrifying world. "Is everything you said true? Mom and Dad are in that horrifying world, and they're powerful entities? Mom even sent you a piece of equipment?" Qin Mingwei's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape in disbelief. "It's true. The equipment Mom gave me is the ring Dad bestowed upon her." Qin Chong Kong removed the pendant from around his neck and handed it to his sister. "It really is Mom's ring." Qin Mingwei examined it closely, turning it over in her hands. After confirming, her excitement bubbled over as she looked at Qin Chong Kong and exclaimed, "Brother, this is wonderful. With our family's protection, I won't have to worry about your safety anymore." At that moment, Qin Mingwei truly relaxed, exhaling deeply as her pent-up anxiety dissipated. The tension that had gripped her mind loosened, and she swayed slightly, eventually sitting down on the ground. Qin Chong Kong advised his sister to rest properly, while he made his way to the main hall of the old residence. He had learned from Qin Mingwei that General Qinsheng from the Dragon Kingdom's military was waiting for him there. He intended to engage in a thorough discussion with the general, seeking as much support as possible from the authorities to enhance his strength. Having emerged from a national horror game with the top rank, he could remain in the real world until the current game concluded and the next commenced. Though uncertain of how long he could stay, this time was invaluable, and he must strive to improve his abilities to the fullest. As he entered the reception room, Qin Chong Kong immediately spotted an elderly general in military attire, sitting upright and intently gazing towards the corridor. Surrounding him were spirited soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon noticing Qin Chong Kong's approach, the old general promptly rose. "Salute," he commanded with utmost seriousness. Instantly, everyone rendered a military salute to Qin Chong Kong. Qin Chong Kong observed the respect reflected in the soldiers' gazes. "Qin Chong Kong, I thank you for your performance in the horror game. You have procured a considerable amount of time for our Dragon Nation, contributing significantly to the longevity of our citizens and the fortunes of our realm. I await you here on behalf of the Dragon Nation, for there are matters of great importance to discuss." Without waiting for him to speak, General Chun interjected. "What arrangements does the nation have?" inquired Qin Chong Kong. "First and foremost, as a token of gratitude for your outstanding performance in the horror game. The Dragon Nation shall award you a bonus of 1 million. Additionally, the state will provide you with an annual stipend of 1 million. Regarding the welfare of your family, we will deploy troops to guard the Qin family village, ensuring the safety of your ancestral home and your sister. The nation shall not permit any foreign forces to harm her. Furthermore, we will furnish you with a list of forbidden artifacts preserved by the Dragon Nation, from which you may select items that you deem necessary. These artifacts, akin to your golden dagger and sewing needle, are trophies brought back by previous players of the National Fortune Games. They possess the ability to greatly enhance your various capabilities. Take all that you can carry. As General Chen spoke, he handed over a document, his eagerness evident, as if he wished for Qin Chong Kong to immediately choose the forbidden items and procure all that he could. After all, the stronger Qin Chong Kong became, the better his performance would be in a National Fortune horror game, yielding greater benefits for the Dragon Nation. General Chun continued his exposition. Moreover, we hope that you, Mr. Qin, will cooperate with us in some military training to enhance your survival skills and strength. After all, the world of terror is a bizarre realm, and it is implausible that every game will emphasize wisdom and courage as this one did. In that domain, ultimately, strength reigned supreme. Qin Chong Kong had no objections to the arrangements made by the Dragon Nation, particularly in the early stages of the horror game. He recognized his urgent need to bolster his martial prowess, pleased by his willingness to cooperate rather than basking in the pride of his recent victory. General Chun expressed his satisfaction. Take some rest. Tomorrow we shall commence training. We have established a military base in Qin Family Village, where we have invited martial masters from various schools and the top experts from military. They will devise methods to enhance your combat abilities at the swiftest pace. Additionally, the base is home to various professionals, including nutritionists, doctors, and forging experts. Furthermore, having observed the recent game broadcast, the nation has established a special department, the National Fortune Think Tank. This department is composed of various top-tier experts, with a singular aim: to provide you with intelligence analysis for future horror games and to utilize the 3 off-field hint opportunities afforded by each game to offer you assistance. From General Chen's extensive explanation, Qin Chong Kong felt the unwavering support of the nation. For the first time, he grasped the true meaning of national strength and the essence of being bound to the fortune of the nation. Once General Chun took his leave, Qin Chong Kong finally had the opportunity to reflect upon his recent gains. He first summoned the attributes panel with his mind and, after a moment of contemplation, allocated all 10 reward points to his mental prowess. In the early stages of the horror game, facing those formidable entities, augmenting attributes such as strength or agility held little significance. In direct confrontation, one would inevitably meet their demise. However, possessing the equipment known as the Ring of Seriousness, which granted him the ability of blood rebirth, significantly enhanced his survival capabilities. He need not rely on mere strength or stamina to endure. Instead, he had recently acquired the skills of soul rending and beast creation, both of which required a boost in mental attributes. It was only after the allocation of points that Qin Chong Kong realized he had officially stepped into the realm of malevolent spirits. He had truly embarked on a path of transcendence, pursuing the pinnacle of horror. This was also the first step towards family reunification. Chapter 26. The second round of the National Fortune Game commences. The treasure map is unsealed. Player name: Qin Chong Kong. Player ID: 14100 strength, 750 agility, 640 spirit, 1740 stamina, 940 power level, malevolent spirit grade skills, beast creation technique. Soul Rend skill panel can be accessed. Equipment: Ring of Certification, Corpse Suturing Knife. Equipment panel can be accessed. Mystery coins. 10 overall ability assessment. 3 stars upon gazing at the final overall ability assessment. A smile graced Qin Chong Kong's face. When he first entered the game, his overall ability was a mere 1 star. To his astonishment, he had achieved a remarkable 2-star elevation right at the onset of the first round. This was quite significant. The majority of players, after partaking in the initial round of the thrilling game, neither acquired any equipment nor obtained 2 skills. At best, They received only 10 attribute points and a reward of 10 mystery coins. It was likely that many would struggle to even elevate their overall ability to 1 star. This national fortune game proved to be exceptionally fruitful. Beyond the equipment and skill rewards, there was also a special S-grade reward, the ominous grade treasure map. He fervently hoped that the location of his next terrifying game dungeon would be the monster forest, allowing him to excavate that dungeon. After cataloging his gains and contemplating for a while, Qin Chang Kong began to familiarize himself with all the items and skills at his disposal, aiming to swiftly master his capabilities. In the ensuing days, he commenced specialized training arranged by the Dragon Kingdom. Each day was filled with rigorous physical training and combat skill practice. Mastery of combat could not be hastened. To cultivate his combat prowess in a remarkably short span, combat experts analyzed and simulated the 2 skills, Soul Rend and Beast Creation Technique. After witnessing Qin Chang Kong execute them, they then provided suggestions and devised combat strategies tailored for him. To create a comprehensive combat regimen, the Dragon Kingdom invested substantial manpower and resources. Numerous physicists, chemists, and biologists collaborated to validate the effectiveness of the skills and to design the training process. Computer specialists operated supercomputers alongside modelers to create simulations. After thoroughly understanding the characteristics of the skills, they formulated a training plan. In just 2 days, Qin Chang Kong became adept with the Beast Creation Technique and Soul Rend. Amidst his training, his daily meals were extraordinarily lavish. In an era of scarcity and reduced agricultural yield on Blue Star, he was supplied with copious amounts of fresh shrimp, premium beef, and lamb, all aimed at fulfilling his training needs and rapidly enhancing his combat strength. Over the subsequent 2 weeks of training, his strength attributes increased by 2 points, and his stamina attributes rose by 1 point, a remarkable achievement. While Qin Chang Kong marveled at the nation's unwavering support and the collective strength behind him, international rivalries intensified, becoming ever more perilous. With all competitors' information laid bare, Qin Chang Kong's foundational data became widely disseminated. His stunning performance in the horror game has instilled a sense of threat among all rival nations. In an effort to eliminate this direct competitor, the Lighthouse Nation even contemplated launching intercontinental missiles to bombard Qin Family Village. However, they could not ascertain the precise whereabouts of Qin Chang Kong and suspected that the Dragon Nation had already relocated him, rendering the Qin family ancestral home merely a decoy to draw fire. Coupled with the countermeasures employed by the Dragon Nation, the Lighthouse Nation ultimately refrained from executing the strike. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation initiated its own counter-strategy, with Eastern Express continually targeting the enemy's capital. Intelligence warfare, cyber battles, small-scale armed conflicts, and economic competition. The grand game of power unfolds in myriad arenas. Everything is for survival. Everything is for the fate of the nation. Amidst such a tense atmosphere, Qin Chang Kong endured over 20 days of training. His strength attribute has once again experienced a slight increase. He had not anticipated that the time taken for other competitors to be fully eliminated or to clear the levels would be so protracted. His own speed had surpassed others by more than tenfold. After the conclusion of the first round of the horror game, all participants were granted 3 days of respite. During this period, Qin Chang Kong ceased all training, opting instead for rest while awaiting the commencement of the next round of the game. Qin Family Village, the ancestral home. Time's up. Teleportation initiated. A prompt resonated in Qin Chang Kong's ears. Subsequently, a beam of white light enveloped his body, transporting him into the realm of terror. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself standing within a small wooden cabin. The cabin was modest, accommodating only a single bed. Through the door, he could glimpse a sprawling expanse of deep green treetops. Is this amidst a jungle? Puzzled, Qin Chang Kong stepped outside the cabin, only to realize he was situated atop a watchtower. The pinnacle of the watchtower was the very cabin behind him. The entire structure towered over 10 meters high, built upon a colossal tree in the jungle. A vine ladder ascended along the trunk, providing a means to descend to the ground. Surrounding him was a dense thicket of woods. Standing beside the cabin, he could survey the entirety of the forest. Most striking was the towering tree at the heart of the forest, soaring over 100 meters into the sky. Is this game's scenario set within a forest? What precisely are we required to accomplish? As Chin Chong Kong pondered, the mission briefing for the horror game emerged. Scenario name: Monster Forest. Scenario description: once an ancient battlefield. Countless giant warriors perished here. Their decaying bodies, over time, enriched the soil, nurturing the growth of plants, and ultimately giving rise to this lush forest, teeming with monsters. Completion requirements: journey from the forest's edge to the towering tree at its center, retrieve the fruit of the giant tree, and exit the forest from an alternate direction. Tip 1. The forest is inhabited by numerous monsters. Summon your courage and engage them in battle. Remember, these monsters fear fire. In the forest, the monsters are united under a singular leader, whose identity and name are known only to the deceased. One can only pray to avoid an encounter with this monstrous sovereign. The sole piece of information available is that this leader harbors no fear of fire. Within the forest, apart from yourself, there exists no other humans. All are adversaries. Should you hear someone calling your name from behind, it is imperative that you turn around. Basic reward: 10 attribute points, 20 strange coins. As Chin Chong Kong beheld the information panel, he had yet to ponder its implications when his gaze fixated upon the name of the instance. Monster Forest? Is this not the very location inscribed upon the legendary treasure map of the Eerie Grade? Could it be that the treasure buried within the map lies right here? With this thought, Chin Chong Kong refrained from hastily setting off and instead procured the treasure map. The scroll, previously sealed by mysterious powers and inaccessible, was now unfurled. It depicted a bird's-eye view of the forest. At the eastern position of the towering tree's center, a golden fork marked the treasure's location. Upon seeing this indication, a surge of excitement and anticipation welled up within Chin Chong Kong. What a remarkable coincidence that this terrifying game instance happens to be the Monster Forest. It seems prudent to seek treasure before venturing to the center in pursuit of the fruit of the towering tree. The treasure map, attainable only through an S-grade evaluation, surely conceals extraordinary riches. My current prowess is merely at the level of a ferocious spirit, with malevolent souls above and the Eerie Grade beyond that. The treasures of this Eerie Grade map are likely formidable, bound to significantly enhance my strength. Chapter 27. The Protection of My Father. Has the leader of the Monster Forest betrayed us? It was not in vain that I exerted such considerable effort to forcibly influence the randomness of the game, selecting the Monster Forest as the setting for this particular dungeon. Now, Chong Kong should be able to uncover the treasure location of the elusive and sinister treasure map. In the terrifying world, within an unnamed forest, a resounding voice echoed. Towering trees, reaching heights of hundreds of meters, ascended towards the sky in the boundless jungle. The leaves of these trees were extraordinarily bizarre. Some resembled pale, skeletal fingers, while others bore the likeness of human hair and scalp. At the heart of this uncanny forest sat a colossal giant, his legs crossed beneath him, towering at a height of 1,000 meters. One hand rested upon his knee, while the other grasped the handle of an equally massive axe, also measuring approximately 1,000 meters in length. The giant gazed upward into the heavens, his eyes distant, seemingly transcending the barriers of time and space, peering through the void to catch sight of Chong Kong in the Monster Forest. Though his strength was somewhat diminished, possessing a mere 3-star combat power, the dangers of the Monster Forest were still too great. It was imperative that he arrange for a bodyguard. The giant muttered to himself, furrowing his brow. With a sweeping motion, he seized a nearby colossal tree as if uprooting a mere carrot. Once he extracted the tree from the ground, it ignited spontaneously, flames dancing amid swirling smoke, casting a dark phantom within the fire. Devouring corpse tree, you reign over the Monster Forest, do you not? I shall impart a breath to you. Remember this essence and protect its master in secrecy. The giant addressed the flickering flames, directing his words toward the shadow that emerged from within. As you command, my king. The shadow responded without hesitation, promptly acknowledging the decree. Within the Monster Forest, at the very center, the magnificent sky-soaring tree stirred of its own accord, undisturbed by any breeze. Deep beneath the earth, the roots extended further throughout the entire forest. Countless plants transformed into the eyes of the sky-soaring tree, vigilantly observing every entity within the woods. Chong Kong, the focus of their utmost attention, became the principal subject of protection. Unbeknownst to anyone, the most formidable being in this forest had taken on the role of a guardian for a human. Meanwhile, deep in contemplation over the rules of the game, Chong Kong suddenly lifted his head, surveying his surroundings. In that fleeting moment, a chill crept upon the nape of his neck, accompanied by an uncanny sensation. It felt as if some unseen entity was watching him. Turning to scan the area, he detected nothing amiss. Dismissing the occurrence from his mind, he resumed his study of the game's regulations. The hints provided for this round of play were intriguing. The first hint indicated that monsters lurked within the forest, fearing fire. This suggested that igniting flames would enhance safety. However, did the monsters flee at the sight of fire? Or would their combat prowess be diminished by the flames? The second hint revealed the existence of a leader among the monsters, one that was unafraid of fire. Yet, it did not clarify the nature of this leader monster. This indicates that encountering a fire-resistant creature signifies a confrontation with a formidable leader monster, posing an extreme danger. The subsequent two clues contain even more profound implications. The third clue reveals that within the entire forest, I am the only human present. In a Nation-esque game, it is evident that other contestants from different countries are participating. Are they not humans as well? Or is it possible that this forest exists across different dimensions in time and space, with us contestants trapped within distinct realms of the monster forest? The fourth rule states that if you hear someone calling your name from behind, you must turn around. This adds an intriguing layer, as there are no other humans in the forest besides myself. Who, then, is calling my name? A specter? If it is indeed a specter, does that mean one cannot flee, but must instead look back? What sort of logic is that? Chong Kong furrowed his brow, his mind racing as he contemplated the game's rules. Hypothesis after hypothesis emerged in his thoughts, though he did not arrive at a definitive answer. His focus and alertness had reached an acute level. Setting those uncertainties aside, he stood atop the lookout tower, surveying his surroundings. Although the game rules mandated that we fetch fruit from the tallest tree at the forest center before departing, my primary goal, equipped with a treasure map, remains the pursuit of treasure. The most pressing task now is to ignite a flame, crafting a torch that serves as a mobile source of light. Only then can I intimidate the monsters and ensure my safety within the forest. Resolute in his decision, Chong Kong returned to the small room of the lookout tower. Dismantling the bed with his golden knife, he tore apart the palm mat that covered the bed and, utilizing the bed frame and legs as raw materials, wrapped the palm to fashion a small torch. The golden knife and sewing needle obtained from the previous round of the game proved invaluable, allowing him to swiftly create 3 miniature torches. Ripping the bedsheet, he fashioned a belt to hold the 3 torches. Having completed this task, Chong Kong descended from the lookout tower via the vine ladder, reaching the ground. The dense canopy above obscured the light, rendering visibility poor. He promptly retrieved a lighter, attempting to ignite one of the torches and lifting it high. In this thrilling game, external items cannot be casually brought in. However, the lighter in his hand is not an ordinary one from the outside world. It is a forbidden item provided by the Dragon Kingdom. Chong Kong had selected 3 such items from the Dragon Kingdom's repository of forbidden artifacts. The lighter he held, whose fuel was unknown, could produce an intense flame with a strong adhesive quality, making it difficult to extinguish once it adhered to a monster. This was indeed the optimal choice for lighting the torch. After preparing, Chong Kong opened the treasure map again, determining his direction before proceeding towards the treasure site. No one else could perceive the contents of the treasure map. Observing that he was not heading towards the towering tree at the center of the forest, but rather in the opposite direction, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom in the live stream began to express their confusion. What is going on? Why hasn't Chong Kong ventured toward the sky tree? Was the task requirement to obtain the fruit of the sky tree? This might be related to the treasure map in his possession. Although we cannot discern its specific contents, it is undeniable that Chong Kong is on a quest for treasure. At such a critical juncture, prioritizing the completion of a horror game task takes a back seat to treasure hunting? How can one disregard the gravity of the horror game to such an extent? Let us not jump to conclusions. It is possible that the treasure indicated on the map contains pivotal items that could aid in the completion of this game. We are all outsiders. Perhaps it is best to refrain from idle speculation. Who claims we are outsiders? Qin Shang Kong is bound to the fate of the nation. His performance directly impacts the safety of us all. We are all entitled to discourse on this matter. Within the live stream, a heated debate arose concerning whether Qin Shang Kong should prioritize the task or pursue the treasure. Among the participants were numerous foreign trolls, seeking to muddy the waters in hopes of swaying public opinion and, consequently, influencing the decisions of higher authorities. The National Fortune game is not merely a competition among players within the game. It also represents a geopolitical contest among nations. Just as this silent struggle unfolded, an ominous notification reverberated throughout the horror game, echoing in live streams across various countries. Announcement: the representative from Urkash Island has perished. The lifespan of all citizens of Urkash Island is reduced by 15 years, and food production has diminished by 30. Mineral resources have also decreased by 30. Punishments will be enacted after this round of the game concludes. Upon hearing this announcement, a chill ran through everyone. They were once again reminded of the brutal reality of a National Fortune game. Chapter 28. A National Exodus to the Lighthouse Nation? Pessimistic. The weakness of Qin Shang Kong. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's highest strategic meeting, think tanks commenced the collection of data and initiated the first round of intelligence analysis. According to the current intelligence report, the monster forest poses an extreme danger. Players from the small nation of Urkash Island, upon entering the forest, were swiftly and inexplicably slain by unknown entities. The cause of death remains unclear. All that is known is that they have been eliminated. Following the system announcement, it was revealed that after this round of the game, the lifespan of all residents of Urkash Island would be reduced by 15 years, and various resources would significantly diminish. As a small nation with a population of less than 3 million, Urkash Island has consistently performed poorly in previous games and has faced numerous penalties. Should they suffer further punishment this time, it is feared that Urkash Island may face annihilation. Upon hearing the intelligence analysis from the expert group, the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom exchanged apprehensive glances. They had not anticipated that this National Fortune game could lead to the downfall of a small nation, particularly with its contestants meeting such inexplicable fates. Many were concerned that this peril could also befall their own competitors, resulting in a terrifying game failure and catastrophic repercussions for the nation. Could the live broadcast from the Urkash Island participants yield any information about the perpetrator? We must strive to gather as much intelligence as possible and relay it to Qin Shang Kong to assist him in avoiding similar dangers. A general, furrowing his brow, inquired, "What do we have?" The report indicated that no effective information had been collected. It was only known that the contestant from Urkash Island had died suddenly. Moreover, at the time of death, he bore no torch nor any source of fire. We suspect he was targeted by a monster and met his demise through a surprise attack. Upon hearing the expert group's addition, the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least Qin Shang Kong's torch was prepared, and he need not worry about danger until it was extinguished. We must convey this information to him before his torch burns out. This is reasonable. His current supply of torches is insufficient, and he must seek a more stable, durable source of fire. I concur with this assessment. Just as the experts exchanged intelligence and deliberated strategies, there was a knock at the conference room's door. An intelligence officer entered with a sensational report. We have just received news that Urkash Island has completed negotiations with the Lighthouse Nation, signing an agreement. From this moment forward, Urkash Island will be incorporated into the Lighthouse Nation as its 51st state and one of its overseas territories. The entire population of Urkash Island is migrating to the Lighthouse Nation. This revelation was nothing short of earth-shattering, leaving everyone in the Dragon Kingdom's conference room utterly astonished. Fortunately, the individuals present were all elites with strong psychological resilience. They quickly suppressed their shock and began contemplating the implications of this development, discussing its ramifications. Is such a maneuver even possible? Urkash Island has managed to become part of the Lighthouse Nation in this manner to evade the penalties of the national fortune game. Upon closer examination, this approach could indeed bear fruit. From this point forward, the nation of Urkiashi Island has met its demise, replaced instead by the state of Urkiashi under the Lighthouse Nation. They must have paid a staggering price for this transformation. I cannot shake the feeling that the situation is far more complex than it appears. Why would the Lighthouse Nation acquiesce to such demands, especially within such a brief time frame? Gaining additional territory, a substantial population, and abundant resources would seemingly offer them no reason to decline. However, one must consider the implications of such an influx of people. Should their champion, Marshall, perish in this round of the game, the next contender may very well emerge from Urkiashi Island. Given that the overall strength of Urkiashi Island pales in comparison to that of the Lighthouse Nation, there is a significant risk of encountering subpar competitors, thereby jeopardizing the Lighthouse Nation's prospects in the perilous game of national fate. Your analysis bears considerable merit. I harbor doubts regarding the Lighthouse Nation's ability to extract hidden benefits from this transaction. We must remain vigilant. The upper echelons of the Dragon Nation are perplexed as to why the Lighthouse Nation would willingly accept the burden of Urkiashi Island. There must be ulterior motives at play. Such dealings often conceal great dangers. Nations such as the Dragon Nation, the Bear Nation, and the Third Nation promptly dispatched agents to investigate. Urkiashi Island, being a small nation with limited defensive capabilities, was swiftly infiltrated by spies from various powers who disseminated information far and wide. Among the forbidden items possessed by Urkiashi Island are several artifacts capable of traversing the barriers between worlds, influencing the realm of terror from the Blue Star, much like the ominous hunger curse altar previously encountered. While these items may not directly eliminate the champions of rival nations, they can certainly disrupt and unnerve other competitors. If utilized effectively, they could yield remarkable results in the treacherous game, potentially leading to the downfall of opposing contenders. The activation of such artifacts typically necessitates sacrifices of food, resources, or even the remains of animals and human blood. As a small nation, Urkiashi Island is not endowed with abundant resources, and the conditions for employing cross-border forbidden items are often anything but simple. They find themselves unable to harness these treasures, left with nothing but empty potential. Conversely, the Lighthouse Nation, as the most formidable power on Earth, retains substantial reserves even in this era of scarcity. Coupled with allies such as the Great Goose, the Great Ing Empire, and the Cherry Blossom Nation, they can rely on their partners to share the burdens of utilizing forbidden artifacts. Thus, it can be asserted that the Lighthouse Nation is the most adept at leveraging cross-border forbidden items. The leadership of various nations have begun to comprehend why the Lighthouse Nation would entertain an alliance with a minor state like Urkiashi Island. In a sudden wave of realization, nations such as the Dragon Nation, the Bear Nation, and the Third Nation adopted a stance of heightened vigilance. Meanwhile, allies of the Lighthouse Nation, including the Five Eyes Alliance, erupted in fervent declarations. In that moment, the morale of the Lighthouse Nation surged. A multitude of citizens from the Lighthouse Nation flooded into Dragon Kingdom's live broadcasts, inundating the comment section with taunts and derision. Are the indigenous people of the Dragon Kingdom aware of the recent developments? We, the Lighthouse Nation, have welcomed the inhabitants of Urkiashi Island, acquiring a wealth of cross-border forbidden items. Your champions are in peril. Ultimately, it is we, the Lighthouse Nation, who uphold the international order. No other nation possesses the standing to challenge our supremacy. In the previous round of the game, the competitors from your nation merely served as scouts, paving the way for our forthcoming triumphs. Haha, I am eager to witness the Dragon Kingdom grapple with the consequences of its recent bountiful rewards. As an employee of the Immigration Bureau, I must inform you that we have received a substantial influx of immigration requests, including a significant number from individuals seeking to migrate from the Dragon Kingdom. However, our illustrious nation, the beacon of light, cannot be tainted. I must intensify the scrutiny of these applications to prevent the influx of individuals from lesser nations. In the last round, the representatives of the Beacon of Light were overwhelmingly subdued by Qin Chong Kong. leaving our citizens with pent-up frustration. Now, they finally see an opportunity to vent their feelings with a touch of mockery. Simultaneously, a rumor circulates among billions. Qin Kong, the competitor from the Dragon Kingdom, is a strategist rather than a warrior, lacking prowess in physical combat. The monster forest undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge to one's combat capabilities, exposing his vulnerabilities and weaknesses. Under the influence of the prohibited items from the Beacon of Light, his defeat is inevitable. Chapter 29. The Inept Warrior, Qin Kong, the sole competitor possessing skills. The sound of leaves crunching beneath his feet echoed softly through the dense jungle. The lush foliage obscured the sunlight, casting an eerie gloom despite it being daytime. Only a single torch illuminated the path ahead. At this moment, Qin Kong, holding the torch, remained oblivious to the tumultuous events unfolding outside, unaware of the multitude, decrying the fortunes of the Dragon Nation and undermining his own prowess. He heightened his vigilance, scrutinizing the treasure map in search of the hidden trove. I am currently at the Spirit Wraith level. I must ascend past the Malevolent Soul level to reach the Malevolent Ghost tier. I hope that the treasures sought by this Malevolent Ghost map will be commensurate with its rank and assist me in triumphing in this harrowing game. Qin Kong pondered to himself. Besides being wary of potential foes and heeding the game's directives, I also need to gather some resin. This torch, crafted from palm fronds, is not particularly durable. It requires oil or fruit wax to prolong its burn time. Qin Kong's mind was clear. He focused intently, observing his surroundings for any usable resources. The atmosphere was tranquil, interrupted only by the sound of crushed leaves and the crackling of the burning torch. Suddenly, a gruff male voice called out from behind him, startling Qin Kong into heightened alertness. He tightened his grip on the torch and swiftly turned around. He recalled the fourth directive of the game. If someone calls your name from behind, you must turn around. As he turned, he beheld a figure from Sakura Nation about 5 meters away, sprinting toward him. Clad in a kimono, the individual held a torch in one hand and a green fruit in the other, their face etched with fear. Qin Kong, save me. I will give you the fruit of the sky tree. Please help me. Qin Kong's gaze shifted over the person's shoulder, and he discerned a shadow lurking behind them. The silhouette was indistinct and certainly not human. In a monster forest, if it is not human, it must be a monster. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Kong raised the torch in his left hand and, under the astonished gaze of Tokugawa Ichiro, thrust it forcefully toward the approaching figure. What are you doing? I am also human. Join me in combating the monster, and I will give you the fruit of the sky tree. The broadcast is still live. You cannot. Tokugawa Ichiro agilely dodged Qin Kong's fiery assault, his voice a mix of terror and fury. Sudohon. Qin Kong had no time to heed the other's incessant chatter. He lifted his right hand and unleashed his skill. An invisible ripple blossomed through the air. Tokugawa Ichiro was struck as if by lightning, his form frozen in place, his body shattered like fragile foam, disintegrating into a pool of yellowish ichor that exuded a foul stench. Observing the efficacy of his attack, Qin Kong retreated 2 steps, his thoughts coalescing as he grasped the golden knife of the corpse-sowing monster in his right hand. With his left hand holding the torch, he pointed it at the ominous black creature trailing behind Ichiro Tokugawa. Simultaneously, he calculated the cooldown time for the skill soul, rend in his mind while maintaining a safe distance, facing off against the creature. The black monster, wary of the torch in Qin Kong's hand, halted in its tracks, seemingly terrified of the flames. After a moment's hesitation, it turned and fled. At that instant, Qin Kong's mind was exceptionally clear. He remained vigilant, carefully observing his surroundings, raising the torch high to shield himself with the fire. Yet, it appeared that the monster truly retreated. The battle unfolded with astonishing rapidity. In the blink of an eye, he had slain Ichiro Tokugawa and confronted the creature, executing his movements with fluid grace. The nearly month-long combat training began to show its effects. The skills honed under the tutelage of the greatest combat master of the Dragon Kingdom proved invaluable at this moment. It was only then that the viewers in the live stream finally grasped the situation. as Qin Chong Kong focused intently, waiting for his skill cool down. Countless comments flooded the screen of the Dragon Kingdom's livestream. Wow! Qin Chong Kong just eliminated Ichiro Tokugawa? Incredible! Who was it that said Qin Chong Kong was inept in battle? Step forward and see for yourself. Is this what ineptitude looks like? Everyone overlooked a crucial fact. Qin Chong Kong was currently the only player with an offensive skill. Was this the prowess of a player who had flawlessly completed the previous round of the game? Soul Rend. Just the name alone hinted at its formidable nature. Millions of viewers in a live stream were astonished by Qin Chong Kong's formidable combat strength. Those who had earlier cheered for the Lighthouse Nation suddenly realized a significant truth. Qin Chong Kong was the only contestant with offensive capabilities. His combat prowess was undeniably formidable. In certain respects, he possessed the strongest ability against the sinister entities. In comparison, although the Lighthouse Nation had recently acquired a plethora of forbidden items, they did not hold the advantage. More citizens of the Dragon Kingdom rejoiced, celebrating their representative's triumph. The immense psychological pressure that had built up from the Lighthouse Nation's annexation of Urka's Island and the acquisition of numerous cross-border forbidden items began to dissipate. At that moment, the viewers from Sakura Nation lurking in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream finally registered the shocking reality. What had they just witnessed? Their national contestant, Ichiro Tokugawa, had perished, slain by the hands of Qin Chong Kong from the Dragon Kingdom. Realizing this, the spectators from Sakura Nation were left dumbfounded. They furiously bombarded the comments section with their outrage. A frenzied anger intertwined with profound fear surged within them. Damn it! What have you done, Dragon Kingdom? You killed our Sakura Nation's player. This is a grave injustice. Qin Chong Kong, you have slain a potential ally. As a fellow human, how could you assist the sinister entities in killing another human? It's over. Our contestant has been killed by Qin Chong Kong. We shall face the horrid game's retribution. I don't want to die. What about the Lighthouse Nation? Please, deliver justice for us. Execute Qin Chong Kong with the cross-border forbidden items. Over 100,000 spectators from the land of cherry blossoms lamented in unison, terrified by the penalties of the horror game, and infuriated by the actions of Qin Chong Kong, who had slain one of their own contestants. In response to their accusations, countless viewers from the Dragon Kingdom retorted with scornful laughter. Are you fools? Have you forgotten the game's instructions? In the forest, there exists only one human contestant. There are no other humans present. That is not Ichiro Tokugawa. It is merely a monster of the forest. How amusing it was to witness these spectators from the land of cherry blossoms rendered speechless, failing to heed the game's guidance, and genuinely believing their contestant had perished. What a laugh. I can understand their shock. After all, Qin Chong Kong's performance was extraordinarily formidable, leaving them in disbelief. After enduring a barrage of mockery, the spectators finally came to their senses. They promptly exited the live stream, heading to their own broadcast, only to discover that Ichiro Tokugawa was, in fact, alive. This revelation left them utterly mortified, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. In the forest, Qin Chong Kong furrowed his brow, once again surveying his surroundings. Although he could see neither man nor beast, an unsettling sensation of being watched enveloped him. Something had been fixated on him since the game's onset. Who could it be? Alarm bells rang fiercely in his mind. Chapter 30, Qin Chong Kong vs. Marshall, the pinnacle of strength versus. The leader of the previous round in the terrifying world, amidst the nameless forest, Qin Chong Kong's father gazed upward, his eyes penetrating the void as he observed his son's movements. Truly deserving of being my son, his combat prowess is commendable. The influence of our family's ancestral martial arts is evident, and his battle instincts have become remarkably acute. He is destined to successfully transcend into the realm of the King of Horror. Unable to contain his joy, Qin's father burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonating throughout the wilderness, causing the entire forest to thrum with energy. Countless eerie creatures fell silent, filled with trepidation. At that moment, a rift in space opened above the nameless forest. A fan made of white paper, along with another folded sheet, emerged through the tear, hovering in the air. Had Qin Chong Kong been present, He would have recognized these two sheets as the same ones his mother had previously used to send a message. The towering giant, too, identified the papers and chuckled. Is this a display of Changkong's combat performance? Just as Qin's father was about to unfold the message for a closer look, the paper fan swung down forcefully, striking his forehead with a sharp clap. The other folded sheet unfurled, revealing a series of crimson characters flashing before him. Is that fool lurking underground you're doing? That imbecile has been using plants as eyes and ears, keeping watch over Changkong. Is he meant to protect him or to intimidate him? Could you not have given your son a heads up? Can't you see he is currently on high alert? He senses the prying eyes upon him. While he fights, he must also remain wary of potential ambushes. Are you truly aiding your son, or merely causing him stress? The red letters grew larger and more radiant, evidently reflecting the escalating temper of Qin Changkong's mother as she wrote. Qin's father's expression shifted dramatically, his hands clutching his head in a futile attempt to block the fan's relentless strikes, as he cried out in protest. I had no means to inform Changkong. I lacked the capability for long-distance communication. The monster forest is the territory of my subordinate's subordinate. The distance is too great. I can only relay messages to my subordinates. Unlike you who can directly contact Changkong. My dear wife, grant me some leniency. Please stop. His cries echoed further into the forest, although he was not genuinely injured. The tone of his voice was filled with a sense of grievance. The eerie beings within the nameless forest trembled with increased fear, curling their bodies and quaking in terror. The most formidable of the beings in the forest was lamenting in agony. Who has been watching me all this while? For a moment, that peculiar sensation vanished, but it would undoubtedly resurface. Qin Changkong murmured softly, his lips moving. Previously, whenever he encountered enemies, he always felt as though he was being observed, a chill creeping up the back of his neck. Initially, he attributed this to the national fortune game, believing he was being broadcasted to over 1 billion viewers. However, during his last experience in the Eerie Hospital, he did not feel such a sensation. Qin Changkong was thus convinced that something was watching him amidst the dense foliage. A sense of urgency surged within him. He must swiftly locate the spot indicated by the treasure map and uncover the legendary treasure of the Eerie level. This place was decidedly perilous. Resolute, Qin Changkong raised his torch and cautiously retreated from the battlefield, retrieving the treasure map to select his direction before hastening onward. To further enhance his safety, he donned the white scarf of the bone-eating demon, wrapping it around his hair. A refreshing sensation washed over him. He noticed that his senses had sharpened, his mindset had steadied, and he felt an overwhelming calmness. Equipped with an array of essential defensive tools, his torch, the golden dagger of the corpse stitcher, the scarf of the bone-eating demon, a sewing needle, an enigmatic lighter, the art of creature creation, and soul-rending abilities, he was perpetually prepared for action. Upon witnessing this scene, the international audience in the live stream was taken aback. How could one possibly compete? The equipment of Qin Changkong from the Dragon Kingdom was staggering, especially considering he was the sole adept of these skills. I was watching the live stream on multiple devices, and while it was clear that the Lighthouse Nation had annexed a new small country and acquired a plethora of forbidden items, how was it that Qin Changkong's arsenal surpassed even that of Marshall? The Dragon Kingdom already possessed a considerable stock of forbidden artifacts, and with Qin Changkong being a veritable anomaly, having performed exceptionally well in the previous round, it was no wonder his items were formidable. Was this truly the nature of great power rivalry? Competitors from smaller nations could scarcely present even a single forbidden item. It was utterly disheartening. I wished to emigrate. I would gladly relocate to any major nation willing to accept immigrants. Countless comments flooded the live stream. If the Lighthouse Nation, the Bear Country, the Third Country, and the Great Ing Empire, all of which were major powers, could maintain their composure in the face of Qin Changkong's heavily armed presence, the spectators from smaller nations collectively lost their composure. The disparity was insurmountable. How could competitors from their own countries hope to compete against such an individual? The consequences of failing the horror game mission were dire. With this in mind, the citizens of numerous smaller nations racked their brains, yearning to emigrate to a great power. The Lighthouse Nation, having recently annexed El Cache Island, became the prime choice. In a short span, nearly 100 million immigration applications were submitted to the Lighthouse Nation's immigration office. This filled the Lighthouse Nation with pride. They promptly raised the requirements, making it nearly impossible to immigrate without significant sacrifice. Yet, despite this, countless individuals flocked in pursuit. In contrast, the number of applications for immigration to the Dragon Kingdom was markedly lower. Meanwhile, Marshall of the Lighthouse Nation seemed to live up to the expectations placed upon him. In the terrifying world, cries for help rang out. "Marshall, save me. I am willing to offer you the fruits of the sky-piercing tree. Please, save me." Qin Chong Kong's voice echoed behind the Lighthouse Nation's contender. Marshall, clad in a military knife, wearing a mohawk headdress, and draped in a blue and white striped bathrobe. Marshall paused momentarily, turning his head. He glanced at the Dragon Kingdom-esque competitor, Qin Chong Kong, and a disdainful smile formed on his lips. I am indeed well-versed in the game's nuances. In this dense jungle, I stand as the sole representative of humanity. Who are you deceiving with such woeful acting? Marshall scoffed as he charged towards the figure of Qin Chong Kong before him, brandishing a torch and a dagger, thrusting them forward with great fervor. As a Marine officer, his combat experience was exceptionally rich, and his strikes were executed from remarkably cunning angles. Coupled with his bizarre attire, meticulously selected from the vault of the Lighthouse Nation, he possessed formidable strength. Opposite him, Qin Chong Kong similarly revealed an array of forbidden items: a golden dagger, a white scarf, an enigmatic lighter. The equipment mirrored that of the true Qin Chong Kong perfectly. He too swung his gear, retaliating against Marshall. However, Marshall, seizing the initiative, struck first, launching an attack at an astonishing speed towards the counterfeit Qin Chong Kong. This turn of events thrilled the audience in the live stream. Even though one participant was a mere imitation, it could still greatly emulate Qin Chong Kong's combat prowess. With Marshall, the current champion of comprehensive strength, facing off against the previous round's victor, Qin Chong Kong, this clash of titans left many spectators wide-eyed with anticipation. Chapter 31. The unprecedented expansion of the Lighthouse Nation. The Supreme Power Marshal? Death. The contestant from the Lighthouse Nation, Marshall, unleashed a fierce shout and initiated the assault. He dashed forward swiftly, charging towards the counterfeit Qin Chong Kong, with his dagger poised for a rapid strike. Whoosh! The dagger sliced through the air, aiming for the imitation Qin Chong Kong. Yet it passed through the figure as if it were mere foam, failing to make contact. No physical form? Marshall was taken aback and promptly retreated to create distance. Simultaneously, he wielded his torch to confront the adversary. The counterfeit Qin Chong Kong, brandishing a golden dagger, swung it forward, the blade striking Marshall's arm. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the torch was knocked from his grasp. However, the bathrobe enveloping him appeared to possess formidable defensive capabilities, leaving him unscathed. Conversely, the hurled torch exerted sufficient deterrent force against the forest creatures, causing the imitation Qin Chong Kong to retreat. In this initial clash, the two were evenly matched. As an officer of the Marine Corps from the Lighthouse Nation, Marshall possessed considerable combat prowess. He quickly contemplated the strengths of both sides. This creature lacked a physical form, rendering physical attacks ineffective, while its strikes could indeed inflict harm upon him. Yet it seemed to fear fire. Employing ranged flame attacks against it would be the most prudent strategy. With this realization, Marshall hurried towards the torch, retrieving it from the ground. The torch, seemingly soaked in a flammable substance, remained alight. Upon seeing him seize the torch, the counterfeit Qin Chong Kong's body contorted, swiftly revealing its true form. It was a colossal flower, roughly the size of an adult's torso. The petals unfurled, and at its center, a massive eye stared back at him. Puff! Hiss! The eye rotated and unleashed a spray of crimson blood arrows towards Marshall. The blood splattered against his robe, which served as a barrier. Yet, a searing pain still penetrated through his skin to his brain. Marshall could not suppress a grunt of discomfort, pushing off the ground to distance himself from the foe once more. It even possesses ranged attack capabilities. This sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through Marshall's mind. realizing the precariousness of his situation. With the enemy's capacity for ranged attacks, it would be challenging to inflict damage with a makeshift torch in his hand. Unable to restrain himself, he cried out once more, gritting his teeth as he retrieved a pistol from his inventory. The firearm was entirely black, with red liquid seemingly coursing over it, yet the blood did not drip to the ground nor adhere to Marshall's hands. It merely coiled around the gun. This weapon was unmistakably a forbidden artifact. Perhaps it was a prize taken by previous players from the Lighthouse Nation. Marshall clenched the torch handle in his mouth, using one hand to grasp the military dagger and slice his finger. Blood flowed forth, dripping onto the black pistol. Under the watchful gaze of millions of viewers in the live stream, the pistol suddenly emanated a crimson glow. Marshall raised the firearm, aimed at the eye creature, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A stream of flames erupted from the barrel, soaring through the air and striking the monstrous eye. The flames swiftly enveloped the eye monster, consuming it as fuel and igniting with ferocity. A towering inferno erupted, its hue a bizarre blood red, exuding an eerie allure. The creature, ensnared by the flames, emitted a shrill and mournful wail, unable to escape. Massive yellow petals flailed in a futile attempt to extinguish the blaze. The central eye burst, scattering a torrent of crimson blood, which seemed to further intensify the sinister flames. The eye monster soon transformed into a pool of black ash, releasing tendrils of smoke into the air. Drawing a couple of deep breaths, Marshall's lips curled into a smile, unable to suppress his amusement. He was quite pleased with his recent achievements. In this battle, he had first triumphed over the counterfeit Qin Shang Kong, followed by vanquishing this more formidable creature. His combat prowess had clearly surpassed all competitors. He was determined to seize first place in this round. Alas, the current challenge was still a collaborative dungeon rather than direct combat. Otherwise, he would have eliminated the contestants from other nations without hesitation. With a hint of regret, Marshall sighed, grasped his torch, and continued his sprint toward the colossal tree at the heart of the forest. To claim the title of champion in this round, he needed to swiftly acquire the crucial items and exit the forest with utmost speed. In stark contrast to his calm demeanor, the chatroom of the Lighthouse Nation erupted in excitement. Impressive. So dashing. This is the fighting spirit of our Lighthouse Nation's competitor. Truly remarkable. With the defensive yukata and the offensive pistol, Marshall must be the strongest contender at present. Thankfully, the other contestants are not facing him. Otherwise, they would surely perish. As a Marine Corps officer, Marshall possessed an unmatched combat awareness among all participants. This round was secure. It seemed they were about to witness a player achieving an S-rank evaluation. With both skill and equipment at his disposal, how could he possibly lose? The viewers from the Lighthouse Nation were in a frenzy, flooding the chatroom with messages. Were it not for the restrictions of a national game preventing gifts, the chatroom would surely be overwhelmed with celebratory effects. Excited viewers from the Lighthouse Nation, simultaneously watching multiple streams, rushed to the broadcasts of the Dragon Nation, Bear Nation, and the Third Nation, hurling provocations at them regarding Marshall's recent performance. As the direct competitor of the Lighthouse Nation, the Dragon Nation's chatroom bore the brunt of the onslaught from Lighthouse viewers. Ah, Qin Shang Kong, is it? You secured the lead in the last round of wits, but you shall surely suffer this time. Dragon Nation contestants, you should be grateful this round is not a duel. You need not fear being slain by Marshall. Although you possess skills, the yukata he wears will undoubtedly withstand your assaults. In a direct confrontation, you would have perished early. Alas, for the Dragon Nation to win, they could only rely on luck. In the previous round, they had the fortune of encountering a beautiful Dean as their guide. Yet this time they found themselves at a disadvantage, narrowly escaping with their lives. Such luck. But, as they say, fortune has its limits. At this moment, the representative from the land of the Lighthouse, Marshall, finds himself in a remarkably advantageous position, leading to an unprecedented expansion of his nation. A multitude of citizens from the Lighthouse pour into the live streams of other countries, venting their emotions. Unbeknownst to the outside world, Qin Shang Kong stands before a colossal tree, meticulously collecting the sap and resin from its trunk with a golden knife. Although he is unaware of the species of this tree, Qin Shan Kong is certain that these resins possess the capability to ignite. When applied to his homemade torch, they will significantly enhance its longevity. After fortifying the torch, he grasps the knife in one hand and raises the torch in the other, proceeding towards the eastern edge of the forest. Ahead, merely a kilometer away, lies the treasure point indicated on the map. Upon arrival, he shall secure a formidable treasure of the Eerie grade. The Eerie grade surpasses his current level by 2 tiers. Such a treasure is bound to greatly augment his strength, providing him with the necessary support to partake in this competition. Qin Shan Kong's anticipation swells, and the rhythm of his heartbeat quickens. Chapter 32. The Malevolent Artifact, Soul Summoning Tiger Talisman. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the light within the monster forest grew increasingly dim. Qin Shan Kong, holding a torch, arrived before a tree stump. Is this the treasure site? He mused, surveying the imposing stump before him, which stood over 7 meters tall. Such a massive tree, one could only wonder what force had felled it. But even if I know the treasure lies here, how shall I procure it? Must I excavate this entire area with a spade? Or is the treasure concealed within the stump itself? Qin Shan Kong furrowed his brow. He had not brought any digging tools. At that moment, the malevolent treasure map secured at his waist began to tremble. The vibrations intensified with increasing frequency. Qin Shan Kong swiftly retrieved the map and unfurled it. As the treasure map manifested, it seemed to resonate with something beneath the stump. The stump quivered, and soil erupted around it. Something appeared to soar forth from beneath the stump. Simultaneously, the temperature plummeted, the surrounding air turned frigid, and frost began to form on the nearby trees. Crack! Boom! The robust stump suddenly split open, and from within emerged a dark object, suspended in midair. Qin Shan Kong focused his gaze and discerned that it was a pair of tiger-shaped metal plates, each the size of a palm, adorned with dark golden engravings. When combined, the plates formed a sculpture of a crouching tiger, reminiscent of ancient military orders. Qin Shan Kong reached out to grasp the metal plates, and immediately, the details of the equipment materialized before him. Equipment name: Soul Summoning Tiger Talisman. Equipment description: a talisman imbued with malevolent energy. Once a token for commanding troops of the giant legions on ancient battlefields, it possesses the power to communicate with spirits and the undead, transcending the realms of life and death. Equipment effects: Spirit 40, Stamina 30, Special Effect: Summon the undead. Utilizing the Soul Summoning Tiger Talisman, one can sense souls within a 5-mile radius and forcibly compel them to obey commands. Currently, it can only summon malevolent entities of the malevolent grade or lower. Current undead entities available for summoning: 10. Upon reviewing the equipment details, a flicker of enlightenment ignited within Qin Shan Kong's mind. This artifact is designed for summoning allies. Most importantly, its grade is malevolent, 2 levels superior to his own diabolical rank. If I can summon malevolent entities with it, this round of the game is virtually guaranteed. Alas, this is merely the second round of the horror game. Given the current level of difficulty, it is unlikely that any malevolent entities will manifest. As Qin Shan Kong equipped the Soul Summoning Tiger Talisman, a wave of warmth surged throughout his body. The fatigue he had felt from his hurried journey dissipated, replaced by a surge of vitality. His mind became lucid, and his cognitive speed increased significantly. After all, this is a malevolent grade artifact, even without considering its special effects. The augmentation of my attributes alone will significantly enhance my capabilities. Qin Shan Kong could not help but excitedly raise his fist. Merely equipping the talisman had granted him such enhancements. If he could summon formidable specters, it would greatly aid him in this harrowing game of national fortunes. According to prior game indications, the monster forest was once an ancient battlefield where countless giant warriors met their demise. Their decaying bodies had seeped into the earth, ultimately transforming into fertile soil that nourished flourishing vegetation. The nutrients from their remains alone could sustain innumerable plants. Just how powerful were those giants? If he could summon one of their specters as a subordinate, he would undoubtedly stride through the monster forest with unchallenged authority. With this thought in mind, Qin Shan Kong grasped the Soul Summoning Talisman, eagerly attempting to sense the nearby spirits, hoping to call forth some apparitions to serve as his enforcers. In the depths of his consciousness, a peculiar sensation settled in his heart, as if something were beckoning him. Qin Changkong turned around, discerning the direction, and strode forth. Soon, he arrived at a location with an unusual terrain. Surrounding him, the dense foliage blanketed the ground, yet ahead lay a patch devoid of plants, revealing the yellow-brown earth beneath. Upon reaching this spot, Qin Changkong could faintly hear the sounds of human voices, seemingly battle cries. At that moment, the soul-summoning talisman in his hand began to glow intensely. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and fissures appeared in the barren earth. Qin Changkong took 2 steps back, eagerly watching as the soil erupted. A pallid skeletal arm reached out from the crevice, followed by a white skeleton clawing its way up. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones grinding against one another echoed as more skeletal figures emerged, standing before Qin Changkong. Initially, their movements were sluggish as they crawled from the fissures. However, once they reached the surface, their agility surged. Ultimately, 5 skeletons formed a line, a chilling aura radiating from them. Qin Changkong focused intently, observing the skeletal figures. He keenly discerned that these were no ordinary specters. Though emaciated, they moved with remarkable speed and exuded a formidable presence. He had not issued any commands, yet these 5 skeletons aligned themselves as if they were a cohesive unit. 2 of them even wielded long knives, their rusted blades still emanating a palpable bloodlust. Were these the first batch of subordinates he had summoned? What manner of spectral beings were they? As Qin Changkong pondered this, eager to test the strength of the skeletons, the foremost figure stepped forward, its jaw creaking audibly. "We are the vassals of the Great Tang's return to Righteousness Army. Did Anshi and Biting ever yield to the Tang? Has General Zhang Yichao ever achieved success?" The sudden voice took Qin Changkong by surprise. He stared in astonishment at the skeletons before him, his mind swirling with thoughts. The Great Tang's return to Righteousness Army? Anshi Biting? General Zhang Yichao? These nouns conjured a multitude of thoughts within him. In his past life, he had accumulated a wealth of knowledge. Coupled with the wisdom he had attained in this life, he naturally possessed insights that eluded many. Through the words just uttered by the skeleton, Qin Changkong swiftly discerned the identity of the other. In life, this being had been a member of the Yi army during the late Tang dynasty, serving under General Zhang Yichao. General Zhang Yichao is revered as a national hero of the Tang Empire. Following the Ungshi Rebellion, the western regions of the Tang were occupied by the Tubo for several decades, during which time they imposed a harsh regime. After amassing strength for 49 years, General Zhang rose in rebellion, leading the occupied territories back to the Tang Empire. He was the most distinguished military strategist of the late Tang period and the greatest loyal subject of that era, dedicating his life to a singular objective, to restore the western regions to the Tang. And the skeletons before him had all once been members of the Yi army of the Tang, with some having perished in battle prior to General Zhang's restoration efforts. The weight of the information contained in the skeleton's recent words was staggering. For a moment, Qin Changkong's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, leaving him little time to ponder why the bones of the Tang's Yi army would be found within the monster forest. He was simply struck by the unwavering determination of the other, having lain here for over 12 centuries. The first words upon awakening were inquiries about the successful restoration of the western regions to the Tang. Such dedication left Qin Changkong profoundly moved. In a sense, the actions of this figure mirrored his own participation in the fate of the nation, to defend home and country. Drawing a gentle breath, Qin Changkong reflected on certain historical records and solemnly replied. General Zhang Yichao reclaimed the various states of Heshi, ensuring the unimpeded passage of the Heshi corridor. Historical texts record that it stretched 4,000 miles, connecting to Yui and Lingwu, encompassing a population of over 1 million households. The 6 prefectures returned to their former glory. The skeleton before him stood momentarily stunned, then raised its long sword, howling toward the heavens. The sound was strikingly dry and lacking in grandeur, yet it resonated with deafening intensity. Chapter 33, A Surge in Power. From 3 stars to 5 stars, the true first. The haunting wails of skeletons reverberated through the dimly lit jungle, gradually spreading throughout the surroundings. The leaves rustled ominously as if shaken by an unseen force. One who has been resurrected, upon learning of the general's accomplishments, is eager to serve you, shedding past regrets, uncertain of the current date or how to address you. The foremost skeleton ceased its long howl and spoke solemnly before Qin Chong Kong. Behind him, for other skeletons bent in respectful salute. Qin Chong Kong inhaled deeply and returned the gesture with equal gravity, then began to elucidate the present circumstances. As he spoke of the realm now known as the Dragon Kingdom, a millennium having passed since the Tang Dynasty, he recounted the succession of 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, encompassing the Liao, Song, Xia, Jin, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. The leading skeleton stood in stunned silence, momentarily bereft of words, seemingly overwhelmed by the monumental shifts of time, unsure how to respond. When Qin Chong Kong explained that he was bound to the fate of the nation and would participate in a perilous game to fight for his country, the skeletons perked up, raising their short blades and proclaiming fiercely to the heavens, "Ah, it is indeed a time of national peril, and the righteous army must rise to battle. How can one refuse to die for their country?" The foremost skeleton solemnly vowed, though lacking flesh and blood, and thus devoid of visible expression. Qin Chong Kong could still sense the fervor of their emotions through their gestures. There was a palpable sense of identification, mingled with the excitement and fervor of having awakened, ready once more to fight for their nation and people. Let's fight side by side. Qin Chong Kong's own emotions were stirred, and he responded earnestly while inquiring, "What are your levels of strength, and how shall I address you?" The skeleton pondered briefly before replying, "I was unaware of the current classifications of power during my slumber. I can only recall the combat skills I honed in life. I have also forgotten my name. Your Excellency may refer to us as Gi, Ger, and so forth. Up to Guiwu." Qin Chong Kong felt another wave of astonishment. They had forgotten even their names, yet retained the memory of the righteous army and Zhang Yichao. Is this the obsession of the undead? This place, known as the Monster Forest, is teeming with creatures. If you, Gi, are uncertain of your strength, let's seek out some monsters for verification. After all, you were summoned using a powerful artifact, so your strength should be commendable. As he spoke, Qin Chong Kong suddenly paused mid-sentence. A thought struck him. Perhaps he could ascertain the strength of Gi and the others through the attribute panel. With a focused thought, the attribute panel materialized before him. Player name, Qin Chong Kong. Player ID, 14100 strength, 950 agility, 640 spirit, 1780 stamina, 1070 combat level, malevolent spirit class skills, animal cultivation technique. Soul Rend skill panel can be activated. Equipment, ring of certification, soul summoning talisman, corpse stitching knife. Equipment panel can be activated. Mystery coins, 10 overall ability assessment. 5 stars. Qin Chong Kong's gaze swept over several critical options. First and foremost were his attributes. Although his base attributes were not particularly high, the enhancements from the Ring of Certification and the recently acquired Soul Summoning Talisman had propelled all his attributes beyond the significant threshold of 40. His total attribute value exceeded 240, at least 6 times that of other players. Most importantly, his overall ability assessment had reached an impressive 5 stars. Just before entering the Monster Forest, his overall ability assessment had only been 3 stars. The recently obtained Soul Summoning Talisman, along with the ability to summon 5 spectral entities, had dramatically elevated his combat power by 2 stars. This indicated that the strength of the summoned entities far surpassed the Malevolent Spirit class, exceeding the 3-star combat power. Otherwise, such a substantial enhancement in his overall strength would have been impossible. The remarkable enhancement in strength filled Qin Chong Kong with exhilaration. This was a solid foundation. With such a significant increase in power, he was determined to complete the thrilling game tasks this time around. No, merely completing the tasks was insufficient. With this newfound support, he was resolute in striving for first place in this round of the game. If he could achieve an S-grade evaluation like in the previous round, there would be additional rewards. This could further enhance his abilities and strength, laying a solid groundwork for future thrilling game challenges. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Chong Kong raised his head and excitedly waved his hand. Gi, we must compete against players from other nations and quickly reach the sky-piercing tree at the center of the forest. We need to accelerate our pace and will encounter even more dangers. But for the sake of claiming first place and securing greater rewards for our nation in the game, we must hasten our steps. Gi and the other skeletal entities, undeterred by any danger, declared, "How can one not die for their country? How can one not die for the general?" Qin Chong Kong's heart surged with emotion as he raised his torch, gripping his knife, and dashed towards the direction of the sky-piercing tree. Although still vigilant, he was no longer as cautious as before. Gi and the other skeletal entities instinctively surrounded Qin Chong Kong, forming a compact battle formation, alert to their surroundings. Gi closely guarded Qin Chong Kong, while the other three skeletons maintained a slightly greater distance, serving as the outer defense. The final skeleton ventured ahead, acting as a scout to detect any unusual movements. Observing their actions, Qin Chong Kong was filled with a singular thought. This is professionalism. The group moved with remarkable speed, pursuing the progress of players from other nations. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, countless viewers fervently posted comments in the chat. Is there anyone who can elucidate the concept of the Detang Gue army? Who exactly is General Zhang Yichao? It is astonishing that these skeletons, having been deceased for so many years, still exude such an imposing aura. They must possess formidable strength. What caliber of general could command such soldiers? Previously, I served as a guide at the Mogao Caves, where I encountered depictions of Zhang Yichao's expeditions. A figure of such historical significance must undoubtedly be an extraordinary general. Regardless of the prowess of these skeletal warriors, Qin Chong Kong's acquisition of 5 skeletal soldiers significantly bolsters his strength. This situation appears quite promising. Over 100 million viewers from the Dragon Kingdom are inquiring about the origins of General Zhang Yichao and the Gue army. In the strategic conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, amidst nearly 1,000 experts, over a dozen historians have risen, gazing intently at the live broadcast displayed on the large screen, filled with fervor. This is the Gue army of General Zhang Yichao, one of the mightiest forces of the Great Tang. It is utterly unexpected that even in their skeletal forms, they're still capable of defending our Dragon Kingdom. Serving the nation, observing their appearance, a senior official in the conference room promptly issued a command. This presents a prime opportunity to stabilize public sentiment and bolster military morale. Since several professors are familiar with the tale of the Gue army, please expedite the compilation of materials for public dissemination to the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 34. For 5 millennia, the sacrifices made for the nation have never ceased. National fortune is intrinsically linked to the fate of the state. It has never been merely an individual-esque battle. In a world fraught with peril, Qin Chong Kong participates in a terrifying game, exerting every ounce of his strength. The Dragon Kingdom, on Blue Star, provides him with various forms of support while simultaneously engaging in a complex interplay with other nations. The arena of public opinion is also an exceedingly significant battleground. Previously, due to the Lighthouse Nation's annexation of El Cache Island, its national power surged, acquiring numerous forbidden artifacts that could be utilized across realms, thereby granting it a considerable advantage in this chilling game. This has directly led to a loss of confidence among many citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, stirring unrest in the hearts of the populace. A substantial number of those with wavering loyalties have chosen to emigrate. Furthermore, some have acquiesced to numerous conditions set by the Lighthouse Nation, infiltrating the Dragon Kingdom to propagate negative narratives, exacerbating the turmoil among the people. At this moment, bolstered by his outstanding performance in the previous round of the game, Qin Chong Kong has acquired the formidable soul-summoning tiger talisman and summoned the skeletons of the righteous army, significantly enhancing his power. Riding on the curiosity of hundreds of millions of Dragon Kingdom viewers towards the righteous army, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom promptly ordered the propaganda department to launch a campaign. Soon, on major video platforms such as Douyin, Kuaishou, and Pipi, as well as on prominent social media sites like Zhihu and Weibo, official educational content began to emerge. Professor Yin, the head of the history department at Qingbei University, personally recorded a video to elucidate the tale of the Tang Dynasty's righteous army and Zhang Yichao. Esteemed viewers, it is likely that you are aware of our Dragon Kingdom contestant, Qin Changkong, who has garnered the allegiance of 5 eerie entities in the terrifying game. These 5 entities were once renowned members of the righteous army and among the most formidable soldiers of the Tang Dynasty, led by the illustrious general Zhang Yichao. To properly introduce Zhang Yichao and the righteous army, one must begin with the late Tang period, when the western regions fell prey to the incursions of Tubo. Tubo, as a powerful nation of the snowy regions, established a remarkably comprehensive militaristic regime, showcasing formidable strength. It stands as the only foreign nation in history that contributed to the capital of the Tang Dynasty. In the second year following the outbreak of the Uncanny Rebellion, Tubo tore up its agreement with the Tang Dynasty and launched an offensive into the Tang's western regions. By the first year of Jida, the regions of Shanshan, Wei Dai, and Tang had fallen. Subsequently, the states of Wei, Qin, Cheng, Lin, and Lanhai also succumbed. The Hushi corridor was completely severed, leading to the total occupation of the vast western territories of the Tang Dynasty. In the prosperous era of the Tang, such a scenario was inconceivable. During the height of Tang's power, it was known only for expanding its dominion, never for being invaded. However, following the Uncanny Rebellion, the national strength of the Tang Dynasty waned, suffering repeated defeats in battles against external foes. Once the Hushi corridor was occupied, the entirety of the Tang Dynasty believed that the western regions had fallen entirely. The Tang forces at the Anxi and Baiting protectorates should have surrendered by now. Yet, what the Tang court did not anticipate was that, without reinforcements or supplies, the Tang forces in the 2 protectorates held strong for 18 years. It was only when the last Anxi protectorate commander, the renowned General Guaxi, who was also the nephew of the illustrious Guazi, perished in loyalty to his country, that the entire western regions of the Great Tang finally fell. Though Tubo possessed a well-structured militaristic regime, it fundamentally operated as a slave empire, imposing an exceedingly harsh rule over the western regions of the Tang Dynasty. They not only levied exorbitant taxes, but also engaged in the heinous act of infanticide for amusement, treating human beings as mere animals. The populace of the Hushi region, including the lower classes of Tubo itself, endured severe oppression. It was during the tumultuous occupation of Hushi that the last renowned general of the Tang, Zhang Yichao, leader of the Yi army, was born. Zhang Yichao hailed from a prominent local family, enjoying a privileged upbringing. Despite the brutal governance exerted by Tubo in occupied territories, they exhibited a degree of tolerance towards local aristocrats, allowing Zhang Yichao to receive an excellent education. From a young age, he harbored a profound love for his country and a deep-seated disdain for Tubo's tyrannical rule. His singular ambition was to amass strength to resist Tubo's oppressive regime and restore the Hushi populace to the embrace of the Tang Dynasty. As recorded in the Zhang Huaishan stele, Zhang Yichao engaged in military discussions and martial training in Shazhou, believing that the fortune of Tubo is at an end. Thus, he vowed to return to his homeland with unwavering determination. To this end, he began to build his strength and sought support from various quarters. The formidable power of Tubo and the decline of the Tang left Zhang Yichao in a protracted struggle to gather resources. Yet, he never wavered in his resolve. In the year 848 AD, during the second year of the reign of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, at the age of 49, Zhang Yichao finally seized his opportunity. He led the soldiers and citizens of Shazhou in a rebellion, successfully defeating the local Tubo forces and commencing the reclamation of lost territories, liberating the Hushi region. Concurrently, he dispatched a series of 11 envoys to Chang'an to report his victories. The news of Shazhou's voluntary return, after nearly 70 years of subjugation, filled Emperor Xuanzong with elation, prompting nationwide jubilation. 2 years after the uprising in Shazhou, Zhang Yichao managed to conquer 11 prefectures, overthrowing Tubo's dominion and reinstating Tang rule over these regions. Despite being 51 years old and having never set foot in Chang'an since birth, as his homeland had been under Tubo control, Zhang Yichao still identified himself as a subject of the Tang dynasty. The territories he reclaimed were indeed the lands of Tang. By this point, he had liberated the Hushi region and vanquished all surrounding enemies, surviving through sheer martial prowess. The Yi army under Zhang Yichao became renowned for its formidable combat capability. When the Tuyuan attempted to raid Shazhou, Zhang Yichao took the initiative, charging into Tuyuan territory and pursuing the enemy for 1,000 miles, capturing 3 of their prime ministers and slaying them before the enemy ranks. When the combined forces of the Uyghurs and Tubo harassed Hushi, Zhang Yichao once again led the Yi army into battle, decisively defeating the adversaries, leaving the battlefield strewn with corpses for 50 miles and reclaiming over 10,000 livestock. The fighting spirit of the Yi army was indeed exceptional. Furthermore, Qin Shangkong's acquisition of the loyalty of unnamed Yi soldiers would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. Notably, a figure named Yi, a sentient skeleton with remarkable eloquence, must surely be a leader within the Yi army. His prowess undoubtedly transcends the realm of mere malevolent spirits, perchance. He may even surpass the level of wicked demons. In the second round of the harrowing game, he stands as the most formidable force. In this round, our advantage is considerable. At the conclusion of the video, Professor Yan, the esteemed head of the history department at Qingbei University, spoke with tears glistening in his eyes. His voice choked with emotion. Tang, there is Zhang Yichao, who established the Yi army. He has never set foot in Chang'an, yet has always considered himself a subject of the Tang dynasty, lying in wait beneath the yoke of the enemy's rule, amassing strength for 49 years. Ultimately, he astonished the world, subduing the western regions, opening the Hushi corridor, and leading the people back to the Tang dynasty. In modern times, there exists Qin Shangkong, who has bound the fate of the nation within a realm of terror, participating in the gruesome game. He fights not for himself, but for the glory of the Dragon Nation. What is most precious is that across the fabric of time and space, the Yi army and Qin Shangkong, these heroes who battle for their country, have converged. I do not know whether they shall achieve victory, yet I fervently hope for their triumph. In conclusion, I wish to convey that for 5 millennia, the Dragon Nation has never ceased to honor those who sacrificed their lives for the country. Chapter 35. Born here, raised here, destined to die and be buried here. Long Kingdom, Shanghai, Beiying Villa District. A middle-aged man in his 40s, adorned with black-framed glasses and clad in a white shirt, gazes blankly at his computer screen. His name is Lu Yuming, a doctoral supervisor in animal husbandry, specializing in the cultivation of new breeds of cattle, sheep, and pigs. In this era marked by resource scarcity, environmental degradation, and a waning national fortune, individuals like him hold the potential to greatly enhance the agricultural sector of the nation, serving as elite guardians of the populace's meat safety. Such talents are highly coveted across the globe. Indeed, the solitary Lu Yuming not only enjoys substantial subsidies from the Long Kingdom, but has also been courted by various powerful nations, including the Lighthouse Nation, the Bear Country, and the Great Ying Empire. These countries have promised a plethora of enticing benefits to entice him, from lucrative salaries to luxurious mansions and charming companions. In fact, a blonde beauty in her 20s from the Lighthouse Nation has already engaged with Lu Yuming for a considerable time. He has found himself wavering, even contemplating immigration. Yet, at this moment, his indecision evaporates. Before him lie several computer screens. One displays a live stream of the young Long Kingdom contender, Qin Shangkong, who is hastily making his way under the protection of 5 skeletal guardians. Another screen features a lecture video by Professor Yan, the head of the history department at Qingbei University. As Lu Yuming witnesses the tale of the Return to Righteousness Army and observes Zhang Yichao's decades of perseverance culminating in the eventual unification of the Halong region, his heart swells with emotion. Professor Yan's final remarks evoke tears from his eyes. For 5 millennia, the sacrifices made for our nation have never ceased. Indeed, well said. With a deep breath, Lu Yuming rises and approaches his bookshelf, retrieving a hefty document. He resolutely tosses it into the shredder in his study and presses the activation button. The document is caught and pulled into the blades, its cover peeling back to reveal a few prominent characters. Immigration application. A faint vibration emanates from the drawer of his desk. Liu Yuming furrows his brow and retrieves a mobile phone from the drawer. This device, secretly provided by the Lighthouse Nation for communication, boasts formidable capabilities and excellent confidentiality. At this moment, a communication request arrives. Liu Yuming answers the video call. The screen illuminates, revealing a blonde beauty in her 20s, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazes at him. Upon seeing the call connected, her face lights up with a radiant smile, exclaiming joyfully, "Darling, long time no see. I missed you so much. I'm free now and have secretly infiltrated the Long Kingdom. Can we go on a date? Would you like to take me out for coffee? Or, according to your customs, perhaps a tea?" Liu Yuming raises an eyebrow, looking at the woman beaming on the screen, and cannot help but let out a self-deprecating sigh. At over 40 years of age, it is quite surprising to be affectionately addressed as dear by a beautiful 20-year-old. Indeed, the sweet allure of the so-called land of liberty is formidable. With a sigh, Liu Yuming straightened his expression, gazing intently at the screen of his phone, and declared, "Yet I cannot betray my country. Were I merely an ordinary individual, perhaps I would consider immigration. However, the skills I possess are of great value to my nation. Just as ancient warriors, upon becoming mere bones, may awaken after a millennium to continue the fight for their people, how can I abandon my post in these perilous times?" Upon hearing his words, the blonde beauty on the screen changed her demeanor dramatically. She leaned closer to the camera, urgently attempting to persuade him. Yet, Liu Yuming offered her no opportunity to continue. With a serious tone, he stated, "From this day forth, do not attempt to contact me again. I was born in the Dragon Nation, raised in the Dragon Nation, and it is my duty to remain here in its hour of need. Even should I meet with misfortune and perish here, I shall be laid to rest in my homeland. This is my home. You claim to be in the Dragon Nation? For the sake of our past acquaintance, I earnestly advise you to leave at once. For soon, I shall report your presence to the authorities." Having uttered these words, Liu Yuming disregarded the woman's shocked expression and abruptly ended the call. Taking a deep breath, he allowed a smile to grace his face, feeling an immense weight lift from his shoulders as he solidified his resolve and made his choice. He turned his gaze towards the computer screen displaying Qin Chong Kong and the 5 skeletal figures surrounding him, murmuring to himself, "I cannot allow myself to be outdone by you." At that moment, within the Dragon Nation's live stream, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. Millions of viewers had witnessed Professor Yan's video from Qingbei University and were now watching Qin Chong Kong's live broadcast, their emotions stirred. A solitary city amidst a sea of gray-haired soldiers, born of the Han, and in death, the spirit of the Tang. So was Zhang Yichao they referred to? Incredible. Qin Chong Kong has garnered the allegiance of our ancient warriors. This round of the game is surely secure. However, concerns were palpable. Their progress is noticeably lagging. I fear they may not surpass the competitors from other nations. Completing the task is all that matters. Victory is non-necessity. As long as the mission is accomplished, we shall receive basic rewards and avoid punitive measures, which is more than satisfactory. But, as we all know, the horror of this game is not to be underestimated. Qin Chong Kong is fighting for our nation. He must strive to fulfill his objectives without harboring unrealistic expectations. Alas, one might wish to assist personally. Regrettably, I am but a mere spectator, unable to contribute, only capable of offering encouragement. Brothers, not far from my home lies the Mogeo Caves. I shall now pay my respects to the ancestors of the Gi army. Wait, send me the address. I will have hungry dad deliver flowers. Include me in that. The audience in the live stream buzzed with activity, some preparing to pay their respects with incense and flowers, while others busily analyzed Qin Chong Kong's current situation. In pursuit of the elusive treasure site, he invested an inordinate amount of time, taking a circuitous route. Meanwhile, the competitors who reached the towering tree first have already begun devising means to pluck its fruits. Had the fruits not been suspended at such an elevated height, making them difficult to reach, and had there not been numerous spectral guardians surrounding the tree, it is likely that some contestants from various nations would have already secured the fruits and ventured beyond the forest. while others scrambled for essential items. Qin Chong Kong remained en route, causing considerable anxiety among the populace. Within this terrifying realm, determined to seize the top position and regain an S-grade evaluation, Qin Chong Kong accelerated his pace. Surrounding him were 4 skeletal figures, with another ahead, scouting the path. Suddenly, the foremost skeleton brandished a bamboo whistle, producing a haunting sound. The skeletal figure beside Qin Chong Kong, known as Gi, swiftly approached and, in a gravelly voice, warned, "General, we have detected an enemy presence." Qin Chong Kong, instantly alert, reduced his speed, maintained formation, and braced for the impending confrontation. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Chapter 36. The Might of the Return. Marshall holds the first position. In the dimly lit monster forest, Qin Chong Kong and his companions brandished torches to illuminate their surroundings. Fortunately, as elite soldiers from ancient times, Guy and his comrades excelled in torch-making and wilderness survival skills. With their plentiful torches, our safety was maximally ensured. Qin Chong Kong's thoughts swirled as he raised his gaze forward. At the forefront, a skeletal soldier, acting as a scout, raised a torch high, shedding light on the lurking adversaries. Unbeknownst to them, 2 sinister creatures lay in ambush within the thickets ahead. The first was a spider, standing half a man's height. Its 8 eyes fixated on the group with a menacing intensity. Adorned with crimson patterns that emitted a faint glow, it exuded an eerie and perilous aura. Behind the spider floated a flayed human skin, its features vaguely discernible as those of a woman, devoid of flesh and blood, presenting only a grotesque visage. As Qin Chong Kong lifted his torch higher, the flames illuminated his face. The flayed creature's lips twisted in delight as it called out, "What a beautiful skin! What a handsome man! Give me your skin!" Its voice, shrill and haunting, echoed far through the tranquil forest. The flayed creature soared into the air, leaping over the spider to launch its assault. With arms outstretched, its sharp claws aimed for Qin Chong Kong's face, as if intent on peeling away his skin. Calmly, Qin Chong Kong grasped a golden dagger in his right hand, his mind focused and poised to unleash the skill of Soul Rend. However, before he could retaliate, the skeletal scout at the forefront swung its long sword fiercely, striking the flayed creature's hands. The 2 skeletons flanking Qin Chong Kong advanced in unison, coordinating with the scout to mount an attack. 3 skeletons encircled the flayed creature, thwarting its advance, while Guy and another skeleton stood guard before Qin Chong Kong, vigilantly confronting the spider. The 6 combatants, 5 skeletons and Qin Chong Kong, swiftly divided into 2 groups, each engaging one of the sinister beings. The combat synergy of the Guy army was nothing short of flawless. "Do not hinder me. That skin belongs to me." The flayed creature screamed in anguish, suddenly swelling in size, enveloping the 3 long swords that had been aimed at it. Behind it, a colossal, motionless spider abruptly sprang into action, darting towards the flayed creature with astonishing speed. Its venomous fangs clashed against the nearest skeleton, producing a resounding thud as one skeleton was sent flying. Simultaneously, Guy and another skeleton, guarding Qin Chong Kong, surged forward. Instead of striking with their blades, they thrust their torches fiercely at the spider and the flayed creature. Boom! The flames erupted violently. The flayed creature was instantly ignited. The fire seemed to have a uniquely debilitating effect on it, consuming it rapidly. The flayed creature shrieked in agony, relinquishing its grasp on the 3 long swords, seeking to flee into the distance. The 3 skeletons, swift and nimble, discarded their long knives and thrust their torches forward, igniting the skin demon in an instant. A piercing scream erupted from the creature, its entire form engulfed in flames. Billowing like a tattered banner in the wind, soon reduced to a cloud of black ash. Nearby, a spider monster was struck in its left front leg by the torch of the unified force, flames swiftly consuming it as well. However, this spider was evidently more tenacious than the skin demon. Without any visible action, its left front leg abruptly snapped, spewing forth a foul, dark red blood that splattered everywhere. The remaining 7 legs of the spider flexed and recoiled, hastily retreating from the battlefield, seemingly intent on fleeing. Seizing the moment, Qin Chang Kong raised his right hand, directing his golden dagger toward the spider, unleashing a soul-rending strike. An invisible wave radiated outward. The spider emitted its first agonizing shriek, a sound akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, excruciatingly loud and shrill. Its remaining legs appeared to lose coordination, each moving erratically, soon collapsing to the ground. Its body trembling and contorting involuntarily, unable to withstand the torment of its soul being torn apart. The 5 skeletons in the front showed no sign of pause. 2 fell back to guard Qin Chang Kong, while the other 3 charged forward, thrusting their torches into the spider's body. Flames surged once more, and the spider demon writhed before being reduced to ashes. This fierce skirmish transpired in the brief span of a minute. With the seamless cooperation of the 5 elite members of the unified army, 2 formidable creatures were dispatched with remarkable ease. Not even a glimpse of any special skills utilized by the unified troops was witnessed. It is worth noting that by transforming into these creatures, they had elevated their combat prowess from 3 stars directly to 5 stars, undoubtedly possessing unique abilities. Achieving such results solely through cooperation and physical attacks left Qin Chang Kong exceedingly satisfied. They pressed on, accelerating their pace. They aimed to surpass competitors from other nations. After searching through the remnants of their foes and finding no forbidden items, Qin Chang Kong led the 5 skeletons of the unified army onward. Even with nightfall casting shadows and the forest growing perilous, he chose to continue their journey, confident in the battle readiness of his companions. It was only at this moment that the viewers in the live stream began to grasp the gravity of the situation. What just occurred? In less than a minute, 2 fierce creatures were dispatched by Qin Chang Kong and the unified army? How impressive! This level of combat power is rather terrifying. Are we in the clear? Fellow comrades, let's not pop the champagne just yet. The competitors from Lighthouse Nation and Bear Country have already reached the Sky Tree, and our victory is not guaranteed. Yet, it matters little. As long as we can complete our mission, we will earn rewards and avoid punishment, which is more than sufficient. Brothers, join me in celebrating. Qin Chang Kong is extraordinary. The unified army is remarkable. The Dragon Nation is formidable. In an instant, countless messages flooded the screen. Across the Dragon Nation, over 500 million citizens tuning into the live stream felt their spirits soar. As a key contender, his performance swiftly reached the ears of high-ranking officials from other nations. In the land of the beacon, within the hallowed halls of the Pentagon, Vice President Carl gazed upon the freshly acquired intelligence, a smirk gracing his features. Though he had secured 5 skeletal warriors, they merely represented a numerical advantage. The recent display of combat prowess revealed that these 5 skeletons possessed no extraordinary abilities. They were merely endowed with a martial experience and combative qualities from their former lives. In the realm of horror games, such a fact holds little significance. The sole aspect of note was Qin Chang Kong's soul-rending skill, which appeared formidable. Should Marshall encounter him in the future, he must exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, the recent battle provided insight into the monsters within the Forest of Beasts. They exhibited an overwhelming fear of fire, more pronounced than previously anticipated. However, with a blood-flame pistol in hand, Marshall could unleash fiery ranged attacks. This information hardly warranted the expenditure of our precious hint opportunity. Vice President Carl set aside the intelligence report, shaking his head as he turned his attention to the live stream of Marshall, the representative from the land of the beacon. Marshall had reached the towering tree of heaven. If he could procure the coveted fruit, he would secure an undeniable advantage. In this round of the game, victory for our nation was assured. Carl brimmed with confidence, and the other citizens of the beacon within the Pentagon shared his anticipation. Meanwhile, within the terrifying realm, Marshall cast his gaze toward the distant tree of heaven, a smile illuminating his face. This time, victory was undeniably within my grasp. Chapter 37. Marshall, my 2-star combat power is supreme. Roar. In a monster forest, a cacophony of monstrous roars echoed from afar. Marshall gazed at the towering sky tree in the distance, observing the myriad of eerie creatures that guarded it. his brow slightly furrowed as he swiftly assessed the current situation. The sky tree stood tall, its fruits at least 10 meters above the ground. To harvest the fruits, I must ascend the tree. Yet the multitude of monsters nearby poses a significant threat. Only by sweeping away all the eerie beings can I climb unimpeded and gather the fruits. As he beheld the more than 20 eerie creatures ahead, Marshall's previously surging confidence waned slightly. He refrained from immediate action, instead keenly observing the strengths of both sides and strategizing. In this moment, the combat prowess befitting a Marine Corps officer truly manifested. With a thought, Marshall opened his attributes panel. Player name, Marshall John. Player ID, 14197 strength, 2520 agility, 1515 spirit, 910 stamina, 1010 combat power, eerie spirit level skills, none equipment, necromancer cloak, bloodfire pistol, bloodthirsty dagger. Equipment panel can be opened. Eerie coins, 10 comprehensive ability assessment. 2 stars. Marshall glanced at the bathrobe draped over him, then at the torch and military dagger in his hand. With a comprehensive 2-star combat power, having only participated in a single round of the horror game, I should be the most formidable contender among all players presently. With the necromancer cloak at my disposal, I need not worry about defense. This cloak can withstand assaults from typical eerie spirit-level creatures. However, the sheer number of eerie beings compels me to avoid being encircled. Furthermore, in terms of offensive capabilities, my greatest reliance lies in this dagger, which has a very short attack range. Marshall then scrutinized the pistol strapped to his waist, his brow furrowing again. The bloodfire pistol possesses immense power and enables ranged attacks, with bullets infused with flames, rendering it highly lethal against the eerie creatures of the forest. However, utilizing the bloodfire pistol requires sacrificing my own blood, relegating it to a trump card that cannot be used incessantly. Otherwise, before I manage to eliminate all the monsters, I risk excessive blood loss. Thus, my only recourse is to lure the monsters closer, adopting a guerrilla strategy to eliminate them one-on-one as much as possible. In a dire situation, I will resort to the bloodfire pistol to vanquish my foes. There are 20 eerie creatures in total, and it is likely there are hidden monsters as well. As long as I can eradicate these 20 or so beings, I will have completed half of this game. Within a brief minute, Marshall clarified his predicament and discerned his strengths and weaknesses. Although the prospect of facing over 20 creatures was daunting, he devised a plan suited to his circumstances. In terms of combat proficiency, he undoubtedly stood as the strongest among all participants in this round. Having selected a retreat route and excavated several shallow traps, Marshall approached the towering tree. As he neared the first peculiar creature, he paused and tossed a small stone he had previously picked up. Instantly, a creature resembling a caterpillar with a human face rose from its prone position, directing a menacing gaze towards him. Upon sensing the presence of a human, the creature's expression contorted with malice as it charged forward. To Marshall's relief, the other monsters lurking in the vicinity merely glanced in his direction, remaining stationary. With the protection of a necromancer's cloak enhancing his defenses, Marshall felt no fear in confronting the creature one-on-one. He swiftly brandished his dagger and torch, engaging in a tactical dance with the caterpillar monster. After a mere 10 minutes, he effortlessly defeated the creature. Employing the same strategy, he continued to lure monsters and eliminate them singularly. As a Marine Corps officer, his combat prowess was formidable, attracting significant interest from numerous foreign teams. In the conference room of Sakura Nation, the Prime Minister wore a somber expression as he scrutinized the combat footage of Marshall and Qin Chongkong, clearly dissatisfied. Both Marshall from Lighthouse Nation and Qin Chongkong from Dragon Nation had received substantial advantages. However, their representative, Ichiro Tokugawa, was at a disadvantage, lacking access to as many forbidden items as his counterparts. This disparity underscored the crucial significance of such items. It was imperative to dispatch individuals to seek out these forbidden artifacts. Each chilling game compelled participation from over 230 countries worldwide. There must be 1 or 2 forbidden items among those effects that the general populace did not comprehend. Those who lacked the capability to wield such items effectively would only waste them. Intelligence must be gathered, and should any forbidden items be located, operatives should covertly seize them. A military representative from Sakura Nation promptly stood, affirming, "We will ensure the mission is accomplished. We shall provide enough forbidden equipment for Mr. Ichiro Tokugawa." With that, he took his leave. The military of Sakura Nation sprang into action, further complicating the situation on Blue Star. While Sakura Nation held no advantage against top-tier powers, it was overwhelmingly formidable against small nations with populations under 1 million. The Prime Minister's decree would soon bring calamity upon many of these smaller nations. Yet within Sakura Nation, no one cared. In the face of a national crisis, with their existence hanging in the balance, there was little time to ponder the sentiments and thoughts of foreign citizens. Simultaneously, the combat footage of Qin Shankong and Marshall rapidly disseminated across various nations on Blue Star. Whether in great powers like the mighty Roar Empire and Bear Country, or in smaller nations such as Stick Country and India, or even in nameless countries with scant populations, all began to analyze the footage. Many nations' think tanks, after studying Qin Shankong's combat recordings, discovered that fire possessed a far greater efficacy against monsters than previously imagined. Their players do not possess the formidable equipment advantage that Marshall has. These nations can only expend their precious hint opportunities, emphasizing the significance of flames during battle for their competitors. In this realm of terror, more than half of the players have been engaged in vanquishing the monsters near the World Tree. Yet, Qin Shankong has only just arrived in the vicinity of the World Tree. This progress is already considered lagging behind. Astonishingly, he further decelerated at this moment. At present, he led Gue to ascend a towering tree, gazing at the distant World Tree while surveying the surrounding situation. Meanwhile, several skeletons maneuvered around to the opposite side of the World Tree, investigating the number of enigmatic creatures guarding it. 5 skeletons conducted reconnaissance from 5 different directions, allowing Qin Shankong and his group to gather the most comprehensive information. General, from this vantage point, we can observe 27 enigmatic creatures near the World Tree. However, in my perception, there may still be monsters lurking above the World Tree. The enemy's numbers are overwhelming. A direct assault may prove infeasible, necessitating a strategy of cunning. Upon hearing the report, Qin Shankong cast his gaze toward the World Tree, his mind racing with thoughts. The next course of action must be devised to conserve time while ensuring their safety. Chapter 38. Assist my son Shankong in committing deceit. Set fire to the mountains and face imprisonment. Qin Shankong scrutinized the towering sky tree, pondering his strategy. The fruits of the sky tree hung high above. Initially, he contemplated climbing to harvest the fruits, but Gue sensed the lurking presence of malevolent entities within the tree. Ascending the tree could prove perilous should they be attacked by these sinister beings. The only viable course of action was to eliminate the monsters surrounding the sky tree before attempting to harvest its fruits from below. However, the fruits were too elevated. What could be done? Should they resort to having Gue and the others hurl stones to knock them down? Qin Shankong furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for solutions. He set this concern aside for the moment and turned his thoughts to the eradication of the malevolent entities encircling the sky tree. From their previous encounters during their journey, it was evident that the malevolent creatures of the monster forest were particularly averse to fire. Many would ignite instantly upon contact with flames. Perhaps this could be exploited to cleanse the area of these entities. Qin Shankong looked to Gue and proposed the idea. Gue, somewhat dull-witted, requested the general's guidance, uncertain of his thoughts. I noticed that you were able to effortlessly gather firewood and a substantial amount of resin for torch-making earlier. This jungle is teeming with trees that can be set ablaze. With our numbers, we can amass a considerable quantity of resin and other flammable materials, creating a trap in the jungle. We can then lure all the malevolent entities from the vicinity of the sky tree, ignite the flames, and eliminate them in one fell swoop. While outside, it would indeed be akin to setting fire to the mountains and facing imprisonment. But within this terrifying realm, we can ignite flames as we please. A bit of preparation at the outset will allow us to incinerate those entities in one decisive strike. Afterward, we could devise a plan to deal with the lurking entities on the sky tree and strategize on how to obtain the fruits. As long as we establish a fire break in advance, we can shield ourselves from the devastation of the forest fire. Qin Shang Kong's strategy was straightforward: set the forest ablaze. However, in this particular game, none of the other contestants possessed the capability to carry out such a plan. They were isolated and lacked the expertise to find kindling in the jungle. While they could kindle small fires, igniting vast expanses of forest proved beyond their means. In contrast, Qin Shang Kong commanded 5 elite subordinates skilled in wilderness survival, adept at locating resin, gum, and other fuels. Moreover, with Gue Yi and the others possessing formidable strength, they could easily fell trees to procure ample firewood. They could also create a fire break by cutting down trees, thereby preventing the flames from spreading and ensuring their safety. Gue Yi contemplated the plan and found it simple yet effective. As per the general's orders, we shall immediately commence felling trees and gathering materials. I am proficient in discerning wind direction. I can select a favorable position to stack the wood and ignite the flames, Gue Yi respectfully declared. Qin Shang Kong was pleasantly surprised to learn of his skill in assessing wind direction, which further refined his strategy. 5 skeletons at a person's command. They swiftly set to work. Thus, the atmosphere of Qin Shang Kong's live broadcast stood in stark contrast to that of others. Competitors from various nations toiled diligently, battling monstrous entities and devising strategies to eliminate the eerie creatures. The combat was perilous, with more than a dozen contestants from various countries having already fallen victim to these sinister beings. However, Qin Shang Kong found himself devoid of conflict. Instead, with the assistance of the 5 skeletons, he busily felled trees and amassed firewood. To his astonishment, he discovered that the transformed beings, such as Gue Yi, possessed astonishing strength, easily severing 2-meter-wide trees. Their power far surpassed his own. The comprehensive might of Gue Yi was undoubtedly at least that of an evil spirit at the ghostly level. Qin Shang Kong felt a renewed confidence in securing the first position in this game, as he diligently chopped wood, intending to set the forest ablaze. A giant form from Qin's father erupted with laughter in the nameless forest. "Truly, my son, your thinking is exceptional. Ha ha ha." It seems the eerie creatures guarding the sky pillar pose no challenge for him. However, harvesting fruit remained a troublesome endeavor, necessitating vigilance against potential ambushes from the creatures above. "Allow me to lend him a hand," he proclaimed, waving his hand grandly. Suddenly, a colossal tree before him ignited, engulfed in swirling smoke and rising flames. Amidst the inferno, a shadow reemerged. "Corrupted soul-devouring tree, you have been diligently protecting the designated game player. Commendable work. Now, I require you to perform another task. When the player approaches your trunk, drop one of your fruits directly to him, sparing him the climb. I understand the constraints of the horror game rules prevent you from offering explicit assistance. However, the player's desire for your fruit gives you control over whether it falls or not. Thus, simply let one fruit drop to the ground for my son, eliminating the need for him to ascend the tree." Within the flames, the shadow wavered, seemingly troubled. Yet after a moment of silence, it dutifully replied, "As you command, my king." As the flames dissipated, Qin's father nodded with satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. He gazed into the space where Qin Shang Kong resided, saying now, "As long as Shang Kong approaches the sky pillar, he shall obtain a fruit without needing to climb. He need not worry about ambushes from the creatures above. Those from other nations will remain unaware of the lurking threats within the tree's trunk. The second person to approach the fruit after Shang Kong shall undoubtedly face an ambush, with dire consequences to follow." Qin's father then turned his attention to the area where the Lighthouse Nation contestant, Marshall, resided. This fellow should be the second fastest, aside from Shang Kong. Yet, when he attempts to harvest the fruit, lacking range tools and the ability to fly, he will be forced to climb. Climbing will expose him to monstrous attacks. Following his ambush, other nations will inevitably expend a hint opportunity to relay this information to their own contestants. One wonders what expressions and feelings the individuals from the so-called land of the lighthouse would display upon realizing that their contestant was the sole victim of a sneak attack. Ha ha ha! With this thought, Qin's father erupted into hearty laughter. Unbeknownst to others, as the contestants racked their brains contemplating how to eliminate the malevolent entities and harvest the fruits. Qin Chong Kong's father had already smoothed out the most formidable obstacle for him. In the realm of horror, half an hour elapsed as Qin Chong Kong and the skeletons of Gui He gathered sufficient timber, laying it out upon the ground. They then drenched it with the collected resin and gum, eagerly awaiting the spark to ignite the flames. The surrounding trees within 100 meters had all been felled. Should the fire spiral out of control and engulf the entire forest, their position would remain unscathed. "General, please wait here. Gui Air, Gui San, and I shall lure the malevolent entities away. Gui Si will assess the timing to ignite the firewood, while Gui Wu stays here to guard you," Gui Yi declared, clasping his hands in respect. "Exercise caution," Qin Chong Kong nodded, standing in place as he awaited their return. "Fear not, General. As long as the soul-summoning tiger talisman remains, we shall not meet true demise." After this brief explanation, Gui Yi and the others dashed forth, initiating their ruse to entice the malevolent beings. Before long, they had successfully drawn all the malevolent entities surrounding the sky-soaring tree toward them. Gui Si, having collaborated with the other skeletons for many years, acted with remarkable synergy. As the entities congregated near the firewood, he decisively ignited it. Boom! The crimson flames surged skyward, rapidly spreading. All nearby, malevolent entities were engulfed within its fiery embrace. Chapter 39. A sudden turnaround. The first to reap the fruits. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the dim forest with a brilliant glow. The air was pierced by the chilling and piercing cries of anguish, reverberating throughout the woods. The once tranquil monster forest became a cacophony of chaos. Qin Chong Kong, wielding a torch and a knife, quietly surveyed the peculiar creatures before him. It appeared that the trees and resin within the monster forest ignited far more readily than the timber outside, producing flames of a significantly higher temperature. No wonder, in merely the second round of the game, they found themselves engulfed in the perilous depths of the monster forest, fraught with danger. The creatures here were predominantly afraid of fire, and the trees were so easily ignited. In truth, simply recalling that monsters fear fire, as indicated in the game as hints, could spare them from a multitude of hazards. A moment of clarity dawned upon Qin Chong Kong. Each piece of advice offered at the onset of a thrilling game proved to be of paramount importance. As Qin Chong Kong pondered, his companions, including Guy, gathered around him, vigilantly guarding his flanks and remaining alert to the lurking threats. Meanwhile, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was abuzz with excitement. Monsters feared fire. Thus, employing a fiery assault was a revelation that had eluded him. He had previously been concerned about Qin Chong Kong lagging behind and how he might catch up to the other contestants. Yet, it was Qin Chong Kong's brilliance that shone through. They had been led astray in their thinking. Who would ever consider setting the forest ablaze, a strategy that could lead to dire consequences? The horror realm was, after all, not of their own world. Solutions needed to be more unconventional. Thinking must be broadened. Unfortunately, this tactic of Qin Chong Kong's would soon be replicated by other nations. And I suspect that other countries were already observing the live stream, seizing the opportunity to contact their contestants with the hints provided. Countless viewers from the Dragon Kingdom applauded Qin Chong Kong's unconventional approach, yet they were apprehensive that contestants from other nations would mimic his strategy and hasten their progress. This is outrageous. How can we learn from this? In the great Qing Empire, within the opulent Platinum Palace, the emperor slammed his fist upon the table in indignation. The empire's think tank had been closely monitoring Qin Chong Kong's movements. As soon as he began felling trees, there were suggestions for their contestants to emulate his actions. However, when the contestants of the great Qing Empire attempted to replicate his strategy, they soon realized that gathering wood and igniting the forest was simply impractical. The reason was straightforward. Their strength was insufficient, and they lacked appropriate tools. The time required for logging was excessively long. By the time they finished chopping the wood, dousing it with resin, and igniting the flames, it was likely that other contestants had already eliminated the peculiar creatures. After all, in the second round of the thrilling game, all contestants had received substantial support from their respective nations, significantly enhancing their capabilities. Why did Qin Shi Kong of the Dragon Kingdom have the assistance of 5 such formidable skeletons? Those 5 skeletons could fell a large tree with just 3 strikes. Who could possibly compete with that? Is this not cheating? The Emperor of the Empire exclaimed in fury once more. The Grading Empire had performed poorly in previous thrilling games and had sustained significant losses. Now, witnessing the stark disparity between their contestants and Qin Shi Kong, their sense of inequity reached an all-time high. In a moment of indignation, the Emperor of the Great Wying Empire resembled a wronged child, incessantly murmuring in anger. Your Majesty Henry, the reason Qin Shi Kong was able to summon those 5 skeletons is due to his S-rank evaluation in the previous horror game, which granted him a sinister treasure map. A voice from Britain remarked, his S-rank rating was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather the result of being mentored by the director of the peculiar hospital. That director possesses formidable strength and a remarkably gentle demeanor, providing considerable assistance to Qin Shi Kong. In stark contrast, the mentors assigned to our nation's contestants are nothing but a pack of brutal savages. The participants not only contend with the pressure from the Eerie patients, but also from those tyrannical mentors. All contestants from various nations participate in the horror game. Why should the Dragon Kingdom's participants receive preferential treatment? Surely, the Dragon Kingdom has mastered some unique method that enables its contestants to gain advantages in the horror game. We must unite with other nations and exert pressure on the Dragon Kingdom once more. The Emperor's fury intensified as he bellowed. The officials within the Platinum Palace exchanged glances, refraining from offering solace. After all, collaborating with other allies to pressure the Dragon Kingdom had become routine. Whether it would yield results was another matter. But the intent to vex the Dragon Kingdom remained. In the realm of terror, the visage of Qin Shi Kong was illuminated by the flames, casting a crimson hue. The fire gradually swelled, consuming the monsters that had previously gathered around the towering tree. Fortunately, Qin Shi Kong and his companions had felled numerous trees in advance, creating a buffer zone that prevented the flames from encroaching upon them. Let's proceed. We must hasten to the towering tree. Our previous delay in gathering supplies has set us back considerably. We must catch up swiftly. With a grand gesture, Qin Shi Kong circled slightly and made his way toward the towering tree. Gui, can you sense if there are any other eerie beings lurking in the branches of that tree? He inquired as they walked. Once transformed into eerie beings, Gui and the others possessed greater strength and heightened perception. General, there are still 2 eerie entities concealed among the branches above. Their strength should be inferior to mine. Yet if we ascend the tree to gather the fruits, we might find ourselves unable to engage in combat. However, our objective is not to vanquish foes, but to collect fruits. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to climb together, obstructing the eerie beings' attacks while forcibly obtaining the fruit. Gui proposed. After contemplating, Qin Shi Kong recognized this as a simplistic yet viable strategy, especially considering their numerical advantage. In that case, you all ascend together. I shall provide support from below using my soul-rending skills. No sooner had Qin Shi Kong spoken than a faint rustle emanated from the crown of the towering tree. With a thud, a green fruit plummeted downward, heading straight for Qin Shi Kong. He paused momentarily, instinctively extending his hand to catch the verdant fruit. The fruit before him was of an ordinary gourd size, enveloped in a deep emerald hue, its surface adorned with imperceptible tiny bumps, giving it an exceedingly coarse texture. Was this it? Qin Shi Kong paused momentarily, his gaze shifting toward the crown of the tree. Above, all remained still. Had he truly accomplished half of his task? If he merely ventured out of the monster forest, he would successfully complete this round of the game? A frown creased Qin Shi Kong's brow, an instinctive sense of unease washing over him. This was uncharacteristically smooth. Yet, the fruit was already in his grasp. All that remained was to make his exit. Unity, the fruit is secured. Let us hasten our departure from the Forest of Oddities. He called out, selecting a direction and swiftly moving forth. This unexpected turn left the audience outside in a state of astonishment. With the forest set ablaze and the fruit directly retrieved, Qin Shi Kong now led the progress. As he picked up the fruit and made his way toward the forest's edge, martial, The contestant from Lighthouse Nation, who had been the first to reach the vicinity of the sky-raising tree and eliminate the peculiar entities, finally finished dispatching the last of the creatures. Gasping for breath, he lifted his gaze toward the sky-raising tree's fruit, a smile breaking across his face. All that remained was to climb the tree and pluck the fruit. At this pace, victory was assured. Chapter 40. Why is Qin Chong Kong so fortunate? It's unjust. Huh. Marshall's chest rose and fell rapidly, his breath coming in quick gasps. Before him lay the lifeless forms of numerous bizarre creatures. His complexion was ashen as he sought to steady his breathing and regain his composure. The recent extermination battle had drained him considerably, having relied excessively on his blood flame pistol, resulting in some loss of vitality. After resting for 10 minutes, Marshall finally exhaled deeply. He had succeeded in vanquishing all the monsters. He murmured to himself, lifting his gaze towards the towering tree. The tree's trunk was robust, ascending skyward, adorned with numerous branches that provided excellent handholds for climbing. By merely plucking the fruit from its crown, he could obtain a crucial item for this round of the game. Biting down on a torch, he secured his military dagger and pistol at his waist and ascended the tree with both hands and feet. A surge of determination welled up within him. He was resolute in completing the task swiftly. He was certain he would be the first to eradicate the creatures and the first to gather the fruit. Furthermore, he aimed to be the first to exit the forest and accomplish his mission. He was determined to achieve the highest accolades, just like Qin Chong Kong from the Dragon Kingdom, and earn additional rewards. With his thought in mind, Marshall quickened his pace. In the previous round, only Qin Chong Kong had attained an S-level rating and acquired a coveted treasure map, which filled him with envy. This time, the rewards were destined for him. As Marshall climbed the tree, viewers in the live stream from the Lighthouse Nation were fervently cheering him on. Go, Marshall! You could be the first to gather the fruit. Marshall, fight! You're the best. Little did they know that Qin Chong Kong from the Dragon Kingdom had already claimed the fruit and was making his way out of the forest. Impossible. Can Qin Chong Kong be faster than Marshall? I'm watching multiple streams, and it's true. How could Qin Chong Kong's combat prowess match Marshall's? Just watch. Marshall will soon surpass him. Exactly. We just acquired so many cross-border forbidden items. If we use one to sabotage Qin Chong Kong, Marshall will definitely come in first. This time it's about combat strength. With so many bizarre creatures in the monster forest, if we use a forbidden item against Qin Chong Kong, he will surely perish. Wait, is there something behind Marshall's head? Is it another creature? A viewer suddenly detected something amiss. With countless spectators watching the live stream, a flurry of comments rushed across the screen, seemingly attempting to alert Marshall to the looming danger above him. However, immersed in this terrifying realm, he was oblivious to the barrage of messages. As a Marine Corps officer, his survival skills were formidable, and he climbed the tree with remarkable speed. Spotting the green fruit within reach, he smiled and extended a hand to pluck it. Just as he grasped the fruit, a chill swept across the back of his neck. Instinctively, Marshall turned his head. There, he beheld a pale visage, its green slit-like eyes fixed intently upon him. The grotesque face loomed perilously close, nearly touching Marshall's own. He could sense the chilling aura emanating from the creature's visage. A startled cry escaped his lips as every hair on his body stood on end, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. Instinctively, he released his left hand and reached for the pistol at his waist. However, the creature gaped its maw wide and sank its teeth directly into Marshall's nose. A piercing scream erupted from him, his limbs going limp as he plummeted from the towering tree. The ground lay over 10 meters below, and Marshall curled his body, attempting to absorb the impact with his back. A deafening thud resonated through the air as the immense force jolted through him. Instantly, a wave of pain surged from his innards. Unable to contain himself, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling an overwhelming ache throughout his body and a fog settling over his mind. Yet, the most excruciating pain radiated from his nose. A soft thud followed as a fruit from the tree fell beside him, bouncing twice upon hitting the ground. Ignoring the fruit, Marshall summoned the last vestiges of his strength, raising his bloodied pistol and firing a shot skyward. The creature that had bitten him showed no intention of descending, remaining concealed within the foliage. This shocking turn of events unfolded in an instant. The audience watched in horror as Marshall lay on the ground, blood trickling from his lips and his nose mangled. What manner of creature was that? I saw it clearly. It was a human-headed serpent. How could such a monster lurk among the branches of the towering tree? Was this the end for Marshall, caught unawares in such a treacherous ambush? Damn it. Wasn't he, it said, that Qin Chong Kong from Dragon Country had already harvested the fruit and left the monster forest? Had he not encountered an ambush? Why hadn't he, the nation, provided Marshall with a warning? What were the experts in the strategic conference rooms doing? Qin Chong Kong had escaped an ambush because the fruit from the towering tree had ripened and fallen directly before him. What? This is so unfair. Why does he always enjoy such good fortune? Scoundrel. The outraged audience from Lighthouse Nation flooded the screens with messages. Over 1 billion viewers rushed to Dragon Country's livestream, questioning why Qin Chong Kong had such luck, deeming the horror game unjust. The majority of Dragon Country's audience initially appeared bewildered, unsure how Qin Chong Kong had provoked the ire of Lighthouse Nation. However, after a knowledgeable viewer explained the situation, the Dragon Country audience quickly began to revel in schadenfreude. Luck is a form of strength. What, you don't agree? Haha, Qin Chong Kong is incredible. Foreign barbarians. Do you understand what fortune means? Qin Chong Kong's luck stems from his gathering of fate. It is because of his virtuous character. It is because our actions in Dragon Country align with righteousness. Your Lighthouse Nation as fools, always stirring up trouble, are facing retribution. Aren't you? This is hilarious. Let us all head to Lighthouse Nation's livestream and send our condolences for Marshall. Wait, that is too harsh. He isn't dead yet. Why mourn? But I too enjoy being harsh. I'm going to flood the comments. Let us celebrate. Pop the champagne. In the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, an atmosphere of jubilation engulfed the scene. Meanwhile, in the land of the Lighthouse, the Pentagon was resonating with a flurry of urgent voices echoing throughout various offices. Hurry, hurry. Analyze Marshall's current condition. It appeared that his injuries were severe, yet the impact wounds seemed not too grave. The spectral cloak he wore not only offered protection from supernatural assaults, but also effectively mitigated the force of the impact. His eyes remained clear, devoid of any signs of rolling back or fainting. He was likely conscious. The primary concern was not the potential for fractures, but rather the wound upon his nose. It remained uncertain whether he would suffer from poisoning after being bitten by that serpentine entity. The attacks from such entities often carried numerous effects, including fear, curses, and blood loss, rendering it impossible to ascertain the precise nature of his injuries from a distance. Is there a means to provide him with remote treatment? At present, we lack any cross-dimensional prohibited items for healing. A wave of panic swept through the Pentagon. Vice President Carl of the Land of the Lighthouse furiously slammed his hand on the table. Damn it! Why is Qin Chong Kong unscathed while Marshall suffers such misfortune? Chapter 41. A dramatic decline in immigration applications to the Lighthouse Nation. Is Qin Chong Kong on the verge of escaping the forest? Vice President Carl of the Lighthouse Nation felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and anger. In his eyes, Qin Chong Kong's fortune was nothing short of extraordinary. Firstly, he had just acquired a legendary treasure map in the previous round of the game, and now, the current game instance was none other than the Monster Forest, a location ripe for treasure hunting. Among the myriad of terrifying game instances, it was particularly this Monster Forest that bestowed upon Qin Chong Kong immense advantages. Next, when it came time to harvest the fruit of the sky-soaring tree, the fruit fortuitously fell directly into his hands, sparing him from a surprise attack. What kind of cursed luck was this? It was simply ludicrous. Meanwhile, Marshall from his own nation was suffering from the worst of fates. Although he had obtained excellent equipment and his combat power had surged, he was the first to arrive at the sky-soaring tree, but lacked such good fortune and had to climb to gather the fruit. He fell victim to a surprise attack from a mysterious creature. Most critically, upon witnessing Marshall's plight, competitors from other nations would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to alert their own players, ensuring their participants avoided such ambushes. Consequently, it was very likely that Marshall would be the sole player in this round of the terrifying game to face an ambush. The wound on his nose, might never heal, possibly resulting in severe negative repercussions. Compared to Qin Shi Kong, Marshall's luck was abysmally poor. In comparison to the Dragon Nation, his own country was utterly unfortunate. The more Carl pondered, the angrier he became, ultimately rising from his seat and delivering a forceful kick. Bang! He struck the heavy office desk, which merely shifted slightly forward. The recoil of the impact elicited an agonizing howl from him. Chaos reigned within the Pentagon. Meanwhile, in the highest strategic conference room of the Dragon Nation, reports indicated that immigration applications to the Lighthouse Nation had sharply declined. Some applications had already passed review, yet applicants were hesitating on whether to immigrate. Conversely, the number of individuals from our Dragon Nation seeking to immigrate to the Lighthouse Nation was also decreasing. At the same time, we had received a surge of immigration applications from others. A data analyst presented the recently gathered core intelligence. Due to the existence of the National Fortune horror game, immigration had become a matter of considerable significance. Immigrating would siphon resources, while immigration would bring in resources. In an era where resources were scarce, every resource held immense value. To outright block immigration or prevent domestic individuals from leaving during this age of the National Fortune horror game was considered highly taboo, as it could easily incite civil unrest. Should any selected contestant happen to be an immigrant, it would further impact national interests. The ability of National Fortune contestants and their families to emigrate also pertained to the nation as fortune. Thus, the issue of immigration was of paramount importance. Upon learning of the substantial reduction in immigration applications to the Lighthouse Nation, the morale of our nation's immigrants soared, much to the delight of all high-ranking officials. This situation could only be attributed to Qin Shi Kong's exceptional performance, which had triggered a significant chain reaction. Previously, the great empire of tyrants sought to trouble us, alleging that we possessed a secret weapon capable of influencing the realm of horror games, covertly altering the fortunes of Qin Shi Kong. Observing the current situation, I nearly found myself convinced. I fervently hope that Qin Shi Kong can maintain this performance and complete the current round of the game. Unlike Marshall, who now finds himself in peril, potentially facing death in the monster forest, a fate that would bring misfortune and punishment upon nation. It is indeed understandable why individuals are hesitant to apply for immigration to the Lighthouse Nation at this juncture, should they change nationality only for Marshall to perish, invoking punishment. It would be a grave injustice. We too must rigorously vet immigrants, only permitting those who can bring substantial resources and are willing to uphold our nation's laws. Much like the Pentagon of the Lighthouse Nation, those convened in high-level meetings at Dragon Nation are similarly engrossed in their affairs. However, the atmosphere between the two is starkly contrasting. In the realm of horror, other nations, witnessing Marshall's misfortune, have rapidly consumed their second warning opportunity, cautioning their own contestants about monster ambushes. These contestants are devising strategies to gather fruit from a distance, reluctant to climb trees. Ultimately, the unfortunate Marshall stands as the sole contestant in this horror game to be ambushed by a monster, plummeting from the lead and being overtaken by many. Currently, the contestant making the swiftest progress is, astonishingly, Qin Shi Kong. Yet, his situation appears far from favorable. He clutches fruit in one hand and a small knife in the other, fleeing at a rapid pace. Surrounding him are three skeletons, brandishing torches to provide illumination, with two more skimming the perimeter of their formation. They are drawing ever closer to the forest's edge, yet a multitude of eerie creatures hangs ominously behind them. The sheer number of these creatures is staggering, their collective footsteps resonating thunderously as they run. Within the monster forest, flames soar high, and numerous monsters converge, pursuing their prey with great fervor. Despite being relentlessly chased by a throng of monsters, Qin Shi Kong remains composed, unperturbed by the chaos. The number of eerie creatures is likely over 300. How absurd! Is this hostility a consequence of my setting the monster forest ablaze? Or has my acquisition of the fruit from the sky-soaring tree drawn in these creatures? Although the monsters continue to amass, they have yet to truly catch up to me. Their movements are peculiar, as if their intent is not to overtake me, but to steer me toward a specific location. Could there be a trap awaiting me ahead? Or perhaps some peculiar ritual necessitating the presence of a living being, compelling these creatures not to kill, but to drive me elsewhere? Furrowing his brow, Qin Chang Kong's wariness intensifies. He can no longer afford to glance back and assess the situation, and with his skeletal companions, Gue Yi and Gue Air, he sprints forward. General, allow me to take 3 brothers to hold them off while you make your escape to the woods. With the soul summoning talisman in hand, we may suffer greatly, but can still be revived. Once you leave the confines of the forest, you will have fulfilled the conditions to complete this round of the horror game and can be directly transported out. As the multitude of monsters behind Gue Yi continued to swell, the boundaries of the forest loomed ever closer, prompting an involuntary suggestion. No, Qin Chang Kong replied. The sheer number of monsters has surpassed 400. You few cannot possibly impede them. It would be a futile endeavor. He recalled the unsettling sensation of being observed and added, moreover, according to the initial game prompt, there exists a concealed entity leader within this game, possessing formidable strength. Despite the considerable commotion we have caused, this entity leader has yet to reveal itself. It may very well be lurking nearby, shadowing our every move. Should you depart, you might inadvertently grant an opportunity. Hearing Qin Chang Kong's words, Gue Yi refrained from further discussion, choosing instead to remain close, safeguarding him. As time progressed, Qin Chang Kong's pace began to wane. However, the forest's edge drew alarmingly near. Only a mere 100 meters separated him from liberation. Summoning his remaining strength, Qin Chang Kong surged forward once more. Chapter 42. The Cry from Behind. Is Qin Chang Kong dead? Keep going. Charge ahead. The edge of the forest is just ahead. Escape from a forest, and safety awaits. First, go, Qin Chang Kong. Within the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, countless messages raced across the screen. Hundreds of millions of viewers were intently focused on the display, rallying behind Qin Chang Kong. Just a final push, and he would escape the forest boundary, becoming the first participant to complete the harrowing game task. Meanwhile, competitors from other nations were still grappling with the initial stages, the fastest among them barely plucking the fruit of their efforts, with a long journey ahead before exiting the forest. The previously swift marshal was now being relentlessly pursued by numerous malevolent entities, moving at a sluggish pace, far from competing with Qin Chang Kong. At this critical moment, not only the Dragon Kingdom's audience, but also many foreign viewers tuned in to the Dragon Kingdom's broadcast upon hearing the news. Simultaneously, in the high-level strategic meeting rooms of the Dragon Kingdom, the Pentagon of the Lighthouse Nation, the Sakura Cabinet, and the Platinum Palace of the Great Ing Empire, a myriad of elite officials were fixated on the live stream, their eyes glued to the figure of Qin Chang Kong. In the realm of terror, Qin Chang Kong felt a heaviness in his chest, his steps growing sluggish. The footsteps behind him grew closer and more numerous, with the attacks from the sinister entities nearly reaching him. The forest boundary lay tantalizingly close. With a surge of determination, he pressed forward, just one final step away from freedom. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from behind him. Qin Chang Kong. Someone was calling his name at the top of their lungs. A jolt of alarm surged within him. An overwhelming sense of danger erupted in his heart. He recalled the initial game prompt and summoned every ounce of willpower to halt his movement. Simultaneously, he pivoted, glancing back over his shoulder. With newfound urgency, he pushed himself to the side, leaning away from the forest's edge. However, the act of turning disrupted his fleeing pace, allowing the myriad sinister entities to close in, their presence pressing against him. Thud! Qin Chang Kong fell sideways to the ground. Right before him, a serpent with a mouth full of sharp teeth gaped wide, its venomous fangs nearly brushing his face. A putrid stench assaulted his senses. Other malevolent beings loomed dangerously close, almost touching him. Yet, those entities seemed frozen in place, as if ensnared by an invisible force, unable to advance. Between them and Qin Chang Kong lay an unseen barrier, the boundary of the forest. Leaning back to evade the foul breath of the serpent, a smile broke across Qin Chang Kong's face. He had narrowly escaped disaster. This peril was not merely the chase of the sinister entities, but rather the shout from behind him. The game prompt, line 4, stated unequivocally, "If you hear someone calling your name from behind, you must turn back." Thankfully, I had etched all the game prompts into my memory, constantly reminding myself not to defy any of the rules. Otherwise, I would have met my demise here. So many eerie entities deliberately congregating, intentionally pursuing without striking. Is this not merely to elicit a final cry? Is this the ultimate trial of the monster forest? Qin Shang Kong's expression brightened with an even broader smile as he spoke gently. Upon witnessing his grin, the grotesque beings appeared provoked, their anger intensifying. Several of them glared coldly, their expressions hostile, yet they could only retreat slowly into the forest. As they departed, these entities continued to fixate on him, seemingly intent on etching his visage into their memories. Qin Shang Kong, however, composed himself, revealing a tranquil smile. The sound of bones grinding echoed as Gui Yi approached. "That was close. When you suddenly halted, I almost feared you would be slain by those creatures. For a fleeting moment, I forgot I was merely a skeleton. It felt as if my breath had ceased." Gui Yi covered his chest, as if genuinely startled, having momentarily forgotten to breathe. Qin Shang Kong smiled back, settling onto the ground, regulating his breath. It was only at this moment that he truly relaxed. Meanwhile, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream began to comprehend the gravity of the recent events, their astonishment palpable. Goodness, when Qin Shang Kong paused just now, I nearly lost control. Me too. If the attacks from those hundreds of entities had landed, he would surely have been reduced to mere pulp. If he had perished, it would have been the end. My scalp is tingling. In such peril, Qin Shang Kong still recalled the game rules and managed to glance back. If it were me, I would have certainly forgotten and met my demise. Incredible. What a formidable psychological fortitude. Wow, we've struck gold this time. The contestants from the Dragon Kingdom are extraordinary. Heaven bless our nation. To turn back while being pursued by countless grotesque beings is simply exhilarating. Had Qin Shang Kong neglected to look back and faced a horrific penalty, we would all have been doomed. My heart is filled with gratitude and astonishment. Hundreds of millions of viewers, both terrified and exhilarated, inundated the chat with messages, expressing their shock. The extraordinary pause by Qin Shang Kong also left high-ranking officials from various nations utterly astounded. In Lighthouse Nation, Vice President Carl slammed his fist onto the table in fury. How could he remember the game prompts? In such a perilous moment, how could he retain such knowledge instead of fleeing? Surely, dying at the forest border would have been the optimal outcome. Had I known, I should have employed a cross-border forbidden item to ensnare him. He was so close to being trapped in the forest. Vice President Carl raged, incessantly pounding the table. Witnessing Qin Shang Kong seize first place in this round, while seeing the previously leading Johnson meet such a dismal fate, left Carl feeling profoundly unbalanced and regretful for not having prepared in advance to confront Qin Shang Kong with various tools. Yet, it is not entirely his fault. Before the commencement of this round of the game, everyone presumed that Qin Shang Kong was merely an ordinary student, adept in the art of strategy. However, this round evidently assessed physical prowess, with Johnson possessing an abundance of equipment, holding a significant advantage. Given his overwhelming superiority, there appeared to be no need to specifically target Qin Shang Kong. To everyone's astonishment, he ultimately succumbed to the whims of luck, inciting Carl's profound fury. Although the higher-ups of the Great Ing Empire and Sakura Nation did not share his level of indignation, they too felt a pang of disappointment. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation sighed heavily, shaking his head in disbelief. It was remarkable that, in such a perilous moment, one could still recall the game's prompts and pause to reflect. Such composure and mastery over one's body were extraordinary. How could such a remarkable individual not be a representative of Sakura Nation? After his sigh of resignation, the Prime Minister promptly resolved to utilize the final hint opportunity of this round, instructing the nation's player, Tokugawa Ichiro, to remain vigilant of any shouts from behind, lest he inadvertently violate certain rules and meet an untimely demise. It was at this moment that Qin Shang Kong chose to teleport away. The announcement for this round of the game finally resounded. Game player Qin Shang Kong has successfully cleared the game. Chapter 43. Has the contestant from the Lighthouse Nation perished? The most absurd immigration application in history. Announcement. The gamer Chin Chong Kong has successfully completed this round of the game. Rating: S. Basic rewards: 10 attribute points, 20 ghost coins. Additional rewards for S rating: skill, external eye. As the notification sound faded, 20 jade coins fell before Chin Chong Kong. The skill panel simultaneously appeared. Congratulations on acquiring the skill. External eye, skill introduction, can consume mental energy to utilize the eyeballs of other spectral entities, creating additional eyes that float in the air, providing enhanced vision. Current maximum number of external eyes, 2. A surge of memories flooded his mind. Chin Chong Kong instantly mastered the skill of external eye. This external eye was akin to a real-time external camera, yet the footage captured could only be perceived through his own eyes. In contrast, the images seen by the external eye would be transmitted directly to his consciousness. He pondered with intrigue how the additional perspectives would alter his field of vision. Would it lead to a chaotic viewpoint? Chin Chong Kong eagerly contemplated the prospect of locating a spectral eyeball to test this skill, though he lamented the absence of one at hand. Had he known, he would have preserved 2 eyeballs while in the monster forest. While he was inspecting the skill rewards, the chilling game notification echoed once more. Announcement. Gamer Chin Chong Kong has completed the game ahead of others. Dragon Nation rewards. Citizens' lifespan extended by 10 years. 1 each of chromium, cobalt, and platinum or veins, randomly distributed across Dragon Nation's territory. Due to Chin Chong Kong's S rating, the nation he represents receives an additional reward. Citizens' lifespan increased by 10 years. Now, we shall transport Chin Chong Kong back to his previous location. Before all gamers complete or are eliminated, Chin Chong Kong shall be spared from entering the terror-ridden world. As the notification sound ceased, 6 beams of white light enveloped Chin Chong Kong, Gue E, Gue Air, and others. As the radiance dissipated, they vanished from the borders of the monster forest. Within the highest strategic conference room of the Dragon Nation, numerous elites were moved to tears, unable to suppress their exclamations. Remarkably, an additional 20 years of life had been granted. This nearly compensated for the lifespan deducted from our citizens in previous National Fortune Games. Chin Chong Kong is truly a national hero. We are grateful to him for saving countless citizens. Besides the lifespan, the recent system rewards also included veins of chromium, cobalt, and platinum, which are of utmost importance to us. This is fantastic. Due to previous resource shortages, our aerospace and power battery sectors have stagnated for far too long. With these resources, both fields can be revitalized. Since the ore veins are randomly distributed, we must immediately dispatch teams nationwide to investigate. We must act swiftly. Chin Chong Kong deserves significant rewards. His treatment must be enhanced. Naturally, a bonus of 1 million is the baseline, and we must carefully plan for additional benefits. In an instant, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom found themselves inundated with an abundance of tasks, yet they embraced the burden with enthusiasm, even hoping for even greater responsibilities. Not only were the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom brimming with joy, but the common people were equally exhilarated. Many hurriedly departed from their homes and workplaces to acquire fireworks, eager to ignite them in celebration. In an era of dwindling resources, the act of setting off fireworks had become a luxury. Typically, the average citizen would only indulge in such festivities during the new year, but this time, multitudes purchased fireworks to express their inner joy and to vent their frustrations. Moreover, in Dunhuang, where the Return to Righteousness Army was based, crowds gathered in search of the Army's historical sites, igniting fireworks and offering fruits as tributes. While the Dragon Kingdom was awash in celebratory fervor, another chilling announcement reverberated across the globe. Announcement: the representative contestant from the Lighthouse Nation, Marshall, has perished. The lifespan of all citizens of the Lighthouse Nation has been reduced by 15 years, and food production has decreased by 30%, along with a 30% reduction in mineral resources. Following this round of the game, punishment shall befall them. This announcement echoed through the streets and alleys. Countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, who were in the midst of igniting fireworks and seeking to purchase the longevity talisman of Chin Chong Kong, stood in stunned silence. Then, A wave of jubilation washed over the hearts of all. Marshal of the Lighthouse Nation was dead. The entire populace of the Lighthouse Nation had their lifespans curtailed by 15 years. Their food and mineral resources would dwindle. This was indeed splendid news. A monumental stroke of fortune. Throngs of Dragon Kingdom citizens clapped in delight and erupted into laughter. The already festive atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom became even more jubilant. In this world of dwindling resources, the rivalries among nations intensified. The Lighthouse Nation, relying on its substantial reserves and formidable military might, exerted its dominance across Blue Star, vying with the Dragon Kingdom for resources and igniting conflicts, leading to an exceedingly strained relationship. Various sectors of the Dragon Kingdom suffered year after year from the blockades and oppression orchestrated by the alliance led by the Lighthouse Nation. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom had long harbored a deep-seated resentment. Thus, upon hearing of Marshal's demise, they naturally cheered in triumph. It was not only the Dragon Kingdom that celebrated. The plight of many nations under the Lighthouse Nation's shadow had persisted for far too long. Across continents on Blue Star, impoverished citizens took to the streets, exultantly applauding and rejoicing at the news of Marshal's death. Meanwhile, in the Pentagon of the Lighthouse Nation, the sound of weeping reverberated within the office. The turn of events had transpired too swiftly for anyone to comprehend. Many gazed at the live broadcast of the Lighthouse Nation, staring helplessly at the image of Marshal, now torn to shreds. Numerous Western elites gaped in shock, their eyes wide, faces streaked with tears. They were engulfed in fear and trepidation. In that moment, they grasped the terror they often inflicted upon the citizens of smaller nations. "Quick, take action. Don't just stand there," roared Vice President Carl, his voice resonating throughout the office. "There remains a glimmer of hope. The execution of penalties has yet to commence. The competitors from El Cash Island, having faced demise, may still seek refuge in our nation before the sanctions take effect, thus becoming our 51st state and evading punishment. We could also forcibly invade a small nation, thereby acquiring sovereignty over that territory and securing new contenders. As long as our participants endure, we can persist in this competition. Perhaps we may even escape retribution. Even if we cannot evade penalties this time, we must ensure that we have participants who can continue to engage in the game. It is imperative that our resources and forbidden items find their purpose. Swiftly, cease your lamentations. Take action," Vice President Carl bellowed, his voice echoing with fervor. His cries stirred many from their stupor, prompting immediate action. Carl continued to roar. "Mobilize the nation's great powers. Enlist their manpower and finances to prepare for a regional conflict. Our time is limited, and we must anticipate the interference of nations such as Dragon Country. Swift action is essential. We must strike with the fury of a tempest. Dispatch a report to the president, urging him to sign the war order." Carl's frenzied shouts orchestrated the unfolding of operations. At last, the personnel within the Pentagon found their guiding spirit and began to mobilize. However, soon, a chorus of even more furious roars reverberated through the halls of the Pentagon. Countless voices erupted in vehement curses. They were all denouncing the same name, Blinjo, the president of the Lighthouse Nation. For this individual had shockingly relinquished the presidency, opting instead to seek immigration to Dragon Country. Chapter 44. An international farce caused by the Lighthouse Nation. A decision for Qin Chongkong. Within the live stream of the Lighthouse Nation's contestants, chaos ensued among countless viewers. A flurry of bewildered, angry, and terrified comments flooded the screen. "Marshal has unexpectedly perished. We too shall face repercussions. Damn it, both my elderly parents are over 60. Will their lives be shortened by 15 years, leading to their immediate demise? Why was Marshal so ineffectual? This cannot be solely blamed on him. After all, horror games are exceedingly perilous. Surely, there must be a solution, and the nation will devise a way. Indeed, if that small country managed to evade punishment, there is no reason for the Lighthouse Nation, as the most formidable power in the world, to suffer such consequences. We shall heed the directives from the higher-ups and await the president's orders." Yes, precisely, at this critical juncture of survival. Any command from the president must be met with our unwavering compliance. Just as some citizens of the Lighthouse Nation began to regain their composure while awaiting the presidential decree, an astonishing piece of news spread like wildfire. President Blin Xiao of the Lighthouse Nation has applied for immigration to the Dragon Nation, bringing with him a vast array of resources and wealth. Upon the revelation of this news, the entire nation was thrown into an uproar. The world was left in shock. In the high-ranking office of the Dragon Nation, amidst such an official setting, a group of former dignitaries, known for their profound cunning, erupted in laughter. The president of the Lighthouse Nation has indeed applied for immigration to our country. When the head of the immigration department presented the application to me, I thought he had lost his mind. I never imagined it to be true. Ha ha! I can't contain my laughter. That old fool is so terrified of death that he is hastily seeking refuge in our nation. Of course, at 71 years of age, if his lifespan were to be reduced by 15 years, he might very well meet his end on the spot. Meanwhile, our citizens have just gained an additional 20 years of life. He undoubtedly wishes to come here to prolong his existence. The terms he has proposed are indeed generous. The mere collection of gold, rare earths, grains, and various resources he possesses is worth billions. That old man is practically begging us. If he doesn't raise his terms and adopt a more favorable attitude, he must fear we might decline his request. How delightful! The high-ranking officials could no longer suppress their inner joy, bursting into hearty laughter. The president of the Lighthouse Nation, a figure of unparalleled status, submitting an immigration application carries profound significance. Never before has a president from the Lighthouse Nation sought to emigrate abroad. Moreover, the chosen destination is none other than the Dragon Nation, the Lighthouse Nation's greatest adversary, which has been the target of their repeated provocations. For the president of the Lighthouse Nation to seek immigration signifies a notable victory in the competitive rivalry between the Dragon Nation and the Lighthouse Nation. After their laughter subsided, the officials of the Dragon Nation turned their attention to serious matters. They needed to deliberate whether to accept Blin Xiao's immigration application. We should expeditiously approve Blin Xiao's application. This would deliver a severe blow to the Lighthouse Nation, damaging their reputation and preventing them from holding their heads high within the Five Eyes Alliance. I also concur with the prompt approval of Blin Xiao's immigration request. The resources he is willing to bring with him are of immense value to us. Would the beacon of democracy consent to him taking such extensive resources abroad? Surely, they would exercise stringent vigilance. At best, we might accept an aged immigrant. After all, the beacon has already tarnished its reputation to such an extent. I propose we refuse Blin Xiao's request for immigration, thereby delivering another blow to the beacon. Yet, it is worth considering. Even if Blin Xiao cannot extract all his resources, his substantial influence domestically would surely enable him to bring forth a portion of them, which would be advantageous to our nation. A prolonged debate ensued among several high-ranking officials regarding whether to accept the immigration request from the president of the beacon. Some decided to acquiesce, valuing the resources behind the proposition. Others felt that accepting the immigration would merely bring complications, yielding minimal actual benefits while stirring unnecessary turmoil. Amidst the fervent discussions, a solution was finally proposed. I suggest that Qin Chong Kong should directly make this decision. After all, without his triumph in the harrowing game, being the first to win, we would not be granted an additional 20 years of life, nor would Blin Xiao be able to apply for immigration to our nation. This would also serve as a gesture of our recognition and respect for him. Upon this suggestion, the entire high-level conference room fell silent. However, it was not long before the majority expressed their agreement with this proposal. It made sense. Qin Chong Kong had exhibited remarkable performance in both rounds of the game, and he represents the hope of our nation. I concur. Qin Chong Kong is indeed qualified to partake in such significant national matters. It is only that, had we not been concerned about encroaching upon his rest and preparation time, we would have involved him in even more national affairs. As the meeting concluded, high-ranking officials promptly contacted General Chen Xing. This seasoned veteran was currently leading a considerable number of soldiers to safeguard the Qin family estate, thus being in close proximity to Qin Chong Kong. At the Qin family mansion, I pondered whether to accept the immigration application from the president of the beacon. Qin Chang Kong glanced at the documents presented by General Chen Xing, wearing an expression of confusion. General Chen Xing elucidated the current situation, outlining both advantages and disadvantages, before smiling and stating, "Your current status is vastly different from before. You are now capable of making such decisions. Furthermore, this matter arose from your victory, which brought significant benefits to Longhua, enabling Blin Qiao as immigration and allowing us to vent our frustrations. Regardless of your decision, Longhua will steadfastly support you." Upon hearing this, Qin Chang Kong perused the documents in hand, deep in thought. Beside him, Qin Mingyue's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced between General Chen Xing and Qin Chang Kong, her expression brimming with joy and admiration. "Brother, you are truly remarkable." She playfully nudged Qin Chang Kong's arm with a smile. Qin Chang Kong chuckled and patted her shoulder, then turned to General Chen Xing, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he stated, "General, I believe we should decline Blin Qiao's immigration application." General Chen was momentarily taken aback before responding with a solemn expression, "Understood. I will convey your decision to the higher authorities shortly." Curiously, he inquired, "May I ask the reasoning behind your choice?" Qin Chang Kong took a deep breath and, with a grave expression, declared, "Even if Blin Qiao were to immigrate here, he would never be one of us, the people of Long Country. His actions are driven solely by a fear of death and a desire to evade danger, which is why he seeks refuge in our land. Moreover, he is the president of the Lighthouse Nation, the very helmsman of that state. At a time when the survival of a nation is at stake, such a person, rather than standing in solidarity with his country, chooses to carry vast resources and flee to another nation, even if the Lighthouse Nation permits him to transfer considerable assets. I would not wish for our country to accept such a liability. Should such individuals proliferate, they would undoubtedly undermine the unity of Long Country. I wish to convey a clear stance in this critical moment of our nation's existence. Only those who genuinely embrace the culture of Long Country can be considered our true compatriots." Qin Chang Kong's voice resonated with unwavering determination. Chapter 45. The Jealous Ancestor of the Qin Family. Our Qin family army is also elite, within the grand courtyard of the Qin residence. The voice of Qin Chang Kong resonated far and wide. The reason our illustrious dragon nation has remained steadfast amidst numerous national crises is due to our unity and the collective spirit of our people. Take, for instance, the modern crises. Even without considering domestic issues, countless overseas Chinese have contributed generously, and many elites have returned to serve their country. They could easily enjoy a life abroad, distancing themselves from the tribulations of the dragon nation. Yet they willingly brave risks to return home and face adversity together. Moreover, the citizens of our dragon nation have endured countless trials and tribulations. Qin Chang Kong extended his hand, pointing to the ground. "Here lies Xiang province. The valiant Xiang army alone has sacrificed 57 million lives, with one martyr for every 15 soldiers. In that same war, the Sichuan army, the largest contingent, fought valiantly with 58 million soldiers, yet only 130,000 returned to Sichuan after years of bloodshed. This is just 2 provinces. The toll in others is equally staggering. In stark contrast, the president of that so-called beacon of democracy fled to foreign lands during a national crisis, which is utterly disgraceful. The most concerning aspect is that allowing him to immigrate would necessitate issuing him an identification card, thereby recognizing his status as a citizen. Does this not imply that the Dragon Nation would officially acknowledge a traitor as one of our own? Such an occurrence is unacceptable. In the face of this horrifying game that has befallen us, with resources dwindling and natural disasters becoming frequent, the people of our nation stand united against foreign foes and calamities. There is no distinction between the young and the old, nor between our possessions. Our singular purpose is to annihilate the enemy and overcome adversity. This was true in the past, is true now, and shall remain true in the future. At such a critical juncture, The official recognition of a president who has forsaken his nation and granting him citizenship would be profoundly detrimental to the unity of the Dragon Nation. At this point, Qin Shi Huang took a deep breath and stated earnestly, "It is not solely this president from the Beacon Nation. In my view, only those willing to embrace the ideals of the Dragon Nation, who understand our history and acknowledge our civilization, should be allowed to immigrate. All others shall be categorically rejected. Though this may result in the loss of resources brought by these immigrants, as long as I am partaking in this game, I shall strive to procure even greater resources for our nation through this terrifying ordeal." By the end of his speech, Qin Shi Huang's tone grew increasingly resolute. Beside him, Qin Mingwei turned to glance at the entrance of the ancestral home, her expression brimming with agreement. General Chun Xing opened his mouth, surveying the brother-sister duo, then casting his gaze upon the old residence behind Qin Shi Huang, contemplating the numerous plaques adorning the walls, his thoughts intricate and multifaceted. In that moment, he once again recognized the differences between Qin Shi Huang and himself. The ancestors of the Qin family had been loyal and courageous through generations. This pair of siblings, both orphans of the Qin family, with Qin Shi Huang as the sole son, continued to fight valiantly for their country within this horrifying game. Even the few old dogs adopted by the Qin family are trained police dogs. Furthermore, the 5 skeletons in the backyard are remnants of heroes from the Dragon Nation's Tang dynasty, who valiantly defended their homeland. In an environment such as this, Qin Shi Huang's love for his country may surpass even his love for himself. I comprehend your meaning. Although the directive merely pertains to your decision regarding immigration to the Lighthouse Nation, I find your previous statements profoundly insightful. I shall incorporate your remarks into the aforementioned context. General Chun Xing stated solemnly. After resolving this matter, he bid farewell to Qin Shi Huang, and on his journey home, an idea began to take root in his mind. The videos introducing the identities of the leaders of the Guai army, including Gi and Ge, had previously caused an unprecedented stir, uniting the populace and rallying public sentiment. Similarly, the saga of Qin Shi Huang's ancestral lineage is equally poignant. Would it not be prudent to create a long-term program to promote the story of the Qin Shi Huang family? That very day, a shocking announcement reverberated. The Dragon Nation rejected the Lighthouse Nation president's immigration application. The rationale was that all immigrants to the Dragon Nation are recognized citizens, holding the status of Dragon Nation citizens. The Dragon Nation cannot acknowledge a traitor. Concurrently, the Dragon Nation issued a notice stating that future immigration reviews would be even more stringent. Those who cannot embrace the ideals of the Dragon Nation or are unwilling to contribute to the nation and its people shall not be recognized as citizens of the Dragon Nation and will be barred from immigration. No matter the resources they bring or the favorable conditions they propose, the answer remains a resolute no. The release of these 2 announcements sent shockwaves around the globe. President Blin Cho of the Lighthouse Nation was utterly ridiculed, leaving the Lighthouse Nation in disarray. Meanwhile, the cohesion within the Dragon Nation soared to new heights. Upon learning that this decision was orchestrated by Qin Shi Huang, countless citizens of the Dragon Nation admired and revered him even more. Yet, Qin Shi Huang found himself preoccupied with other matters. He was escorted by an armored vehicle to the finest hospital in the provincial capital of Hunan for a comprehensive health examination. The Dragon Nation feared he might have sustained lingering effects from the previous round of games, concerned about any potential impact on the forthcoming round. Beyond medical considerations, other aspects also garnered the Dragon Nation's attention. Experts who had previously trained Qin Shi Huang in combat and wilderness survival were already in position, ready to impart their knowledge. An abundance of nutritional supplies had been prepared, sufficient to sustain him for many years. The best massage therapists had also been summoned to provide relaxation and relief after his training. Not only was Qin Shi Huang under such scrutiny, but the 5 skeletal warriors, Giger, and others, were also receiving significant attention from the Dragon Nation. To enhance their combat prowess, the Dragon Nation resolved to craft weapons for them. As Gi and his companions were ancient figures, unskilled in modern firearms but proficient with bladed weapons, the finest swordsmith from Longquan were commissioned to design and forge combat blades. In this age of resource scarcity, the art of sword making had fallen into decline, with many smiths having transitioned to other trades. However, in order to provide weapons for Guy and his companions, the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation issued a decree to robustly support the development of Longquan swordmaking, specifically seeking out the most esteemed master swordsmith from the past. Ordinary items cannot be taken into the realm of terror. At a great cost, a small nation in the Black State procured forbidden artifacts, preparing to sacrifice 6 additional taboo items to endow a battle blade with unique characteristics, allowing the likes of Guy to traverse the realm of horror. The expenditure was immense. It can be said that the Dragon Kingdom has exerted tremendous effort to enhance the combat prowess of Guy and his comrades. Furthermore, in the endeavor to elevate Qin Chong Kong's overall strength, the Dragon Kingdom spared no expense. Presently, Qin Chong Kong stands as the beacon of hope for the Dragon Kingdom, a symbol of hope for the entire nation. In the desolate expanse of a forsaken graveyard within the terrifying realm, a figure clad in armor, wielding a lance, gazes skyward. The Qin family boasts a capable scion in Qin Chong Kong, a remarkable talent indeed. The strength, resolve, and integrity of the Guy army are all worthy of admiration. To have such valiant warriors at his side is a fortune for Chong Kong. Yet, one wonders when Chong Kong shall arrive at my territory. Our Qin family army is equally formidable. The voice echoed through the graveyard, growing ever more distant. At the pinnacle of the hillside, a black flag billowed in the wind, emblazoned with bold red characters, Qin. Amidst the graveyard, over 100,000 armored figures stood solemnly. Such indomitable might, the Qin family army. As time swiftly passes, while Qin Chong Kong gathers strength, this round of the terrifying game approaches its conclusion. Meanwhile, the third round of the horror game is on the cusp of commencement. Chapter 46, the third round of the game, a community filled with the corpses of strange entities. As the brilliance before him faded, Qin Chong Kong's vision returned. Before he could scrutinize his surroundings, an information panel abruptly appeared before him. Dungeon name: the Residual Limb Community. Dungeon description: this is an expansive community inhabited by various peculiar entities. The residents can be categorized into 3 types: humanoid anomalies, non-humanoid anomalies, and humans. All residents coexist harmoniously, assisting one another, though there are occasional instances of body parts being seized from others. Completion requirements: within the community, some residents are physically impaired, with their body parts concealed by neighboring entities. Choose the physically damaged anomalies, cultivate relationships, establish cooperative bonds, and assist them in locating their hidden body parts to restore their forms. Hints: the more severely damaged the chosen partner is, the weaker their current strength. However, as their bodies are gradually restored, their potential power will increase. 2. The higher the degree of physical impairment in an anomaly, the more unstable their mental state, making it increasingly challenging to establish cooperation. 3. All participants will enter the community simultaneously. 4. Participants cannot harm one another, but their chosen partners may attack other participants. 5. The last 10 remaining participants in the community will face severe penalties. 6. The top 3 individuals who fulfill the task requirements by aiding their partners in restoring their bodies will receive substantial rewards, with greater rewards for higher rankings. Basic reward: 20 attribute points, 50 anomaly coins. Special reward: 1 life. Qin Chong Kong meticulously studied the dungeon description panel before him. Drawing from his prior experiences in the monster forest, he recognized the critical importance of the information provided by the dungeon panel. It was imperative to analyze the intelligence carefully. The community comprised 3 types of residents: ordinary humans, humanoid anomalies, and non-humanoid anomalies. Upon entering the game, one must pay close attention to the distinctions among these 3 categories. Insights could undoubtedly be gleaned from them, as the game description would not have highlighted this aspect otherwise. Moreover, the game's hints were quite intriguing. Firstly, the game required each player to select a different anomaly as a partner, while also indicating that all players would arrive in the community simultaneously. It emphasized that players could not engage in mutual attacks, yet the anomalies with established cooperative bonds could attack one another. Finally, it stated that the first to assist their anomaly partner in restoring their body would be the first to exit the dungeon, receiving additional rewards. Thus, to prevent any participant from completing the task ahead of others and seizing the rewards, the individual making the most rapid progress would likely become the target of collective aggression. This effectively encouraged players to compete and attack one another. In this sense, selecting the most severely damaged anomalies as partners in the early stages could mitigate the risk of being targeted. On the other hand, due to the correlation between the severity of physical deformities and the current strength of the eerie entities, those with greater impairments possess lower power. If one were to be besieged by other players leading these entities in the early stages, it would be all too easy to fall into a passive position. Therefore, upon entering this round of the game, selecting a partner with a moderate level of physical deformity becomes paramount in the initial phase. This necessitates a comprehensive evaluation of the player's own capabilities, social connections, and international relations. Given that all players will be entering the game, the likelihood of forming alliances is inevitable. What sort of eerie entity should I choose as my companion? Furthermore, the game's completion criterion involves aiding one's eerie partner in restoring their physical form. How can one assist them in this endeavor? The game introduction states that within the community, some residents have suffered from physical impairments, their body parts concealed by other neighbors. Does this imply that players must search throughout the community for the body parts of their eerie partners? With the current lack of information, only this much can be deduced. However, it is certain that this chilling game presents a higher level of difficulty than the previous two rounds. This round will test the player's intellect and strength, as well as their organizational skills and charisma, resulting in a significant increase in complexity. Qin Shankong furrowed his brow, deep in thought and analysis. At that moment, atop a towering spire in the realm of terror, a figure clad in police uniform gazed up at the stars with a smile. That rascal Shankong has arrived. Now that he is on my turf, I must ensure his safety. No one shall harm him. Ha ha ha. With my nephew's formidable abilities, he will undoubtedly assist the young girl in restoring her body. I hope that dear girl can unravel her mental knots. I owe it to my old comrade's wishes. The individual standing at the tower summit is Qin Shankong's uncle, Qin Tianfeng, a former narcotics officer who has already sacrificed himself. He appeared to be alone, seemingly engaged in soliloquy. Yet, from a void nearby, a voice emerged. The young girl's body has almost completely vanished. There are too many parts that need restoration. For a considerable time, she will remain a burden. Your nephew has performed exceptionally well in the previous two rounds, making him a potential target. Allowing him to ally with the young girl is a perilous decision. He is at great risk of being slain by others. This ethereal voice seemed to come from nowhere. Qin Tianfeng, smiling, replied confidently, "No worries, I will keep watch. Shankong will be perfectly safe." With certainty in his tone, he reached up to his shoulder and removed an object, casting it forward. Meanwhile, Qin Shankong had just closed the information prompt panel and was surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a modest little abode, consisting of a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The room was simply decorated, yet the furnishings were complete, radiating a sense of homeliness. After meticulously searching the room and finding no anomalies, he approached the door, intending to step outside and explore. Clutching the spirit-calling talisman, he summoned the 5 skeletal soldiers, Gui, Air, and their companions. Clad in half-decayed armor, their bones scraped against the metal as they walked, producing an eerie creaking sound. Their appearance was tattered and worn, yet the long blades they wielded were exquisitely crafted. These Tang sabers, forged using modern techniques intertwined with ancient designs, had been imbued with sinister powers through the sacrifice of forbidden artifacts. The blades possessed a subtle inward curve, with narrow edges and thick spines, accompanied by elongated handles suitable for two-handed wielding. Polished to a mirror-like sheen, the long swords gleamed ominously, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Gazing upon the 5 gleaming sabers and the skeletal warriors standing as rigidly as the blades themselves, Qin Shankong felt a surge of reassurance. With these guardians at his side, his safety was assured. Freed from concerns about his security, he could now seek out less damaged entities to partner with, striving to quickly piece together a complete form and expedite his progress in the game. With this thought in mind, Qin Shankong eagerly approached the door and swung it open wide. The quest in the ruined Limb Community Dungeon had officially commenced. Chapter 47. Banding together to establish an alliance. The new contestant from the Lighthouse Nation. Just as Qin Changkong was about to open the door and step outside, a soft sound echoed. A black object suddenly fell onto the floor before his feet. Qin Changkong furrowed his brow and focused his gaze. The object on the ground was a police badge, emblazoned with the number 017847. Upon seeing this badge, he immediately realized it was a token sent by his uncle. His uncle, Qin Tianfeng, was a narcotics officer who had sacrificed his life during a drug enforcement mission. 017847 was indeed his badge number. During his time in the Eerie Hospital instance, his mother had sent him a ring, given that his family's elders were formidable figures in the realm of terror. It was only natural for his uncle to send him a badge. Qin Changkong quickly approached and picked up the badge. The moment his fingers brushed against it, his uncle's voice resonated in his mind. Changkong, it has been a long time. This is an area where I can exert influence. With me watching over you, you need not worry for your safety. You may respawn infinitely. Additionally, I have a favor to ask. Within the community, there is a being named Lin Guiying, the daughter of my comrade. She suffers from severe physical disabilities. My rank is too high, and the rules of this horror game limit me to ensuring her safety. I cannot directly assist in restoring her body. If you could help her regain her form, it would fulfill my duty as a comrade. The badge will guide you to her, and upon seeing it, she will become your ally. As the voice faded, the badge began to emit a faint warmth. Within the realm visible only to Qin Changkong, a red pointer appeared, directing him toward the east of the community. Gripping the badge tightly, he exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. Silently, he murmured, "Uncle, it has been a long time. I will certainly fulfill your wish." He reconsidered his previous intention of seeking out a less severely disabled being and resolved to pursue the one named Lin Guiying. With that determination, Qin Changkong swung open the door to his room and stepped out briskly. Outside lay a long corridor, devoid of any other individuals. Descending the stairs and exiting the building, he was greeted by a broad expanse. Before him stretched a small plaza, flanked by community fitness equipment. In the plaza, he spotted a multitude of humans. Qin Changkong surveyed the assembly and realized they were all participants in the current horror game. At that moment, they had formed various small groups, confronting one another with palpable hostility. Were it not for the fact that players could not harm one another, it was likely that a conflict would have already erupted. As Qin Changkong approached, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Qin Changkong is here. Look, that's the contestant from the Dragon Nation. He has secured first place in 2 consecutive games. Is that skeleton beside him the reward he received last time? He seems incredibly formidable, truly deserving of the title of the strongest contestant. With those skeletons guarding him, his strength surpasses us all. In the realm of the horror game, the words spoken by all are automatically translated by the world's rules. Qin Changkong can comprehend the utterances of others. Upon his arrival, some individuals express astonishment, while a greater number exhibit wariness, for in this place, nearly everyone is a rival. In this terrifying world, humanity can at times prove more perilous than the grotesque entities that inhabit it. At that moment, 7 or 8 individuals break away from the crowd, hastening towards him. Among them are 3 Caucasians, 3 individuals of African descent, and 2 Asians. I am Alexei Ivanovich Plashenko, a contestant from the Bear Nation. I hope we can form a brief alliance during this game, declares a tall participant from the Bear Nation. The foreign compatriots accompanying him nod in agreement, proceeding to introduce themselves. I am Norman Kareem, a contestant from the Iron Brother Nation, and I aspire to ally with you, following your lead. I am Leonard, a contestant from Serbia, and I too wish to collaborate with you, adhering to your guidance. These individuals chatter excitedly as they introduce themselves. Qin Changkong recognizes some of them, having been the first to exit the horror world in the previous 2 rounds, affording him ample time to watch videos and assess the other contestant situations. Those who approach him are competitors from nations that maintain amicable relations with the Dragon Nation. Under the watchful eye of his uncle, he feels a sense of security that surpasses that of other players. It would be wise to nurture these alliances and exchange intelligence. With this thought in mind, Qin Chong Kong nods in agreement. The contestants from the Bear Nation and the Iron Brother Nation express their delight at his acknowledgement. They quickly gather behind him, forming a protective circle as they confront the other groups of contestants. Qin Chong Kong continues to observe his surroundings. Presently, the players are largely divided into 7 or 8 factions. The most formidable of these is naturally the group formed predominantly by contestants from the Five Eyes Alliance, characterized by their substantial numbers and comprehensive equipment. As Qin Chong Kong scrutinizes these individuals, his gaze ultimately settles upon a slender, dark-skinned African man with a resolute demeanor. He is Bishop, the new representative of the Lighthouse Nation, who bears no surname. Originally a contestant from the neighboring nation of Glinda, he was forcibly integrated into the Lighthouse Nation following the death of a previous contestant, Marshall. The Lighthouse Nation hastily invaded 4 smaller nations, ultimately annexing Glinda and usurping its sovereignty, leading to its demise. Bishop was thus compelled to represent the Lighthouse Nation in battle, harboring deep-seated animosity towards it, having previously publicly expressed his outrage. Yet, as his family remains under the Lighthouse Nation's grasp, he is reluctant to meet his end in the horror game, and thus must continue to fight on behalf of the Lighthouse Nation. Qin Chong Kong's attention to him is not solely due to his representation of the Lighthouse Nation. It is also because Bishop is intelligent, resilient, and possesses considerable combat prowess. In the previous games, he was among the strongest performers, second only to Qin Chong Kong himself. Now, endowed with the support of the Beacon Country and equipped with enhanced resources, their strength cannot be underestimated. In this game, Bishop may well prove to be his most formidable opponent. As numerous contestants scrutinized each other, a sudden, aged voice resonated through the air. "Ha, young fellows over there, do you have a moment? Is there anyone willing to assist me and my family in searching for some bodily parts?" Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned to look. Emerging from a nearby residential building were 5 individuals, a mix of young and old, male and female, seemingly a family. Their faces wore polite smiles, yet their bodies were marred by various disabilities. The elderly speaker was missing a leg and an eye, while the middle-aged man beside him bore the absence of both arms, revealing a bleeding shoulder. The others, too, display their own physical shortcomings. It was evident that these individuals were residents of the community, in need of players to select them as their eerie companions. Chapter 48. Could it be that he has chosen the hellish difficulty? As the limping and maimed entities approached, several contestants eagerly stepped forward, yearning to forge alliances with them. After all, the deficiencies of these entities were not overly severe. To mend their corporeal forms would pose a considerably lesser challenge. Qin Chong Kong, what shall we do? Should we hasten to seek out a companion among these entities? Inquired contestants from countries such as Bear Country and Iron Brother Country, their impatience evident. It appeared they were keen to swiftly select their partners to embark on the quest. My suggestion is that you band together and explore other areas of this complex. With so many entities present, identifying suitable partners is currently of utmost importance. Qin Chong Kong pondered before proposing. "We should band together? Are you not joining us?" queried the contestant from Bear Country, Prashenko, momentarily taken aback. "I am accompanied by 5 skeletal guardians, ensuring my safety. You may form your own group to secure yours. I have my own thoughts regarding the selection of partners and shall not join you," Qin Chong Kong explained, tightening his grip on the signal badge in his hand. In his line of sight, a red arrow pointed towards the east of the complex. Quickly seek out your partners and begin searching for the entity's corporeal forms. Every 2 hours, we can reconvene here to exchange intelligence and resources. Should anyone encounter difficulties, we can regroup to offer mutual assistance. Qin Chong Kong articulated his thoughts before departing in the direction indicated by the arrow. Accompanied by his 5 skeletal guardians, he moved onward. Behind him, the contestants from Bear Country, Iron Brother, and Celaya exchanged glances, deciding to band together for warmth. They chose a direction not far from Qin Chong Kong's, aiming to gather intelligence on the complex and select appropriate partners. Their decision to refrain from following Qin Chong Kong was rooted in respect for his prowess and the understanding that trust had yet to be established among them. Forcing cooperation could lead to conflict. After enduring 2 rounds of harrowing trials, all surviving contestants were skilled enough not to make such blunders. Contestants from other nations swiftly mobilized, dispersing throughout the complex to search for the imperfect entities, hoping to forge contracts and become allies. Meanwhile, Qin Chong Kong proceeded directly, soon arriving at the 403 unit of the dismembered complex. Upon confirming that his uncle's signal badge pointed to this very room, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is Lin Guiying home? After 2 firm knocks, silence ensued. Qin Chong Kong persisted. Knock, knock, knock. Still no response. However, he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. Splash, splash. Crimson liquid began to seep through the crack beneath the door. Qin Chong Kong narrowed his eyes and took 2 steps back. His guardians immediately positioned themselves in front of him. Creak! The door opened. To Qin Chong Kong's astonishment, standing behind the door was a figure resembling a human, composed entirely of blood. This bizarre entity lacked a physical form, merely a pool of blood coalescing into a humanoid shape. Ah! Qin Chong Kong gasped softly, taken aback. His uncle had indeed posed a formidable challenge. Lin Guiying was nothing more than a puddle of blood. Aside from this sanguine essence, all other bodily parts had vanished. Did this imply that he was to seek out her missing body parts? Lin Guiying stood before him, noticing his lack of response and preparing to close the door once more. Wait! Qin Chong Kong called out, extending his hand to present his Uncle Qin Tianfeng's police badge. This is my Uncle Qin Tianfeng's badge. I hope we can establish a partnership. I shall assist you in locating your body parts and help you reconstruct your form. With a rustling sound, Lin Guiying reached out with her bloodied hand, grasping the badge. Almost immediately, she began to tremble violently, producing an increasingly resonant sound akin to flowing water. Qin Chong Kong was uncertain of the meaning behind this and inquired, "Are you willing to collaborate with me? If so, please nod." Lin Guiying nodded and gestured into the room. Several droplets of blood levitated in the air, twisting and forming a line of text. "Please enter. We shall converse inside." Qin Chong Kong was surprised that she could communicate in such a manner. With a smile, he stepped into the room. At that moment, the audience from Long Nation, watching the live broadcast, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What does this mean? Qin Chong Kong intends to form an alliance with this blood entity? Surely not. There are no other body parts aside from blood. This is an insurmountable challenge. How long will it take to find all her body parts? Qin Chong Kong, please don't make foolish decisions. The last 10 players face severe penalties. Don't jest. Brother, if you are eliminated, we all suffer. A flurry of comments flooded the live stream. Clearly, Qin Chong Kong's choice had stirred a sense of urgency among the viewers from Long Nation. In the high-level strategic conference room of Long Nation, a chorus of alarmed exclamations erupted. Why did Qin Chong Kong choose this entity? Something seems amiss. That police badge he just presented appeared suddenly. Didn't he it? How could he possibly know how to use it? Who is Qin Chong Kong's uncle? Wasn't he said to be an orphan? Where did this uncle emerge from? And how does he know the name of that blood entity? It seems Qin Chong Kong is indeed extraordinary. The previous game hinted at his capabilities. Quick, investigate. We must uncover the identity of Qin Chong Kong's uncle, starting with the police badge. Since the number 017847 is associated with a real entity in Long Nation, it can be traced directly. The high-ranking officials of Long Nation confirmed Qin Chong Kong's remarkable qualities and, to err on the side of caution, initiated another round of investigation into his background. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Chong Kong remained engrossed in dialogue with Lin Guiying within the confines of the room. To speak candidly, I have recently arrived at the residual limb district and am not well acquainted with the circumstances here. Could you kindly provide me with an overview? Furthermore, how might I assist you in locating your corporeal fragments and restoring your form? Qin Chong Kong, having just entered this game, felt an urgent need for further intelligence. Lin Guiying dispersed more of her blood into the air, forming lines of crimson script. Within the residual limb district, there exist 2 factions, the indigenous inhabitants and the newcomers. I'm one of the latter. Among the natives, there are many formidable entities who seize the corporeal fragments of outsiders and conceal them, seemingly reaping certain advantages from these actions. Due to unique circumstances, when I first arrived here, My body became separated from my blood. By the time I regained consciousness, I found myself reduced to mere blood. If you can locate my corporeal fragments and return them to me, I will be able to reassemble my body. The most pressing issue is discerning the whereabouts of my fragments. Moreover, the natives are unlikely to relinquish the hard-won fragments without a struggle. How might we procure them? Engaging them directly poses a significant risk, as many of these entities possess formidable strength, making confrontation unwise. Lin Guiying swiftly elucidated the situation. It was only at this juncture that Qin Chong Kong began to grasp the rudiments of this scenario. Chapter 49. Seizing the Opportunity in Illness. An assault from a competitor. Qin Chong Kong stroked his chin, deep in thought. The current situation appeared remarkably clear to him. Firstly, he needed to accompany Lin Guiying, his partner, in a quest to locate her fragmented body. This would inevitably require a thorough search of the entire community. Secondly, once the whereabouts of Lin Guiying's body fragments were established, he would need to devise a means to acquire those fragments. It was highly probable that these fragments were occupied by other malevolent entities. Lin Guiying had just issued a stern warning, stating that many of the entities within the community possessed formidable strength, making direct confrontation unfeasible. Hence, cunning would be required. As Qin Chong Kong contemplated this, Lin Guiying appeared to be assessing him as well. The nearby members of the group, including Guy and others, circled around him, watching the blood entity with a certain degree of wariness. It seemed they did not fully trust one another, remaining vigilant for Qin Chong Kong's safety. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chong Kong raised his head and inquired, "May I pose a few questions to you? Firstly, what is the extent of your current strength? Secondly, what is your ultimate level of power?" Before Lin Guiying, the blood coalesced into several lines of crimson script. "I currently possess only the strength of a vengeful spirit, and I am unable to contend with many other vengeful spirits. Unless I am within this very building, I cannot defeat anyone. Inside this room, I can overcome malevolent entities of the evil spirit level." Upon reading the blood script, Qin Chong Kong gazed around the room in astonishment. You could defeat evil spirit-level entities within the room? Is it that your room is unique? Or does this enhancement apply to all residents of the community within their own homes? Qin Chong Kong furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Lin Guiying. All residents of the community experience a boost in strength within their homes. Lin Guiying's blood responded once more in script. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chong Kong realized that the community was more perilous than he had initially perceived. If he were to search for Lin Guiying's body fragments in the residences of other malevolent entities and engage in conflict with the homeowners, he might very well be at a disadvantage. However, with his uncle's protection, his life was not in jeopardy. Compared to the other competitors, he possessed an unparalleled advantage. He feared not death and could afford to experiment with his life. Then, what is the extent of your ultimate strength? I need to ascertain your true capabilities to devise a plan. Qin Chong Kong pressed further. Lin Guiying hesitated for a moment before responding with her blood. I am at the level of a formidable entity. Qin Chong Kong was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in satisfaction. Since his initial participation in the game, he had encountered 2 rounds without ever facing a formidable entity. Now, he was finally in the presence of one, and it was his companion. Although she could not currently exhibit much strength, as he gathered more of her body fragments and gradually restored her form, her power would inevitably grow. In the later stages, he could rely on her. One last question. Can you sense the locations of your body parts? Qin Chong Kong asked finally. I can only sense where my head is. Lin Guiying replied. Moreover, it was merely a rough direction. Lin Guiying responded. Qin Chong Kong felt a surge of joy within. This was indeed a favorable revelation. If she could not perceive any part of her body, it would necessitate a thorough search of the entire complex, a task that would not only be time-consuming but also perilous. Of course, it was Lin Guiying who was in danger. He himself was not at risk of losing his life. In that case, lead the way. Let's first retrieve your head, he asserted. Having grasped all the intelligence, Qin Chong Kong was keen to avoid any delays. Lin Guiying had lost all her bodily organs, and assisting her in restoring her form would be a monumental undertaking. With competitors to contend with, time was of the essence. Lin Ging hesitated for a moment, her bloodied hand gripping Qin Tianfeng's badge before she nodded in agreement. The two promptly exited the room and descended the stairs. Observing this, the audience from Long Nation in the live stream was engulfed in despair. What was happening? Qin Shankong had genuinely chosen her as a partner. Was he truly unafraid of potential repercussions? Indeed, Lin Ging had lost all organs aside from her blood. Aiding her in regaining her body could take an eternity. It was over. Qin Shankong had performed exceedingly well in the previous 2 rounds, and now he had become reckless, deliberately opting for the highest difficulty level. The highest difficulty? That was akin to hellish trials. Let us not forget, he also had to contend with the onslaught of competitors from other nations. Goodness, your words make my heart sink even further. Until Lin Guiying's body is restored, she would hardly be able to showcase any real strength. Wouldn't she be utterly suppressed by the cunning devices of other contenders? Yet, there was no need for such alarm. Beside Qin Shankong stood valiant soldiers of the Return to Justice Army, whose prowess was formidable. The audience from Long Nation remained in a state of deep concern, in stark contrast to the higher-ups within their ranks, who were less anxious. During the previous intermission, they had assessed the combat capabilities of the Return to Justice Army. At the very least, their strength was of the malevolent spirit caliber, sufficient to safeguard Qin Shankong. Their sole apprehension lay in the arduous nature of restoring Lin Guiying's body. If too much time was squandered, resulting in Qin Shankong becoming one of the last 10 competitors, he might face severe penalties. While the audience from Long Nation was wrought with worry, the spectators from rival nations, such as Lighthouse and Cherry Blossom countries, felt the opposite. They were eager for Qin Shankong to lose his senses and make the worst decision possible. The more dire the situation for the Long Nation competitor, the lesser the competitive pressure on their own participants, yielding greater advantages for their countries. Within the realm of terror, Qin Shankong, accompanied by the Return to Justice Army and Lin Ging, marched forth with great determination as they exited the complex. Before they could even begin their search for Lin Guiying's head, a startled exclamation arose from a nearby onlooker. Qin Shankong, you actually chose a creature devoid of all organs as your partner? The voice was high-pitched, clearly astonished. Qin Shankong and his companions turned to see a tall Caucasian man, approximately 30 years of age, with a full beard standing 5 meters away. Beside him loomed a towering cat, its height reaching that of a person. The cat, entirely hairless, displayed wrinkled skin that appeared quite eerie. The figure was enveloped in a deep shade of purple, its eyes fixed unwaveringly on the bloodied figure beside Qin Shankong, saliva dripping in anticipation. The expression suggested an insatiable hunger for Lin Guiying. Qin Shankong furrowed his brow slightly. It was evident that this hairless cat was the eerie companion of his adversary. Judging by its appearance, the creature lacked only its fur, indicating that its physique was otherwise intact and capable of unleashing formidable power. Is there something you wish to say? Qin Shankong inquired coolly, raising an eyebrow. The competitor, jolted from his astonishment, glanced at Guy and the others, bursting into laughter. Huh, your eerie companion is missing so many body parts, and you cannot attack the other contestants. What combat capability do you possess? He taunted. Do you have any idea of the bounty currently offered by Lighthouse Nation? The white male laughed heartily, directing his gaze toward the hairless cat. Black Count, eliminate him swiftly, he commanded eagerly. At that moment, the hairless cat, drooling profusely, launched itself towards Qin Shankong with unrestrained ferocity. Chapter 50. Do you truly believe you can slay me? The overwhelming might of Qin Shankong. Good heavens! Which nation's contender dares to attempt the assassination of Qin Shankong for a bounty? Do they comprehend the repercussions of provoking our dragon nation? Qin Shankong's obstinacy is bewildering. Why must he choose such a feeble, ethereal entity as his partner? This is perilous. What a curse. I can scarcely bear to watch. Only able to keep my head down and type furiously. Countless viewers from the Dragon Nation are gripped by anxiety at this unforeseen turn of events. Some instinctively shut their eyes. Others silently offer prayers, while many fixate on the competitors on screen, seemingly intent on remembering the names of their foes. Even the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation, watching the live stream, find themselves tensed with apprehension. Yet, Qin Chong Kong remains remarkably composed. The purple, hairless cat moves with astonishing speed, lunging toward him with its maw agape, sharp teeth exuding a foul stench, aiming straight for Qin Chong Kong's face. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal reverberates through the air. In that instant, Gue Yi raises his long blade, striking the cat's teeth. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp echoes resonate in front of the residential building as Gue Air, Gue San, and other skeletons follow suit, delivering powerful blows to the hairless cat. One strike lands upon the giant hairless cat's shoulder, carving a substantial gash. Another slice cleaves its midsection, splitting the creature in two. Black blood cascades to the ground, corroding the earth and forming small pits. Surprisingly, despite its grievous injuries, the colossal hairless cat remains silent. Its upper half is impaled on Gue Yi's blade, yet its lower half continues its reckless charge toward Qin Chong Kong, as if immune to physical harm. Qin Chong Kong raises an eyebrow and unleashes a pre-prepared skill, Soul Tear, instantly releasing an invisible wave. Buzz! Ah! The hairless cat's body stiffens, collapsing to the ground, its hind legs twitching uncontrollably. The head, skewered by Gue Yi's blade, opens its mouth to emit a chilling wail. Disturbingly, the sound is not that of a cat's cry, but a woman's anguished scream. Mid-scream, the hairless cat suddenly ceases all movement, its lament abruptly silenced. It appears its soul has been obliterated, leading to its true demise. The battle unfolds in a flash, leaving the spectators in a daze. Both the viewers in the live stream and the previously arrogant Caucasian male stand agape, utterly astonished. Qin Chong Kong strides nonchalantly toward Gue Yi, producing a suturing and skinning knife to extract the hairless cat's eyeballs. Having acquired the skill of external eye in the previous round, he requires the eyes of a supernatural entity to forge the external eye for enhanced vision. This hairless cat has conveniently presented itself. Only at this moment do the viewers in the live stream regain their senses. The barrage of comments erupts instantaneously. What has transpired? What level of supernatural creature was that hairless cat? It appeared formidable, yet was so effortlessly vanquished. I was utterly startled, believing that Qin Chong Kong was on the brink of death. To my surprise, the Gi army proved to be remarkably formidable. With their protection, Qin Chong Kong need not rely on the power of his eerie companion. Oh dear, that unfortunate white man is doomed now. He awaits his demise. The audience from Longwo was electrified, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. At this moment, the white man facing Qin Chong Kong finally reacted. He extended a trembling hand, pointing at Qin Chong Kong in shock, and stammered, "What is your current strength? How could a 3-star battle power beast like the fierce spirit cat be dispatched by you so effortlessly?" His finger quivered uncontrollably, revealing his profound terror. 3 stars? Qin Chong Kong raised an eyebrow, recalling that his battle power had already reached 5 stars when he last checked his stats. Naturally, a 3-star beast could be vanquished with ease. He grasped the hairless cat's eyeball in one hand and turned to Lin Guing, asking, "Can you eliminate that individual over there with your current strength?" Lin Guing shook her head, indicating that since leaving the house, her power had diminished significantly, making it difficult for her to defeat even an ordinary human player. "Very well. I have committed this person's appearance to memory. I shall eliminate him once I acquire more body fragments," Qin Chong Kong remarked with a hint of regret. The white male trembled, finally awakening to his perilous situation. He shuddered twice, turned on his heel, and fled in a panic. Qin Chong Kong observed his retreating figure with indifference. In this instance, players could not directly attack one another. They needed to rely on the powers of their eerie companions to engage other players. As Qin Chong Kong lacked the means to directly eliminate his opponent, he chose to disregard him and instead focused on the eyeball in his hand, activating his skill, External Eye. A flash of white light emanated from the eyeball, which had previously appeared lifeless, transforming it into something vibrant and animated. It quivered slightly before levitating from Qin Chong Kong's palm. In an instant, a profound sensation surged within him. He discovered that his perception had expanded, granting him a new vantage point. He could survey the scene below from 3 meters above ground, viewing both the sky above and the landscape behind him. Moreover, with the bare eyeball floating unobstructed, his field of vision became remarkably broad. This newfound perspective did not conflict with his original sight, nor did it evoke any discomfort. A wave of joy welled up within Qin Changkong. This skill was exceedingly practical, significantly enhancing his command over the battlefield. Unable to contain his excitement, he manipulated the external eye, continuously scanning his surroundings within the limits of its flight range, thoroughly enjoying the experience. His amusement peaked when the external eye focused on Lin Ging, eliciting a soft gasp from him. When the external eye locked onto her, it revealed aspects invisible to the naked eye. Under the gaze of the external eye, Lin Ging ceased to be merely a pool of swirling blood. A vague silhouette of a woman emerged. Her visage was strikingly cold, with one eye opened, its pupil a pale, ethereal blue, reminiscent of crystalline waters. One eye remained tightly closed, while a pool of blue liquid flowed beneath it. Her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, remarkably smooth and sleek. The entire presence exuded an aura that kept others at bay. In her hand, she grasped her uncle's police badge with a firm grip, as if cherishing it dearly. Is this the true nature of Lin Guiying? Qin Changkong could not help but turn his head, directing his gaze towards Lin Guiying. Within his original line of sight, he could only perceive a human silhouette formed by the swirling blood. However, through the perspective of his external eye, he could discern a spectral figure of a person. What could be the explanation for this? Was it the unique effect of the external eye that granted him the ability to see Lin Guiying's apparition? Or was it the peculiar nature of the eerie, hairless cat that enabled him to perceive such phantoms? Chapter 51, A Calm Opponent. The Lighthouse Nation contestant with a rebellious nature. Qin Changkong furrowed his brows, deep in contemplation. In the realm of horror games, any information gleaned could prove pivotal. His own eyes, alongside those of the hairless cat, perceived disparate details, which could potentially play a significant role in the forthcoming challenges. As he pondered, three sets of eyes fixated on Lin Guiying. The intensity of their gaze made her uneasy, and the blood before her floated, coalescing into a message. Why do you keep staring at me? In the hairless cat's perspective, Qin Changkong observed her ethereal form frowning, her visage betraying a hint of dissatisfaction and discomfort. This sensation was exceedingly peculiar. I have just realized that through the eyes of the hairless cat, I can discern certain unique aspects. I am unsure whether this is a rule of the current scenario or merely a trait of the hairless cat. Nevertheless, clarity eludes us for now. Let us proceed to seek your head. You shall continue to lead the way, Qin Changkong elucidated. Lin Guiying raised an eyebrow, glancing upward in astonishment at the floating eye, then briefly at him, refraining from further comment and dutifully taking the lead. The audience from Long Nation observed the suspended eye with much speculation. Is this a new skill acquired by Qin Changkong? It appears rather bizarre. Regardless of its strangeness, skills were invaluable assets. If utilized effectively, they could bestow a considerable advantage upon the contestant. Presently, the majority of players lacked skills, with only the Great Ing Empire and a few minor nations having encountered fortuitous events that granted them abilities. In contrast, Qin Changkong boasted 3 formidable skills, bestowing him a significant edge. The spectators fervently hoped that Qin Changkong would once again secure first place, achieving an S rating and acquiring yet another skill to outshine the foreign contestants. While the current situation remained uncertain, it was evident that Qin Changkong had recently dispatched a mysterious entity with ease and had crafted an external eye from the enemy's gaze. Initially, it was presumed that Lin Guiying would hinder progress. However, under the guardianship of the soldiers from the 1st and 2nd Divisions, the combat effectiveness of Qin Changkong's team proved robust, compensating for any weaknesses. It was clear to all that his advantages were pronounced, much to the delight of the viewers in the Long Nation's live stream, who eagerly anticipated his performance. Meanwhile, the recently escaped contestant from the Mara Nation, Pletz, hurried away, his retreat quite disheveled. He replayed Qin Changkong's warning in his mind, recalling the ease with which he had defeated the hairless cat, sending chills down his spine. I have wronged him. He will surely slay me. He resolved to swiftly find a new enigmatic companion to regain his combat prowess. Only by completing the game's tasks promptly and exiting the scenario could he avoid being killed by Qin Changkong. Damn it, we have only recently participated in 2 games. How can his strength surpass ours by such a margin? This is unfair. As Plutz lamented, he anxiously devised a plan. Plutz, halt. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through Plutz's thoughts. He looked up to see 5 or 6 individuals accompanied by a host of mysterious entities approaching him. The individuals in question hail from the Great Wying Empire, Sakura Nation, Lighthouse Country, and the esteemed Jaida, among others. Although their names elude me, Pugliasi is acquainted with them. I just witnessed you seeking out Longwa's Qin Changkong, and now only one remains. You must have engaged with Qin Changkong, correct? What is his prowess? How did the encounter unfold? And why did his enigmatic companion refrain from eliminating you? Share all that you know. The contestant from Lighthouse Country, Bishop, was the first to step forward, inquiring with an air of indifference. The surrounding competitors turned their gazes toward Pugliasi, eagerly awaiting his response. Clearly, there was a palpable interest in Qin Changkong among them. Suddenly, Pugliasi realized he might have been unwittingly used as a pawn. Many sought to confront Qin Changkong, yet they hesitated, waiting for fools like him to pave the way. This realization deepened Pugliasi's discontent. Speak up. We demand the intelligence you possess, urged the competitor from Jaida, growing impatient with Pugliasi's silence. Meanwhile, the peculiar beings around them were poised for action, encircling Pugliasi. I will speak. Sensing the looming threat of death, Pugliasi quickly recounted in detail his encounter with Qin Changkong. If being swiftly defeated qualifies as an engagement, then he had indeed faced him. The contestants from Lighthouse Country, Jaida, and others were increasingly alarmed by what they heard, unable to suppress their gasps. Is this true? Can Qin Changkong's summoned entities truly eliminate a 3-star combatant like the Hairless Cat in an instant? Impossible. I am currently a 2-star combatant, and my peculiar companion barely reaches 3 stars. Does that imply Qin Changkong could annihilate both of us? In the face of their skepticism, Pugliasi swore an oath, his expression betraying his anxiety. This lent him a modicum of credibility among the members of the Five-Eyed Alliance. Yet, the more they learned, the harder it became for them to accept such a disparity. It is simply outrageous. Are we truly playing the same game as Qin Changkong? Alas, we barely managed to scrape through the first 2 rounds, while he single-handedly achieved 2 S-rank evaluations and received special rewards. His strength is undeniably superior to ours. The game has only just begun. Until now, we have not encountered him, but this round presents a splendid opportunity. With our numbers, we shall surely devise a means to eliminate him. Pugliasi observed the competitors before him, listening to their expressions of frustration and dissatisfaction, feeling a sense of camaraderie. They had all been chosen for this game together. Why should Qin Changkong possess such overwhelming strength? Hearing the hostility in their voices towards Qin Changkong, Pugliasi felt a flicker of delight within. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If they could vanquish Qin Changkong, he would no longer have to fear retribution. Just then, he heard a cold voice declare, "This fellow is of no use. Should we not simply eliminate him to reduce the competition?" A chill coursed through Pugliasi as he raised his head in panic to regard the speaker. Bishop, the previously silent contestant from Lighthouse Country, had suddenly broken his silence. I advise against killing him. He has already offended Qin Changkong, and retribution is inevitable. Positioned against the Dragon Kingdom from the outset, he will eventually pose a challenge for Qin Changkong, assisting us in depleting his combat strength. Furthermore, the Malara Nation, represented by Plutz, is a neutral small country. Directly eliminating him here could potentially lead to diplomatic disputes. Although Malara lacks the capacity to inflict any substantial harm upon our nation, it would inevitably align itself with the Dragon Kingdom. Within this game of national fate, we continue to represent our own country, and actions cannot be dictated solely by personal desires. Thus, sparing his life is the most prudent course of action. After Bishop concluded his thoughts, he turned to leave, seemingly disinclined to concern himself further with Plutz. Little did anyone know, he harbored a few more unspoken words within. You great powers treat other nations as mere tools. and fellow competitors as livestock, manipulating them as you see fit. One day, I shall ensure that the Lighthouse Nation pays dearly for its actions. Chapter 52. The distinction between humans, humanoid entities, and non-humanoid entities. Deep within Bishop's heart, he perceives himself as a citizen of Glinda, rather than a denizen of the Lighthouse Nation. The Lighthouse Nation, without consent, launched an assault on his homeland, resulting in a tragic loss of life and the annexation of Glinda, which objectively led to the demise of his country. Although he has become a representative contestant for the Lighthouse Nation within the framework of the horror game's judgment rules, in Bishop's eyes, the Lighthouse Nation remains an invader, inciting nothing but hatred within him. At this moment, the indifferent demeanor of contestants from nations, such as Jada, towards Pletz ignites the flames of animosity in his heart. He must distance himself momentarily to regain his composure. Bishop, you are far more composed than I had anticipated. Perhaps the Lighthouse Nation's choice of you as a contestant is more prudent than martial. Voices from other Five Eyes Alliance contestants reached him from behind. Indeed, I sense that collaborating with you may yield greater advantages and accomplishments within the horror game. This individual possesses a sharp intellect, recalling the appearances, names, and represented nations of all contestants, while I can only remember a few from particular countries. Likewise, I was unaware that the person I just encountered was Pletz, nor did I know he represented Malago. Bishop, although you joined the Lighthouse Nation at a later stage, I accept you. I acknowledge your capabilities. Upon hearing the cacophony behind him, Bishop instinctively clenched his fists. Who seeks your approval? Who desires your acceptance? I wish for your demise. Such thoughts brewed within Bishop's mind. Yet his visage bore a smile as he engaged in playful banter with the so-called teammates beside him. Unbeknownst to them, the athletes of the world's strongest nation, the Lighthouse Nation, harbor a rebellious spirit. Meanwhile, Qin Chong Kong, guided by Lin Gui Ying, arrive at the foot of a residential building in the Remnant Limb community. I sense that the location is right here, yet I am uncertain of the precise position of my head. Lin Gui Ying manipulated her blood to form a message. Qin Chong Kong refrained from rashly entering the building, instead turning his head to scrutinize the structure before him. The 7-story building appeared somewhat dilapidated, devoid of an elevator. To his astonishment, the first floor lacked any unit doors, all sealed off by walls, leaving no apparent entry point. Am I to scale the window to gain access? Qin Chong Kong furrowed his brow, gazing upward at the building. The walls were mottled and aged, cloaked in moss and creeping vines. Each window was shrouded by black security grills, rendering entry impossible. How does one access this building? His frown deepened. What astonished him further was the stark contrast between his external perception and the vision granted by the hairless caddis eyes. In this perspective, the walls were smeared with dark liquid, emanating a faint, foul odor. Fresh blood trickled from the windows, releasing a potent stench of gore. Qin Chong Kong could not suppress a grimace. From the moment he approached this vicinity, he had detected a metallic scent of blood. The closer he drew to the residential building, the more pronounced the sanguine aroma became. Accompanying the scene was an overwhelming stench of decay. All of this hinted at the concealed dangers lurking within the residential building before them. When shall we enter? Lin Ging inquired impatiently. Her words formed from the blood that coursed through her veins. Let us proceed now, but allow me a moment to ascertain how we might gain entry. Strangely, this building appears to have no door. I must contemplate how to infiltrate it, Qin Chong Kong replied as he began to circle the edifice, seeking an entrance. What are you saying? The main entrance is right there. We can simply walk in, Lin Guiying declared through her sanguine script. The main entrance is where? Qin Chong Kong raised an eyebrow in confusion, questioning her. Lin Guiying cast him a quizzical glance before stepping toward the wall of the first floor, lifting her leg and stepping straight through. Qin Chong Kong watched in astonishment as she vanished into the wall. What is happening? Alarm bells rang in his mind. Wait, come back. He called out hastily. Lin Ging, suppressing her eagerness, emerged slowly, regarding him with curiosity. What is it? Are you not going to search for my head? Or do you require some preparation? The blood-formed words hastily conveyed her urgency. This is not right. I cannot see the entrance to the building. From my perspective, it is merely a wall. I just witnessed you step into it, Qin Chong Kong explained, his brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be that what his eyes perceived was merely an illusion, while Lin Ging's vision revealed the truth? Sensing the peculiarity of the situation, Lin Ging hesitated and asked, "Would you like to come and try? See if you can pass through the wall? At least in my sight, that is the main entrance to the building." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chong Kong nodded. He took several steps toward the spot where Lin Ging had entered, extending his knife and slowly pierced the wall. To his astonishment, there was no resistance. He watched as the blade penetrated the surface, as if swallowed by the wall. Qin Chong Kong felt a surge of alarm. After a brief hesitation, he concentrated, and his floating external eye soared toward the wall. Soon, it too passed through the barrier. Beyond the wall, Qin Chong Kong beheld a long corridor and a staircase adjacent to it. Could this truly be an illusion? Was this indeed the entrance to the residential building? His brow knitted in perplexity. Remembering something, he turned to Guy and asked, "In your vision, do you see a wall here, or the entrance to the unit?" Guy understood his inquiry and replied, "I see the entrance. There is no wall in my view." Upon hearing this response, Qin Chong Kong felt a vague notion beginning to coalesce in his mind. I am human, while Gue, Yi, and Lin Ging are entities of a peculiar nature. The perceptions I possess differ from theirs. However, the newly refined external eye, derived from the hairless cat, also grants me the ability to perceive distinct phenomena. Yet, why do the visions captured by this external eye diverge from those seen by Gue, Yi, and the others? Qin Chong Kong pondered deeply. As the mission brief from the moment he entered the game resurfaced in his mind. Instance introduction. This is an expansive district inhabited by various enigmatic entities. The residents are categorized into three types: humanoid entities, non-humanoid entities, and humans. At first glance, these words may seem to merely introduce the instance. Yet, it appears that this information harbors profound significance. I am human. Gue, Yi, and Lin Ging are humanoid entities, while the external eye, derived from the hairless cat, belongs to a non-humanoid entity. The visions encountered by the three differ greatly. Chapter 53, Reforging the Eye Beyond the Flesh. All is prepared. I harbor a suspicion that within this community, the perceptions of humans, humanoid entities, and non-humanoid entities diverge significantly. Through the eyes of a hairless cat, I discern the walls stained with blood, yet through my own gaze, I perceive only the seaweed and ivy that adorn the surface. While you may behold the entrance to this residential building, I can only see the wall. It has become evident that your sight holds the truth. Indeed, there exists a door, and what I perceive as a wall is but an illusion. This suggests that within the current scenario, players must collaborate in pairs, each forging a pact with both humanoid and non-humanoid entities. Only in this manner can the team unveil all that lies before them, gather ample information, and assist their spectral companions in the search for corporeal organs. Qin Chong Kong furrowed his brow, articulating his thoughts slowly. Gue, Yi, and Lin Ging exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Both are humanoid entities, capable of perceiving the entrance to the building. While Qin Chong Kong claims he cannot see it, he could not possibly deceive himself regarding such matters, and he remains the sole human present. Moreover, Lin Ging and Gue Yi also failed to see the blood upon the wall, perceiving only the pervasive seaweed and ivy. What should we do next? You possess two distinct visions, and with my presence, we perfectly encompass three perspectives. There is no need to team up with others. Shall we take the lead and scout ahead while you follow our lead? Lin Ging manipulated the blood to form words, inquiring. Qin Chong Kong, perceiving through the cat's eye, noted the spectral visage of Lin Ging, her brow furrowed with urgency. No, we shall refrain from entering this building for the time being. Its peculiarities render it perilous, and to venture inside recklessly would be unwise. Our immediate priority is to locate a humanoid entity, slay it, and procure its eye to forge the eye beyond the flesh. With this hairless cat's eye, I will possess the vision of human, humanoid, and non-humanoid entities, enabling me to perceive three realms simultaneously and acquire the most comprehensive information. He gestured towards the eye suspended in mid-air, while internally contemplating how the S-rank reward obtained in the previous round would prove invaluable in this current game. Previously, In the monster forest, he had similarly secured the loyalty of Gue, E, and others through the soul-summoning tiger talisman. It appears that striving for an S-rank evaluation and securing special rewards in each game is essential to gaining an advantage in the subsequent rounds. Although Lin Ging yearned to swiftly locate her head, she understood the inherent dangers of the remnant limb community, where numerous entities wield formidable power. Failing to prepare adequately could lead to a brutal demise at the hands of these beings. Thus, it is prudent to seek a humanoid entity first. In the adjacent building resides a long-tongued entity, notorious for spreading malicious gossip during its life, which ultimately led to the tragic downfall of a woman, accused of impropriety, who took her own life by jumping from a height. The long-tongued specter had its tongue severed by the vengeful spirit of a woman, and after its demise, it was buried at the bottom of the river. Consequently, this specter was consumed by resentment, spending its days cursing the heavens and the earth in the community flower beds. The residents of the community looked down upon it, refusing to engage with the creature, leaving it utterly alone. With its feeble strength, solitary existence, and dubious character, it became the perfect target. Lin Guiying pondered for a moment before swiftly selecting a victim. Without hesitation, Qin Shankong turned to leave with Guy and others. Time was of the essence. Gathering the eyeballs swiftly was crucial to maximizing the effects of the external eye. At this moment, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was utterly bewildered. Why did it feel as though Qin Shankong had inadvertently widened the gap between himself and others? Indeed, while others needed to form teams to gather 3 types of residents and access all hidden information, Qin Shankong alone possessed 3 types of eyeballs, allowing him to see all concealed information simultaneously. This advantage was monumental. With the strength of one, Qin Shankong outclassed others significantly. I sense this round is secure. However, one cannot overlook that the difficulty of this level was evidently higher than that of other games. We should observe the situation further. Qin Shankong's performance elicited immense joy among the audience of the Dragon Kingdom, as his prowess was evident to all. While the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom rejoiced, those from other nations felt disheartened. This round of the game featured a competitive mechanism. The first to exit the community would receive generous rewards, while the last 10 remaining would face punishment. The penalties in this horror game were likely to be worse than death. None of the contestants wished to suffer such fates. Consequently, the competition intensified. Under the influence of their respective national leaders, the contestants within the community quickly formed alliances. At this point, aside from Qin Shankong, all contestants acted as a team, leaving him to navigate the dangers alone, significantly increasing his risk. In this terrifying world, the heavens were unjust. Why were my parents so inept? If they were wealthy and powerful, I would not have endured such suffering. Had they possessed any capability, I would have long been enjoying a life of luxury, instead of encountering that harlot who led to my demise. That harlot, too, was unrestrained. How could she leap from a building simply because I exposed her? Did her death cleanse her sins? Clearly not. Yet she transformed into a specter and caused my death. Damned be it. If I ever see that harlot again, I shall ensure her destruction. A series of inexplicable curses and grievances emanated from ahead. Qin Shankong gazed toward the garden, listening to the complaints, his expression peculiarly contemplative. Was this the long-tongued specter? He turned to inquire. Indeed, it is that worthless wretch, devoid of any offensive capabilities. Its strength is feeble, and it would be simple to eliminate it. However, it is so weak that consuming it would yield no benefits, leading other specters to disregard it entirely. Thus, it had managed to survive until now. If you simply desire its eyeballs, then just kill it directly. Lin Guiying cast a disdainful glance at the garden ahead. Qin Shankong nodded, too apathetic to engage with the peculiar entity, and strode forward. Soon, he discerned a frail figure within the garden. The creature's skin was pallid, emaciated like a reed, with a pointed fleshy growth atop, its head resembling a cone. A long, drooping tongue hung before it, dripping saliva. Qin Shankong assessed the creature with a fleeting glance, eschewing any further conversation, and unleashed a soul-rending attack without hesitation. A piercing scream echoed as the long-tongued entity collapsed, offering no resistance. Approaching the fallen being, Qin Chong Kong retrieved a knife designed for skinning and excised its eyeball. With a thought, he activated his skill eye beyond. The eyeball immediately levitated, surveying the surroundings with a lively gaze. In an instant, Qin Chong Kong felt a shift in perception, his field of vision expanding once more. Now endowed with 3 distinct perspectives, he could observe all aspects of his surroundings without blind spots, gaining access to every piece of information, facilitating his search for Lin Guiying's body. Everything was in place. Let us proceed in search of your head. Chapter 54. Astonishing. How extraordinarily beautiful is this female apparition. It must be on this floor. Yet, I cannot discern the precise location, nor do I know which room it inhabits. Can you uncover any other clues? Within the confines of the remnant Lim community, Lin Guiying led Qin Chong Kong, Gui Yi, and Gui Air to the 4th floor of the residential building, halting at the staircase. As she drew closer, a palpable sense of urgency enveloped her. The blood-formed characters she conjured appeared significantly larger than usual. Do not fret. Allow me to investigate, Qin Chong Kong intoned, channeling his will to command the 2 external eyes to accompany him, scrutinizing all the residents on this floor. After a cursory count, he discerned that there were 5 rooms on this level. In the gaze of both humans and humanoid apparitions, the doors to these 5 rooms appeared identical. However, through the lens of the hairless cat's eyes, distinct differences emerged. Affixed to each door were photographs. Are these the homeowners' portraits? Qin Chong Kong pondered, quickening his pace to examine the images. Upon reaching the corridor's end, he was taken aback to find that the door at the terminus bore Lin Guiying's photograph. This must be the place. Through the cat's eye, one can see your likeness upon this door. Qin Chong Kong smiled faintly, beckoning her forward. Is it truly? Lin Guiying responded with evident anxiety, her blood-written characters coalescing as she hurriedly approached and impatiently rapped on the door. Knock, 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 echoing in the silent corridor. The sound possessed an eerie quality. Landlord, it is neither time for rent collection nor inspection, is it? A melodious female voice emerged. With a soft creak, the door swung open. Standing behind, it was a woman clad in a crimson dress, adorned with black high-heeled shoes. Her raven hair styled in twin ponytails that danced beside her, though she presented herself in a seductive and fashionable manner. Qin Chong Kong felt a sudden tightening in his chest, for the woman possessed no face, not merely lacking features, but her countenance was utterly smooth and flat. Regardless of whether he gazed with his own eyes or through the external vision, her face remained unseen. This was a faceless apparition. It was not the landlord after all. Who are you? What business do you have knocking at my door? The faceless entity's previously ingratiating tone swiftly morphed into a cold inquiry. We seek an item, a woman's head. According to our investigation, it should be in your possession, Qin Chong Kong replied, his brow furrowing as he resolved to speak plainly. Before he could finish, he noticed the faceless apparition turning its head to face him. Despite the absence of features, he could still sense a chilling gaze fixated upon him. Searching for a head? You have come to the wrong place. I possess no such item. With that, she shifted her attention, scrutinizing Lin Guiying, Gui Yi, and Gui Air, as if to ascertain who was in pursuit of the head. The soldiers of the Gui Yi army were skeletal. While Lin Guiying was a humanoid formed of coagulated blood, none bore a face. However, Gui Yi and Gui Air still possessed their skulls. Thus, the faceless entity swiftly locked onto its target. Her face was directed at Lin Guiying, her hands unconsciously clenching. Qin Chong Kong sensed the anomaly and immediately stepped forward, placing himself protectively behind Lin Guiying. The companion of this entity was currently feeble, lacking in strength. Should the faceless being launch a surprise attack and cause her demise, it would be dire. She was a junior whom his second uncle had entrusted him to look after, and he could not allow anything to happen to her. As for Qin Chong Kong, with the ring bestowed by his mother, he could resurrect through blood, and his second uncle had assured him that here he could resurrect infinitely. Naturally, he was unconcerned for his own safety. I have no skulls here. You should seek elsewhere, the faceless entity coldly stated, seemingly wary of their numbers. As she prepared to close the door, Bang! Gui Yi and Gui Air, quick-witted, swiftly thrust their long knife into the door gap, preventing her from shutting it. What do you intend to do? I told you there are no skulls here. The faceless being appeared irritated, raising her voice sharply. Yet, despite her anger, she remained hesitant to emerge. Qin Chang Kong recalled Lin Ging's earlier mention that entities gain strength within their own domains. This faceless being likely wished to maintain the advantage of her territory, unwilling to step outside. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. We wish to search your residence, and if we find no skulls, we shall not disturb you further. With his second uncle's protection, he was unafraid of death and did not mind taking risks in the faceless entity's abode. Fine, but only you may enter. The faceless entity seemed to have no choice but to concede. Very well, I shall go in, Qin Changkong replied, turning to Gui and Lin Ging, reassuring them, do not worry. I possess special items that ensure my safety. His words served to comfort his companions, as he wished to deter them from entering. He could resurrect infinitely, but his companions could not. It would be disastrous if they fell into a trap. At the same time, it was a warning to the faceless entity. Upon hearing this, the faceless being hesitated momentarily before stepping back, allowing him passage. Remember, only you may enter, she warned, her tone cautious. Without further comment, Qin Changkong strode inside. Bang! The faceless entity shut the door behind him with a soft thud. Search to your heart's content. You will find no skulls, she said coldly. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom watching the live broadcast became anxious. What on earth is happening? Is this a lamb walking into the tiger's den? Didn't that blood entity say there was a home advantage? Now that the door is shut, isn't Qin Changkong trapped inside? He claimed to have special trump cards? We've been watching the live stream. Why were we not informed? Perhaps it's a special forbidden item provided by the state in advance? Impossible. Forbidden items were brought out by previous national players. I've reviewed all past game footage and cannot fathom any item that could be effective at this moment. Oh no, this is bad. If this faceless entity were to launch an attack, Qin Changkong would surely meet his demise. Countless viewers from the Dragon Nation were filled with anxiety. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Changkong was merely feigning a search within the room. However, upon entering, he had already glimpsed Lin Ging's severed head from the perspective of the hairless cat. It lay atop the shoe cabinet beside the entrance, its countenance stern yet alluring. One eye was open, its pupil shimmering with a blue luminescence reminiscent of a serene lake, while the other remained firmly closed. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded gracefully, sleek and lustrous. This tangible form appeared far more exquisite than any mere apparition. The faceless entity, unaware that Qin Changkong possessed 2 additional eyes, smugly proclaimed, "What do you think? I told you there was no head. If you still doubt me, feel free to search my abode." With a flicker of thought, Qin Changkong swiftly made his way inside, ostentatiously surveying the room. He inspected the kitchen and the bathroom, then emerged with a visage of regret. Indeed, there was nothing to be found. He would have to search elsewhere. "Open the door, allow me to depart," he declared, striding toward the entrance, shaking his head in feigned disappointment. At that moment, Lin Guiying's head was just beside him. The skill, Soul Rend, was poised and ready to unleash its potential. Chapter 55, The Reversal of Roles, Seizing Sovereignty over the House. I asserted that there was nothing resembling a head within my abode. I possess my own. Why would I covet another's? The faceless specter seemed to hesitate, wary of the multitude outside and reluctant to incite further trouble. After deceiving Qin Changkong, it opened the door, intending to escort him away. "You may have a head, yet you lack a face." Qin Changkong silently scoffed, yet spoke aloud. "We apologize for the disturbance. We shall take our leave." He endeavored to soothe the other's emotions. But as he approached the entrance, he suddenly raised his hand. Soul Rend. An invisible ripple surged forth instantaneously. Buzz. Ah. The faceless specter immediately crouched down, clutching its head in agony. The torment emanating from the very essence of its soul engulfed its senses, inciting profound suffering. Simultaneously, Qin Changkong extended his left hand, seizing the hair of Lin Giying's head, and dashed towards the threshold. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he had launched a sudden assault on the faceless specter, then swept his left hand through the air before escaping the house. Clang! Clang! The sounds of blades resonated as the skeletons, Gui Gui Air and Gui San brandished their long swords, positioning themselves protectively behind Qin Chong Kong, vigilantly eyeing the faceless specter. Inside the dwelling, the adversary enjoyed the advantage of home ground. They refrained from rashly entering, merely obstructing any pursuit. Here you go. Qin Chong Kong extended his left hand, presenting the head before Lin Guiying. The specter, evidently unable to perceive the head, appeared bewildered, instinctively reaching out with its blood-formed hand. However, upon contact with the head, its true form materialized. Whether through the eyes of a hairless cat, the long-tongued ghost, or Qin Chong Kong's own fleshly eyes, Lin Guiying's head became visible. At the moment of its manifestation, Lin Guiying stood frozen. The head autonomously soared to her neck, merging seamlessly. Her previously closed eyes abruptly flew open, and her icy demeanor melted away like a glacier, replaced by a cascade of emotions: joy, surprise, curiosity. Her bloodied hands incessantly caressed her face, and her head swiveled in delight. "Damn it! Return my head. Quickly! Restore my head." A piercing female voice echoed through the corridor. The faceless specter suppressed its pain, suddenly rising to lunge at Lin Guiying. It disregarded the advantage of its home ground and the long swords before it, solely intent on reclaiming Lin Guiying's head. Lin Guiying instinctively recoiled, hiding behind Gui Yi and the others. 5 Tang sabers coordinated in unison, striking the faceless specter simultaneously. Instantly, 5 elongated gashes appeared across its face, shoulders, and arms, deep enough to expose bone, yet not a single drop of blood flowed. "Give me back my face." The voice grew increasingly hoarse and piercing, tinged with an undercurrent of fear and panic. As her words fell, the corridor floor suddenly became treacherously muddy, with bloodied hands emerging from the ground, grasping at the legs of Qin Chong Kong and his companions, forcefully dragging them downward. An intense pain surged through their legs in an instant. Qin Chong Kong endured the pain, his face cold as he raised his hand to unleash another soul-rending strike. The faceless entity emitted a chilling scream, yet surprisingly, instead of cowering, it lunged desperately towards Lin Guiying. Even upon discovering its own head, Lin Guiying found herself lacking in strength. In a state of panic, she retreated a couple of steps, attempting to distance herself from the foe, while struggling to extract her legs and escape the blood-soaked mire. Fortunately, her defenders, including Guy, stood resolutely before her. 5 skeletal figures brandishing long blades, launching a relentless assault. The air was filled with the sound of slicing steel as the blades struck the faceless entity, leaving it battered and bruised. However, despite its injuries, the creature's movements remained unaffected, seemingly impervious to physical harm. What manner of entity is this? Qin Chong Kong pondered with growing unease, his expression hardening as he resolved to bombard it with soul-rending assaults once more. At that moment, a male voice resonated from the upper floor. "Who is making all that noise in the hallway? You are disturbing the peace." Accompanying the voice were heavy footsteps. The faceless entity shrieked in alarm. The landlord, following its anguished cry, it became even more frenzied in its charge towards Lin Guiying. Qin Chong Kong sensed the shift and instinctively unleashed a soul-rending attack. Guy and the others protected Lin Guiying, ensuring she remained beyond the grasp of the faceless creature. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps drew nearer. A towering figure emerged from the staircase, its massive frame exceeding 3 meters in height, its head the size of 3 basketballs. Muscles bulged beneath its bluish skin, and a gaping maw stretched across its front, extending from its chest to its lower abdomen. Sinister, sharp fangs jutted forth, intermingling and scraping against one another, while a thick, lengthy tongue of about a meter incessantly licked its teeth. Saliva dripped from its cavernous mouth, corroding the floor beneath, creating small pits accompanied by a hissing sound. "Hungry, hungry, hungry. I want to eat." The giant's mouth opened and closed rhythmically, muttering incessantly. A profound sense of danger surged within Qin Chong Kong. Is this the landlord the faceless entity spoke of? The oppressive aura emanating from it was formidable, likely surpassing that of the faceless creature by 10-fold, 100-fold. He quickly steeled himself, laboriously extricating his legs from the bloodied floor and positioning himself beside Lin Ging. Confronting the two entities, Guyi and the others maintained their formation, encircling Qin Changkong. 4 blades were aimed at the newly arrived landlord, while only one was directed at the faceless entity. Ah, so many guests have arrived. The mouth on the landlord's face stretched into a grin as it spoke. In my apartment, disorder is not permitted. If you're here as guests, you must be a bit quieter. Before the landlord could finish, the mouth on its belly shouted, "Otherwise, I shall devour you." The creature glanced back at the door of the room, then turned to Lin Ging, smilingly declaring, as the owner of this dwelling, "You ought to host your guests properly. If you wish to make a ruckus, it should not be in the hallway. Rather, it should be within the confines of your home. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous." A smile adorned his face, yet the gaping maw upon his abdomen widened ever further, dripping with salivation. Upon hearing the azure-skinned entity's declaration, the faceless creature immediately cried out, "No, no, no, this is my abode. I have paid the rent." The landlord, however, paid her no heed, continuing to regard Lin Ging with a gentle demeanor, remarking, "I understand. Is it that a malevolent being seeks to usurp your dwelling? Fear not, for you have fulfilled your obligation of rent, and, as your landlord, I am duty-bound to safeguard your rights. If you possess knowledge on how to deal with this faceless entity, I shall assist you in its removal." With that, the gaping maw before him widened even more, the drool flowing in exaggerated abundance, incessantly exclaiming, "Delicious! Feed me! Delicious! Feed me!" Faced with such an odd landlord, the faceless creature grew increasingly frantic, raising its voice even louder. "This is my rented space. I am a tenant. I have paid the rent. They're the ones causing trouble. If you desire a meal, consume them." Lin Ging furrowed her brow, casting a puzzled glance at these entities as she took 2 steps back. Clearly, she was momentarily at a loss regarding how to respond. Qin Changkong's thoughts raced, his mind rapidly calculating. The landlord claimed that this dwelling belonged to Lin Guiying. Yet, it was evident that Lin Ging possessed her own residence within the community. The current tenant of this house was the faceless creature. This implied that the landlord was employing another means to ascertain the ownership of the property. What could that be? Qin Changkong shifted his gaze towards the front door. Within the sight of the hairless cat, a photograph of Lin Ging was affixed there. The landlord was relying on this image to determine the identity of the tenant. With this realization, Qin Changkong's understanding crystallized. No wonder the faceless creature sought Lin Ging's head. Without a face of her own, she could only use another's visage to gain the landlord's recognition. Otherwise, she would be left without a home. Does this not imply that the very house before them had transformed into Lin Guiying's? The faceless creature no longer held the advantage of the premises. Instead, it was Lin Guiying who now possessed the upper hand. Chapter 56, Former Foe, Now a Captive. Not only did Qin Changkong come to a realization, but the viewers in the live stream also grasped the situation. A flurry of comments flooded the chat. "Oh my, I get it. This faceless entity lacks a visage, and the landlord recognizes tenants by their appearance. The faceless being deceived the landlord by adopting the head of a beautiful woman to secure rental approval. But now, the object has returned to its rightful form. From the landlord's perspective, the lovely lady is indeed his tenant. Incredible. The tables have turned. Let this landlord consume the faceless entity. Just moments ago, we worried that Qin Changkong might be killed upon entering a room. But now it is the faceless being that faces annihilation. Qin Changkong is bold, clever, and meticulous. I believe this round is surely secure. That faceless entity is quite troublesome, and this opportunity to eliminate her is perfect." A torrent of comments cascaded through the live stream. Witnessing Qin Changkong make progress in assisting Lin Guiying to reclaim her head, the Dragon Kingdom contestants temporarily took the lead, much to the viewers' delight. Within the terrifying realm in the corridor, we are all her invited guests. We shall return to our rooms shortly and will not disturb the peace here. Qin Changkong spoke to the landlord, simultaneously extending his hand to gesture at Lin Ging, indicating that she should lead them inside. "Indeed, they're all my guests. We will enter the room now and will not cause a ruckus in the corridor." Although Lin Ging had yet to fully process the situation, She promptly responded as her companions relayed the message. Under the protection of the 5 skeletons from Guy, she proceeded toward the room. That's right, we must refrain from shouting in the corridor, and fighting here would disturb the other tenants, which would be quite undesirable. The landlord said, with a gentle expression, Wait, that faceless entity is not a guest. She is a villain. Let me consume her. Allow me to feast. The large mouth on the landlord's belly clamored, drooling profusely. No, I'm the tenant of this room. Do not eat me. Please spare me. The faceless entity, terrified, collapsed to the ground, retreating into the room. Clearly, she was frightened of the landlord and wished to avoid being devoured. I believe you are facing a dilemma. As the landlord, it is your duty to assist your tenants in resolving their issues. This faceless entity is causing a commotion here. Allow me to help you deal with it. The landlord, swayed by the large mouth on his belly, stepped forward to drag the faceless entity out. To everyone's surprise, Qin Shankong took a step forward, positioning himself in front of the faceless being, and stated, Actually, she's also a guest. Her demeanor may be peculiar due to the nature of the game, but she's indeed our friend. We were merely playing a game, and will return to the room immediately. There is no need to trouble the landlord. With that, Qin Shankong ushered all his companions into the room, preparing to lock the door. The faceless entity, the landlord, Lin Ging, and the viewers in the live stream were all momentarily stunned. A barrage of comments erupted once more. I don't understand. What is Qin Shankong doing? Is he attempting to protect this faceless entity? The adversary is rather obstinate. Would it not be more straightforward for the landlord to consume her? What is the matter? And why does Qin Shankong consistently conjure up complications at critical moments? By the way, how were those individuals conversing earlier? Given Qin Shankong's prior conduct, one ought not to question his decisions, but rather reflect upon one's own shortcomings. Although many viewers from the Dragon Country are filled with perplexity, unable to fathom why he chose to spare the faceless entity rather than permitting the landlord to eliminate her directly, Qin Shankong's previous actions have won over many, leaving the audience eagerly awaiting his rationale. Is she truly your guest? Yet she insists that she is the tenant. Are you perhaps averse to complications? Worry not. I am most untroubled by assisting tenants with their predicaments. The landlord appeared equally bewildered and began to persuade everyone, asserting that she indeed was a guest, accompanying us. Qin Shankong shook his head once more and turned to Lin Ging, stating, You would agree, she is also our friend. Lin Ging, uncertain of Qin Shankong's intentions, nevertheless nodded in agreement. Please remember to keep your voices down and refrain from causing a ruckus in the hallway, the landlord remarked, his face a mask of disappointment as he shook his head and turned to depart. The large mouth on his abdomen continued to writhe, shouting in apparent fury for not having devoured the entity. Qin Shankong closed the door and entered the room, where the group once again confronted the faceless entity. At this moment, the entity had calmed, retreating against the wall with a vigilant demeanor. Lin Ging seemed to have gained some advantage within the room, her blood spreading forth and nearly inundating the space. The torrent of blood surrounded the faceless entity. Why did you not simply allow the landlord to consume her? Lin Ging inquired, casting a bewildered glance at Qin Shankong. Her head had been restored, enabling her to articulate her thoughts. You mentioned earlier that you had fainted upon arriving in this complex, and when you regained consciousness, all your body parts had vanished. Thus, it is likely that your body was simultaneously taken by other entities in a very brief span. Since this faceless entity has seized your head, it is probable that she knows who appropriated your other body parts. If we eliminate her, the trail will be severed, Qin Shankong replied with a smile. He then turned to the faceless entity, stating, You heard what I just said. Cooperate with us and disclose all the information you possess. Otherwise, your domain has now become ours, and your power here is suppressed. Moreover, the landlord is undoubtedly eager to encounter a formidable entity, and we can easily resolve this without lifting a finger. Therefore, if you wish to survive, it is in your best interest to share the clues you possess. Qin Shankong's threat was delivered with an air of indifference. The faceless entity stood frozen, eventually surrendering and slowly sinking to the ground, seemingly struck by a profound blow. It was at this moment that Lin Ging regained her senses. her expression one of dawning realization as she felt exhilarated at having retrieved her head and relieved at the prospect of overcoming the troublesome entity before her. His companion has already begun to contemplate the next steps, strategizing for the forthcoming actions. Indeed, Qin Shu's nephew is quite formidable. He truly embodies the prowess of the Qin family. Lin Gaiying gazes at Qin Chongkong with astonishment in her open eye, marveling at his cleverness. The viewers in the live broadcast room have just begun to grasp the situation. One ingenious notion it is to seek clues from the faceless entity. It's astonishing how a previous adversary can swiftly transform into a potential ally, an angle I had overlooked. This is not merely collaboration, it is unilateral coercion. Qin Chongkong holds absolute dominion, leaving the faceless entity with no option but to acquiesce. Remarkable. Agreeing to cooperate grants her the chance to survive within the confines of the room, while refusal leads to certain demise. What audacity! Who could have imagined that a formidable opponent, previously facing 5 adversaries alone, would now find herself a captive on our side? I am thoroughly impressed. In an instant, a flurry of comments praises his ingenuity. Yet, Qin Chongkong remains fixated on the faceless entity, awaiting her response. Lin Guiying's body is significantly fragmented. It is imperative to locate her missing pieces without delay. In this round of the game, the first to accomplish the task will receive a special reward, and Qin Chongkong is determined to secure it. He must fulfill his uncle's request to aid Lin Guiying in restoring her body while simultaneously striving for the reward. It is crucial for him to hasten his progress. Chapter 57, 4 Lives Lost. The conspiracy against Qin Chongkong. As everyone marveled at Qin Chongkong's lead, competitors from other nations began to take action, each reaping their own rewards. In Building 7 of the ruined Lim District, Room 505, Qin Chongkong's allies gathered. Among them were the Russian contestant Plushenko, the Pakistani participant Karim, and the Serbian competitor Leonard, all huddled together. Each was accompanied by a peculiar companion, grotesque in form, some missing limbs, presenting a sight both comical and tragic. Yet, the more damaged their bodies, the greater their inherent strength. The ability to assist their diminutive companions in seeking their lost limbs indicated that these competitors possessed considerable prowess. With merely half an hour remaining until our agreed-upon rendezvous, I wonder how Qin Chongkong is faring, Plushenko remarked first. They had arranged to reconvene at the initial square every 2 hours to exchange intel and resources. Time was swiftly approaching. I still cannot comprehend why he chose not to accompany us. Current intelligence suggests that at least a humanoid entity, and a non-human entity must act in concert to gather more clues. Alone, Qin Chongkong, with his contracted entity, can only perceive 2 types of information, lacking a crucial third. This absence is decidedly detrimental to the search for the scattered fragments of his companion's body. Despite his significant advantages and undisputed strength, his solitary endeavor may result in a slower progression due to the lack of informational leverage. When we reconvene, I propose we embark together. In this scenario, forming a team is the wisest course of action. It is worth noting that Plushenko has already located a missing arm for his companion, and I have also discovered clues regarding the body fragments of my entity. The others are likewise aware of their next moves. Conversely, if Qin Chongkong's luck falters and he fails to bind with a suitable entity, he may remain oblivious to where to seek the fragments of his companion's body. Karim from Pakistan's side and suggested. I concur with Karim's assessment. In this endeavor, collaboration is imperative. While Qin Chongkong possesses unique summoning abilities and formidable offensive skills, making him the strongest in terms of individual capability, our collective strength, augmented by the diverse special skills of our peculiar companions, can only be maximized through unity. The room buzzed with discussion. The reason these individuals sought an alliance with Qin Chongkong stemmed from the connections fostered through the Five Eyes Alliance, which encouraged numerous nations to unite. Individually, Plushenko and his compatriots stood little chance. They could only succeed through collaboration. Given that Qin Chongkong was perceived to possess the strongest overt abilities, and their respective nations maintained amicable relations, they naturally formed the ideal alliance. However, should they disperse, Qin Shang Kong's influence would diminish significantly, rendering the prospect of alliance nearly meaningless. As Plushenko and his companions deliberated on persuading Qin Shang Kong to collaborate with them in their upcoming meeting, a series of 4 announcements abruptly resonated throughout the vicinity. Announcement: the representative from Finland has perished, resulting in a 15-year reduction in the lifespan of all Finnish citizens, alongside a 30% decrease in food production and mineral resources. Announcement: the representative from Dansu has met a similar fate, causing the same dire consequences for the citizens of Finland. Announcement: the representative from Kajaya has also succumbed, bringing forth identical repercussions for the population of Finland. Announcement: the representative from Fire Island has passed away, inflicting the same tribulations upon the Finnish citizenry. The echoing alerts reverberated through the entire complex, leaving all participants in a state of shock. The room fell into an eerie silence. Even the bizarre entities rendered mute. No one anticipated that merely an hour and a half into this round of the game, 4 individuals would be lost in such a manner. The previous 2 rounds had not witnessed such fatalities. Kareem from Batai and Leonard from Cellurin bore solemn expressions, instinctively clenching their fists. The 4 recently deceased representatives hailed from smaller nations, much like themselves. In this harrowing game, the representatives of smaller countries possessed scant forbidden items, significantly weaker capabilities, and minimal risk resilience. It was imperative to band together and remain close to the competitors from more powerful nations. The perilous atmosphere of the ruined district was far more treacherous than anticipated. When the time came to engage with Qin Shang Kong, it was vital to ensure he joined their ranks. His strength could considerably enhance their combat capability, and with their numbers, they could assist him in unearthing information and clues, fostering a symbiotic relationship. Only by consolidating their forces could they guarantee their safety and harbor hope of completing the game. Plushenko articulated the sentiments of the assembly, and his resolution garnered unanimous agreement. In the recesses of his mind, he conceived a strategy. Qin Shang Kong, despite his martial prowess, could not rival the collective strength of his companions. Having spent considerable time with these allies, they would undoubtedly trust him more. Gathering intelligence within the ruined district necessitated the assistance of both humanoid and non-humanoid entities, a feat beyond Qin Shang Kong's solitary capabilities. He would have no choice but to collaborate with them. Ultimately, the command of the team would remain firmly in his grasp. After all, the first to depart would reap the greatest rewards, thus necessitating the retention of initiative. Moreover, as time progressed, the number of those departing would increase, thereby diminishing the team's strength and the efficacy of alliances. Mastery over the initiative was crucial. The potential of this small team must be leveraged. Plushenko maintained a serene countenance while his thoughts raced. This was the essence of a national fortune game. Everything should prioritize one's own interests, alongside the interests of the nation represented. Meanwhile, atop a towering edifice in the western expanse of the ruined district, the participants from the Five Eyes Alliance convened. Their heads bowed, diligently writing and communicating through pen and paper. The reason for communicating in this manner is to prevent the content I have written from being broadcasted during a horror game livestream. They intend to target competitors from other nations, wishing to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence that might trouble our compatriots still outside and to avert premature international disputes. The players from Finland and Denmark are quite amusing. They have chosen partners that suffered minimal damage. One of the Danish players selected a partner that merely lost a finger. Yet their current combat capability was so feeble that they fell instantly, truly laughable. However, this path could potentially be navigated. If someone were to find a partner that incurred only slight bodily loss and swiftly compensated for it, that individual would fulfill the task's requirements and achieve victory. We cannot allow such an occurrence. The first to exit the instance must be one of our own. Ichiro Tokugawa, a competitor from Sakura Country, was the first to pass a note. After reviewing its contents, Bishop, a player from Lighthouse Country, also penned a note to circulate. We must remain particularly cautious of Qin Shang Kong. He possesses 5 skeletal guardians and 3 skills, supplemented by various forbidden items. Even without relying on a partner, he is not lacking in combat prowess. He is the one most likely to exploit this method to exit the instance ahead of others. Although it is rumored that he has chosen a partner that has sustained the most severe bodily damage, this might merely be a smokescreen, as he could easily opt for a different partner. Upon this revelation, everyone grew vigilant. He must be stopped. He represents the greatest threat. In the location where the Danish player previously perished, there exists a small warehouse that my partner has investigated containing numerous body fragments. However, the Guardian there is formidable. We can disseminate this information to lure others to seek out the body parts of the entities, ideally drawing Qin Shangkong there. If we can eliminate him, we will have one less powerful rival. A player from Goose Country distributed a note for all to read. After reviewing it, the others nodded in agreement. A scheme targeting Qin Shangkong began to unfold slowly. Soon, a message circulated among all competitors. In the underground parking garage of Building 10 in the Residual Limbs District, there is a small warehouse housing a plethora of entity body parts. Chapter 58, Clues from 3 Body Parts. Leading to progress. Within the abode that once belonged to the faceless entity, Qin Shangkong, Lin Ging, and Gue Yi gathered around the entity. With the shift of power dynamics, Lin Ging had just reclaimed her head, significantly enhancing her abilities, now capable of suppressing malevolent spirits. The faceless entity, stripped of its home advantage, was cornered, unable to counteract. Let's not waste any more time. You are no match for us now. Speak. When did you seize the head, and who took the other body parts from you? Clarify, and I shall allow you to remain here. You still have a place to call home. Should you remain silent, well, the landlord has been rather hungry. To him, you would be a sumptuous feast, Qin Shangkong threatened, eager to expedite their progress by coercing the faceless entity to divulge information. With the protection of his uncle and his mother's ring, he felt secure enough to take risks. He feared not the weight of the task or the dangers involved, but rather the scarcity of clues, as time wasted in pursuit of leads was intolerable. The faceless entity, devoid of a face and thus expression, clenched its fists, trembling, evidently ensnared in struggle and fear. In 10 seconds, if you do not speak, I shall cast you out to the landlord, Qin Shangkong declared, his countenance darkening as he intensified the pressure. I will speak, but you must assure me that after I reveal what I know, you will not expel me, allowing me to continue residing here. The faceless entity's defenses crumbled, its voice quaking with trepidation. Agreed. We all have our places to dwell. There is no need to usurp yours. Share the clues with us, and we shall depart. However, do not attempt any tricks, should I discover you have deceived me. I shall return. After all, the photograph at the door belongs to my companion. In the landlord's eyes, the tenants of this house are also hers, Qin Shangkong responded, stepping back now that a promise had been secured. Compelled by the assurance, the faceless entity reluctantly acquiesced. A year ago, she suddenly appeared on the square, unconscious. She had no means to resist, and her body was immediately divided among us. I took her head, while her corpse was taken by the female specter from the fountain in the square. The entire community has only one fountain located at the central square. It should be easily located. Her left hand was taken by a rat residing in Building 9, Apartment 902, which has long been digging tunnels there and has been killed by the residents below on several occasions. Yet, for reasons unknown, that rat always revives. What it truly is remains a mystery. Furthermore, I know her right leg was picked up by an elderly woman living by the back door. The old woman is peculiar, appearing human, yet no one knows what kind of entity she truly is. All that is known is that she always carries a doll resembling a little girl, wandering the community and collecting trash. The faceless entity has ceased its struggle, divulging all the clues it possessed in a single breath. Its body, left hand, right foot, what else remains? Which other parts of the body were taken? Observing the entity's sudden stillness, Qin Shangkong pressed on with his inquiries. I'm aware of only these 3 clues. After they seized her head, I fled immediately. What transpired afterward is beyond my knowledge. I have shared all that I know. You must uphold your promise. Do not expel me, and keep the landlord at bay. As it concluded, a hint of desperation crept into the entity's tone. Qin Shangkong recognized that this troublesome being had been thoroughly subdued. After all, it had lost all leverage. Its life and death lay firmly in his hands. Qin Shangkong closed his eyes, beginning to organize the current clues and strategize the forthcoming path. First and foremost, he had assisted Lin Ging in locating her head and was now aware of the whereabouts of the body, right foot and left hand. The primary objective was to swiftly search for the remaining body parts. Only by reassembling her body could Lin Guiying unleash her full potential and grow even stronger. From the recent encounter with the faceless entity, it was evident that their group lacked offensive capability. Though the entity had suffered significant wounds, the damage was not severe. It was only through Lin Guiying's presence in this room, benefiting from the home field advantage, that they managed to suppress the faceless being. Moreover, according to the community's rules, the more fragmented an entity's body, the greater its overall strength. Expediently assisting Lin Guiying in locating the remaining body parts would enhance her combat prowess, thus facilitating the completion of their mission. Additionally, he needed to gather more information, at the very least to ascertain the whereabouts of Lin Guiying's right hand and left foot. Currently, there were no effective methods to achieve this. He could only cast a wide net and exchange information with others. With this thought in mind, Qin Shang Kong lifted his gaze to the clock in the living room. There were merely 10 minutes remaining until the appointed meeting time with the competitors from the Bear Country and Iron Brother Country. It was time to meet with them and exchange information. Perhaps he could obtain vital clues from that direction. Let's place our trust in your words for now. Should any issues arise, I will return to seek you out, Qin Shang Kong stated calmly, leading his companions towards the door. The faceless entity stood, staring blankly at them. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Shang Kong suddenly halted, causing the entity to shiver, unsure of his intentions, instinctively taking a step back. I shall return in a couple of days. If you recall any further clues, do not hesitate to share them with me. With that, Qin Shang Kong opened the door and stepped outside. As he closed the door, he heard the sound of the faceless entity exhaling in relief. Within the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, numerous viewers exchanged glances. Hearing the sound of the faceless entity's relief, a perplexing feeling of sympathy arose within them, mingled with an odd sense of satisfaction. Once I only knew that humans feared the uncanny. Never did I anticipate that when provoked, the uncanny would tremble in fear as well. My dear brother, awaken. It is only because of Brother Qin's formidable prowess that he can be so audacious. Just observe the competitors from other nations. How many dare to be brazen before the uncanny? They tread cautiously, daring only the simplest challenges, and, as a result, have already perished. In stark contrast, Brother Qin embraced the most hellish difficulty, brazenly entering the domain of the uncanny, breaking down doors, seizing the initiative, interrogating for clues, and even commandeering the dwelling itself. I can scarcely discern who is human and who is uncanny. Remarkable. The audience from the Dragon Nation is elated, and they cannot help but rejoice. For when compared to competitors from other nations, his progress eclipses all others. Not only has he assisted his uncanny companion in locating one body part, but he has also acquired clues for 3 additional parts. In stark contrast, many competitors have not only failed to aid their uncanny allies in finding any body parts, but have yet to locate their uncanny companions at all. Worse still, some have already met their demise within this realm. Meanwhile, competitors from countries such as Bear Nation and Iron Brother Nation have congregated in the very square where they first parted, their eyes keenly fixed, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Qin Shang Kong. Chapter 59. The so-called allies with hidden agendas in the small community of Stumpy Limbs. A gathering was underway in the square. Competitors from the Bear Nation, led by Plashenko, alongside representatives from the Iron Land, including Kareem and others from Celia, totaling over 30 individuals, awaited the arrival of Qin Shang Kong. With merely 5 minutes remaining until the appointed time, one couldn't help but wonder why Qin Shang Kong had yet to arrive. It was his own stipulated time. Surely he wouldn't be late. Yet, who could truly intervene? After all, he possessed unparalleled strength, and with power comes authority. However, it is worth noting that this was a perilous game, fraught with danger. One could never predict the unforeseen circumstances he might have encountered. Perhaps he had been ensnared by some sinister entity. Whom could one blame? The choice to venture alone rather than joining the group often leads to miscalculations. Just observe how secure we are together. It's entirely possible that Qin Shang Kong has met his demise, given the high stakes of his treacherous game. Without any announcements, speculating is futile. Plushenko, listening to the murmurs behind him, maintained an impassive faade while secretly reveling in his thoughts. The selection of competitors for the national game was random, resulting in a stark disparity in their skills and capabilities. Each individual possessed a unique interpretation and perspective on the game. Previously, many had rallied to seek Qin Changkong's protection, hoping for a leader to confront the Lighthouse Nation and the Five Eyes Alliance. However, as some began to realize that they could resolve the majority of issues collectively, the desire for a commanding presence diminished. Discontent brewed among those who wished for Qin Changkong's formidable prowess to assist them, but found him reluctant to align with their ambitions. Plushenko, possessing a clearer insight than many, recognized Qin Changkong's exceptional strength and intellect, which placed him among the elite. He was unwilling to forfeit such an asset, but did not wish to be overshadowed. He aspired to assume the mantle of leadership within the group, to command Qin Changkong's actions. Only in this way could Plushenko maximize his advantages. His own capabilities were formidable, bolstered by his chosen companion, an ancient warrior missing a hand, a foot, and an eye, yet still remarkably strong. He had even assisted this ancient soldier in locating a lost foot, significantly enhancing its prowess. Their combined might likely approach the pinnacle of malevolent spirits. With the winds of fortune in his favor, Plushenko was increasingly confident that securing leadership of the team was a foregone conclusion. Here he comes. Qin Changkong has arrived. Oh, and that female specter beside him. Was she truly his chosen partner? Only a head remained. Surely this was a misunderstanding. All bodily parts have been lost. How would they manage to restore her form? To borrow a saying from our Dragon Nation, this could be described as audacity born from skill. In our Rab Nation's vernacular, it is said that each bird believes its song to be the most beautiful, yet may very well sing the worst and invite disdain. As Plushenko caught wind of the murmurs behind him, he unveiled a radiant smile and stepped forward eagerly. Welcome, Qin Changkong. Your safe arrival is the best news. His tone resembled that of a host welcoming esteemed guests. Qin Changkong scrutinized the competitors from various nations and noted that each had selected their peculiar companions, each possessing unique forms and expressions. Surprisingly, everyone was present and unharmed, indicating their collective strength was commendable. I have arrived, and time is of the essence. Let us commence the exchange of information. Please share any resources promptly, so we may assist one another in fulfilling our respective needs, Qin Changkong stated directly, unwilling to waste time on pleasantries. Plushenko from the Bear Nation had initially intended to engage in further small talk to steer the conversation, but found himself momentarily speechless. The competitor from the Iron Brother Nation, Kareem, interjected, Qin Changkong, allow me to share a piece of vital information. Within the Remnants District, the perceptions of humanoid anomalies, and non-humanoid entities differ significantly. With so many of us present, each having chosen distinct companions, we have gleaned this crucial insight. This information holds immense significance for successfully navigating this instance. Only through the collaboration of humans, humanoid anomalies, and non-humanoid entities can we acquire the most comprehensive information and swiftly locate the fragments of our companions. With a triumphant tilt of his head, Kareem added, now that we have shared an important message, it is your turn. You, too, should divulge a significant piece of information or exchange a vital resource. Alternatively, you could accompany us in the search for the bodies of the anomalies. Plushenko raised an eyebrow in surprise at Kareem's unexpected revelation. Upon hearing Kareem's words, Qin Changkong furrowed his brow and regarded him with keen scrutiny. Was this an attempt to turn information sharing and cooperation into a transaction? He sensed a shift in their attitudes and pondered silently. Initially, he sought a mutual exchange of information and assistance, without the need for transactional undertones. Given the varying strengths, fortunes, and resources among them, direct information sharing would yield the greatest benefit for all. Yet, it was evident that the others did not share this perspective. Although Qin Changkong was interested in exchanging information to locate Lin Ying's body fragments, he was unwilling to adopt a passive stance. Moreover, it was they who had approached him first, and now they assumed this demeanor, as if he were obliged to comply. He gently shook his head and replied, "I am already aware of that information. There is no need for you to inform me. If you intend to use this as leverage to extract information or barter for certain items from me, it is insufficient." Qin Shankong maintained a calm demeanor, remaining stationary while observing the group before him. "You already know? That is impossible. Your companion, an entity of uncanny nature, is indeed humanoid, and you, yourself, can only attain two distinct perspectives, perceiving but two categories of information. At best, you may deduce that the information perceived by humans differs markedly from that of both humanoid and non-humanoid entities. Is it possible, Qin Shankong, that you are seeking an unmerited advantage?" Kareem of the Body Nation furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that, despite his prior disclosure of information, made without any intent to conceal, he had already extended ample goodwill. Yet, Qin Shankong remained unsatisfied, seemingly intent on being disingenuous, unwilling to exchange information. "I had initially intended to invite you to join us, to share in our extraordinary perspective, but with your current demeanor, you shall have to navigate this journey alone. The absence of a particular viewpoint equates to a lack of clues, rendering the search for your companion's fragmented bodies all the more arduous." Kareem raised his voice. Qin Shankong smirked, a thought flickering in his mind as two ethereal eyes manifested beside him. "Cooperation? Sharing the perspective of the uncanny? There is no need. I alone possess three distinct views." Chapter 60, Correcting the Identity. "It is you who need me, not I who need you." The atmosphere in the room became somewhat tense. Plushenko, Kareem, and the others stared blankly at the peculiar orbs before Qin Shankong, rendered speechless. It was only at this moment that they recalled a crucial detail. At the conclusion of the previous round, Qin Shankong had received an S rating, which granted him a skill reward. Although the specific effects of this skill remained unknown, the name Outsider's Eye, as indicated in the announcement, allowed them to surmise its potential function. Upon hearing Qin Shankong's words, a thought flashed through their minds. Could it be that this Outsider's Eye could transform the eyes of the eerie entities into his own, thereby acquiring their vision? The two orbs before him, one belonging to a humanoid entity and the other to a non-humanoid one, were indeed perplexing. This horror game was fraught with peril. Those who had survived through 3 rounds were far from foolish. The foreign contestants quickly grasped the implications. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this scene, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream were greatly amused. "Ha ha! Look at their expressions. They are utterly dumbfounded. It's hilarious. What kind of attitude is this from the contestant representing Pakistan? It's as if Qin Shankong is begging them for cooperation. My brother Qin is immensely powerful. He could accomplish the task alone, with complete control in his hands. Possessing offensive skills, control skills, support skills, and even summoning abilities, he is truly self-sufficient. One must ponder, these nations, including our Dragon Kingdom, are supposed to be cooperative allies, yet why does their contestant exhibit such a demeanor? Between nations, interests reign supreme, with friendship trailing closely behind. Moreover, with a nation so populous, even if the majority engage positively with our Dragon Kingdom, there will always be those who harbor animosity towards us. Indeed, it is not just foreigners. Even within our own country, there are numerous traitors. Did we not witness a plethora of individuals applying for immigration recently? It is quite amusing that even the president of the Lighthouse Nation sought to immigrate to our Dragon Kingdom, only to be denied. This thought brings me great satisfaction. Ha ha ha! In the eerie realm of the Severed Limbs District, Qin Shankong observed the silent contestant for Pakistan, Kareem, and offered a faint smile. Regaining the initiative in the negotiation, he was not inclined to waste any more time. He needed their assistance in locating Lin Giying's bodily information. After all, having a group to help was far more advantageous than doing it alone. The information you just provided does not interest me. However, I can offer you some valuable insights. If you were unaware beforehand, as a form of compensation, you must assist me in gathering information regarding the body parts of my eerie companion, aiding me in restoring her form. Here's the deal. For every useful piece of information I provide you, you shall reciprocate with one of equal value. This could pertain to the game as a whole, or the whereabouts of my companioness body parts. Additionally, do not dare to provide false information, for there are numerous viewers simultaneously observing various live streams outside. In our Dragon Nation, official personnel are concurrently monitoring the information from all live streams. Should they detect any dissemination of false information, even at the cost of a single external prompt opportunity, they will alert me. Qin Shang Kong calmly articulated his demands. The most significant leverage on our end had failed to yield the desired effect. It was then that Prashiko and Kareem realized that they possessed no means to constrain Qin Shang Kong. The initiative in the negotiation had already been firmly grasped by him. Taking a deep breath, Prashiko swiftly acknowledged the reality and earnestly stated, "After all, we are allies. We should not allow matters to become so rigid. Information should be mutually communicated. The exchange of terms is of little consequence." He cast a reproachful glance at Kareem, as if to imply his own unwavering commitment to unity and the common good. Kareem wished to defend himself, but found himself at a loss for words. "Very well. I shall initially provide some information. Should it prove beneficial to you, I trust you will reciprocate with valuable insights in return." Qin Shang Kong, disinterested in engaging in further pleasantries, proceeded, "The first piece of information pertains to my summary of certain rules regarding this instance. As you previously mentioned, the perceptions of humans, humanoid entities, and non-human entities differ. According to my analysis, humanoid entities can discern the true architectural structure of the vicinity. Certain concealed staircases, doors, elevators, and other structural elements may only be visible to them." Qin Shang Kong extended his hand and gestured towards another eye before him. "Non-human entities, it appears, possess a certain clairvoyant ability, enabling them to perceive bloodstains, spiritual entities, and hidden photographs, as well as the identification of entities. In a certain sense, humanoid entities can reveal the authentic architectural framework, aiding in navigation, while non-human entities can uncover concealed traces suitable for searching for clues and unraveling mysteries. With your multitude, you may assign diverse tasks based on these distinctions, thereby enhancing the efficiency of exploring the area." Qin Shang Kong summarized with poise. Prashiko and the others exchanged glances, utterly captivated by his composure. Though they each had their own entities and could share information, none could rival Qin Shang Kong, who alone possessed three distinct perspectives to compare and validate. As Qin Shang Kong had indicated, this information would allow them to better organize personnel for exploration, greatly benefiting their collective efforts. Prashiko was the first to step forward, saying, "Thank you, Qin Shang Kong. Your information is indeed invaluable. As I mentioned earlier, we are allies and should work in concert." Qin Shang Kong, "I too have a piece of information for you. You must have heard the earlier announcement. The contestants from the 4 nations, including Fendian, have perished. In the subterranean parking facility of Building 10 in the Severed Limbs community, a small storage room harbors a plethora of eerie and grotesque remnants. Undoubtedly, formidable entities guard this place, making any hasty approach perilous. Join us, and we can provide mutual support." Observing Kareem's misfortune, Prashenko swiftly adopted a contrasting demeanor, feigning generosity and inviting Qin Shang Kong to explore together. He was aware that Qin Shang Kong had always operated solo and would likely be oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Building 10. Such locales are invariably protected by formidable entities, making it exceedingly difficult for Qin Shang Kong to navigate alone. He required the assistance of his companions, and this was an opportune moment to enlist him. With the acquisition of the external eye ability, Qin Shang Kong's role within the game had significantly augmented. Prashenko was eager to collaborate with him. However, to his astonishment, Qin Shang Kong calmly replied, "I must decline." Chapter 61. The True Strength of Lin Guiying? "I refuse." Qin Shang Kong's composed words resonated throughout the square. Numerous competitors from other nations stared at him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the abruptness of his rejection. "Qin Shang Kong, hear me out. Uniting our efforts would yield significant advantages." In the underground parking lot of Building 10 in the Severed Limbs district, an abundance of sinister entities lay in wait, fiercely guarded by formidable monsters. If you venture alone, even with 5 summoned minions by your side, the peril is palpable. With our collective strength, We can minimize losses through cooperation. The word has spread. Other competitors will undoubtedly head towards Building 10. If we delay, you will have to contend with rivals from other nations. Banding together will enhance our competitive edge. You must be aware that the members of the Five Eyes Alliance have always operated in unison. We too must stand united to confront them. This is a mutually beneficial choice. In the words of your Dragon Nation, cooperation leads to mutual gain, while division brings harm. The contestant from Bear Country, Plushenko, earnestly urged him. From their prior exchange, he grasped Qin Changkong's prowess and abilities. The latter possessed summoned entities and the unique skill of an external eye, being one of the few to have completed the game with an S-grade evaluation on 2 occasions. Collaborating with Qin Changkong would be advantageous for all. At present, I see no sincerity from you, and I am reluctant to engage in direct cooperation. This is my sinister partner. As you can see, she is missing her entire body except for her blood. I have just assisted her in locating her head and am aware of the whereabouts of her torso, left hand, and right foot. Remember her appearance and help me gather information about her other missing body parts. Let us reconvene here in 4 hours. If by then, you can provide satisfactory information or directly assist in locating my partner's limbs, we may reconsider the prospect of collaboration. With that, Qin Changkong disregarded the others and turned to leave. Behind him, Plushenko reached out, intending to say more, but was rendered speechless upon witnessing Lin Ying's blood-formed body. The murmurs of competitors from other nations followed. Are you kidding me? This female entity is entirely dismembered? How dare Qin Changkong choose such a partner? Is he not afraid of progressing too slowly and ending up among the last 10, facing punishment? I previously thought this entity only had a head. I never imagined the head was just found. Qin Changkong is being utterly outrageous. He truly fears nothing. Fear? Did you not hear what was just said? He not only found the head of that female entity, but also knows the whereabouts of her torso, left hand, and right foot. One astonishing pace. Once those 3 body parts are located, his progress will be unmatched. Damn it, my partner has only lost 3 body parts in total. If I could know their whereabouts right now, I would have already completed the game. Only 2 hours have passed, yet why has he progressed so swiftly? Are we truly engaged in the same game? Hearing the murmurs behind him, Plushenko parted his lips. In his heart, a singular thought lingered. How naive it was to believe he could lead someone as formidable as Qin Changkong. At the edge of the small square, Qin Changkong walked on, his back turned, contemplating the words of the faceless entity. He intended to head towards the community fountain to reclaim Lin Ying's body. Why did you refuse to collaborate with them? I feel that more hands make lighter work, and you'd already gained the upper hand. If you commanded them, they would comply. Lin Ying, who had remained silent until now, suddenly inquired. You can speak? Qin Changkong turned in astonishment to regard her. Previously, she had communicated through blood that formed words. Her sudden speech was somewhat disconcerting. Well, since I have regained my head and throat, I familiarized myself a bit. And now I can speak. Lin Ying tilted her head, seemingly acclimating to the sensation of her head being restored, then turned to Qin Changkong and asked, You still haven't answered my question. Why did you refuse to cooperate? I believe we could fully utilize those individuals to assist you. You have already intimidated them. They should heed your words. It was evident that she was genuinely perplexed and eager to recover her body parts swiftly. Nevertheless, she complied with Qin Changkong's decision and followed his lead, only speaking after they had distanced themselves from the crowd. I have my reasons. First, we already know the locations of your left hand, right foot, and body. Locating these 3 parts sooner will expedite your restoration of power. Although you were reluctant to disclose your true strength, it is clear that your capabilities surpass that of a malevolent spirit. With the 4 body parts, including your head, your strength will undoubtedly increase significantly, facilitating our subsequent endeavors. After all, during our previous encounter with that faceless entity, it became apparent that we lacked offensive power. Thus, it is imperative for you to regain your strength swiftly. Secondly, they just mentioned that the storage room in Block 10 of the Severed Limbs community contains a substantial number of disembodied entities. Furthermore, formidable entities are stationed there. It is precisely because of these powerful entities that we must proceed with caution and ensure your strength is restored before we explore that storage area. Lastly, we have other targets to consider, but I doubt the others will be able to restrain themselves. They will inevitably venture into that underground repository. Let them scout ahead. I am in no rush. I shall wait until our next encounter to gather information from them. Qin Chang Kong displayed a remarkable confidence regarding the unfolding events, while a glimmer of determination sparkled in Lin Guiying's eyes. In a previous operation, this partner spared the life of a malevolent entity, leveraging the landlord to extract vital clues. At that moment, Lin Guiying sensed that this partner was remarkably astute, possessing a high degree of intelligence. In retrospect, it appears she underestimated him. She often heard Uncle Qin speak of their lineage, emphasizing the strict upbringing of the Qin family, which has no room for the feeble. It now seems evident that he is indeed extraordinary, reliable, and worthy of trust. Contemplating this, Lin Guiying approached Qin Changkong's side and softly remarked, "My true strength is at the level of a formidable entity, soon to ascend to the crimson rank. I wish to avoid becoming a target for other malevolent beings, which could jeopardize my advancement. I ask for your discretion." Qin Changkong raised an eyebrow, turning to glance at her in surprise. Formidable entity? Soon to ascend to crimson? He currently possesses a 5-star combat capability, yet his rank remains at the lowest tier of malevolent spirits. With each level gained, his power multiplies, and as one advances further, the disparity in strength becomes increasingly pronounced. Then, what is Lin Guiying's true combat capability? Chapter 62. Have our allied nations come knocking? In the heart of the Bear Nation, within the Kremlin, senior officials of the Strategic Department convened an urgent analytical meeting upon acquiring the latest intelligence. Our representative, Plushenko, sought collaboration with the Dragon Nation's athlete, Qin Changkong, only to be met with rejection. Despite our nations being allies and mutual cooperation yielding a win-win scenario, the Dragon Nation's athlete declined the offer. Alas, it appears that Plushenko had intended for Qin Changkong to join his team, simultaneously vying for leadership, failing to recognize the latter's strengths, and misjudging the situation, believing he held the reins of authority, which ultimately offended the counterpart. However, it is beyond our control. After all, the National Fortune Game randomly selects participants, making it improbable to choose a diplomat well-versed in communication. Plushenko's qualities are commendable under the circumstances. Presently, it is evident that we require Qin Changkong's assistance. Let us reach out to the Dragon Nation and seek their collaboration, requesting them to persuade Qin Changkong to aid Plushenko, for we are willing to offer compensation. Meanwhile, similar occurrences transpired across various allied nations of the Dragon Nation. Soon, a cascade of diplomatic calls reached the Dragon Nation's side. In the highest strategic conference room of the Dragon Nation, silence enveloped the atmosphere, save for the voice of a single individual. The liaison officers from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Department of Foreign Security Affairs were urgently reporting. The report stated that a call had been received from the Kremlin, wherein the Bear Nation expressed their desire for us to facilitate contact with Qin Changkong, urging him to collaborate with their athlete, Plushenko. Should Plushenko complete his task in this game, the Bear Nation was prepared to offer 10 of the rewards as compensation. In the unfortunate event of Plushenko's demise, they would still offer 10,000 tons of wheat as remuneration. Additionally, nations such as the Iron Brother, Celia, Coconut Country, Qian Island, and Kazakhstan had also sent communication requests, proposing similar terms, albeit with considerably lesser incentives. A sudden hush fell over the strategic conference room, as no one dared to speak, all lost in contemplation. There was no need for discussion. A direct refusal was warranted. Just then, a voice resonated from the front of the room. All heads turned in surprise towards the speaker. It was General Zhou Xuyang, the presiding officer of the highest strategic meeting. His hair was a mix of black and white, his features chiseled and resolute. Standing tall in his impeccably tailored dark green military uniform adorned with numerous honors, General Zhou was not only a formidable commander, but also an astute strategist with a profound understanding of the overarching strategy. General Zhou, why the immediate rejection? Amidst the silence, A voice questioned in confusion. Others joined in, clearly swayed by the enticing offers presented by the Bear Nation and the other countries. Raising his hand to quell the murmurs, General Zhou commanded silence once more. He surveyed the conference room, inhaled deeply, and solemnly declared, "We cannot, nor do we have the right, to place additional pressure on Qin Changkong. The national fortune is entwined with the harrowing game, fraught with peril. Qin Changkong bears the hopes of the entire nation, forging ahead through treacherous paths. How can we burden him further? Even if the state provides considerable assistance, when the game officially commences, he will stand alone in the terrifying realm, confronting myriad malevolent entities and overcoming formidable challenges. I must reiterate, Qin Changkong embodies the interests of all citizens. Risking his life in this daunting game, we have no right, nor should we impose any additional burdens upon him. Do not merely focus on the conditions presented by foreign allies. Consider that should we encumber Qin Changkong, and he were to fail, the risk to his life would be grave, and our citizens would suffer significant losses. This is a gamble with his life, a wager on the fate of our entire nation. I seize this opportunity to establish a clear principle. At no time shall we impose unnecessary burdens on our contestants. At no time shall we wager the lives of our nation's representatives and the fortunes of our citizens." General Zhou Shuyang spoke with unwavering conviction, his voice resonating powerfully. The entire assembly fell silent, momentarily rendered speechless. Taking another deep breath, Zhou's tone softened as he continued. "Furthermore, some of you have been swayed due to a misjudgment. The exceptional performance of Qin Changkong, marked by consecutive S-grade completions, has led to this erroneous assessment. Some of you have forgotten the risks of the harrowing game and have underestimated the potential for failure. Awaken to reality. Observe the contestants from other nations. Reflect on the fate of Glinda and her Cash Island. Consider the recent demise of Fundian, Dansu, and the representatives from 4 other nations, and the calamities they now face. It is crucial to remember that the game has not become easier, nor has the danger diminished. Rather, our contestants are extraordinarily capable. This is our collective fortune. You must understand that should we burden Qin Changkong and precipitate a failure resulting in severe penalties, the responsibility will be beyond what we can bear. Importantly, the National Fortune Game selects contestants at random. We have been fortunate to draw such an exceptional candidate in Qin Changkong. If he were to perish, who can predict who might be chosen next? If our misjudgment leads to the demise of such a remarkable contestant within the game, within that terrifying realm, we would all bear the stain of guilt as the transgressors of Longhua. This burden of guilt is one that none of us can shoulder. Do you understand?" As he concluded, Zhou Shuyang's voice rose once more, reverberating throughout the conference room. Those who had recently been swayed by the conditions proposed by countries such as Maoxiong and Beatty, contemplating collaboration between Qin Changkong and Prushenko, now found themselves drenched in cold sweat. Many individuals incessantly swallowed, their trembling palms brushing against their foreheads as a sudden realization struck them. Indeed, to attain 2 consecutive S-rank evaluations, possessing both intellect and martial prowess, such remarkable candidates are exceedingly rare. One wonders when we might ever select another. It is even uncertain whether our nation still harbors such individuals. Should a misguided decision made by us lead to his demise in that treacherous realm, it would constitute an irreplaceable loss for our country. This risk, even if it stands at a mere 1% or 1,000th, is a gamble we cannot afford to take. Those present in this strategic meeting room are individuals who harbor an immense love for our nation. They are the elite of our country. With this newfound clarity, no dissent remained. Soon, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of our nation took decisive action, rejecting all requests from allies. The response was consistently the same. All matters would be left to Qin Changkong's own judgment. We shall not impose any unnecessary pressure upon him. Chapter 63. The elderly scavenger wandering through the community, collecting human limbs. As the sun descended in the west, the sky gradually darkened. The shadows of the community buildings were cast upon the ground, providing a slight respite from the oppressive heat. Qin Changkong, accompanied by Lin Ging, Gi and Ger, made their way toward the community fountain. Your body is directly connected to your neck and head, and it is the largest part of you. I believe retrieving your body first will enhance your strength significantly. Let us first assess the situation at the fountain and reclaim your form. Qin Shankong articulated his plan as they walked. I am currently unable to exert much strength. I shall defer to your arrangements. Lin Ging responded without dissent. Qin Shankong nodded, falling silent as he focused on their journey. This dilapidated community, although referred to as a neighborhood, actually spanned a considerable area and was densely populated. The path to the fountain turned out to be far longer than anticipated, were it not for the numerous map displays lining the roads. Qin Shankong might have struggled to find his way. Help! No, that's my leg. It hurts, give it back, that's my leg. Just as they caught sight of the fountain from a distance, faint pleas for help emanated from a nearby garden. The group halted instinctively, drawn by the sound. In the flower bed to their right, two figures appeared to be grappling with one another, obscured by the thicket, rendering them indistinct. All they could discern was a woman's desperate cries, raspy and urgent, akin to a punctured bellows. Guy and Gur, the skeletal guardians, remained close to Qin Shankong and Lin Ging, with four of them now encircling the area, poised with drawn blades. Guy stepped forward, inquiring if Qin Shankong wished to investigate the commotion. Lin Guiying stood by, awaiting his decision. All eyes were fixed upon him. With a thought, Qin Shankong summoned two external eyes to hover 3 meters above the ground, directing them toward the flower bed. The source of the cries was a woman, disheveled and covered in dirt, sitting on the ground as she struggled. Her right leg was clutched by another individual who was intent on tearing it away. It appeared that this person sought to forcibly detach the woman's leg. Furrowing his brow, Qin Shankong propelled the external eyes forward to their maximum extent. He clearly observed that the one grappling with the woman's leg was an elderly man, his hair white as snow, with a face lined with wrinkles, muttering incomprehensibly. From Qin Shankong's vantage point, he noticed a cloth doll hanging in front of the old man, which upon closer inspection resembled a small girl, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, undeniably charming. Upon sighting the doll, Qin Shankong, who had initially intended to depart, reconsidered. I recall that faceless entity mentioned your right leg had been taken by an old woman. Moreover, that old woman is always seen clutching a doll resembling a little girl, wandering through the community collecting refuse. Am I correct? Qin Shankong turned to Lin Guiying, seeking confirmation. Indeed, she did say as much. Lin Guiying quickly regained her composure, extending her finger forward and inquiring, "Are you suggesting that the old woman is just ahead?" Indeed. Qin Shankong gestured forward, urging, "Let us proceed and ascertain the situation." The group promptly approached, with a severing knife for flesh in his left hand. Qin Shankong focused his thoughts, readying himself to rend the soul and poised to unleash an attack at any moment. As they circled around the flower bed, they finally discerned the forms of the two figures. The woman slumped on the ground bore a gaping wound in her chest, through which her heart and lungs were clearly visible, rendered a dark crimson and devoid of vitality. She was no longer a living being, but rather a grotesque entity. The female specter lacked strength, her resistance waning against the elderly man who was tearing at her right leg, her screams echoing in despair. Meanwhile, the old man grew more emboldened with each struggle, one foot pressing against the specter's abdomen while the other remained firm on the ground, his hands vigorously clawing at her right leg. An excellent leg indeed. This leg should fit perfectly. Perhaps it could be of use to my granddaughter, he muttered repeatedly, as if reciting an incantation. It dawned on Qin Shankong that both figures were, in fact, grotesque entities. His brow furrowed in concern, his vigilance heightened. Before they could utter another word, the old man seemed to sense their presence and abruptly halted his actions. He maintained his stance atop the specter, turning to scrutinize Qin Shankong and his companions from head to toe. A right leg. There's a right leg, he exclaimed. What a pity, it belongs to a man. The gender is incorrect. This one is a woman, but alas, only blood remains, no leg. 5 skeletal frames, only leg bones and no flesh. The old woman appraised Qin Shankong and his companions as though selecting wares, murmuring to herself, "Alas, my granddaughter would not favor such legs." She would be displeased if I presented them to her. Having uttered this, she disdainfully averted her gaze from Qin Chong Kong and his group, returning her attention to the fallen specter. "This leg is better. This leg is better," she exclaimed, resuming her frenzied tearing. Am I being scorned by a grotesque entity? A ludicrous thought crossed Qin Chong Kong's mind, yet he was increasingly convinced he had found the true source. Lin Ging's right leg was likely in the possession of this old woman. Preparing his weapon, he stepped forward and inquired, "Old woman, may I ask you something? I am searching for a leg for my companion. Have you seen one? It's a right leg." Unwilling to squander time, and with little regard for danger, he opted for a direct approach. If he could not elicit a response, it would inevitably lead to confrontation. The term right leg seemed to trigger a sensitive reaction. The elderly figure, who had been tearing at the specter's right leg, paused and turned her gaze back toward them. "What did you say? You are also seeking a right leg. Has someone on your side lost a leg, and do you require a prosthetic?" Her eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Qin Chong Kong and his companions intently. Upon hearing this, Qin Chong Kong's brow knitted in concern, his thoughts racing. What did this imply? Was she collecting others' right legs to craft prosthetics? Previously, it was mentioned that the elderly gentleman's granddaughter may not fancy our legs, expressing a desire for a more suitable limb, implying that she has lost a leg and requires a prosthetic limb fashioned from an alternative source. The peculiar response from the elder momentarily left Qin Chong Kong in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the convoluted reasoning behind the elder's thoughts. After some contemplation, he resolved to follow the elder's lead in conversation. "Indeed, you are correct. I too am in search of a leg to serve as a prosthetic. However, I must be discerning. Not every leg will suffice. I have heard that you possess an extensive collection of legs, and I wish to peruse them. If that would be permissible?" The elder lifted his gaze to meet Qin's, revealing a disconcerting smile as he ominously replied, "That is acceptable. But what do you offer in exchange?" "My wife has a surplus of unused inventory, primarily right legs that I procured for my granddaughter. She found them unsuitable, rendering those discarded right legs of no further use. You may certainly choose from them, but what will you trade? Will it be another's right leg, or shall it be in currency?" Chapter 64. The deceptive coin makes its debut, a clever method of utilizing others. Qin Chong Kong furrowed his brow. The elderly woman required the right leg of another strange entity, as well as a female leg. If it were a matter of barter, he would likely need to seek out a female peculiar being, defeat her, and then procure the right leg. Such an endeavor would be time-consuming. After contemplating, he tentatively inquired, "At present, I am unable to locate another right leg. Might I purchase it instead? I wonder how much you would require to permit us to select a leg from your stock." The old woman grinned, extending 5 fingers. 5 strange coins will suffice. With 5 strange coins, I can acquire a suitable prosthetic leg for my granddaughter. Although the purchased leg might not be an exact fit, it was still an opportunity to try. Just as she gestured with one hand, the female peculiar being beneath her suddenly thrashed violently. With both legs, she forcefully kicked the old woman in the abdomen, sending her tumbling to the ground. The female entity, disregarding everything else, began to struggle and howled as she dashed towards the flower bed. Qin Chong Kong's brow knitted tightly, standing by without intervening. At that moment, the cloth doll held by the old woman suddenly lifted its head. Those green button-like eyes rotated, fixating on the back of the fleeing entity. "You have harmed the grandmother. This cannot be forgiven." The doll's lips moved, emitting a melodious, childlike voice. This bizarre scene sent a shiver of alarm through Qin Chong Kong. Lin Guiying raised her hand, blood coalescing, forming a protective barrier around the group. Gu Yi and the others also adjusted their weapons, aiming at the doll. Could this doll move? Was it also a peculiar being? Qin Chong Kong's brow furrowed deeper. This horrifying game was even more uncanny than he had imagined. As they scrutinized the doll, white threads suddenly emerged from its body, shooting forth. In an instant, the threads connected to the fleeing female entity. At that moment, the peculiar being halted its escape, as if under someone else's control, and slowly turned back, walking towards them as if it were a marionette manipulated by those white threads. Witnessing this eerie spectacle, Qin Chong Kong signaled to his companions to step back. Under the watchful eyes of the group, The female being howled and then sat down, raising her right leg to tear it from her body. Dark red blood splattered across the ground. The female entity screamed and roared, yet was powerless, raising her hands in surrender, offering her right leg. What kind of ability is this? Observing this bizarre scene, Qin Shang Kong felt an even greater sense of vigilance. He again gestured to his companions to retreat further. With the protection of his clan elders, he was unafraid of death. Gu, Yi, and the others were enshrined within the soul-summoning talisman. As long as Qin Shang Kong lived, they had no fear of vanishing. His concern was that Lin Ging had not yet regained her strength and might be controlled by the doll, leading to dire consequences. "Ah, this leg is splendid. Grandmother, take me to it. I shall try once more," the doll exclaimed joyfully, emitting a delightful laugh. Cradling her beloved doll, the elderly woman smiled warmly and gently said, "All right, my dear, let us try on the prosthetic leg. Do not rush." With that, she rose to her feet and retrieved the doll from the large pocket at her front. It was then that Qin Shang Kong noticed the doll was missing its right leg. The doll emitted a joyful laugh, eagerly attempting to attach the ghost's right leg to its own, as if striving to unite them. Strangely enough, the leg indeed melded onto its form, becoming under its control. It could bend, kick, and stretch with ease. This diminutive doll, scarcely half a meter tall, possessed a right leg nearly 1 meter long, while its left leg measured less than 20 centimeters. The sight was both bizarre and comical. "Grandma, let me go. I wish to walk by myself," the doll whined playfully, urging the old woman to release her. "All right, my dear granddaughter, do give that new leg a try," the grandmother encouraged, loosening her grip. As anticipated by Qin Shang Kong, the doll promptly tumbled to the ground. Its body was so uncoordinated that any attempt was futile. The doll paused, seemingly in a daze. Soon, crimson tears began to flow silently from its button-like eyes, accompanied by muffled sobs. Qin Shang Kong furrowed his brow, unexpectedly overwhelmed by a profound sense of sorrow emanating from the doll. The grandmother approached, lifting the fallen doll into her arms, soothingly cooing, "Do not cry, do not cry. Dear one, I will help you find a leg. Please do not weep. There are many legs in the neighborhood. We will surely find one. If we cannot, we shall order a prosthetic leg, for money can solve many things." As she spoke, the old woman pointed towards Qin Shang Kong, exclaiming, "Look, this gentleman wishes to purchase our discarded leg. If he offers us 5 ghost coins, we can order a new prosthetic leg. Now, cease your tears." The grandmother continued to caress the doll, offering comfort. The scene left many onlookers feeling uneasy, an elderly woman comforting a doll while a ghost lay on the ground, calling out in anguish. In that moment, Qin Shang Kong regained his composure and stepped forward, saying, "In that case, dear grandmother, let us hasten to select a leg. The sooner I can choose the right leg, the sooner I can give you the 5 ghost coins, allowing you to order a prosthetic for your granddaughter." His words had an effect. The doll immediately ceased its weeping, gazing at him with wide eyes. The grandmother chuckled, urging, "Come along, I will take you back right away. I have a whole pile of right legs at home, none of which are suitable for my granddaughter. You are certain to find one that fits." With that, she did not spare a glance at the fallen ghost, hastily leading the way ahead. Without hesitation, Qin Shang Kong followed, never having imagined that the ghost coins he had previously acquired would be spent in such a manner, purchasing a companion's right leg from a ghostly entity. His mind raced, calculating the gains and losses. This is also a piece of useful information. I am at least aware that I can spend 5 mystery coins to select a peculiar right leg from the old lady. Those competitors who have chosen female peculiar beings as partners and lack a right leg may consider visiting her. Should the nations beyond fail to issue a warning, I could exchange this information with competitors from the Bear Country and the Iron Brother Country. Furthermore, this old lady and her doll possess uncanny abilities and considerable strength. If I encounter a formidable female peculiar being in the neighborhood, as long as she retains her right leg, I can provide clues to the old lady and employ her assistance against it. Should a competitor intend to harm me, and their selected peculiar being happens to be a female with a right leg, I could similarly enlist the aid of the old lady and her doll. Contemplating this, Qin Shang Kong quickened his pace and addressed the old lady. "By the way, dear lady, I just recalled something. When are you usually at home?" If I come across other female peculiar beings with right legs, I would like to inform you. Perhaps I could help you find a suitable right leg for your granddaughter." The old lady beamed with joy and replied, "I am at home every morning. You are such a kind-hearted young man. Since you are willing to assist in searching for clues for my granddaughter, I will only require 4 mystery coins from you, and you may select a fine right leg from my collection." Chin Chong Kong smiled in return, saying, "Thank you, dear lady." The audience in the live stream, witnessing this exchange, were left speechless. For a moment, the previously frantic barrage of comments came to an eerie halt. After a while, someone finally posted a comment. What on earth is going on in Chin Chong Kong's mind? How can he converse so calmly with these peculiar beings? Is he not afraid at all? Chapter 65, The Mountain of Right Legs. The formidable enforcer, it took over half an hour to run from the vicinity of the fountain to the rear gate of the community. When Chin Chong Kong and his companions caught sight of the security booth by the back entrance, the peculiar old woman clutching a rag doll grinned, revealing her brittle yellow teeth. "My home is just ahead, next to the security booth. It may be a bit rudimentary, but please do not mind," she said, her demeanor surprisingly amiable. Upon hearing Chin Chong Kong mention potential business opportunities and leads, her enthusiasm grew even warmer. As they approached the rear gate, an acrid stench assaulted their senses. The odor was potent and overwhelming, causing Chin Chong Kong to furrow his brow immediately. The foul smell reminded him of coming home during a holiday in his past life to find the refrigerator had lost power, leaving a plethora of meat to rot and emit a nauseating odor. He halted, retrieving the soul-sustaining scarf he had obtained from the bone-eating demon, wrapping it around his face to shield his mouth and nose. This not only blocked the offensive scent, but also served to guard against mental attacks, allowing him to maintain clarity of mind. Having prepared himself, Chin Chong Kong turned to Lin Ging beside him and inquired, "The stench is overwhelming. Would you like to wait here?" Lin Ging glanced at him, paused in silence for a moment, and replied, "I am already dead. I have transformed into a peculiar entity. Such beings do not require breath, so I'm not troubled by the foul odor." At this, her stern visage softened slightly, and she smiled, "Thank you." Realizing this, Chin Chong Kong regarded her silently, choosing to hasten after the old woman ahead. Simultaneously, a thought seemed to flicker in his mind, causing his brow to furrow again. Entities do not require breath. They cannot perceive odors. In some obscure manner, he felt as though he was on the verge of understanding something profound. Yet clarity eluded him. "Here we are," the old woman's raspy voice abruptly interrupted his musings. Chin Chong Kong looked up to see a makeshift tent constructed from shattered bricks, wood, iron rods, and scraps of plastic and fabric behind a low wall beside the community's back entrance. Behind the tent lay a staggering accumulation of right legs, an array of female right legs, stacked haphazardly into small hills. Each mound of legs reached the height of a floor, some already decaying and covered in green mold, with yellow pus occasionally oozing down. Others appeared to be protected by some enigmatic force, untouched by dust. Some legs were translucent, resembling glass sculptures, their origins from some unknown entity. How can there be so many legs? Even the usually composed Chin Chong Kong was taken aback by the sight before him. How many entities must have been abducted to amass such a collection of legs? Were there truly so many female entities within this community? Furthermore, given that the old woman and her doll had remained unharmed amidst such a bounty of stolen right legs, just how formidable were they? Chin Chong Kong cast a wary glance at the amiable old woman and the motionless doll. Turning back, he was confronted with a heap of legs, and his brow furrowed in perplexity. With so many legs, who could ascertain where Lin Guiying's leg was hidden? When would they find it? Moreover, considering these were remnants torn from a bizarre entity, one could only wonder if they bore toxicity or possessed various strange powers. To touch them recklessly might lead to harm. This indicated that, apart from the fearless himself and Guy, Lin Guiying could not assist in the search. With this thought, Chin Chong Kong turned to Lin Guiying and inquired, "Can you sense your right leg? Even if it's just a rough area, it would at least alleviate our efforts." Lin Guiying, equally troubled, surveyed the small hills of legs and replied, "I cannot sense it either." "Old woman, do you recall when these fake legs were found?" Qin Shankong pondered for a moment before asking her. Too long ago, dearie, many things have slipped my mind. I only remember that the closer they are to the outside, the more recently they were found. Look, this last row was probably discovered within the past year. What are you looking for? I could help you pick through them if you share your requirements, the old woman said eagerly, rubbing her hands together. Qin Shankong recalled the words of the faceless entity and turned to Lin Guiying. You arrived here nearly a year ago, correct? Lin Guiying nodded. Pointing to the outermost row of small hills, Qin Shankong suggested, in that case, let us investigate that area. Keep your distance. Guy and I will search. If you discern your leg, call us. Seeing Lin Guiying nod, Qin Shankong led Guy towards the pile, beginning to sift through the legs with his tang knife. The old woman enthusiastically trailed behind, assisting them in their selection. Undeterred by dirt, poison, or curses, she meticulously arranged the right legs for easier examination, all the while chattering incessantly. My granddaughter had a streak of bad luck. She lost a leg to a motorcycle accident in her youth. She has been an amputee since childhood. I heard from others that hospitals can help customize prosthetic legs, and I have always wanted to assist my granddaughter in getting one. Unfortunately, I lack the means. I have no money to purchase a prosthetic. I've been working and scavenging, hoping to save enough. I would be immensely grateful for any assistance you could provide. If you're able to bring someone to buy these discarded items and help me gather funds, I will be even more thankful. To this day, I have not managed to save enough to help my granddaughter with a prosthetic leg, and I have no idea what one even looks like. The elderly woman's words flowed like a stream, as if she had not conversed with anyone for ages. Yet, the strangeness of her tale sent an unsettling chill through the air. Qin Shankong cast a glance at her, contemplating how best to respond when the elderly woman continued. Speaking of which, is truly my granddaughter who possesses the ingenuity. She can effortlessly procure a leg from others, which is far swifter than my laborious efforts to save money. Perhaps she could even select a suitable leg to replace her own, thereby rendering the need for a prosthetic obsolete. Indeed, the child is astute, so very astute. As she spoke, her smile broadened, her mouth stretching to the very edges of her ears in the truest sense of the phrase. Qin Shankong maintained a stoic facade, though a chill ran through him. This peculiar woman now appeared warm and welcoming, yet her nature remained unsettlingly bizarre, her mannerisms erratic and unpredictable. While she could potentially be leveraged to outmaneuver an adversary, he knew he must remain vigilant and cautious. I sensed it. My leg is there, right in front of the unity. At that moment, Lin Guiying's voice resonated suddenly. She had found her leg. Chapter 66. The resale of information and the earning of one mysterious coin. Qin Shankong turned his gaze. Before him, Guy was using a Tangji knife to pry open a right leg. Beneath that right leg, another leg, its skin faintly tinged with blue, was revealed. Despite having been severed for a year, this leg appeared remarkably smooth and delicate, brimming with vitality, showing no signs of decay. Qin Shankong approached swiftly, reaching out to grasp the leg. It felt icy to the touch, yet was imbued with a remarkable elasticity. He gave the leg a shake, observing as the pus, dust, and dirt slid off effortlessly to the ground. It seemed as though this leg was shielded by some extraordinary force, as if it were enveloped in a thin membrane that repelled impurities. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shankong could not help but ponder anew about Lin Guiying's prowess. With such remarkable abilities, what level of combat strength did she possess? Turning his head, he noticed the elderly woman, a peculiar entity, had approached him, her hands rubbing together in anticipation as she gazed at him expectantly. The gesture reminded him of a fly rubbing its hands. Meanwhile, the motionless doll lifted its head, its eyes glowing a sinister green as it regarded him. A chill ran down Qin Shankong's spine. Without hesitation, he produced 5 mysterious coins and handed them over. This was the payment for the prosthetic leg. I will disseminate the information here, attracting others in need of prosthetic limbs, he assured her. Moreover, should I encounter anyone else possessing a superior prosthetic leg, I shall notify you. The elderly woman, beaming with delight, accepted the coins, repeatedly murmuring her approval. Once she had secured the payment, Qin Shankong swiftly turned and made his way toward Lin Guiying, whispering, "Let us depart this place. We shall restore your leg later." As he spoke, he hastened back in the direction they had come. The atmosphere here was excessively eerie. Having achieved their objective, lingering any longer was unwise. The old woman and the doll were, after all, peculiar entities with unconventional thought processes. If Lin Ging were to restore her leg now, it was quite possible those two entities would attempt to seize it, leading to yet another fierce confrontation. It was better to wait until they were safely away before returning her leg. Under the protection of Gi and the 5 skeletal guardians, Qin Shan Kong and his companions walked for over 20 minutes until the back entrance of the community was completely out of sight. Only then did they come to a halt. Seeing no unusual occurrences around them, Qin Shan Kong handed the leg to Lin Guing. As her blood surged forth, she grasped the right leg, and a blue light illuminated the area. In a flicker of radiance, the leg automatically flew towards Lin Ging's blood-imbued right leg, merging seamlessly with it. She closed her eyes, quietly attuning herself to the sensation. Half a minute later, the integration was complete, and a chilling aura enveloped her surroundings. With a sudden belch, reminiscent of satiety, a bluish-white cold mist erupted from her, encountering the moisture in the air and instantly crystallizing into a small patch of icy fog that fell to the ground. Qin Shan Kong raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. Is this an ice attribute skill? What level of power do you possess now? If a confrontation were to arise, could you contend with that elderly woman and the doll we just encountered? He inquired with curiosity. Only one could be confronted. Lin Ging furrowed her brow and contemplated before speaking. The primary issue lies with the peculiar abilities of that doll. It appears capable of manipulating the actions of others using thread. Currently, I possess 2 main abilities. One is to freeze my enemies with cold air, and the other is to control blood. These 2 skills are more effective against living beings, while their efficacy against supernatural entities is rather limited. After a brief pause, Lin Ging turned her gaze toward the fountain and remarked, "If I can locate my own body, I should be able to hold my ground against those 2 supernatural entities." Qin Shan Kong pondered for a moment and found himself still unable to gauge Lin Ging's true strength. He asked directly, "Please inform me of your current power level and your overall combat strength assessment in stars." "I am at the evil soul level, with a combat strength of 15 stars," Lin Ging revealed candidly, understanding that mutual knowledge would enhance their combat cooperation. Qin Shan Kong felt a twinge of surprise. So, the comprehensive combat strength assessment at the evil soul level could indeed reach 15 stars. He himself had only a combat strength of 5 stars, making the gap between them far greater than he had anticipated. He glanced over at the Gu-E skeletons and, based on previous observations, deduced that they could also contend with evil soul level entities. Yet even with Gu-E, his overall combat strength only increased from 3 stars to 5 stars. This indicated that the disparity in strength widened significantly with each star. Each level possessed an even greater range of combat power. The 1 to 5 star range seemed to represent the average level of malevolent spirits, while the evil soul level could potentially exceed 15 stars. What then was the strength of that elderly woman and the little girl? What power did the landlord of the building once occupied by the faceless entity possess? This dilapidated neighborhood was proving far more perilous than he had imagined. A sudden sense of urgency surged within her. Qin Shan Kong gathered his thoughts and said, "There is still some time before evening. Let us proceed to the fountain and search for your body. If we can recover your physical form, we will have found 3 body parts that could further enhance your strength." Lin Ging naturally had no objections and followed him as they hurried toward the fountain. Clack, clack. After only a few steps, the sound of polished shoes striking the floor echoed from ahead. Qin Shan Kong halted, allowing his external eyes to float upwards as he peered forward. He saw a middle-aged man clad in a gray striped suit, wielding a cane, approaching briskly, accompanied by a woman with a physical deformity. The woman was strikingly beautiful, adorned with a white feathered hat and dressed in a red and black evening gown, lifting her skirt as she hopped along. It was then that Qin Shan Kong noticed she was missing her right leg. Which country's contestant is this? Is the figure beside her her supernatural companion? How could this individual traverse alone without teaming up with anyone? How did he manage to acquire information visible only to non-human entities? Was he unaware of this news? Qin Chong Kong mused for a moment before suddenly calling out, "Sir, may I trouble you to halt for a moment? I have information to sell you." The middle-aged man approached, quickly signaling to the nearby female specter to halt, his demeanor turning wary. "Qin Chong Kong, what brings you here?" After scrutinizing him closely, it was evident that the man recognized Qin Chong Kong, and he spoke with increased caution. "I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Please allow me to leave." The female specter beside him sensed the tension, releasing her grip on her skirt as two orbs of purple flame materialized in her hands, flickering ominously. "Do not misunderstand. I too wish to avoid trouble and do not wish to waste time. I notice your companion specter is missing a leg, specifically the right one." Qin Chong Kong extended his hand, gesturing towards Lin Ging beside him, and stated, "I have just assisted my companion in locating her right leg. I know a place where one can acquire a right leg. Would you be willing to purchase it for 6 Spectre coins?" Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room. The viewers of the live broadcast were left astounded. "What kind of thought process is this? He still has the leisure to conduct business?" exclaimed one. "Incredible. Qin Ge is truly remarkable. Is he treating this as a game? Shouldn't he feel a sense of urgency?" Chapter 67. One side schemes while the other side soars, having just spent 5 strange coins with the old woman. Could he truly expect to earn them back so swiftly from another? He even added an additional coin, offering to sell for 6. I found myself intrigued. Surely the nation represented by this player had observers monitoring the streams. Would they not alert him? Was Qin Chong Kong's venture even feasible? Yet what was there to fear? Should it succeed, it would be pure profit. If it failed, he would incur no loss, for it was a risk-free endeavor. The audience in the streaming room was undoubtedly astonished, caught between laughter and disbelief. The player before Qin Chong Kong appeared utterly bewildered, while his strange companion turned to him, seeking understanding, clearly perplexed by the current situation. "I know of a place where numerous female strange beings' right legs can be found. Perhaps this could aid your companion in regaining hers. Offer me 6 strange coins, and I shall divulge this information," Qin Chong Kong reiterated, noting the lack of response. After exchanging glances with his strange companion, the player hesitated before querying, "How can I ascertain the veracity of your information? Furthermore, this perilous game is fraught with dangers and traps. If I were to act upon your suggestion and encountered a threat, how would I safeguard my life and the 6 strange coins?" Clearly, skepticism lingered in his mind regarding Qin Chong Kong's words. With a shrug, Qin Chong Kong chose not to waste further time and turned to depart. "If you are unwilling, so be it. I merely inquired upon chance." Observing his decisive exit, the middle-aged man found himself in a quandary. He glanced at his strange companion and whispered, "His departure seems rather resolute. He does not strike me as one who would deceive. What is your take?" The female strange being narrowed her eyes, contemplating before softly responding, "If I can summon back just 1 leg, my strength would significantly enhance, allowing me to surpass a crucial threshold. I believe it is worth a try. We could pay half the amount up front and evaluate the risk after receiving the information before deciding on the remaining payment." Upon hearing her words, the middle-aged man clenched his teeth and called out, "Wait. I am willing to pay you 3 strange coins first, in exchange for your information. I shall then provide the remaining 3 coins afterward. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chong Kong halted, shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Deal. Please hand over those 3 strange coins." He returned calmly, viewing the transaction as an effortless gain. Surely, there were observers outside monitoring his stream, compiling information. It was inevitable that some nation would seize the opportunity to relay this news to their player. As time passed, the value of this information would diminish. Thus, it was prudent to secure some profit early rather than be greedy. The middle-aged man produced 3 strange coins and tossed them over. Qin Chong Kong accepted the coins and promptly stated, "At the back door, there is an old woman holding a doll. Both are strange beings, and their power is formidable. They have stored a multitude of peculiar right legs there, and you can purchase one for 5 peculiar coins. The quantity of these right legs is staggering, all belonging to female entities. I even suspect that the right legs lost by all the female entities in the entire community have found their way there." After relaying this information, Qin Chong Kong spread his hands, awaiting the final payment. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, gazing up at the sky in anticipation. He was waiting for a signal from his nation. If what Qin Shang Kong had just stated was false, laden with danger and conspiracy, his country would likely utilize a prompt to warn him. Conversely, if his words were truthful, the nation would remain silent, and he would merely need to wait a while to ascertain the veracity of the claims. 2 minutes later, the middle-aged man produced 3 peculiar coins and tossed them over. Accepting the coins, Qin Shang Kong smiled and remarked that the transaction was complete. He cautioned them that the old woman and the doll possessed peculiar thought processes, advising them to leave promptly after retrieving their legs and reattaching them, lest they face another assault. With that, Qin Shang Kong turned away without a backward glance. The 3 skeletons, Gui, Air, and others, gathered nearby to guard them, while 2 remained behind as a precaution. The distance between the 2 parties gradually widened, knowing that neither could see the other. After tossing the peculiar coins in his hand and stowing them away, Qin Shang Kong pointed ahead and urged, "Let us hasten," aiming to reach the fountain before nightfall to reclaim your body. Lin Gui Ying had no objections, and the group quickened their pace. Meanwhile, atop Building 15 in the Remnant Limb community, the contestants from the Five-Eyed Alliance congregated. Among them, aside from Bishop and other contestants from the Lighthouse Nation, Ichiro Tokugawa from the Sakura Nation was also present. He had lost a hand in a previous game, but had now healed his injury using a forbidden item. In this round, his chosen peculiar companion was a human-faced eagle. This entity could soar at great heights and possessed remarkable vision, allowing it to spot the nearby Building 10 from the rooftop. At this moment, Ichiro Tokugawa was utilizing the eagle's exceptional eyesight to monitor Building 10. Before the Remnant Limb community's Building 10, a large number of contestants were gathered, preparing to explore the underground warehouse in search of peculiar limbs. "Have you seen Qin Shang Kong? Did he go to the warehouse at Building 10? Inquired the anxious contestant from the Goose Nation. "No, he has not appeared at all." The human-faced eagle replied directly. "How odd. I had thought he would bring along contestants from the Bear Nation and the Iron Brother Nation to explore the warehouse. Why hasn't he shown up yet?" Ichiro Tokugawa speculated. Could it be that he possesses a forbidden item that allows him to gauge the strength of the peculiar entities and is aware that the underground warehouse at Building 10 is guarded by formidable beings, thus deciding against approaching? With a furrowed brow, he pondered as their group employed forbidden items to probe the levels of the peculiar entities in the underground warehouse. The malevolent spirits have reached an apex, nearly approaching the realm of the sinister and the uncanny. Yet, among the participants, not a single contender possesses the caliber of those malevolent spirits. All remain confined within the realm of the vengeful. Even with the assistance of their eerie companions, they find themselves incapable of contending with the foes on the other side. To delve into the underground repository in search of the ethereal remnants, they must rely on their numerical superiority. Bishop and the others initially presumed that Qin Shang Kong would be the most eager to venture into that repository. With his formidable strength and having attained an S-rank evaluation twice consecutively, he would surely yearn for another S-rank accolade, aspiring to be the first to depart from this complex and secure additional rewards. However, to their dismay, after nearly an hour of waiting, Qin Shang Kong had yet to make an appearance. Could it be that he has discerned the lurking danger? Has the Dragon Kingdom analyzed our footage and, realizing our surveillance, alerted Qin Shang Kong through a prompt? One contestant speculated, as everyone exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. They had intended to leverage others as a vanguard. Yet it appeared that the others were not so easily deceived. A multitude of contestants had congregated before Building 10, yet all remained stationed outside, none daring to breach the threshold. Each aspired for others to lead the charge, to serve as fodder. The atmosphere had grown tense. While so many gathered before Building 10, embroiled in their own schemes and rivalries, Qin Shang Kong had already guided Lin Ging and the others to the location of the community's fountain. Lin Guiying's corporeal form lay just ahead. Chapter 68. The greatest trouble encountered, an unyielding foe. As twilight descended, the sun sank below the western horizon, leaving behind a faint glow that illuminated the skyline. In the east, a crescent moon gradually ascended, casting an eerie red hue. with the silhouette of what appeared to be a person faintly discernible upon it. The shifting light diminished visibility, creating an ominous atmosphere. In the center of the ruined Lim district, before the expansive central square, Qin Chong Kong commanded two external eyes to levitate 3 meters above the ground, surveying the scene ahead. Several hundred meters away, the central square sprawled vast, rivaling the size of a grand stadium in the real world. At the heart of the square stood an exquisite fountain, equally extensive, comparable to a standard football field. This fountain was constructed of concentric circular basins, with semi-figurative sculptures adorning the perimeter of the innermost pool. A shadowy figure glided through the fountain, its purpose unclear. In stark contrast, the view from the hairless cat revealed a different reality. The ground of the central square was no longer smooth but uneven, strewn with white bones. The water in the fountain had transformed from clarity to a viscous dark red liquid, interspersed with clusters of black, seaweed-like entities. This bizarre tableau heightened Qin Chong Kong's vigilance. Even more astonishing was the sight of 5 figures sprawled across the ground near the square's entrance. They appeared human, yet their strange companions were nowhere in sight, leaving their intentions shrouded in mystery. Qin Chong Kong furrowed his brow and recounted his observations to Lin Ging and the others. Let's first approach those lying on the ground and inquire about the situation. Prepare for combat. The circumstances ahead are peculiar, and caution is paramount. The unsettling scene prompted Qin Chong Kong to forewarn his companions. Rest assured, I have regained my right leg and head, significantly restoring my strength. We should be capable of handling numerous unusual scenarios. If we encounter an adversary that proves too formidable, we can prioritize retrieving my left hand instead of confronting them directly. After all, we possess alternative options and need not engage in a head-on clash with the bizarre entities. Lin Guiying nodded in agreement, having located additional body parts. Her words flowed more freely, and her demeanor softened considerably. With no further words exchanged, the group heightened their alertness and advanced toward the fountain. They soon beheld the 5 individuals lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, they recognized them as human and notably players of the National Destiny game. As Qin Chong Kong and his companions approached, the players struggled to rise, gathering together while casting wary glances in their direction. Qin Chong Kong, do not come any closer. What do you intend to do? Outside, the live broadcast continues, and our enigmatic companions have vanished, posing no threat to you. You should leave swiftly. There are still viewers tuning in. Provoking a diplomatic incident would be troublesome. The 5 individuals clamored in disarray, their voices blending into a chaotic symphony. They huddled together, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Confusion, terror, anger, and fear melded into a vivid tapestry of expressions upon their faces. Qin Chong Kong fully comprehended their reaction. In this game, the first to exit would receive additional rewards, rendering all players as competitors. Although players could not directly harm one another, the enigmatic entities could inflict damage upon humans. These 5 individuals found themselves devoid of their enigmatic companions, yet they were accompanied by Lin Ging and the formidable skeletons, Gui Yi and Gui Er, who possessed the capability to eliminate them. Qin Chong Kong felt both curiosity and astonishment at their plight. It was the first occasion he had encountered a scenario where individuals survived while their enigmatic companions perished. Could it be that these temporarily allied entities would selflessly sacrifice themselves for their players? Pondering this, he extended his hand downward, signaling for them to remain calm. I harbor no intent to harm you. I wish to proceed to the square ahead to observe the fountain. From your appearance, it seems you have encountered misfortune there. Please, share your experiences with me. Qin Chong Kong spoke with calm assurance. The players exchanged glances, engaging in hushed deliberation. A burly Asian man stepped forward, his throat constricting as he swallowed several times before speaking. I can recount our ordeal. He appeared fatigued, gradually sinking to the ground, trembling as he continued. There is a fountain in the square ahead. Within it resides a female enigma, exceedingly volatile, who attacks all nearby entities. However, she seems unable to stray far from the fountain and shows no interest in humans, which allowed us to escape unscathed. Yet, our enigmatic companions were all captured by her. The robust man appeared to recall some harrowing event, swallowing hard once more before he added, "That female enigma dismembers her captured prey. We witnessed her slaughter our companions, severing their heads and limbs, leaving only their torsos erect around the fountain as grotesque sculptures. Be they humanoid or otherwise, she dispatched them effortlessly, with no chance of retaliation. I never anticipated that our 5 enigmatic allies would perish so easily. Thankfully, her disinterest in humans spared us from becoming mere playthings." The Asian man placed a hand upon his chest, trembling as he spoke. Qin Chang Kong and Lin Ging exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by the formidable prowess of the female enigma ahead. How could she so easily triumph over 5 opponents? Qin Chang Kong recalled something, casting a bewildered look at Lin Guiying. Generally, if an enigmatic entity were not ethereal, but rather corporeal, decapitation or the severing of limbs would result in its demise. Like the companions of the 5 contestants before him, Lin Ging, despite having lost her head, hands, and limbs, astonishingly retained the ability to move, merely a vessel of blood. Moreover, upon recovering her severed body parts, she could restore herself to her former state. Was this a feat achievable only by a formidable supernatural entity? Or was it attributable to some unique aspect of her being? Contemplating this thought deep within, Qin Chang Kong turned his gaze towards the imposing figure before him and inquired once more, "Could you please elaborate on the nature of the entity's attacks and her capabilities?" Seeing that Qin Chang Kong showed no immediate intention to strike, the individuals before him ceased to maintain their composure, collapsing onto the ground, each eager to share their accounts. They spoke of a fountain abundant with hair, a dense mass carpeting the entire basin. The female entity could manipulate these strands to launch her assaults. Indeed, the hair was remarkably resilient, impervious to severing and fire, and in such vast quantities that they felt utterly helpless against it. The strands could even become sharply pointed, capable of piercing metal. Though arduous, it was ultimately possible. This creature proved to be an exceptionally formidable adversary. Within her domain, she was invincible. Fortunately, she could not venture beyond the confines of the fountain, for otherwise, it seemed that no entity within this vicinity could hope to survive. As Qin Chang Kong absorbed their accounts, his brow furrowed deeper with concern. The entity within the fountain possessed such formidable power? How could he possibly reclaim his corporeal form from her grasp? Chapter 69. A Wound for a Wound. The greatest confidence of Qin Chang Kong. The female specter ahead proved to be a formidable adversary. She wielded the ability to manipulate an entire swimming pool's worth of hair for her assaults. This hair, both supple and unyielding to blades, could also sharpen into lethal points capable of piercing steel. Such an attack method was expansive in range and formidable in power, making it exceedingly difficult to counter. It was little wonder that the 5 individuals present had been effortlessly vanquished, their spectral companions reduced to grotesque sculptures of flesh and blood. Qin Chang Kong pondered for a moment and arrived at a singular effective means of assault: soul-rending. This ability inflicted direct damage to the soul itself, equally mysterious and difficult to defend against. Utilizing it should inflict harm upon the female specter, although he could not devise a method to defend against her strikes. It stood to reason that she too would be unable to guard against his retaliation. If need be, he would exchange injury for injury. After all, he possessed the ability to resurrect. With a plan formulated, Qin Chang Kong felt the tension in his heart ease slightly. He glanced at the 5 anxious and fatigued individuals before him and inquired, "Do you have any additional information to share?" The 5 exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Qin Chang Kong gestured to Lin Guiying, signaling her to follow. The group moved past the 5 competitors, making their way towards the plaza. Once they had distanced themselves by several dozen meters, Qin Chang Kong spoke again. "That specter is quite troublesome. I fear that Guy and the others will struggle to inflict damage upon her. I have just conceived some strategies to combat that specter. If a confrontation ensues, I shall take the lead, Guy, you will follow closely behind, and Linging, you will take the rear. I have received some special rewards that ensure my safety, so do not worry for me." Guy possesses the soul-summoning tiger talisman, which will allow for recovery in case of misfortune. Thus, Lin Ging, should the situation turn dire, you must retreat and return home, awaiting my arrival. As Qin Chong Kong laid out his battle plan, Lin Guing furrowed her brow, stepping forward to intercept him. Are you certain? My strength has significantly restored. I am now more powerful than you. You're arguably the weakest amongst us. I should lead the front line. Although the specter's hair is indeed eerie, I can freeze it with my ice powers, rendering it incapable of attack. Furthermore, if we truly cannot prevail against her, we can abandon this location to seek my left hand and other body parts. Lin Ging was unwilling to see Qin Chong Kong harmed, considering him a nephew of Qi Tianfeng, her esteemed elder. She was content with Qin Chong Kong as a companion, believing that with his assistance, she would surely be able to complete her body, and there was no need to rush or take excessive risks. Unbeknownst to Qin Chong Kong, Lin Guing perceived him as the weakest link, although his level was indeed the lowest. Within the peculiar environment of the Severed Limbs District, he possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely, coupled with the soul-rending skill that bypassed ordinary defenses. He had theoretically positioned himself in an invulnerable stance. While victory was not guaranteed, defeat was certainly not his fate. Rather, it was Lin Ging, devoid of resurrection capabilities, who stood as the most vulnerable in their ensemble. Qin Chong Kong smiled faintly, lowering his voice while resolutely asserting, I possess the ability to resurrect, and not just once. Trust my arrangements. I shall be the first to engage in battle. Upon hearing the word resurrection, Lin Ging raised an eyebrow, her expression betraying shock as she instinctively inquired, Is that true? Noticing Qin Chong Kong's silence, she regained her composure and nodded, saying, I understand. However, her gaze towards him now held a markedly different intensity. With their battle strategy devised and actions planned, Qin Chong Kong wasted no time and urged Lin Ging and the others to hasten their pace. Behind them, 5 competitors from various nations observed their retreating figures, engaged in hushed discussions. Do you think Qin Chong Kong could defeat that female specter? One queried. Impossible. That specter is far too powerful, destined to crush him. Another added. The female specter beside him is missing parts of her body, only possessing her head and right leg. This indicates her strength is formidable. Perhaps there is a chance. A dissenting voice interjected. No way. According to the rules of this round, the specter is strongest when she is whole. Currently, she likely remains weak. Amidst the prevailing skepticism surrounding Qin Chong Kong, the robust man who had initially posed the question hesitated before standing up. I wish to go take a look, he murmured. His companions gasped in disbelief. Adieu, Qin Fu. Have you lost your mind? After barely escaping, why venture back towards the fountain? Right, what if you get caught in the battle and perish there? Another warned. Consider this carefully. Your external Mongolian nation is not particularly strong. If you die, the repercussions for your nation will be severe. You can't expect Qin Chong Kong to protect you, can you? You represent the external Mongolian nation, not the internal one. You are no longer of the same country. His companions urged him to reconsider. Nevertheless, Adieu Qin Fu, the sturdy man from the external Mongolian nation, remained steadfast in his resolve, limping towards the direction Qin Chong Kong had taken. His brief interaction with Qin Chong Kong had ignited a desire to follow. As he walked, he articulated his thoughts. We lack any specter allies and have exhausted our strength. We are indeed in a precarious situation. This danger arises not only from competitors of other nations, but also from the residents of the Remnant Limb District. Remaining here could lead to certain doom. As you witnessed, Qin Chong Kong shows no interest in killing us, so there is no need to fear his attack. The Fountain Spectre will not permit other specters to approach and is indifferent to humans, so heading towards the fountain might actually be safer. Additionally, I wish to see whether Qin Chong Kong can indeed contend with that female specter. Adieu Qin Fu remained resolute in his decision. The other 4 contestants exchanged glances, gradually persuaded by his reasoning. Remaining stationary could prove even more perilous. With this thought in mind, they struggled to rise and made their way toward the fountain. Meanwhile, Qin Chong Kong and Lin Guing's group arrived beside the fountain. In the center of the tiered pools, grotesque, bloodied forms were ensconced upon metallic frames, encircling the water's edge. These bodies resembled statues guarding a fountain. At the heart of this circle of sculptures, a figure floated upon the surface of the water. It was a female specter, her eyes closed in serene repose. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a white gown clung to her form, damp and translucent. Suddenly, a soft hum escaped her lips, and she opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping past Qin Chong Kong to appraise Lin Guiying. Appearing indifferent to Lin's blood-formed body, she turned her attention to the skeletons of Gui, Yi, and others. A spark ignited in her eyes. What exquisite sculptures! I must have them. Simultaneously, Lin Guiying's expression shifted dramatically as she pointed at the specter's form, exclaiming fiercely, "That is my body. Return it to me." Chapter 70. Are we playing the same game? With a sudden splash, the female specter at the center of the fountain plunged into the water, vanishing from sight. Before Qin Changkong's eyes, the previously clear fountain rapidly turned crimson, becoming murky. In that moment, both his own vision and that of the two external eyes could only perceive the blood-red, turbid pool. Splash! Gurgle! Though there was no wind, the pool's surface erupted with waves, ripples spreading profusely, growing ever higher. It was as if intense heat from beneath was boiling the sanguine waters. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Under the blood-red moonlight, a multitude of black hair surged abruptly from the pool, swiftly extending to form a tidal wave of dark tresses. The moonlight was obstructed, as if a great weight bore down upon it, and the wave of hair descended with overwhelming force. The target of those strands was unmistakably the skeletons of Gi and Ge, while Qin Chong Kong and Lin Guiying were entirely disregarded. Lin Guiying's expression turned icy as she stepped forward, her blood-congealed hands raised. A chilling, malevolent aura emanated from her palms, meeting the oncoming wave of black hair. Crack! The cold energy spread in a fan shape, extending forward. The surging tide of dark hair was tinged with a blue-white hue, freezing midair. Crack, crack, crack. Thud! The female specter continued her assault, her pool of black hair relentlessly piercing through the frozen strands, causing the icy fragments to cascade to the ground, only for the remaining hair to freeze once more, a ceaseless cycle. Freezing those strands appeared to drain immense energy, and Lin Guiying's countenance quickly turned pale. "Gi, my target is you. Retreat at once." Qin Chong Kong commanded calmly, simultaneously scanning the fountain's pool with his external eyes, searching for the specter's whereabouts. Through the vision of the hairless cat's eyes, he discerned a vague shadow circling the edge of the pool incessantly. Calculating his timing, he swiftly raised his hand and pointed towards the pool. Soul rend, an invisible ripple sliced through the air, disregarding the ice wall ahead. Traversing through the wave of black hair and plunging straight into the water, crashing against the shadow at the pool's edge. Buzz! Boom! At that location, a towering wave erupted, splattering blood in all directions. A piercing scream suddenly resonated, echoing outward. The overwhelming tide of black hair above the pool abruptly froze, transforming back into soft strands, cascading onto the water surface. With the pressure alleviated, Lin Guiying swiftly retreated to stand behind Qin Chong Kong. Got her. Not yet dead. Qin Chong Kong recalled his previous battle with the faceless specter, remembering how it had survived 2 soul rends, albeit gravely wounded. The specter before him was evidently even more formidable. Without hesitation, Qin Chong Kong directed 2 more soul rends at the site of his previous assault. The female specter emitted increasingly anguished cries, her voice muffled by the blood-red waters, growing somber. Suddenly, the pool of sanguine water fell eerily silent. Qin Chong Kong held his breath, his mind focused, poised for a soul-rending confrontation. Before him lay the ominous pool, a domain of the female specter, and he would not advance recklessly. Lin Guiying stood behind him, ever ready to provide protection. Gui, Yi, and the others could only observe from a distance, watching the unfolding scene. The once tumultuous battlefield had succumbed to an eerie silence. Yet the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. In the distance, a Dukinfu from the outer Mongolian tribes swallowed hard, his robust form trembling uncontrollably. He recalled the recent fierce battle, his head buzzing with disbelief. Beside him, the other 4 participants gaped, mouths agape, incredulous at the spectacle before them. Could it be that Qin Chong Kong could inflict damage upon that specter? One contestant's lips moved, as if posing a question to an unseen companion. The others exchanged glances, hands clutching their heads, gasping in disbelief. The female specter beside them was formidable. Her chilling aura could withstand long hair assaults. Didn't that spell their doom? Why was it that their specter companions were utterly powerless, while it seemed so powerful? Were they truly playing the same game? Having faced the female specter in the fountain, they knew the ferocity of such a creature. Standing beneath the overwhelming wave of black hair, feeling the suffocating pressure. Had it not been for the female specter's disinterest, they would have perished beneath that inky tide. Now, witnessing a fellow contestant confronting the specter's onslaught unscathed and retaliating, the disparity left them all in shock and despair. Adukinfu regained his composure, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, as a nonsensical thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. This power was tenfold mine. If our outer Mongolian tribe returned to the Dragon Kingdom, and Qin Chong Kong were to represent us, will we not be free from concern regarding the national fortune game? Must I refrain from being a contestant, from participating in this terrifying game, and avoid further peril? A place overrun by such monsters should be left to a creature like Qin Chong Kong, not an ordinary person like myself. Qin Chong Kong, hearing the gasps behind him, chose to ignore them. His gaze remained fixed on the still, blood-red pool, the scent of blood thickening in the air, his expression grave. A faint sting pulsed against his skin, and the sense of impending peril intensified. I sense something amiss. You must leave. Join Gue Yi and the others. He urged. As per our prior arrangement, this specter is mine to handle. I can wear her down. You must go. Lin Guiying paused, about to protest, but was interrupted by Qin Chong Kong's insistence. Trust me. Leave quickly. Taking a deep breath, she turned to depart, calling back, be careful. Once Lin Guiying and Gue Yi had retreated, Qin Chong Kong felt unburdened, relaxing as he surveyed the pool before him. He readied himself for a soul-rending strike, prepared to act at a moment's notice. The strength of this peculiar entity surpassed previous estimations. Yet with his trump card in hand, he was determined to wear her down. Boom! A sudden explosion reverberated from the depths of the pool, shaking the air around. The pool of blood swiftly coalesced towards the center. The splashes resonated as a towering figure formed, a grotesque giant made of blood. At the heart of this sanguine colossus sat a white silhouette, unmistakably the female specter from before. With a cacophony of sounds, the blood giant, seemingly unperturbed, stepped out of the pool and swiftly approached Qin Chong Kong. It lifted a foot and brought it down with tremendous force. There was no escape. Under the overwhelming pressure akin to Mount Tai, Qin Chong Kong felt an alarming sense of foreboding. He resolved not to flee, but instead aimed at the specter's position, incessantly unleashing his skills. Soul Rend, Soul Rend, Soul Rend. The intangible soul attacks disregarded any form of defense, striking the female specter, who immediately clutched her head and let out a piercing scream. Accompanied by her agonizing wails, the blood giant's foot came crashing down. In an instant, Qin Chong Kong was crushed. Witnessing this scene, countless spectators from the Dragon Kingdom sprang to their feet, their minds reeling. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom stared blankly at the live broadcast, a chill creeping down their spines. Meanwhile, in the conference rooms of nations such as the Lighthouse Nation and Cherry Blossom Country, numerous elites widened their eyes in astonishment, a wave of uncontainable joy rising within them. In the hearts of many, a singular thought emerged. Is Qin Chong Kong truly dead? Chapter 71. Revived under the public eye. A shocking revelation. The screen of the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room was eerily empty, devoid of any comments. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom remained frozen, as if ensnared by a spell. The sudden turn of events sent ripples of shock through their hearts, leaving their minds blank. In the midst of this astonishment, many even forgot to breathe. Some citizens stared vacantly at the unfolding scene, overwhelmed by intense emotions that caused tears to flow unbidden. In the Pentagon's conference room of the Lighthouse Nation, President Carl, who had recently ascended to power, abruptly overturned the table, exclaiming, "Dead? Good riddance. Good riddance. His words jolted the other staff members from their stupor. Gasps of surprise mingled with cheers, fear, and silence. A cacophony of voices erupted in the conference room as many awoke from their daze, erupting into joyous celebrations. Such events transpired not only in the Lighthouse Nation, but also in the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Land of the Three, and all countries that viewed the Dragon Kingdom as an adversary or competitor. It was only at this moment that many realized the immense pressure exerted by Qin Chong Kong, who had cleared the game with an S-rank evaluation twice. And now, that pressure had dissipated, warranting celebration. In a world where resources were increasingly scarce, competition among nations grew fiercer. The weakening of adversarial nations was beneficial for all. Leaders from countries such as Bear Nation, Brother Nation, and Celian Nation exhaled deeply in astonishment. Thankfully, the Dragon Kingdom had previously declined cooperation requests. Otherwise, they would have been obliged to pay a hefty price. Meanwhile, in the highest conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, an oppressive silence reigned. The sound of even a single breath was imperceptible. The entire space felt frozen in time, enveloped in profound stillness. After a prolonged pause, anguished cries of fury, grief, and disbelief erupted. No, this cannot be. Damn it, no. Countless elites from the Dragon Kingdom found their minds blank, emitting involuntary exclamations. At this moment, the entire blue planet trembled due to the death of Qin Chong Kong, regardless of whether he was an enemy or a friend. Everyone overlooked a crucial detail. The horror game had not issued any announcements. Within the terrifying realm, at the headquarters of the Eerie faction, in a sprawling hospital, a middle-aged woman clad in a white coat opened her eyes. She was Qin Chong Kong's mother, Li Huiwen. A blank sheet of paper appeared in midair, upon which lines of blood-red characters automatically manifested. Transmitting energy to lower-tier areas will be restricted. Preserve this opportunity for my ring to resurrect Chong Kong. The paper folded itself and vanished. Similarly, in this realm of horror, at the summit of the towering spire, Qin Tianfeng, dressed in police attire, gazed at the floating paper with a smile, replying, "Understood, sister-in-law." His voice drifted slowly, resonating far and wide. Before the fountain in the ruined Lim district, 5 skeletons, known as Return 1, Return 2, Return 3, drew forth their long blades, pointing at the giant formed of coagulated blood. Charge! Slay the enemy! Die without regrets! The command was issued, and Gue-Yi charged towards the distant Bloodwater giant. The other 4 skeletons remained silent, gripping their long knives, following Gue-Yi as they advanced together towards the towering figure. After crushing Qin Chong Kong beneath its immense foot, the Bloodwater giant staggered, appearing on the verge of collapse. At the sight of its heart, a woman clad in a flowing white gown continued to emit a piercing wail. The relentless onslaught of 5 soul rips had inflicted severe damage upon her. Blood streamed from her 7 orifices as she clutched her head, her cries growing increasingly desperate. With a resounding crash, the Bloodwater giant could no longer maintain its form and suddenly shattered, scattering into droplets. The woman fell to the ground. Her left hand tangled in her hair, while her right pounded the earth, desperately attempting to suppress the agony resonating within her soul, but to no avail. At this juncture, no one had yet noticed that amidst the blood surrounding her, fragments of flesh and shards of bone began to coalesce, droplets of blood merging together. However, the process accelerated rapidly. Arms, heads, and bodies, one by one, body parts materialized and reformed. Mere seconds later, these components assembled into a complete figure. It was none other than Qin Chong Kong. Astonishingly, despite being half submerged in blood, Qin Chong Kong had retained his consciousness. At the moment of being crushed by the Bloodwater giant, alongside the intense pain, another thought surged within him. Forget about the torn clothing. As he fully resurrected, he could not help but exclaim softly, raising his left hand to unleash a soul rip that struck the woman directly in front of him. Simultaneously, with his right hand, he summoned the forbidden item known as the Tranquil Headscarf, wrapping it around his waist to cover vital areas. He resolved to acquire a durable, clothing-like forbidden artifact. For being broadcast live before billions could lead to utter embarrassment. Knowing he was unscathed, Qin Chong Kong had remained relaxed after confirming Lin Gui Ying's departure. Now, with his resurrection successful, he even had the energy to ponder his attire. Before him, the woman, already in a state of struggle, succumbed once more to a soul rip, her essence completely disintegrating as she collapsed to the ground, motionless. Qin Chong Kong turned his head, reassured by the absence of injury, and smiled at Gu, who had rushed to his side, saying, "Find a way to get me some clothes." Gu Yi, however, stood there in stunned silence, unable to respond for quite some time. It was evident that this seasoned warrior was also bewildered by the current situation, lost in thought. Alongside him, the audience of over 1 billion viewers, who had just experienced a tumultuous emotional upheaval, found themselves entranced once again by the unfolding events in the live stream. What on earth was happening? After more than 10 minutes, someone finally screamed upon seeing Qin Chong Kong rise from the blood. What the hell? He's resurrected? He didn't die. Incredible, fantastic. Ha ha ha. In a fleeting moment, across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, countless souls expressed their emotions through laughter and tears, shouts and clamors, leaps and bounds, unconsciously releasing the turmoil within. Having experienced 2 intense emotional upheavals in quick succession, some found themselves momentarily at a loss. Conversely, the foreign viewers in the live broadcast room swiftly regained their composure. Lines of comments rushed across the screen. Revived? Impossible. What is happening? Didn't he die? What kind of ability is this? Did Qin Chong Kong truly not perish? Or has he returned to life? Has he acquired a stand-in skill? Or perhaps a resurrection ability? Could it be that the Dragon Nation harbors a forbidden artifact capable of revival? Can someone please elucidate what exactly transpired? A profound shock permeated the hearts of all. Chapter 72. Profound Impact. Transformation of the Blue Planet Situation. In the highest strategic conference room of the Dragon Nation, the atmosphere, once charged with anger, sorrow, and despair, fell into an eerie silence once more. The high-ranking military officials, along with numerous think tank elites from the Dragon Nation, stared blankly at the live broadcast before them. Rendered speechless, General Zhou Shuyang, who presided over the meeting, swallowed hard, suppressing his inner shock, and uncertainly inquired, "He has resurrected? How is this possible? Has he acquired some special ability?" A whirlwind of astonishment and confusion filled Zhou Shuyang's mind. Overwhelmed by a series of intense emotional shocks, all other sentiments were suppressed, leaving only questions. Yet no one answered him. Upon witnessing Qin Chong Kong's revival, the other elites of the Dragon Nation quickly grasped the situation, their hearts swelling with a singular emotion, ecstatic joy, exhilaration. Soon, the entire conference room was engulfed in a sea of jubilant cheers. These individuals forgot their identities and cast aside their previous composure, yearning only to celebrate this moment. He has resurrected. He has returned. Ha ha, I knew it. Faced with such a formidable enemy, how could he not flee? It turns out he had a secret weapon, resurrection. This ability is truly extraordinary. Never have I seen a contender with such a power. Immortal. This game is assuredly ours. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, General Zhou Shuyang gradually regained his senses, a smile creeping across his lips. Whatever the means of his revival, he was still a representative of his nation, and now he possessed the power to return. Other concerns could wait. For now, he would simply revel in the celebration. Thus, this usually composed veteran slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Excellent." In stark contrast to the elated officials of the Dragon Nation, the leaders of its adversaries were engulfed in tension and shock, even grappling with a palpable sense of dread. In the Lighthouse Nation, at the Pentagon, Carl's eyes widened to their limits, his pupils constricting to pinprick size, unconsciously opening and closing his mouth. He found himself at a loss for words, feeling an icy chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head, leaving him shivering. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. How did Qin Chong Kong survive? Why? Did he truly just resurrect? Was it due to a prior reward? No. The earlier rewards were merely skills and items. Surely none could grant him the power of revival. What on earth was happening? Countless questions swirled within President Carl's mind, leaving him profoundly astonished, tinged with an undercurrent of fear. The relationship between the Dragon Nation and the Lighthouse Nation was fraught with hostility. And with Qin Shang Kong possessing the ability to resurrect, he would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate, potentially leading to further victories and rewards in the harrowing game, benefiting the Dragon Nation immensely. This was exceedingly detrimental for the Lighthouse Nation, as Carl grappled with a prickling scalp and uncertainty. The other elites of the Lighthouse Nation trembled in shock. Just moments ago, they had felt elation. Now, they were steeped in profound despair. How could he have resurrected? Before Qin Shang Kong obtained the item capable of resurrection, was it possible that he acquired the skill of revival? Was there an issue with the horror game? Did Longwa manage to master the manipulation of the game? In an instant, countless gasps and screams reverberated through the offices of the Pentagon, causing President Carl's head to thrum with noise. After a considerable pause, he suddenly lifted his head and bellowed, "Stop dawdling. Investigate at once. We must uncover the secret behind Qin Shang Kong's revival. Swiftly unite with our allies and simultaneously seek the support of third-party gravitational forces to compel Longwa to reveal the secret of player resurrection. If our competitors can also resurrect, it would indeed be a boon for all humanity. In the face of such overwhelming circumstances, Longwa will inevitably divulge its secrets. Otherwise, they will be at odds with the entire world." President Carl roared as he issued the command. Unfortunately, apart from a select few, most had yet to recover from their earlier shock. Few were reaching out to allies to implement the orders. The great Ing Empire, Sakura Nation, and the nation of Asan, all countries with strained relations with Longwa, were enveloped in inexplicable dread. In a world afflicted by the horror game, the resurrection ability of Longwa's players posed a calamity for these adversarial nations. They swiftly formed an alliance to thoroughly investigate the matter, reaching a consensus. If Longwa indeed possessed some extraordinary power that allowed player resurrection, they must be compelled to relinquish it. The fact that Qin Shang Kong could resurrect within a horror game bore profound implications, potentially altering the power dynamics on Blue Star. In the terrifying realm of the Severed Limbs District, Qin Shang Kong had risen, safeguarded by Gue, Yi, and others. He gestured toward the female specter, now lifeless before him, and instructed Gue San, kindly hold her up. We shall seek Lin Ging to assist in reconstructing her body and restoring her strength. Observing the female specter propped up by two skeletons, a flicker of excitement coursed through Qin Shang Kong. Having already retrieved her head and right leg, Lin Guiying's power was substantial. Should they successfully attach this body, to what level would her strength ascend? Could she perhaps surpass the level of a formidable specter? Qin Shang Kong harbored great expectations regarding this. With a splash, he rose from the bloodied waters. A gentle breeze swept across his form, imparting a chill. Looking down at the tranquil scarf wrapped around his waist, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, the scarf was ample enough to serve as a makeshift towel. Otherwise, he would have been in quite an awkward predicament. Leading Gue, Yi, and the others back in the direction they had come, they soon encountered the dazed player from the outer Mongolian faction, a Dukinf, along with his 4 companions. Ahem, pardon me, but could you lend me a couple of jackets? Qin Shang Kong inquired with a smile. At his words, a Dukinf and his companions shivered, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. 2 of them stared blankly at Qin Shang Kong, rendered motionless. Abdukin and another individual quickly regained their composure, sensing the urgency of the moment as they removed their coats and offered them to Qin Shang Kong. Thank you. If we manage to escape, I shall treat you to coffee. Qin Shang Kong accepted the garments, fashioning one around his waist, tying the sleeves in a knot to secure it over Ningjing's scarf. He donned the other coat and, accompanied by Guy, departed from the fountain. Behind them, Abdukin and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to shake off their astonishment for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Qin Shang Kong had led the skeletons to the doorstep of Lin Guiying's home. Returning her physical form would enable her to regain her strength, potentially allowing her to surpass the formidable level of Li Gue. This would grant him a significant advantage. Chapter 73, Regaining the Body, Power Surge. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Guiying opened the door. I have retrieved your body. At Lin Guiying's doorstep, Qin Shang Kong rapped on the door with urgency. Creak. The door swung open with a forceful pull, revealing Lin Guiying's anxious face. "Are you all right?" Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of Qin Changkong's peculiar attire and paused, inquiring, "What are you wearing?" Feeling a tad embarrassed, Qin Changkong waved his hand dismissively. "My clothes were torn during battle. Let me in, and hurry, I have your body." As he spoke, he gestured toward Guier and Gui San, who were carrying a female corpse. Realizing the situation, Lin Ging stepped aside, welcoming them into her home, her face lighting up with joy. "You really brought her back." A smile, difficult to contain, broke through her stern expression, her voice brimming with excitement. "You have fulfilled your promise. Go inside and merge with her." Qin Changkong replied with a grin, "Indeed. Go on, restore your body." Lin Ging glanced at the damp, flowing dress of the corpse with a look of distaste. "All right, I will go inside to repair my body." With a wave of her hands, she manipulated the blood, guiding the lifeless form toward her room. Casting a sideways glance at Qin Changkong, she suddenly added, "I will find you some clothes too." "You're going to get me clothes?" "I have no intention of wearing women's attire." Qin Changkong promptly declined. "Never mind. I'll find a way to get some clothes myself. I wouldn't want to trouble you." Silence enveloped the room. Qin Changkong shrugged, patiently awaiting the completion of Lin Guiying's transformation. Buzz! A tremor resonated within the room. Qin Changkong felt the temperature plummet, involuntarily shivering. Simultaneously, a thick scent of blood filled the air. Detecting this change, excitement surged within Qin Changkong. He understood that this was a manifestation of Lin Ging's newfound strength. Creak! With a gentle sound, the bedroom door swung open, and Lin Guiying emerged. At this moment, she had reclaimed her head, right leg, and torso, her body gradually becoming whole once more. Clad in a blue and white striped dress, she held a pair of blue jeans in her left hand, alongside a black leather jacket, while her right hand grasped a set of blue silk pajamas. "My height is similar to yours, though I'm slightly slimmer. You should be able to fit into my clothes. Wear these silk pajamas underneath. Then put on the jeans and jacket." At her words, Qin Changkong's mouth twitched. Upon closer inspection, he realized the jeans and jacket were quite androgynous, not overtly feminine. After a moment's thought, he awkwardly replied, "I'm currently participating in a thrilling game, which is likely being live-streamed, so." Lin Guiying nodded in understanding. "Go to my room, cover yourself with a blanket, and change before coming out." Qin Changkong breathed a sigh of relief, accepted the clothes, thanked her, and stepped into the room. As soon as he closed the door, a faint blush unexpectedly graced Lin Ging's indifferent face. A few minutes later, Qin Changkong emerged from the room, having changed his attire, and awkwardly nodded to Lin Ging, expressing his gratitude. Lin Guiying's expression returned to its usual calmness as she inquired, "What are the next steps?" Having regained her composure, her trust in Qin Changkong was evident, and she sought to understand his plans. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Changkong asked, "Having lived in this community for quite some time, you must be quite familiar with it. Is there a danger in the neighborhood at night?" In his understanding, many eerie entities became increasingly formidable after dusk. With the moon now risen, venturing outside without caution could lead to peril. At night, the community was rife with dangers. Many supernatural beings remained hidden during the day, only to emerge under the cover of darkness. Additionally, there were lurking creatures, such as rats and cockroaches hiding in the sewers, many of which were also malevolent entities. If those chosen by fate failed to return home at night, many would not survive until dawn, especially those who had lost their supernatural companions and were left alone. Lin Guiying nodded as she elaborated on the situation. Qin Changkong stroked his chin, deep in thought. Upon entering the game and finding himself in a peculiar room, he sensed something was amiss. When he learned that each person was assigned a room, which granted them additional benefits, he suspected there was a hidden meaning behind it all. In the initial phases of each round, all arrangements concealed clues and information. Qin Changkong had been pondering the significance of this until now. When it finally dawned upon him, the community would become exceedingly dangerous at night. The rooms assigned to the contestants served as sanctuaries for the night. He glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that it was nearing 7 in the evening. "Shall we remain indoors tonight and seek that rat tomorrow morning to retrieve your left hand? What do you think?" he proposed. Lin Guiying's lips curled into a confident smile, radiant yet perilous. She softly replied, I hope you will stay here to avoid danger. I will venture out to find my left hand. Having regained most of my body, my strength has returned to an impressive level. The vast majority of entities in this community are no match for me. Even at night, they face certain doom. The female specter that attempted to seize my body today would be effortlessly crushed by me. As she concluded, Lin Guiying's confidence radiated even more, and she smiled once again. Qin Changkong was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing her with surprise. Really? Your strength can overpower most malevolent entities? Upon receiving an affirmative response, he exuberantly waved his hand and exclaimed, That is splendid. Let us embark together. Your formidable power can vanquish those entities. I possess unique skills and am unafraid of danger. While others are confined to their homes at night, we are free to roam, undoubtedly allowing us to make significant progress. With that said, Qin Changkong strode to the entrance and swung open the door. The night is indeed perilous. I may not be able to ensure your safety. Are you certain you wish to venture out? Lin Guiying furrowed her brow, taken aback by Qin Changkong's insistence to accompany her. I informed you earlier that my survival skills are quite formidable. Qin Changkong gestured towards her physique and continued. Even if I were to encounter someone stronger than the female apparition from this afternoon, I would remain unscathed. Lin Guiying recalled the female specter from earlier, who had aided her in reclaiming her body, and found herself believing his assertion. Simultaneously, she resolved within her heart, if misfortune were to befall them, she would fight tooth and nail to protect him. Noticing that Qin Changkong had already opened the door, Lin Guiying retreated to her room. Upon her return, she sported a white shoulder bag draped over her shoulder. She opened a shoe cabinet, retrieved a pair of black high heels, placed one shoe for her left foot into the bag, and donned the other on her right foot. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us, and after locating my left hand, we might also find my left foot. She gazed at Qin Changkong with anticipation and spoke with a smile. She found herself smiling more frequently. Just as this thought crossed Qin Changkong's mind, a sudden announcement blared forth. Announcement: a representative of the great Qing Empire has perished, resulting in a reduction of 15 years in the lifespan of all citizens of the great Qing Empire, along with a 30 decrease in food production and a 30 decline in mineral resources. Chapter 74. As night falls, death announcements ring out. Qin Changkong abruptly lifted his gaze to the heavens, his heart filled with astonishment. Had competitors from the great Qing Empire perished? This was one of the members of the Five Eyes Alliance, known for their solidarity and collaborative endeavors. How could it be that amidst such a gathering, so many had met their demise? Before Qin Changkong could fully process his disbelief, a series of announcements echoed through the air. Announcement: the representative from Abyss has died. The lifespan of all citizens of Abyss is reduced by 15 years, with a 30 decrease in food production and mineral resources. Announcement: the representative from Australia has died. The lifespan of all citizens of Australia is reduced by 15 years, with a 30 decrease in food production and mineral resources. Announcement: the representative from Old Shillong has died. The lifespan of all citizens of Old Shillong is reduced by 15 years, with a 30 decrease in food production and mineral resources. 7 additional announcements followed in rapid succession, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Even a calm individual like Qin Changkong found his mouth agape in shock. 8 competitors had fallen in such a short span. Among them were representatives from the great Qing Empire, Australia, and Old Shillong, members of the Five Eyes Alliance. Surrounded by a coalition of allied nations, they had acted together. Was it possible that their arrogance led to an ambush by the night-esque creatures? Qin Changkong furrowed his brow. He was too distant to glean any information. However, one thing was certain. The creatures of the night were indeed far more formidable than those of the day. Amidst his vigilance, he felt a surge of exhilaration. With so many competitors having perished so soon after nightfall, those who remained must be quaking in fear, retreating to their shelters to evade danger. This implied that throughout the night, he would be the only competitor free to act. It was an opportune moment to advance and expand his advantage. Realizing this, Qin Changkong declared, "Let us proceed to Building 9 at once." According to the information relayed by that faceless creature, your left hand lies in the possession of a rat there. Without hesitation, Lin Guing followed him out of the room, making haste towards Building 9. The blood moon hung high in the sky. Near Building 9 in the remnant limb community, the representative from Hagenton, Muriel, clutched her shoulder wound, stumbling as she fled, cursing under her breath. As a woman, her repertoire of invectives was sufficient to astonish many a rogue. Those fools from the Five Eyes Alliance claimed that guarding the warehouse at Building 10 would allow others to act as cannon fodder. Yet, everyone wished for someone else to take the fall, and they all remained stagnant, squandering half a day. It was laughable that they paraded around with such airs, thinking themselves extraordinary, without considering that those outside were watching the live broadcast and could utilize the hints to alert their own competitors, who would willingly sacrifice their own participants. And that imbecile from the great Ing Empire, failing to investigate the situation beforehand, assumed that the creatures confined within the warehouse were immobilized, only to find them lurking so close. Who knows what monstrous entities may emerge once the sun has set? Damn it, that fool sacrificed his life and nearly took mine as well. Indeed, the denizens of the great Ing Empire are nothing short of imbeciles, utterly devoid of wit. Those from the Five Eyes Alliance accompanying him are hardly any brighter, each raising their chins skyward, only to have 3 of them perish in an instant. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Due to the conflict over the Mana Islands, relations between Argentina and the great Ing Empire have been consistently poor. Though they both follow in the footsteps of the Lighthouse Nation, their alliance merely faade. As an Argentine competitor, Muriel vehemently criticizes the representatives of the great Ing Empire, denouncing all members of the alliance in the process. Her peculiar companion, a grotesque entity, scuttles beside her on all fours, resembling a human-like creature, yet moving with the agility of a beast. This creature is battered and bruised, oozing putrid yellow pus from its wounds, its appearance truly pitiful. While Muriel curses vehemently, her companion remains silent. Suddenly, a soft thud interrupts the tranquility of the street. Muriel's grotesque companion halts, alertly surveying the surroundings. What's wrong? Sensing something amiss, Muriel immediately stops to inquire of her companion. Before the creature can respond, a manhole cover bursts open, propelled upwards before crashing down a short distance away, as if it had been forcefully dislodged from below. With a sudden rush, a shadow the size of a basketball bursts forth from the sewer, darting swiftly to the edge of the street. What is that? Muriel furrows her brow, cautiously eyeing the shadow, only to discover it is a rat the size of a basketball. The creature, now pressed against the wall, ceases its flight, fixating on Muriel with its bloodshot eyes. Startled, Muriel instinctively steps back, taken aback by the sheer size of the rodent in this horror game. It appears so fierce, utterly unafraid of humans. No, it is far too perilous outside. I must hasten home. Muriel swallows hard and gestures to her grotesque companion, urging, "Let us go quickly. We must return home." Before she can finish her sentence, her companion, without casting a glance in her direction, turns and scurries away on all fours with alarming speed. The direction is wrong. Where are you going? A surge of panic grips Muriel as she instinctively shouts. Midway through her call, realization dawns upon her. Her grotesque companion is fleeing in terror from that rat. Just because of a single rat? A wave of dread washes over Muriel, prompting her to pivot and dash back in the direction from whence she came. Squeak, squeak, before she can take more than a few steps. A cacophony of piercing cries erupts behind her. Shadows dart from the rear, swiftly encircling her. These shadows are all rats, basketball-sized rats, a veritable swarm of them. Hundreds, if not thousands of rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The number of mice continues to proliferate, increasingly overwhelming the entire street, completely blocking both ends and encircling Meryl within. She gazes upward, only to behold a scene of utter chaos. Mice swarm in every conceivable space, on the ground, the walls, the rooftops, and even the trees lining the sidewalks. Thousands upon thousands of mice fixate upon her, their pairs of crimson eyes bulging, pulsating with tiny, red veins, exuding a frenzied and eerie aura. Ah, The terror within her escalates to a fever pitch as Meryl screams in a frenzy. With a deafening crash, a tide of rodents cascades down, instantly engulfing her. Announcement. The representative athlete from Hagenton has perished. The lifespan of all citizens of Old Shillon has been reduced by 15 years. With a 30% decrease in food production and a 30% reduction in mineral resources. Qin Changkong and Lin Ging, advancing towards building number 9, suddenly lift their heads, their brows furrowing as they hear the announcement echoing through the air. Just as they prepare to speak, they spot a grotesque, humanoid creature crawling frantically on all fours, seemingly fleeing in terror. Its limbs are worn and oozing with pus, yet it continues its desperate escape. As if a horrific entity pursues it, poised to consume it should it falter in its flight. Chapter 75. In a flick of the hand, the rodent tide is annihilated. As the ominous creature charged toward him, Qin Changkong instinctively raised his right hand, unleashing a soul-rending force that struck with tremendous impact. The creature, as if struck by lightning, emitted a mournful shriek, its limbs faltering and collapsing to the ground, leaving a dark trace upon the earth. Just as Qin Changkong intended to subdue the creature for inquiries, he observed it lying motionless, utterly lifeless. Such fragility? Upon entering this neighborhood, the creatures he encountered were capable of enduring several soul-rending assaults. This led Qin Changkong to believe that the creature before him shared a similar resilience. It was only then that he realized the truth. It was not that the soul-rending force was weak, but that the previous creatures had been exceptionally formidable. This creature was undeniably feeble. The things that instill fear in him need not be overwhelmingly powerful. With renewed confidence and restored to the strength of a formidable ghost, he should be able to navigate the impending dangers with ease. I believe we need not change our course, Qin Changkong assessed. Everything is at your discretion. With my current strength, I can handle the creatures in this neighborhood, so you need not worry about my safety. Lin Guiying maintained her impassive demeanor, yet her tone softened. Seeing her lack of dissent, Qin Changkong stepped forward into the encroaching darkness. Having resolved to seize the night time to advance their progress, hesitation was not an option. The duo continued toward Building 9. In Longhua, the highest strategic conference room, monitoring personnel had reviewed the live broadcast of the Argentine contestant, Meryl, and reported her dire circumstances to the attendees. Qin Changkong was about to encounter a horde of rodents, their numbers overwhelming and perilous. It was evident that Qin Changkong lacked area attack capabilities. Should we alert him? Perhaps it is unnecessary. Does he not possess the ability to resurrect? One member queried. If there is no immediate danger, then taking advantage of the night to expedite progress is paramount, especially since 2 of his companions remain missing a hand and a leg. The task is far from easy. I believe we should caution him of the impending rodent tide. We cannot ascertain whether Qin Changkong's resurrection abilities have fully restored or if they are subject to limitations. Even if he can resurrect without area attack capabilities, he would be consumed by the tide repeatedly, trapped in that plight. Within the conference room, think tank members and strategic experts engaged in fervent debate. The aftershocks of Qin Changkong's resurrection incident still reverberated, leaving the elite of Longhua in a state of shock. Yet, the horrific game scenario continued unabated. They had to muster their spirits and focus, ready to assist Qin Changkong, even if he might not require it. To err on the side of caution, they decided to warn him of the rodent tide ahead while inquiring if he desired such alerts. They would allow him to make his own decisions, and also ask what assistance he might need. The attendees swiftly reached a consensus, utilizing their first cross-border prompt opportunity to send Qin Changkong a lengthy verbal warning. In the realm of terror, Qin Changkong, meticulously observing his surroundings, suddenly halted, tilting his head slightly to listen intently to the sounds that reached his ears. After hearing the prompt, he chuckled and loudly declared to the sky, "There is no need for further warnings of danger. Please keep an eye on Lin Guiying's physical state. If any other competitors uncover clues while I am oblivious to them, do remember to remind me." Just as Qin Changkong finished speaking, Lin Guiying stepped forward, shielding him with her presence, and coldly reprimanded, "Who is nearby?" As her words echoed, a faint tremor suddenly coursed through the ground. The vibrations intensified, growing ever more pronounced. Qin Changkong lifted his gaze, only to behold a swarm of dark figures surging forth from the depths of the shadows ahead. Illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlight at the edge of the community, he discerned a multitude of oversized black rats converging towards them. The sheer size and overwhelming numbers of these rodents created a formidable tide, crashing forward like a relentless wave, obliterating everything in their path, instilling a profound sense of dread. Was this the terrifying entity they spoke of, the rat tide? Just as this thought flickered through Qin Changkong's mind, the tide of rats detected their presence, rushing towards them with the intent to engulf their group. With a chilling laugh, Lin Ging slightly raised her hand, her pale blue skin emanating a faint azure glow, exuding an aura of frost. With her palm facing upwards, she clenched it forcefully. A thunderous boom resonated through the air. Qin Changkong watched in awe as the gargantuan rats charging towards them erupted in explosive bursts, their crimson blood mist scattering, only to be drawn upward by an invisible force, coalescing into a stream of blood. The rats behind appeared oblivious to the chaos unfolding ahead, continuing their relentless advance, only to meet the same explosive fate. The blood in the sky continued to accumulate, ultimately forming a river of crimson. Beneath this sanguine river lay heaps of rat carcasses, while the air grew thick with the stench of blood and decay. Qin Changkong opened his mouth, turning to Lin Guiying. Was she truly this formidable, capable of manipulating the blood within the rats to burst forth from their bodies? Was this the prowess of a fearsome entity? Was there such a vast chasm between the fearsome level and the malevolent spirit level? Qin Changkong felt a genuine sense of shock wash over him, alongside an exhilarating feeling of safety. With Lin Guiying by his side, this round of the game was undoubtedly secure. The area ahead is too perilous. Let us take a different route, Lin Guiying suggested with a smile, gesturing towards another direction. As she spoke, the blood above lost its buoyancy, cascading downwards and instantaneously submerging the ground in a sea of flesh. Blood splattered against the nearby ground, walls, and the trunks of trees in the flower bed. Yet, it seemed as though an invisible barrier shielded the two of them from the deluge of gore. Although night had fallen, the audience in the Dragon Country livestream remained captivated, their excitement palpable as they witnessed Lin Guiying's astonishing display of power. Incredible. So impressive. Previously, when she often hid behind Qin Changkong, I thought him rather irrational for choosing such a feeble specter as his companion. Little did I know of her formidable strength. Initially, I believed Qin Changkong should have opted for a specter with a lesser degree of physical impairment. However, it has become clear that those with minimal deficiencies are far too weak, as they have all perished. Indeed, possessing a lower degree of impairment facilitates the fulfillment of task requirements, yet it also renders one vulnerable to the competition, preventing them from taking the lead. It appears that Qin Changkong has made a wise choice. For the average individual, selecting a specter with moderate impairment would be ideal, but Qin Changkong's inherent strength allows him to choose the most severely impaired specter and restore her true power. It feels as though we have successfully navigated this round of the game. I no longer harbor concerns about the forthcoming developments. I share this sentiment. Am I truly observing a horror game? It has ceased to be frightening, as countless spectators from Longhua breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Changkong sincerely remarked, impressive and commanding. He altered his course, taking a detour towards Building 9, continuing, according to the previous remarks of the faceless specter, your left hand was taken by a rat. Near Building 9, we encountered a horde of rats. It is likely that we will soon locate the rat and retrieve your left hand. I wonder how formidable you will be once your hand is restored. Lin Guiying did not respond to this query. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile, her face radiating confidence. Chapter 76. A Terrifying Night. An audience of 3 billion. As Qin Changkong hastened towards Building Number 9, the other contestants gradually fled to their homes. Those who had previously gathered before Building Number 10 found themselves besieged by monstrous entities, resulting in a significant number of fatalities. This grim revelation alerted the vast majority of contestants to the enhanced strength of the creatures that roamed at night. Even in large numbers, aimless wandering proved perilous. Even those who had not been present at Building Number 10 received warnings from their respective nations, corroborated by the Eerie companions, thereby understanding the dangers that nightfall presented. In an instant, the community was nearly devoid of players. In Building Number 17, Room 401, Ichiro Tokugawa from Sakura Nation stood by the window, trembling in terror as he gazed outside. From his fourth-floor vantage, he could distinctly observe the profusion of ghastly shadows within the community. Eyeballs the size of bulls, sprouting limbs, crawled ominously on the ground, their white surfaces marred by fine, crimson veins, a grotesque spectacle. Other entities, slender as bamboo, yet with heads swollen like bells, exuded a sickly hue, their lips twitching as they incessantly chewed on something indefinable. One such creature's face contorted grotesquely, its lips unable to fully close, revealing a human leg dangling from its maw. Swaying as it chewed, a multitude of these terrifying beings congregated, engaging in vicious skirmishes and cannibalistic feasts. The cacophony of rebukes and battle cries melded with indescribable howls, creating a deafening symphony of horror. As Tokugawa observed the grotesque entities writhing and clashing, his astonishment and dread escalated. Strange whispers filled his ears, delicious neck, delectable brain, tempting heart, scrumptious eyeballs. Initially faint, the voice grew clearer and louder. Tokugawa's hands trembled, succumbing to the grip of fear. His eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open in a silent scream. His eyeballs bulged, threatening to dislodge, while his mouth stretched to its limits, straining further still. The corners of his lips tore, blood trickling down slowly. Yet, he remained oblivious to this pain, fixated on the monstrous battle outside, his fear mingling with an inexplicable compulsion to observe the unfolding chaos. His skin darkened, a cascade of black hair sprouted from his neck, and tiny eyes began to emerge on his hands, clustering densely in a chilling display. The viewers from Sakura Nation, witnessing this harrowing scene live, were seized by terror. What has happened to Tokugawa? He has become horrifying. Quick, send someone to warn him. He is on the brink of mutation. Where's the Prime Minister? Someone must alert Tokugawa to his transformation. Panic spread as they realized their contestant was becoming a monster, trapped in his own home, yet ensnared by this horrific fate. And it was not only the audience from Sakura Nation who took notice of this alarming spectacle. High-ranking officials of the Sakura Nation's military, as well as intelligence agents from various countries, remained on high alert as danger continued to loom at home. The Prime Minister of Sakura promptly dispatched a warning to Ichiro Tokugawa, informing him of the recent mutations in hopes of prompting his self-preservation. Yet, Ichiro appeared oblivious to the warning, standing vacantly by the window. Amidst the anxiety of the Sakura people and the inexplicable vigilance of foreign dignitaries, his peculiar companion, a fox, half withered and half intact, sensed the anomaly. In a swift motion, the fox darted to the window, its claws drawing the curtains closed, while its twin tails lashed out, striking Ichiro's legs. The impact sent him crashing to the ground, jolting him awake as if glass shards had pierced his eyes, inflicting excruciating pain. His mouth felt as though it had been torn open, a wave of agony washing over him. What is happening to me? It hurts so much. He cried out, eyes shut tight, hands hesitating to cover his face, reduced to a wretched scream. Despite his anguished cries, the black fur on his neck gradually faded, and the eyeballs on his arms withered, dropping to the floor. You have just been ambushed, the fox intoned with a dull female voice. There must be some malevolent entity outside the window, deceiving your sight and transmitting a curse through your vision. Now that I have interrupted the curse, you should be unharmed. Remember, the neighborhood is perilous at night. Do not venture out or look around carelessly. Why am I still in danger at home? Shouldn't it be a safe haven? Ichiro lamented. Home merely enhances your abilities. It does not guarantee absolute safety. Certain entities with special powers become more sinister at night, and we must exercise caution. No one should go outside. Doing so leads only to demise. We must wait patiently until dawn. The fox's tone turned cautious, warning its temporary ally. Having experienced such a bizarre attack, Ichiro was paralyzed with fear, enduring the searing pain in his eyes and mouth, suppressing his screams. Meanwhile, intelligence agents monitoring the competitors' live broadcasts reported the events to their respective governments. Many nations opted to utilize their one-time warning opportunity, relaying Ichiro's ordeal to their own participants, urging them to refrain from venturing outdoors at night. Almost all competitors retreated to their homes to avoid danger, whether from the Five Eyes Alliance or smaller coalitions. All so-called allies crumbled at this moment. No one dared to take refuge in another's home, fearing the host might exploit their home field advantage to lethal effect. Competitors from various nations pondered strategies within the confines of their homes, planning their actions for the following day, determined to survive the night and resume their progress with the dawn. All contestants are at home, resting, making plans, or sleeping. Only Qin Changkong is out and about. Consequently, all those still watching the live broadcast have tuned into Longwa's channel, except for those who, due to time zone differences, have succumbed to slumber. Instantly, over 3 billion eyes are fixed upon Longwa's live stream, observing Qin Changkong's every move. Unbeknownst to him, he has led Lin Ging and Gue Yi to Building 9. When they knock on the door of room 902, the elusive artifact, a mouse-like entity that Lin Ging possesses, is housed here. Knock, 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 knock. Knock. The sound reverberates through the dimly lit corridor, echoing into the distance. No response comes from within. Is there no one home? Qin Changkong and Lin Ging exchange glances before turning their attention back to the door. At that moment, Qin Changkong's external perception detects a brief shadow at the peephole, as if someone is standing just behind the door. Is someone watching us from the other side? Chapter 77. Enhancement of Sensory Power. The Dawn Through the Instance. Behind the door, someone was peering at us through the peephole. Without hesitation, Qin Changkong informed Lin Guiying of the situation. This companion now possessed formidable strength and the ability to break through the door. If there is indeed someone inside, open the door. I must reclaim my arm. Lin Guiying nodded, her gaze fixed on the peephole, and commanded in a calm, yet resolute tone. At this juncture, her determination to recover her left hand was unwavering, and nothing could deter her. Silence lingered on the other side of the door, the occupant remaining mute. Qin Changkong, employing 2 orbs of external vision, scrutinized the peephole and confirmed the presence of someone behind. It remains there. Let us breach the door directly. According to the previous descriptions of the faceless entity, the occupant was likely a rodent-like creature, probably of the same ilk as the mouse swarm encountered earlier. One must be wary of any special abilities it might possess, such as the capacity to escape through sewers, which would pose significant complications. Eager to avoid wasting time and fearing the target's potential flight, Qin Changkong issued a warning. Lin Guiying fell silent, raising her bloodied palms. A chilling gust surged forth, rushing towards the crevice of the door. The air grew suddenly humid as a dense mist coalesced at the door seam, subsequently freezing into solid ice. With a crack, a block of pristine ice rapidly formed, expanding to warp and shatter the door. A resounding thud echoed as the figure behind the door was struck by the deformed portal, stumbling backwards onto the ground. The white ice silently melted away as Lin Ging stood protectively before Qin Changkong, stepping into the room first. Following closely, he beheld the occupant of the chamber. Upon discerning the creature's appearance, his heart fluttered with an unsettling blend of astonishment and revulsion. This monstrosity was grotesquely repulsive. It resembled a humanoid with a rodent's head. The oversized rodent visage was covered in dark fur, and a pair of glaring crimson eyes fixated upon him. Strangely, the rodent's head bore a human mouth, lips stretched wide, revealing 2 rows of neatly aligned white teeth. Human teeth, indeed. Below the head was a human torso, yet one arm was long while the other was short. The left leg was slender and smooth, whereas the right leg was robust, adorned with a profusion of coarse hair. The creature's body appeared to be a haphazard amalgamation of various human limbs, stitched together in a disjointed manner. Due to this forced assembly, the creature struggled repeatedly to rise from the ground, yet its lack of coordination rendered it unsteady and unsuccessful. Lin Guiying's countenance darkened as she observed the creature's left hand. You have affixed my left hand to your body, which greatly infuriates me. Your appearance is simply revolting, she uttered in disgust, flicking her fingers. A wave of frigid air erupted forth. The rodent-like creature began to freeze at a visibly rapid pace. Under attack, the creature immediately thrashed about, but its body was too uncoordinated. After numerous attempts, it could not manage to support itself. This incited an ever-growing fury within it, rendering its eyes a deep crimson. The human mouth incessantly howled, "Do not seize my body. I yearn to become human. Do not seize my body. I yearn to become human. Do not seize my body. I yearn to become human." By the end, the cries had become sharp and piercing, rife with bitterness. Yet its screams bore no fruit. A layer of frost rapidly formed upon its body, thickening until it encased all but its left hand and eyes, sealing it within a frozen prison. Qin Chang Kong stepped forward, grasping the golden scalpel, and employed its innate skill to sever Lin Ging's left hand. It was utterly unexpected that this strange entity aspired to transform into a human. Its chosen method involved substituting its own form with human parts. It was baffling to comprehend how such an eccentric solution came to be conceived, and what power facilitated the amalgamation of its body. Qin Chang Kong pondered, then turned around and extended his hand. "Here, your hand." Lin Guiying reached out with her bloodied left hand, inserting it into the root of her arm as if she were sheathing a sword, merging the sanguine limb with her left hand. The scene appeared exceedingly bizarre. Upon completing this act, Lin Guiying beamed, her smile radiant. "Thank you. My strength has been significantly restored, and I can sense other parts of my body. My right arm and left leg are nearby, beneath that building over there. Let us retrieve them, and I shall regain my full power, allowing you to fulfill your mission." The events unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. A smile graced Qin Chang Kong's face as excitement welled within him. He had not expected to complete the task so swiftly. If they could successfully depart from this place, the citizens of Longwa might gain extended lifespans and abundant resources and treasures. Moreover, he too would achieve advancement, significantly enhancing his power, taking another stride towards becoming the king of horror. Significantly, the first to exit this instance would earn additional rewards, though the nature of these rewards remained a mystery. They would undoubtedly amplify his strength tremendously. "I am equally grateful to you. Without your assistance, I could not have glimpsed the dawn of task completion so rapidly." Qin Chang Kong expressed his heartfelt thanks. The two exchanged smiles and turned toward the door of the room. "Return it to me. Return it to me. That is my body. Return it to me. I wish to become human. Return it to me." Suddenly, a chilling wail echoed throughout the room. Qin Chang Kong's heart raced, instinctively preparing for a soul-rending confrontation as he turned to face the rodent creature. Lin Ging reacted even swifter. Her skin radiated a blue luminescence, and with a vigorous sweep of her left hand, a cold glimmer cascaded behind her. Yet when they turned back, they beheld a rodent creature still frozen in its icy form, immobile. "That is my hand! My hand! Mine!" The cries persisted. The ground writhed, the walls trembled, and the ceiling lights extinguished in an instant. Until this moment, Qin Chang Kong finally discerned a clue through the gaze of the hairless cat. His party had been engulfed by a colossal mouth. The entire room resembled a vast maw. The floor and walls writhed, transforming into the crimson walls of a throat. Those were the cheeks of this immense jaw. The walls flanking the door were sharp teeth. The ceiling above was, in fact, the palate of this giant mouth. From the moment they entered this chamber, they had been consumed. With a thunderous crash, the teeth clamped down. The floor heaved, morphing into a decaying tongue that simultaneously struck out. Souls were rent asunder. Qin Chang Kong instinctively extended his finger, unleashing a skill directed at the floor. Lin Guiying stood beside him, snapping her fingers. "I underestimated you." A cold laugh escaped her lips, her eyes turning an ominous crimson. A resounding squeak, akin to a monstrous rodent, suddenly reverberated throughout the room. The flesh within that enormous rodent's mouth swiftly ruptured, blood gushing forth. Boom! Buzz! The entire building trembled. Empowered by her left hand, Lin Guiying unleashed her full strength for the first time. Chapter 78. The Threat of the Malevolent Deity. The final enemy, the sharp, Piercing squeaks of the rodent echoed through the room, resonating far and wide. The entire building number 9 trembled violently. Flesh and blood erupted around the room, splattering into a gruesome mess as torrents of blood flowed forth. The enormous maw of the monstrous rat shattered, revealing the broken walls and support pillars behind it. Moonlight streamed in, illuminating the carnage strewn across the floor. Qin Chong Kong, feeling the exaggerated commotion, turned to Lin Ging, his heart trembling. He had anticipated being swallowed whole by the rat, yet the crisis had dissipated just like that. Such was the power of the malevolent level. He pondered when he might attain such strength. His thoughts then drifted to a certain item, the soul-calling tiger talisman. This prized possession was among his most valuable tools. Classified as a malevolent level artifact. As it stood, its full potential had yet to be realized, failing to demonstrate its true worth. He resolved to study it diligently upon his return. Just as Qin Chong Kong was captivated by Lin Ging's presence, the chilling cries of the rat creature finally ceased. The grotesque remains lay scattered throughout the room, a scene of utter devastation. Qin Chong Kong, Lin Ging, and Gue Yi huddled together, cautiously surveying their surroundings. 2 external eyes floated nearby, scanning the area. No other monsters were in sight. After such a commotion, the other residents of building number 9 had not come to investigate. Was it over? Qin Chong Kong furrowed his brow, expressing his uncertainty. Lin Guiying retracted her hand, urging Qin Chong Kong to leave the room. The problem here is resolved. Let us proceed to building number 10. I have sensed the last 2 body parts. She was determined not to waste any more time and turned to leave. The recent battle had not stirred much of a ripple. Qin Chong Kong had no objections. He too wished to conclude this endeavor swiftly. As he approached the stairwell with a sense of anticipation, a whisper suddenly resonated within his heart. Dare to slay my followers? I have memorized your essence. The voice was ethereal, echoing in the depths of his being, devoid of any emotion. Qin Chong Kong halted abruptly, spinning around. Yet, behind him lay nothing but the tranquil, shadowy corridor. Did you hear that voice just now? Lin Ging's voice broke through the silence beside him. Clearly, she too had perceived the utterance. Yes, someone spoke of remembering my essence. The voice was peculiar, resonating directly from my innermost self. Is someone lurking nearby, warning us? Qin Chong Kong's brow furrowed in deep contemplation as he scrutinized his surroundings. It doesn't seem so. I feel no imminent danger, nor have I sensed any entities in the corridor. Even the adjacent rooms yield no hint of malevolence. The thought lingered. That being was able to project its voice directly into our minds, indicating it cannot exact vengeance on its so-called followers at this moment. Could it be some strange entity lurking far away, employing a form of mental manipulation? Lin Guiying also furrowed her brow and replied. After a moment of silence, Qin Chong Kong turned and began to walk away, stating, "We should first address the immediate matters at hand, swiftly locate your other body parts, and restore your complete strength, regardless of the dangers that lie ahead. Once we depart from this realm, everything will be manageable. As for the mysterious threat we just encountered, should they seek revenge in the future, we shall confront them head-on." At that moment, Qin Chong Kong's heart ached with an urgent desire to enhance his power. This round of the game proved far more perilous than he had anticipated. The recent ordeal had indeed been fraught with twists and turns. Were it not for the assistance of family and the advantage of reincarnation, he might not have fared so well in this round. Although lacking formidable trump cards, he would have opted for a more cautious approach. However, based on his mother's previous words, a significant portion of the terrifying world was under the family's control. What if the next game took place outside their territory? The crises he would face would escalate dramatically. He must elevate his abilities and grow stronger. Lin Guiying seemed to sense his thoughts, following silently behind him without interruption. At the pinnacle of the towering spire, bathed in starlight, Uncle Qin's face was icy. Who dares to cultivate followers on my territory? Has a malevolent deity from the terrifying world set its sights on my nephew and issued threats? I must inform the other members of the family. Qin Tianfeng murmured, and suddenly, thunder crackled around him. Soon, within the entire terrifying world, numerous top-tier forces began to stir. Many formidable entities received orders from their leaders to commence investigations into certain malevolent faiths. Meanwhile, within the residual limb district, Qin Changkong, Lin Ging, and their companions had arrived at the front of building number 10. I can sense it. My right hand and left leg are in the underground warehouse. We just need to descend from the front. Lin Ging exclaimed with excitement, unconsciously quickening her pace. Qin Changkong understood her feelings and matched her speed. After only a few steps, a strong stench of blood wafted toward them. With a flicker of thought, Qin Changkong commanded his external eye to scout ahead. Under the moonlight, he could see numerous corpses lying in front of building number 10. Some were creatures of the supernatural, while others were human. The bodies were shattered into pieces, as if they had encountered a violent impact that obliterated them in an instant. What transpired here? Qin Changkong wondered, continuing to employ his external eye to investigate the situation. Fearless of danger, they pressed on directly to the entrance of building number 10. Amidst the sea of corpses, a tall figure crouched on the ground, incessantly picking up items and seemingly stuffing them into its mouth. Are they consuming the corpses? A chill ran through Qin Changkong as he prepared to launch an attack. In the immediate view of the hairless cat's gaze, a shadowy figure concealed a dark spirit. The spirit, entirely enveloped in darkness, revealed the outline of a human. Could this be the guardian of the warehouse? A ghastly creature that feasts on corpses, a shadowy monstrosity? Qin Changkong turned his head and relayed his observations to Lin Guiying. As he scrutinized the two creatures, they too became aware of his presence. The shadowy being sank lower, seemingly retreating into the darkness. The grotesque figure, with its back turned to them, stood up and turned around. It was a hulking creature with a green face and sharp fangs, drenched in blood, holding a human leg in one hand, savagely gnawing on it. One was a ghoul, the other a shadow specter. At this juncture, words were unnecessary. Let us engage. I shall confront the ghoul while you tackle the shadow specter. Lin Guiying raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with a dangerous crimson light, a thrill evident on her face. Qin Changkong remained silent, unleashing a soul-rending assault directed at the figure behind him. Within the hairless cat's vision, the shadowy creature emerged from the darkness, launching a surprise attack. Meanwhile, Lin Guiying raised her hands, coldly regarding the ghoul ahead. The green-skinned creature let out a blood-curdling scream, its skin pulsating as if something within were striving to burst forth. One of Lin Guiying's abilities, blood manipulation, ignited the final confrontation of this chapter. Chapter 79, Mission Accomplished, Level Cleared. With a few soft sounds, the azure skin of the ghoul shattered. The blood within its body was manipulated by Lin Guiying, breaking through from the inside out. To everyone's astonishment, the ghoul appeared unaffected, continuing its relentless charge. The heavy thuds of its footsteps foretold a grim fate for anyone struck by it. Unfazed, Lin Guiying raised her hand slightly, unleashing a torrent of icy blue energy that coalesced before her into a formidable layer of ice. Frost formed upon the ghoul's body, causing its movements to stiffen and its speed to wane. Yet it pressed on, crashing into the ice barrier. With a resounding crash, shards of ice exploded, and Lin Guiying deftly evaded the impact. Frowning lightly, she contemplated unleashing her skills once more to engage the ghoul in a head-on confrontation. These two adversaries were remarkably resilient, endowed with unique abilities. One could move without blood, while the other could meld into shadows. Thus, a battle of sheer cold was the only viable approach, albeit a time-consuming one. While I could effortlessly overpower ordinary malevolent spirits, these two were decidedly more formidable. As Lin Guiying explained this to Qin Changkong, issuing a precautionary warning, she once again summoned ice to impede the ghoul's advance. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, a spirit tore through the shadows, emerging from the trees with anguished wails and cries. It seemed that even the most formidable of entities possessed a soul, despite their concealment in shadows. They remained vulnerable to soul attacks. This skill acquired through the special reward proved to be exceptionally powerful. As Qin Chang expressed his admiration, he heard Lin Guiying call out, catching a glimpse of her predicament, and quickly proposed, "Let us not linger here. We should head directly to the warehouse in search of your body." Agreed. Lin Ging replied promptly, eager to avoid entanglements with the spirits and focused solely on recovering her limbs to restore her form. Once her strength was fully regained to the pinnacle of malevolent entities, she would dispatch the two adversaries with ease. As she dashed toward the warehouse, Qin Chong Kong unleashed two consecutive soul rips, striking both the shadow spirit and the ghoul, causing them to collapse in agony. "You move swiftly. Head to the warehouse. We'll handle things here." Qin Chong Kong noted the remarkable efficacy of the soul rip against the two entities. Once struck, they would writhe in torment for a considerable time. They seemed limited to close-range attacks, posing little threat to him. He urged Lin Ging to proceed, seeking her limbs in the warehouse. Clang! Clang! Guy and Geyer joined forces, forming a defensive stance against the ghoul's onslaught. The ghoul's speed had been significantly diminished by the ice, allowing Qin Chong Kong to easily manage the unfolding situation. It was far less challenging than I had anticipated. This indicated that different entities possessed distinct abilities, with certain powers countering others effectively. I must prepare more forbidden tools and acquire additional skills to effectively counter a greater number of monsters. Qin Chong Kong, while buying time, was reflecting on his experiences. The anguished cries of the flesh-eating demon echoed from afar. The buildings in the Remnant Limb District were spaced apart, allowing only the residents of a neighboring structure to witness the unfolding events. In the building closest to Unit 10, specifically in Unit 501 of Building 11, the formidable contestant, Kyrie Spiro, leaned out of the window, his face a portrait of astonishment as he gazed upon the battlefield before Building 10. Seeing Qin Chong Kong single-handedly subduing two supernatural entities, he couldn't help but swallow hard, his body trembling. How could this individual dare to venture out at night? What method was he employing to simultaneously restrain two monsters? Kyrie murmured in disbelief. He recalled the evening when the robust flesh-eating demon had suddenly gone berserk, bursting forth from the warehouse and instantly turning two contestants into a gruesome spectacle. The pitch-black entity could seamlessly conceal itself in shadows, launching surprise attacks. Before anyone could flee, at least 4 lives had already been claimed by this creature. Everyone was rendered powerless against them. The mere thought of the terrifying nature of those two entities sent a shiver down Kyrie's spine. Yet, astonishingly, these formidable foes were currently being subdued by Qin Chong Kong alone. This deepened Kyrie's confusion, leaving him a loss for words. How could this be possible? Are we truly playing the same game? Beside him, his monstrous companion, a dual-headed, 4-armed creature with flames flickering upon its face, also fixated on the scene outside, incredulously asking, "Is this individual also a contestant in this game? He is a contestant like you. Yet why is he so powerful while you remain so weak? Had I known, I would have sought his collaboration, rather than being burdened by you." Upon hearing this, Kyrie opened his mouth to retort, yet found himself speechless. After observing the battlefield once more, the dual-headed, 4-armed monster sighed. Nevertheless, it matters little. This fellow won't survive for long. Making such a commotion in the neighborhood at this hour will surely attract the attention of formidable entities. I fear he will not last much longer. Being associated with such a brute will only drag me down. It murmured to itself. It did not leave its post at the window, still watching the battlefield alongside Kyrie. Before Building 10, Qin Chong Kong was engaged in subduing the two entities while simultaneously employing his external sight to survey the surroundings. Behind the wall to his left, a cat-like entity was crouched, seemingly devoid of a physical form, merely a spiritual essence, intently observing him, as if preparing for an ambush. Emerging from the flower bed ahead was a pangolin-like creature, its back adorned with a human face, the nature of its abilities unknown. More and more monsters were approaching, yet, fortunately, they had yet to strike. Qin Chong Kong calmly observed the battlefield, remaining vigilant against all adversaries. He feigned ignorance of the encroaching entities, solely focused on stalling for time, allowing Lin Ging to continue her search for a body. It was evident that any entity bold enough to roam freely in the neighborhood at night was no ordinary foe. As the peculiar entities surrounding him realized the absence of their companions, they sensed an anomaly and took action. In the midst of battle, Qin Chong Kong suddenly noticed a significant drop in temperature. A foul odor wafted from his left. Alarmed, he exerted force beneath his feet, retreating instantly while turning his head, only to behold a massive, scaleless black python surging forth, its gaping maw aimed directly at him. Within the realm of his external vision, the spectral monstrosities previously observed, the pangolin, along with the entities lurking in the shadows, emerged from obscurity and launched a swift assault. In an instant, Qin Shang Kong found himself ensnared in a relentless encirclement. Would he have to expend his revival ability once more? This thought flitted through his mind when a prompt panel unexpectedly materialized. The peculiar companion completes its form, fulfilling the task. Shall the current game be concluded? Before he could respond, a resounding roar akin to crashing waves filled his ears. Boom! With a tumultuous sound, crimson blood surged forth from the ground, walls, trees, lampposts, and windows, inundating the surroundings. An overwhelming deluge of blood swiftly engulfed all the peculiar entities that had encircled him. Boom! The cacophony of waves roared, and the sea of blood surged wildly. Is this the power of a peak-level malevolent entity? Qin Shang Kong's heart soared with unrestrained joy. Chapter 80. Lin Guiying's Request. A generous reward. A thunderous roar echoed as a crimson tide engulfed Qin Shang Kong, swirling and howling, forming a colossal red vortex. Under the watchful gaze of over 3 billion spectators in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the blood-red whirlwind thundered, drawing in all the malicious entities that dared approach Qin Shang Kong, shredding them into fragments amidst the frenzied flow of blood. Once the last of these aberrations had vanished, the sanguine vortex gradually dispersed, revealing a tall figure before Qin Shang Kong. Are you well? Lin Guiying's ethereal voice resonated. Qin Shang Kong lifted his gaze to meet the sight of a statuesque young woman, her form elegantly curved, skin smooth and delicate, exuding a faint azure hue. Her autumn-like eyes bore into his with an unwavering intensity, though her expression remained cold and fierce. The blood-red moonlight cascaded down, accentuating her mysterious and formidable presence. I am unharmed. I did not anticipate your overwhelming strength during your prime, capable of vanquishing these entities so effortlessly. Qin Shang Kong replied with a smile, retracting his scrutinizing gaze. After all, I have reached the pinnacle of the malevolent entity level and am on the verge of transcending to the crimson attire, Lin Guiying said, her demeanor softening. Now that I have restored my body, can you fulfill your mission and depart from this place? Qin Shang Kong nodded, affirming, yes, I am preparing to leave. Lin Guiying looked up at the blood moon before lowering her gaze to meet his, stating earnestly, I have a request that I hope you will grant. Qin Shang Kong felt a flicker of surprise, pondering what a formidable malevolent entity might desire from him. However, as she was a junior under the care of his uncle Qin Tianfeng, and they had shared hardships together, he felt compelled to oblige her request. Speak freely. If it is within my power, I shall do my utmost to assist, Qin Shang Kong promised. I need to ascend to the Crimson Attire malevolent entity level, she declared. The Crimson Attire represents a pivotal turning point. Prior to reaching this stage, one merely needed to accumulate malevolent energy, gather resentment, and gain strength. Many entities, consumed by their obsessions, if they suffered sufficiently and bore deep grudges, would ascend to the malevolent entity level the moment they transformed. Such entities are often frenzied and bloodthirsty, struggling to control themselves, driven by their own power. However, to advance to the Crimson Attire level, an entity must master their resentment and gain complete dominion over their power. Furthermore, each malevolent entity must design a unique ritual based on their individual circumstances to achieve this ascension. Lin Guiying, fixing her gaze upon Qin Shang Kong, continued earnestly, having endured this calamity, I have fully learned to control my resentment and power. Yet, I require a ritual to complete my ascension. I hope that upon your return to Blue Star, you can attend my father's class reunion in my stead. As she spoke, Lin Guiying extended her hand, conjuring a badge, which she then offered to him. Qin Shang Kong glanced down at the badge in his hand, noticing the insignia of 2 stripes and a star, indicating the rank of a level 3 police superintendent. What is this? He inquired, puzzled. This is my father's police badge. She replied, He is a student of the Drug Enforcement Specialization in the Investigation major at Longwa Police University, class of 02. Each year, Longwa Police University organizes a reunion for its graduates. My father had made an agreement with his college classmates that for reunions held in years, ending in 5 or 0, everyone must attend. If one cannot be present, a family member must attend in their stead, and classmates are expected to report on each other's situations. My father has since passed away, and I was meant to take his place. However, I have now become an enigmatic entity. I hope you can represent me by carrying this badge and attending the reunion. There are only a few days left. This is my final concern. Once this matter is resolved, I can ascend to the status of a red garment. Lin Ging gazed intently at Qin Chong Kong, fearful that he might refuse. Qin Chong Kong felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart and nodded, accepting her request. I will remember, you need not worry. Upon receiving his affirmation, Lin Ging exhaled deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. After saying this, she took a step back and quietly observed Qin Chong Kong. He understood that the time had come for him to choose to complete his mission and depart from this realm. At that moment, he suddenly heard the voice of his uncle, Qin Tianfeng, whispering in his ear, Chong Kong, I was classmates with Lin Guiying's father. When you attend that reunion, please also represent me. Qin Chong Kong looked up in astonishment and, somewhat surprised, glanced at Lin Guiying before slowly nodding. With no further hesitation, he focused on the virtual panel before him and, with a thought, chose to complete the task. Announcement. Player Qin Chong Kong has successfully cleared this round of the game. Evaluation. SS Basic Reward. 20 Attribute Points, 50 Ghost Coins. Special Reward. Life 1. SS Level Evaluation Additional Reward. Obtain Special Item. Spirit Communication Phone. As the first player to complete the task and exit the realm, he received an extra reward. Skill Severed Limbs, 20 Attribute Points. A series of notification sounds echoed throughout the world. Following this, 2 lines of information appeared on a virtual panel visible only to Qin Chong Kong. Congratulations on acquiring the skill. Severed Limbs, Skill Description. You may freely separate your body into 6 parts, with a maximum distance of no more than 100 meters between any 2 parts. Along with the notification panel came a torrent of immense information. Qin Chong Kong immediately felt a surge of memories flooding his mind. His body and skin trembled incessantly, starting from his left middle finger. Each joint began to split and then reassemble. Within mere seconds, Qin Chong Kong experienced the sensation of his body continuously disassembling and reconfiguring. Is this what severed limbs entails? How extraordinary! Not to mention, with this skill, my escapability will be significantly enhanced, rendering handcuffs and similar restraints ineffective against me. If developed properly, I might even acquire capabilities in other areas. Qin Chong Kong was quite pleased, unable to suppress a smile. Simultaneously, a pitch-black smartphone materialized in his hand. Equipment name: Spirit Calling Phone. Equipment description: in a peculiar graveyard, countless formidable entities were once sealed away. These entities tormented and fought against one another until they ultimately vanished. Their souls shattered. The bodies of these entities coalesced, giving rise to this phone. Equipment effect: when you find yourself in certain extraordinary scenarios or encounter specific entities, the phone will provide you with vital alerts. At critical moments, it possesses the power to save your life. No, it can save not only your life, but also the lives of countless citizens behind you. Warning: this equipment is of exceedingly high caliber, harboring immense secrets. Do not misplace it. Qin Chong Kong raised an eyebrow, solemnly gazing at the phone in his hand. This was the first time he had encountered such an intriguing prompt within an item. Chapter 81. While we were still asleep, he had already cleared the game? Qin Chong Kong held the spirit-communicating mobile phone, scrutinizing it intently. Every special reward previously obtained had played a pivotal role in subsequent games. The soul rending and the spirit-summoning talisman were no exceptions. The spirit-communicating mobile phone he had just acquired would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the games to come. Moreover, the device's panel clearly indicated that it possessed a unique secret and should not be discarded. Items from horror games primarily serve their purpose within the game itself. Although he would soon have the opportunity to experiment with this mobile phone, truly uncovering its secrets and examining its utility would likely have to wait until the next game commenced. As Qin Chong Kong observed the spirit-communicating mobile phone, an announcement echoed once more. Announcement: player Qin Chong Kong has successfully cleared the game ahead of all others. Dragon Kingdom Reward. Citizens' lifespan extended by 5 years. National grain production increased by 30. Due to Qin Chong Kong's SS level evaluation, the nation he represents receives additional rewards. A 30 reduction in the probability of congenital diseases in newborns, and 2 oil deposits randomly appearing within its territory. Now, Qin Chong Kong will be returned to his original location before all players have either cleared the game or been eliminated. Qin Chong Kong will be exempt from entering the horror world. As the announcements rang out, Qin Chong Kong's figure gradually blurred. He immediately raised his gaze to Lin Guiying, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will help you complete the ritual." Lin Guiying gazed at him silently, replying softly, "We will meet again." No sooner had her words left her lips than Qin Chong Kong's form vanished within the remnants of the dilapidated community. Lin Guiying stared blankly at the vacant space before her, momentarily lost in thought, before turning to leave Building 10 and head home to her own neighborhood. At that moment, the other contestants in the community, having heard the announcement, were left in a state of bewilderment. Bishop, a contestant from the Lighthouse Nation, had been lying in bed, earnestly contemplating his plans for the following day and strategizing how to manipulate others into attacking the Eerie Warehouse 10. Upon hearing the announcement, he abruptly lifted his head, his mouth agape, staring blankly at the ceiling, utterly astonished. Had the game truly been cleared? And at night, no less. How was this even possible? Wasn't the chosen Eerie companion the most severely damaged one? How imbibe? Bishop's lips moved slightly as he silently murmured. In that moment, his heart brimmed with a sense of defeat and an overwhelming envy. As a former citizen of Glinda, and now a representative contestant of the Lighthouse Nation, Bishop held immense admiration for Qin Chong Kong. He envied his calm demeanor and unwavering resolve during the game. He envied his attainment of an S-level evaluation. He envied his existence in a formidable nation that could offer support. He envied his ability to leverage previous advantages, continuously building momentum like a snowball, and, most of all, he envied his opportunity to represent his nation in battle, to strengthen his homeland. Even if I could achieve such performance, if I were to claim victory and successfully clear the game, the rewards I received would primarily benefit my adversaries, the very individuals who sought to obliterate my nation. Bishop closed his eyes, filled with a tumult of rage and sorrow. Although the Lighthouse Nation had engulfed Glinda and professed to treat all its inhabitants equally, the Glindans, raised in the shadow of the lighthouse, were acutely aware of its true nature. It was naive to expect fair treatment for the newly integrated Glindans. Even the indigenous people and the immigrant black population received no such equality. The citizens of Glinda would inevitably be relegated to the lowest echelon of the Lighthouse Society. In this bleak circumstance, even if he could attain rewards akin to those of Qin Chong Kong, he could not extend those benefits to his homeland. At least the horror games offered the potential for strength, for becoming a being beyond human. Strength. I must persevere and grow stronger. One day, I shall be formidable enough to challenge the Lighthouse Nation independently. When that time comes, I will engulf the Lighthouse Nation within Glinda. I will ensure that the citizens of the Lighthouse become citizens of Glinda. Bishop clenched his fists tightly, his nails piercing his skin as he silently roared within. The announcement's voice gradually faded away, leaving the remnant district in silence once more. However, numerous competitors who had been resting and asleep were abruptly awakened by the announcement, sitting up in shock. They had actually cleared the level and departed just like that. The contestant from Bear Country, Plushenko, stared wide-eyed, his mouth moving in a mindless mumble, uttering words he could barely comprehend. He had never anticipated that merely half a day apart, Qin Chong Kong had fulfilled the conditions to clear the level and exited the instance. How could this be? Did I hear incorrectly? Wasn't his only companion the one with blood? How could he possibly gather all the body fragments in such a short span of time? Could it be that Qin Chong Kong possessed some hidden trump card? Plushenko furrowed his brow, an indescribable sense of shock flooding his heart. Amidst his astonishment, He also felt a deep pang of regret. If he hadn't resorted to so many tactics earlier, if he had been a bit more amiable, perhaps he could have collaborated with him. Contending for the guidance of an alliance was utterly meaningless. The combined efforts of all of us could not surpass the capability of a single individual like him. Perhaps had he chosen to leave his current team and steadfastly followed Qin Chong Kong, he might have reaped greater rewards. The more Plushenko pondered, the deeper his regret grew. His fists clenched tightly in frustration. That night, all the other contestants were similarly astonished by the announcement, awakening from their dreams, unable to find sleep. Due to their poor rest, their performance the following day was abysmal. Fortunately, owing to Qin Chong Kong and Lin Guiying, the guards in the underground warehouse of Building 10 had already perished. Additionally, many of the Eerie entities were swiftly eliminated by Lin Guiying. This allowed a multitude of contestants to enter Warehouse 10 and search for the body parts of the Eerie beings. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost in this round of the horror game. Yet, all of this remained entirely unrelated to Qin Chong Kong. Amidst the flickering light, he returned to the ancestral home of the Qin family. Before he could utter a word, Qin Mingwei, who had been waiting nearby, rushed forward and embraced him tightly. "Brother," she exclaimed, unable to suppress her emotions, her nose tinged with sorrow and her eyes glistening with tears. "Oh, you're alive. How wonderful you're alive. Just to see you back is a relief." Her sobs echoed throughout the room. During the previous live broadcast, Qin Chong Kong had been slain by a female specter at the fountain. Qin Mingwei had been unaware of his impending resurrection. At that moment, she had felt as if the world was collapsing around her, nearly fainting from despair. The thought of losing her only family member was unbearable. Although Qin Chong Kong had returned to life, the anguish and terror of potentially losing her soul kin lingered profoundly in Qin Mingwei's heart. Now, witnessing her brother alive before her, she could no longer contain her inner turmoil and sorrow, bursting into tears. Qin Chong Kong opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering comfort and soothing her distress. Meanwhile, General Chen Xing and the soldiers who had been waiting in the room observed this poignant scene and quietly exited. At that moment, a newly arrived attendant reported, "General Chen, the strategic conference room has identified the father of Lin Guiying, as well as the owner of the police badge previously acquired by Qin Chong Kong. Here are the documents for your review." Reflecting on the formidable specter he had witnessed in the live broadcast, General Chen Xing did not hesitate and promptly accepted the documents, delving into their contents. Within just a few pages, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "These are all martyrs." Chapter 82. Spiritual Attributes Surpass 100. Comprehensive Combat Power Doubles. Qin Tianfeng. Male. Han ethnicity. Born April 18, 1982. Died November 4, 2019. A graduate of the Dragon Country Police University, majoring in investigation with a focus on narcotics control. Class of 2002. Note: the common terms used for narcotics enforcement in other countries are direct translations from Sakura Nation. In Dragon Country, the term narcotics police is exclusively used, along with the field of narcotic studies. He sacrificed his life during a major narcotics operation at the Dragon-Myanmar border on November 4th. Police badge number 017847, now archived. Lin Yuanlu, male, Han ethnicity, age 33, born June 28, 1980, died November 4, 2019. A graduate of the Dragon Country Police University, majoring in investigation with a focus on narcotics control, class of 2002. He also sacrificed his life during the same major narcotics operation at the Dragon-Myanmar border. Police badge number 014197, archived on November 20th, 2019, and reactivated on November 4th, 2021, inherited by Lin Yuanlu's son, Lin Fei. General Chen Xing could not help but take a deep breath after merely glancing at the beginnings of these two documents. He opened his mouth to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. He could only continue to peruse the materials. As he read on, General Chen Xing's brow furrowed. The owner of police badge number 017847, Qin Tianfeng, was the uncle of Qin Chong Kong. When Qin Chong Kong entered this round of the game, he fell from the sky, clutching a police badge. The badge number was precisely 017847, and upon acquiring it, Qin Shankong went directly to contact Lin Ging, selecting her as a partner. This implies that Qin Shankong received some form of prompt within the game. At that time, Dragon Country had not utilized any prompt opportunities. So who could have reached out to Qin Shankong and provided him with such guidance within the horror game? General Chen Xing turned his head, staring at the tightly shut door, his expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. The Qin family's ancestral home is peculiar, with a significant portion of it sealed off by an unknown force, rendering it inaccessible to all. The Qin family is also unique from the information available. Not only did Qin Shankong's parents perish, but his second uncle also met the same fate. Furthermore, all direct relatives of his generation have fallen. Additionally, the ancestors of the Qin family seem to have been loyal and valiant, though the tales behind their valor remain shrouded in mystery. Qin Shankong's ability to receive special prompts in the horror game, coupled with his own unique capabilities such as resurrection, sets him apart. What is the true nature of the Qin family? More importantly, current clues suggest that there exist formidable entities capable of influencing the horror game and the fate of the nation. But to what extent can they exert their influence? Moreover, why would these individuals choose to assist Qin Shankong and the Dragon Country? Is it possible that the Qin family holds a connection to the horror game and the realm of terror, concealing astonishing secrets? Once this news is divulged, countless individuals will undoubtedly seek to approach Qin Shankong, eager to extract information from him and gain advantages within the realm of horror. The dynamics of the world will shift. The situation will become increasingly murky, and troubles will abound. General Chen Xing surveyed the old residence, his mind a tempest of turbulent thoughts, swirling like a stormy sea. Yet, he refrained from taking any immediate action, choosing instead to commit this matter to memory. He understood that he had a singular task at present, to safeguard the Qin siblings and protect the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom. The game of national fortune persists. Even though Qin Shankong has departed from the instance, his influence upon the game remains palpable. On the very day following his exit, Lin Guiying eliminated the contestant Preets from Alara. Preets had previously sought to fulfill a covert bounty from the Lighthouse Nation, having attempted to ambush both Qin Shankong and Lin Guiying. His eerie companion, the hairless cat, met its demise at the hands of Qin Shankong. However, Preets was fortunate enough to survive and acquire a new ghastly ally. Yet ultimately, Preets' fate was dire. All the blood within him was extracted under Lin Guiying's control, rendering him a mere desiccated corpse. Upon hearing this news, all contestants who had once entertained thoughts of the bounty felt immense relief that they had refrained from acting upon those impulses. The Lighthouse Nation, upon receiving this intelligence, was struck with horror and promptly rescinded the underground bounty that very day. Though uncertain of Lin Ging's motives for the killing or whether she possessed knowledge of the Lighthouse Nation's bounty, they chose to capitulate for the sake of their contestant Bishop's safety, opting to withdraw the reward. Upon learning this news, the allies of the Lighthouse Nation also breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that their own contestants might draw too close to Bishop, incurring the wrath of the enraged Lin Guiying. After all, the nature of the ghastly entities is one of frenzy and bloodlust, their thoughts chaotic and unfathomable to the ordinary mind. Amidst the tumultuous storms of the outside world, Qin Shankong remained unperturbed. After soothing his sister's emotions and taking a day to recuperate, he was in his room, meticulously organizing his gains and familiarizing himself with his skills, while anticipating the upcoming graduation gathering at the Public Security University of the Dragon Kingdom. In this game, the foundational rewards granted him 20 attribute points. Achieving an SS rating conferred an additional 20 attribute points. Attribute points are exceedingly precious. Their significance amplifies as one progresses further. This bestowed upon him a total of 40 attribute points, which would undoubtedly enhance his overall capabilities, likely surpassing those of other contestants. How shall I allocate these 40 attribute points? Qin Shankong pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Presently, it appeared that the benefits of strength and agility were minimal. I am not one to leverage physical prowess for advantage. I possess a plethora of skills that require mental energy for activation. Moreover, This game's reward introduced an additional skill, further burdening my mental resources. In terms of survival capability, with a ring of certification, I possess the ability of blood rebirth. Thus, my advantages in survival are considerable. Coupled with various items that enhance attributes, my overall statistics are, in fact, quite formidable. Given this, it would be prudent to further enhance my advantages by first augmenting my mental prowess, thereby making my strengths even more pronounced. Moreover, the synergy of diverse skills could compensate for my other deficiencies. After much contemplation, Qin Changkong allocated all 40 attribute points to his mental attribute. With a mere thought, he summoned his status panel. Player name, Qin Changkong. Player ID, 14100 strength, 950 agility, 640 mental, 5780 stamina, 1070 power level, fearsome spirit skills, remnant limb, animal creation technique. Skill panel can be accessed, equipment, spirit connecting phone, certification ring, soul, summoning talisman. Equipment panel can be accessed, Eerie coins, 31 comprehensive ability assessment. 10 stars. Qin Changkong gazed intently at the final combat power evaluation on the panel, blinking in astonishment as he confirmed, 10 stars? It has surged directly from 5 stars to 10 stars? Such a monumental enhancement? What could have caused this? Chapter 83. Developing skills in severed limbs. A strange yet extraordinary application. My overall ability has doubled, soaring directly from 5 stars to 10 stars. Curiously, my level remains at the lowest rank, the Spectre level. If my memory serves me correctly, when Lin Ging restored her evil spirit level strength, she possessed an overall power of 15 stars. With my 10-star comprehensive ability, I should undoubtedly surpass the Spectre level and attain the evil spirit rank. The fact that my level has not increased suggests that rank and overall strength are not entirely correlated. What then can elevate my level? Moreover, what has caused my overall ability to double so abruptly? Qin Changkong scrutinized the attribute panel several times, ultimately fixating on 2 terms, skill and severed limbs. Equipment, spirit communicating phone. With a thought, his head suddenly detached from his body, followed by his arms and legs separating as well. Strangely, except for his feet still planted on the ground, the other parts of his body hovered in mid-air, oscillating freely, as if an invisible force was guiding them in their movements. The severed limbs skill is peculiar, yet immensely practical. It allows my body to divide into 6 distinct parts, not merely at the joints, but from any chosen segment. Contemplating this, Qin Changkong maneuvered his limbs back to his body, while his head remained suspended in the air, split from forehead to chin. Unable to resist, he directed his external eyes to observe the cross-section of his head. The slightly pulsating brain, the neatly severed bone, the blood vessels and nerves cut in half. Everything appeared to function as usual, despite the separation. Utilizing the uncanny vision of his hairless cat's eyes, Qin Changkong could even witness the flow of blood within a vessel in the left hemisphere, traveling to its junction before abruptly appearing in the right hemisphere. A shiver coursed through him as he hastily reattached his head, restoring his form. Coughing, he reflected on how increasingly bizarre this skill seemed. However, possessing this ability meant that restraints such as handcuffs, ropes, and cages would no longer confine me, significantly enhancing my capacity for escape. He lowered his gaze, grasping his right hand with his left, repeatedly detaching it and restoring it, pulling it apart and bringing it back together. More importantly, as my reflexes sharpen and my proficiency with the skill increases, I shall no longer fear blades or swords. Whenever a sharp weapon approaches, I can simply divide my body, allowing the blade to pass through the gaps, and then reassemble myself. My resistance to cold weapons will be greatly augmented. I might even leverage this ability to counterattack certain foes. A vivid and strange image surfaced in Qin Changkong's mind, an adversary charging at him with a knife. While he remains unflinching, splitting his body to let the blade slice through the void, only to retaliate with a soul-rending strike. Suddenly, a new thought emerged. Beyond these capabilities, there lies an additional advantage. I shall no longer have to dread undergoing surgery. If one were to suffer from certain ailments necessitating surgical intervention, such as gallstones, one might simply require the body to be opened, allowing physicians to extract the stones directly. This could significantly enhance one's survival capabilities. Yet, one might worry that the surgeon performing the operation could be overwhelmed by the psychological strain. As Qin Chang Kong contemplated further, he became increasingly aware of the formidable power of the skill known as severed limbs. It is no wonder that mastering this skill greatly amplifies one's overall prowess. This skill can be regarded as a miraculous technique. Possessing it indeed promises a substantial enhancement of my comprehensive abilities. However, to achieve a direct doubling of capacity, elevating from 5-star to 10-star proficiency, it seems I still fall short. With this thought in mind, Qin Chang Kong gestured with his hand and produced the spirit-calling phone. The remaining enhancement should be attributed to this mystical device. Regrettably, since acquiring the phone, it has remained unresponsive, perpetually in a state of shutdown. According to the item's description, it is supposed to provide me with vital hints during extraordinary circumstances, serving a crucial role. I am left unaware of the specific nature of these hints, and can only await the next harrowing game to discern its potential. As Qin Chang Kong caressed the phone, he pondered its function. While toying with the spirit-calling phone, he glanced at his attributes panel, focusing on the soul-calling tiger talisman. To secure a commendable performance in the forthcoming game, to swiftly obtain rewards, and to ascend to the rank of Horror King to assist my parents, I must adeptly utilize every item and skill, striving to employ my full potential. Presently, I possess 2 items whose true capabilities remain untapped. Firstly, the soul-calling tiger talisman, categorized as a level of malevolence. However, the entities summoned through it, such as the unified and the dual, possess abilities only at the level of malevolent spirits. I have yet to fully harness the potential of this item. There are still 5 summoning slots available. I shall see if utilizing all summoning opportunities will yield any transformation. In addition to the soul-calling tiger talisman, the art of beast creation remains an almost dormant skill. I recall the spider-like entity that bestowed this skill upon me, mentioning a being known as the Duke of Goats, who possesses methods to elevate the art of beast creation. I hope to encounter him in the forthcoming horror game instances. Upgrading this skill to transmutation sorcery would allow me to transform foes into various livestock from a distance. After all, I currently possess soul rending for offense and an array of items and skills supporting my survival, yet I lack a control skill. The upgrade of the art of beast creation to transmutation sorcery would effectively address this deficiency. Qin Chang Kong meticulously organized the skills and equipment at his disposal, contemplating the optimal synergy of skills and gear, practicing their application. He aimed to maximize their efficacy in moments of peril. Were the other contenders battling in the Severed Limbs district to learn of Qin Chang Kong's endeavors, they would likely be envious to the point of salivation. The vast majority of them currently lack mastery over any skill. The reason so many individuals betray one another in their quest for the additional rewards of the Severed Limb dungeon is to acquire a particular skill. Yet, Qin Chang Kong has already begun to delve into the intricacies of skill combinations. As time swiftly progresses during his practice, a fierce, covert confrontation unfolds among the Dragon Kingdom, the Lighthouse Nation, and the Cherry Blossom Country. The atmosphere grows increasingly tense, though it has yet to erupt into open conflict. Soon, the day arrives for the gathering of graduates from the Public Security University of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Chang Kong is poised to attend the gathering on behalf of his uncle, Qin Tianfeng, and Lin Guiying's father, Lin Yuanlu. By fulfilling Lin Guiying's request, she will achieve a rite unique to her, elevating her to the status of a red robe, should he encounter her in a future horror game. Possessing the assistance of a formidable entity at the red robe level would be immensely advantageous for Qin Chang Kong. Chapter 84. Every life inevitably meets its end, be it as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. At the Dragon Nation Police University, within the Academy of Investigation, numerous middle-aged men and women congregated in small groups, exchanging greetings as they made their way toward the teaching building. Today, classes were suspended and many lecture halls stood empty, adorned with signs indicating venues for gatherings of graduates from various majors and classes. Qin Chang Kong, his face concealed by a mask, clutched two stacked picture frames in his arms as he searched for the designated location of the gathering for the class of 2022, specializing in drug enforcement studies. Closely trailing behind him were three men in plain clothes, standing tall and straight. His bodyguards, elite soldiers trained under General Qinsheng, seasoned in peacekeeping missions and battlefield experiences. Despite being at the police university, the number of students choosing to specialize in drug enforcement was limited, with only 3 classes in the entire 2022 cohort. Qin Shankong quickly located his destination. Upon entering the classroom, he found over 20 individuals already gathered. Among them, 15 were middle-aged men and women, appearing to be graduates of the university, while the remaining 7 were evidently much younger, the eldest barely in their early 20s, awkwardly seated with frames in hand, conversing with their elders. Qin Shankong understood that these individuals, much like himself, were representing those who could not attend. His uncle had made an agreement with his classmates to hold a grand reunion every few years, and if someone was unable to make it, a family member would attend in their place. Another newcomer. Which family do you belong to, and who are you representing at this gathering? A jovial, portly man with a rosy complexion approached Qin Shankong, laughing heartily, inspecting him much like a proud relative. The other middle-aged attendees, engaged in casual conversation, also moved closer to greet him. You are quite tall. What splendid genes do you possess? Oh, young man, why are you carrying 2 picture frames? Are you representing 2 individuals at the gathering? Perhaps someone couldn't decide between 2 beautiful photos and sent their descendant with both. Qin Shankong regarded the welcoming faces of the uncles and aunts, removed his mask, and sincerely greeted, "Hello, uncles and aunts, I am." Before he could finish, an exclamation erupted from the crowd. "Qin Shankong, is that really you? How did you come here?" All eyes turned to him, a mixture of shock, joy, and disbelief enveloping the room. As a national figure of prominence in the Dragon Nation, Qin Shankong had become a household name, truly known by all. In that fleeting moment, the 20 or so individuals in the classroom gazed at him, their excitement palpable, some trembling with elation. "I never expected to see you in person. We are so grateful for your efforts. Indeed, you are a hero of our Dragon Nation. Haha, I can't believe I met you. I can boast about this to my wife and children when I return. By the way, your surname is Qin. Are you the son of that fellow, Qin Tianfeng?" "Hiss, don't say. You do bear quite a resemblance." Old Qin, the younger generation, who had come to the gathering in place of their elders, remained excited. Yet upon mentioning Qin Tianfeng, the older attendees fell silent, their expressions suddenly subdued. The enthusiasm displayed by Qin Shankong also diminished significantly. "Dear uncles and aunts, I am here on behalf of my second uncle, Qin Tianfeng, to attend this gathering. Additionally, I am entrusted by Uncle Lin Yuanlu's daughter to represent her at this event. Uncle Lin's son is currently on a mission and could not attend, thus I am filling in for him." As Qin Shankong observed the older generation calm down, he explained his purpose for being there. Old Qin and Old Lin sighed. The atmosphere shifted abruptly to one of solemnity. The middle-aged men and women who had just warmly greeted Qin Shankong fell into silence. Some had reddened eyes, others bit their lips, remaining silent, while a few covered their faces with their hands, releasing deep sighs. Noticing the shift in mood, the previously exuberant youth exchanged glances, their excitement waning, replaced by curiosity as they looked on. In the midst of this heavy atmosphere, the middle-aged man who had first welcomed Qin Shankong forced a smile, patting him on the shoulder while surveying the room. "It seems everyone has nearly arrived. As per tradition, I will take a head count. Afterward, we can chat among ourselves and catch up on everyone's circumstances. Finally, we shall take a group photo in the classroom. Then, it'll be time for us older folks to discuss matters, and the youth may return to their own pursuits." With that, the middle-aged man began counting attendees and inquiring about recent updates. During this process, Qin Shankong discovered that he was speaking to Li Haomin, the class monitor of Qin Tianfeng. After tallying the numbers, Li Haomin stepped up to the podium, cleared his throat, and said, "Classmates, it has been a long time. I have missed you all. In this gathering, there are a total of 30 individuals from our class, with 15 present today. You have already shared pleasantries and caught up on various matters. The 15 absentees are all current personnel in the public security system. Unlike us professionals, Their time is more limited and they are busier, which everyone understands. Among them, 7 are occupied with duties and have sent their younger relatives in their stead. 3 have completely lost contact and did not send anyone. I express my regret once again and extend my best wishes to those classmates, hoping to see them next time. At this point, Li Haoming paused, slightly raising his gaze to the ceiling, his expression turning mournful. After silently taking a deep breath, he refocused on the assembly and continued, "Moreover, 5 have made the ultimate sacrifice." Li Haoming paused again, his lips moving silently for a moment before he spoke once more. After several seconds, he inhaled deeply and added, "They too had younger relatives come in their place." Among them, Qin Shankong stands as the representative for both Qin Tianfeng and Lin Yuanlu at this gathering. In our class, 5 individuals have tragically perished, entangled in a monumental drug trafficking case. This incident involved not only Myanmar, but also the Kingdom of Thailand, alongside numerous foreign powers. The matter remains unresolved, with ongoing investigations. It is understood that, under a strictly enforced confidentiality protocol, the dangers faced by narcotics officers are not as pronounced as one might assume. Statistically, over the past decade, 33 narcotics officers have made the ultimate sacrifice. In a strict sense, this figure is considerably low. However, it is essential to recognize that this figure does not simply represent the loss of 33 lives. Rather, it signifies that the act of sacrifice has occurred 33 distinct times. We must remain conscious that each instance of sacrifice is a grave matter. Let's take a moment to honor all martyrs. Li Haoming bowed in respect, summarizing the proceedings before descending from the podium. All the students gathered for the event began to inquire about each other's well-being and reached out to the younger generation to check on their circumstances. An hour later, under Li Haoming's guidance, everyone assembled at the back of the classroom for a group photograph. They arranged themselves in the same formation as when they had taken their graduation pictures. Those present personally participated in the photograph, while those absent and who had not sent representatives were marked by empty spaces. For those unable to attend, but whose family members stood in, relatives held half-body portraits of the absent individuals. Ultimately, the fallen were similarly represented by their families, who held their memorial photographs. Qin Shankong stood in for both Qin Tianfeng and Lin Yuanlu, each of his hands clasping a black-and-white photograph of the group shot. Unbeknownst to all, in the corner of the classroom, a blue, ethereal flame flickered to life, revealing the silhouette of a woman. It was Lin Guiying, as she ascended in her crimson garb. Chapter 85. Promotion and Wealth, Seek Elsewhere. Fearful of life, do not enter here. In the corner, the ethereal blue figure of Lin Guiying gradually became more distinct. The chilling atmosphere surrounding the room intensified, causing the temperature within the classroom to drop. Many individuals instinctively rubbed their arms, shivering involuntarily. However, among those present, only Qin Shankong possessed extraordinary abilities. Through his unique vision, he observed Lin Guiying's aura growing stronger, her eyes becoming increasingly crimson. Beneath her standing form, a pool of blood mysteriously materialized, expanding and spreading throughout the classroom, eventually seeping out beneath the door. It seemed as if the blood sought to fill the entire school. Fortunately, this phenomenon was visible only to Qin Shankong. Otherwise, everyone attending the graduation gathering at the Longwa Public Security University would have been terrified. As the camera flashes subsided, the group photo session for the class of 2020's drug control graduates came to a close. Class monitor Li Haoming surveyed the room and clapped his hands, declaring, "The group photo session concludes here. Now it's time for us old folks to enjoy ourselves. Let the younger ones have their freedom." He glanced at the gathering of juniors and continued, "Thank you all for coming to the reunion. It allows us to reconnect with old classmates. Now, please return home and rest." Everyone turned their gaze toward Qin Shankong, anticipating his departure. After exchanging farewells with everyone, he stepped outside the classroom. In his vision, Lin Guiying had completed her ascension, and the bizarre blood spectacle had vanished. "Thank you, Qin Shankong. I am grateful for your assistance in fulfilling a wish." Thus completing the ascension ceremony and becoming one of the red robes, Lin Guiying expressed earnestly, "It was my duty, as we are comrades who have shared life and death." Qin Shankong replied with a smile. To him, Linging was not only a comrade, but also the daughter of his uncle's comrade, a fellow traveler on a shared path. Assisting her was only natural. Moreover, having a potent ally among the red robes might prove advantageous in future encounters. Mr. Qin, who are you speaking to? Is someone there? The dialogue between him and Lin Ging startled 3 bodyguards, who promptly converged, scanning the surroundings warily. Qin Changkong, bemused, waved his hand and explained the current situation. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards finally relaxed. Being personnel from the Longwu military, they had followed the live broadcast and were aware of the agreement between Qin Changkong and Lin Guiying. Yet, they remained cautious, glancing around as if searching for Lin Guiying's presence. However, they were destined to find nothing, for in the realm of reality, aided by mysterious forces, they could not perceive the supernatural entities. The bodyguards stepped back slightly, allowing Qin Changkong and Lin Guiying to converse. Before he could speak, Lin Guiying presented him with a stack of strange coins, approximately 43 in total. What is this? Qin Changkong inquired, puzzled. You should remember the elderly woman living near the back hills of the remnant limb community and her doll-like granddaughter. They sent this money with me, she explained. The elderly woman expressed her heartfelt gratitude for your assistance in introducing her business, enabling numerous individuals to select their preferred right leg, thereby allowing her to accumulate a substantial amount of wealth. Initially, she had agreed to charge you merely 4 coins, yet ultimately, she accepted 5. She entrusted me to return the surplus of over 30 coins. As a token of her appreciation, Lin Guiying elucidated. Qin Changkong, somewhat taken aback, weighed the coins in his hand, reflecting on the unexpected fidelity of such a menacing entity. With the current collection of coins, combined with his previous holdings, he now possessed a total of 124 coins, double that of his fellow competitors. As Qin Changkong secured the coins, Lin Guiying surveyed the Dragon Country Public Security University, letting out a sigh, as if a floodgate of memories had been opened. My father is a narcotics officer, perpetually occupied. For the most part, I was raised by my mother and brother. I recall a time in my childhood when I was struck by a fever. Father took me to the hospital for an infusion. Midway through, he suddenly instructed me to be good while he went to procure a comic for me. He then vanished, leaving me frightened and alone in the hospital. It was only much later, when my mother arrived, that I learned he had been dispatched on an urgent mission. Throughout my schooling, he never attended any of my or my brother's parent-teacher meetings. In my early years, there were occasions when my mother, preoccupied, could not pick me up from school, and father would come instead. However, he often could not find me, as he was unaware of where my mother and I typically convened, resulting in several instances of me returning home alone while he waited at the school gate. When I transitioned to junior high, there was a moment he intended to pick me up, only to find himself at my elementary school, oblivious to my advancement. Occasionally, I heard news of his colleagues being injured, prompting my mother to retreat and weep in solitude. At that time, I was unaware of the circumstances, yet I found myself crying alongside her. Once, his unit sought donations following the sacrifice of a fellow officer. I distinctly remember a heated argument between my parents, as my mother urged him to change careers, yet he remained steadfast in his role as a police officer. Since that incident, I was plagued by nightmares, envisioning him being avenged during a mission, lying in a pool of blood, calling out for my mother and me. Our family was acquainted with the internet from an early age, and prior to the advent of WeChat, we established a family group on QQ. My father's group was dubbed an exemplary police officer, my mother's the supportive spouse of an exemplary officer, while my own was titled the enemy of an exemplary officer. I miss him dearly, though our relationship was not as harmonious as one might presume. He forbade me from playing outside, confining me to the home until high school, when I was finally permitted to venture out with trustworthy friends, always required to return by 10 o'clock. Upon entering university, I began to wear makeup, which incensed him, and he prohibited it. I argued that it was normal for university students to wear makeup, but he disagreed, and in the heat of our debate, he struck me with considerable force. Moreover, that individual has never engaged with me in a rational manner. He often resorts to shouting and forbids any retort. If I dared to argue with him, he would resort to physical violence against me. Even until my graduation from university, I endured his slaps, which were painfully memorable. During a visit to our home, Uncle Chin once confided in me that working in a high-pressure environment, particularly when dealing with criminals, necessitated a loud demeanor to assert dominance. Over time, this tendency can blur the lines between contexts, leading one to forget the art of normal conversation. While I can empathize with him, my relationship with my father has soured as I matured. Consequently, I chose to pursue my studies and career in another city. One day, however, I received a sudden call from my mother, informing me of my father's sacrifice. I miss him dearly. Lin Ging bowed her head, covering her face with her hands, and fell silent. Qin Changkong did not offer her solace. He merely stood by, gazing at the Longhua Public Security University, reminiscing about his own childhood, which bore striking similarities to Lin Guing's. This reality is shared by countless families. For graduates of this university, provided they do not change their career paths, their children's upbringing will inevitably mirror their own experiences. Nearby, Lin Guiying wept softly. In the distance, groups of jubilant graduates exited the school, enthusiastically organizing their forthcoming activities. They cherished these moments of togetherness, for none could foresee whether the next gathering would be marked by the absence of yet another cherished individual. Chapter 86, the fourth round of the game. An unprecedented SSS rating? To ensure safety, Qin Changkong did not linger at the Public Security University of Longhua. Upon parting, he inquired Lin Ging as to why, despite his comprehensive abilities having reached a stellar 10 stars, his level remained at the Spectre grade. Lin Ging explained that prior to the emergence of the Crimson Garb, the elevation of a Spectre's grade merely required an increase in spectral power and malice. Being a living individual, Qin Changkong bore little malice. Thus, he would need to seek methods to cultivate malice in order to elevate the Spectre S grade. This could only be pursued within the confines of a horror game. After bidding farewell to Lin Ging, he returned to the ancestral home, where he trained in combat alongside Gui Yi and others, absorbing various knowledge from experts of Longhua. All of this was orchestrated to secure a greater advantage in the forthcoming round of the horror game. Time flew swiftly, and the third round of the game finally came to a close. Upon his exit from the dungeon, the second player to clear it was Bishop from the Lighthouse Nation, who acquired an offensive skill. The third player to succeed was a contestant from the small nation of Afghanistan, who also received an attacking skill as a reward. Other participants did not secure additional rewards. However, due to Qin Changkong and Lin Ging breaching the warehouse of Building Number 10 and vanquishing the Fountain Woman Spectre, they also established a purchasing channel with the Old Woman at the Back Mountain. This enabled numerous National Fortune contestants to aid their Spectre companions in reclaiming body parts, thus achieving successful clearance. In a certain sense, under Qin Changkong's assistance, they regained a semblance of life. Conversely, the 10 individuals left behind in the dismembered district were directly obliterated by the rules. The population lifespan and national resources of these 10 nations would consequently diminish. This is the brutal and sanguinary punishment of the horror game, devoid of compassion. The global situation grew increasingly chaotic. Nations, such as the Lighthouse, gathered a multitude of allies, exerting pressure on Longhua while covertly launching investigations. They sought to unravel a singular mystery. How was it that Qin Changkong could be resurrected? Could this mode of resurrection be utilized by other contestants? Longhua, however, withstood all pressure, withholding this information from Qin Changkong and refraining from inquiries. Everything was to remain at his discretion. Amidst such national turmoil, the fourth round of the game arrived punctually. The remaining contestants were all transported into the game. Qin Changkong opened his eyes to find himself lying on a narrow bed, its hard surface painfully jarring. The floor occasionally swayed, and a briny scent of the sea wafted through the air. Was he at sea? On a ship? Pondering this, Qin Changkong continued to observe his surroundings. Less than half a meter above him was the bedboard of the upper bunk. Surveying the vicinity, he noticed another double-decker bed across the narrow aisle, where 2 other contestants were lying. The contestant on the opposite bunk, upon spotting Qin Changkong, was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Qin Changkong?" This was soon followed by 2 other gasps of surprise. Clearly, among the current contestants, Qin Changkong held a significant reputation and fame. With a composed nod, he sat up from the bed and began to assess the situation. He found himself confined within a diminutive room, the door firmly shut and seemingly locked. On the opposite side of the chamber, there existed a small circular porthole, its dimensions modest. Approaching the window, he lifted his gaze to the outside, where an expanse of ocean unfolded before him, devoid of any other sight. Was this iteration of the instance situated aboard a maritime vessel? Just as he pondered this, the instance information panel materialized before him. Instance name, Nightmare Island. Instance description. Amidst the boundless sea lies a mysterious isle known as Nightmare Island, shrouded in enigma. On this isle rests a city teeming with strange entities, where numerous peculiar beings congregate. You must navigate through this throng of oddities, gradually evolving into an adept among the uncanny. Completion requirements. Locate a residence within the ghost city and secure employment therein to sustain yourself. Once your amassed balance of eerie coins reaches 200, you may exit the instance. Hints. 1. As long as you possess a job and place to stay, and your balance reaches 200, you may depart from the instance, regardless of the source of the eerie coins. 2. Unless in pursuit of employment. Refrain from entering shops to make purchases, as the wares within may prove perilous. 3. It is imperative to find shelter, for the city at night harbors great danger. Without refuge, your demise will be both tragic and excruciating. 4. Expedite your search for a food vendor. Otherwise, you risk succumbing to starvation within the city. 5. Remain vigilant, for your lodgings may not be secure. Should you detect any abnormalities and lack a solution, it is advisable to seek alternative accommodations. 6. There are no external hints available for this round of the game. Your success relies solely on your own wits. Basic reward. 200 eerie coins, 10 attribute points. Additional rewards. Achieving a balance of 500 eerie coins grants a D grade evaluation and corresponding rewards. A balance of 800 eerie coins yields a C grade evaluation and associated rewards. Attaining 1,500 eerie coins results in a B grade evaluation and relevant rewards. A balance of 3,000 eerie coins earns an A grade evaluation and suitable rewards. Reaching 6,000 eerie coins provides an S grade evaluation and its respective rewards. Accumulating 12,000 eerie coins bestows an SS grade evaluation and corresponding rewards. Finally, achieving 24,000 eerie coins grants an SSS grade evaluation and its associated rewards. Qin Chong Kong gazed at the lengthy string of instance information, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Even from the introductory details, one could easily discern the peculiarities of this instance. Within the hints, several contradictory elements emerged. Firstly, the information explicitly noted that one could exit the instance upon reaching a balance of 200, irrespective of the source of the eerie coins. Did this not imply that players could pilfer from other entities and fellow players? Was this a subtle encouragement for players to engage in conflict? Furthermore, the game mandated the necessity of finding lodging and securing a job, stipulating that these conditions must be met to complete the instance. Yet if robbery was permissible, why was employment deemed essential? Moreover, the second guideline suggests that unless one is in search of employment, it is advisable to refrain from shopping, as the establishments may pose a lethal threat to the participants. Does this imply that making purchases entails peril? Yet, the fourth guideline states the necessity of swiftly locating a food vendor, lest one succumbs to starvation. Is this a deliberate indication that conventional stores do not sell food and are unsafe, while food establishments offer a sanctuary from danger? Furthermore, the third guideline emphasizes the urgency of finding shelter, as returning home after nightfall may prove perilous. However, the fifth piece of information asserts that one's home may not necessarily be secure. What then should one do? Constantly change residences? Relocate periodically? Most significantly this time around, the game lacks any external prompts. Such a circumstance has never been encountered before. It is not merely absent in the initial 3 rounds. Rather, it has not occurred in any of the previous National Fortune games. Qin Chong Kong meticulously scrutinized the dungeon introduction panel, organizing all the information at hand. The myriad discrepancies in these guidelines highlight the exceptional and hazardous nature of this dungeon. What unsettled him the most was the additional reward displayed on the panel. A balance of 24,000 Eerie coins would grant an SSS rating and corresponding rewards. Even Qin Chong Kong had never attained an SSS rating. Upon seeing that reward notification, rather than feeling greedy, he instinctively became vigilant. The peril associated with this nightmarish island is likely greater than that of all preceding dungeons. Just as Qin Chong Kong was diligently perusing the dungeon instructions and synthesizing the information, the elders of the Qin family also took notice of the situation. Nightmarish island? This is bad. That territory does not belong to the Qin family. Chapter 87. Wealth can move mountains. My Qin family is affluent, in the Eerie realm of the supernatural. At the headquarters of the Eerie medical sect, countless bizarre entities writhe and howl upon their respective hospital beds. Some are eviscerated, while others have had their limbs severed and reattached with those of other uncanny beings. These entities undergo an array of peculiar treatments, their wails echoing through the halls. Dressed in crisp white coats, the Eerie doctors scurry about, diligently tending to various patients within the operating rooms. The office at the pinnacle of the hospital spans a vast expanse, with 3 walls adorned in floor-to-ceiling windows, leaving only one wall as a barrier. Upon that wall hang numerous photographs, each capturing moments of the Qin family, Qin Chong Kong and his parents. The sanguine moonlight seeps through the glass, casting an eerie glow that envelopes the room in an unsettling ambience. Behind the desk positioned before the wall, Li Huiwen, Qin Chong Kong's mother, is engaged in writing upon a sheet of white paper. Nightmare Island is not the territory of the Qin family. Beneath that all lurks a troublesome old entity, making intervention perilous. It remains uncertain which elder could assist him, alleviating some of the dangers he faces and lessening the challenges of his quest. Upon completing her thoughts, Li Huiwen noted no immediate response. Suddenly, the crimson words on the paper illuminated before fading away. In their place, new green lettering emerged, faintly exuding the scent of the earth. There is no need for concern. Chong Kong is currently quite formidable. He possesses an array of skills and displays remarkable intelligence. As long as the old entity of Nightmare Island refrains from direct engagement, he should navigate the island safely, and completing the task will certainly not pose a problem. Allow him the opportunity to hone his experience. Gazing at the script, Li Huiwen narrowed her eyes in dissatisfaction, letting out a hum of discontent as she resumed writing. Chong Kong has only just embarked on the game. He remains at the most rudimentary level of the Spectre class. While you, as his father, are unconcerned, I, as his mother, have my apprehensions. Furthermore, this task holds the potential for an SSS grade reward, which is vital for Chong Kong's growth. Do not involve yourself in this matter. I shall devise a solution. The crimson script she penned disappeared, only for the earthy green letters to re-emerge. That is not my intent. Yet Chong Kong has always been remarkably independent. He is quite capable of managing on his own. Before the green letters could fully manifest, a fragrant script filled the entirety of the white paper. Shaowen, do not be upset. The gentlemen of the Qin family are of this nature, perpetually extolling the virtues of experience. I have already initiated connections. I have procured a quaint 2-story building on Nightmare Island, residential above, commercial below. Soon, I shall dispatch someone to the port to await Chong Kong. Once he lands, the property deed will be presented to him. There will be no need to seek out menial employment. He shall be his own boss, with a shop at his disposal. The path to financial success will be vastly simplified. Alas, if not for the perplexing and terrifying rules of this game, which seem to be under the protection of an inexplicable force. I would have simply provided Chong Kong with 100,000 Eerie coins to directly complete his task and claim the reward. Gazing at the elegantly crafted characters imbued with floral fragrance, Li Huiwen couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, "What a formidable aunt!" The aunt she referred to was Qin Chong Kong's great-aunt, a figure of immense wealth within the Eerie realm, arguably one of the wealthiest among the affluent of the horror world. To her, a sum of 100,000 Eerie coins was merely a trifling matter. Simultaneously, another line of golden text appeared on the white paper, flickering faintly with the essence of thunder. Oh dear, such indulgence may spoil the child. It would be unfortunate if his character became warped. Enduring trials during his formative years is far preferable to facing life and death crises later on. Yet, before this line could fully materialize, it was abruptly interrupted by several distinct fonts. Shout, "Chi, be silent." With so many family members watching, any mishap would be a genuine concern. Youngest one, refrain from speaking recklessly. You had neither the ability nor the time to care for the child in life. So now, make amends. Spare me those irrelevant arguments. It was indeed puzzling. This was the sole heir of the venerable Qin family. Yet why were we, the women of different surnames, worried while the men of the Qin clan appeared so unconcerned? Clearly, a significant rift existed between the male and female elders of the Qin family regarding the upbringing of the child. The outcome was a resounding defeat for the male elders. Perhaps, in their own lifetimes, they had neglected their sons and daughters due to work and other obligations, harboring an unspoken sense of guilt that they ultimately projected onto Qin Changkong. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Changkong was unaware of the discussions among the family elders. At that moment, the swaying ship had finally docked. A male voice resonated from outside the room. "The ship has docked. I will open the rooms one by one, and you shall disembark in turn. The fare is 10 Eerie coins. Only those who pay may leave. Those who do not shall remain aboard." Qin Changkong exchanged glances with the other contestants in the room, yet none spoke. The other competitors remained seated, waiting for his lead. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Changkong had already established a degree of respect among the contestants, and they dared not act before him. Minutes later, with a resounding creak, the door to the room swung open, revealing a figure blocking the entrance. The figure possessed a human-like form, tall and robust, clad only in shorts and flip-flops, exuding an aura of menace. Everything appeared normal, save for the missing half of his head. The left side of his forehead seemed as though it had been gnawed away by some creature, exposing the bone and brain beneath. He held a piece of paper in his hand, emblazoned with a photograph of a person. Qin Changkong's gaze swept over the image, and his brow furrowed slightly. It was unmistakably his own photograph. What was happening? Why did he possess my picture? Qin Changkong's mind raced with thoughts. "Ah, so you're in this room. Ha ha ha. You will be the last to leave. The other shall go first." The Eerie being collecting the fare laughed heartily, then disdainfully gestured for the other crew members to depart. "Hurry, hand over 10 Eerie coins, and be on your way. Do not waste time." Upon hearing his words, the several competitors exchanged astonished glances before promptly parting ways, each relinquishing their funds. Qin Changkong, sensing the need for vigilance, discreetly placed his left hand into his pocket, where he quietly grasped the soul-summoning tiger talisman, poised to summon Gue, Yi, and the others at a moment's notice. Simultaneously, he focused his mind, readying himself for a soul-rending confrontation. At that very moment, he felt a subtle vibration emanating from his right pocket. Recognizing this anomaly, Qin Changkong swiftly reached into his pocket and retrieved an object. It was the spirit communication phone, previously unresponsive, now activated. The screen displayed no other applications, only a series of notifications. Sunken corpse, level, malevolent spirit, overall ability, 13 stars, description, greedy by nature, valuing money over life. Since his oxygen tank was punctured by a companion during a shipwreck salvage, he has lost faith in everyone. Tip: unless you wish to be submerged beneath the waves, do not provoke him recklessly. Qin Changkong raised an eyebrow, astonished. This spirit communication phone could investigate the information of eerie entities and provide guidance. Such a tool would greatly assist in accomplishing the objectives of this chilling game. At that moment, the other three exited the room. The sunken corpse turned its gaze towards Qin Changkong, grinning ominously as it declared, "It's your turn. Surrender the ship fee, 100 ghost coins." Chapter 88. Unexpected difficulty. Tenfold retribution. 100 eerie coins? Qin Changkong furrowed his brow immediately. While others needed only 10 eerie coins, he was asked for 100, 10 times what others were required to pay. This sum nearly constituted his entire fortune. Such a condition was one he could never accept. Yet, more importantly, he could not fathom why this ghastly entity had singled him out. Remaining silent, he fixated on the submerged corpse below, awaiting an explanation from the other party. Indeed, You must pay 100 Eerie coins. If you refuse, prepare to be confined here indefinitely. I will keep you locked up until nightfall, then cast you out. The nightmares of the island at night are perilous. You will have nowhere to take refuge, and will likely meet a grim fate. There is only one life. Yet money can always be earned. Would you not agree? The submerged corpse grinned malevolently. With each movement, the grotesque wounds on its forehead throbbed, pulsating in unison with the brain beneath. Qin Shankong glanced at his spiritual phone and noticed a warning message. Unless you wish to be submerged alongside him, do not provoke him recklessly. After a moment of silence, he inquired, I am quite curious as to why you have targeted me and demand tenfold the fare. The submerged corpse erupted into laughter, exclaiming, It is because someone informed me that you are affluent, wealthier than anyone else here. This photograph was also provided to me by that individual. He has golden hair, eyes tinged with green, stands nearly 2 meters tall, and although not muscular, wears an earring in his left ear. When you disembark, be sure to seek him out. The entity described the person who had given him the photograph in intricate detail, seemingly relishing the prospect of Qin Shankong seeking vengeance. After a brief moment of reflection, Qin Shankong pinpointed his target, the player known as Spud Uncarlin. Before each game, he memorized the distinct characteristics, photographs, information, current abilities, and equipment of all participants. Spudton's green-tinged pupils would be easily recognizable. However, the question remained, why had that individual chosen to target him? How had he procured the photograph? Could it be that he possessed some forbidden item capable of printing images? As Qin Shankong's thoughts swirled, the submerged corpse before him grew increasingly impatient. Waving the piece of white paper in his hand, he declared, What are you hesitating for? Enough of this. Individuals like you must experience hardship to grasp the truth. I shall go and attend to others. You remain here to confront reality. I will return shortly. I hope you come to your senses, for if I keep you locked up until nightfall and then cast you off the ship, you will experience the island's dreadful nights and understand the meaning of living hell. The submerged corpse laughed heartily, as if everything was within its control, before stepping out and locking the door behind him. It appeared to be a creature that relished playing with the minds of others. Inwardly, Qin Shankong silently labeled the entity. After waiting in silence for a while, he heard the submerged corpse begin to collect fare from the other passengers. At this moment, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom watching the live broadcast erupted in a frenzy. How infuriating! It is utterly detestable. That player from the Goose team deserves condemnation. To put it frankly, as long as one acquires 200 Eerie coins, they can escape, and Qin Shankong possesses at least 80 Eerie coins. Even if the player from Goose does not target him, others will undoubtedly do so. What the predicament? Qin Shankong is now trapped in the cabin. What can be done? Is he really expected to pay? This is exceedingly frustrating. Could he possibly eliminate that eerie creature directly? It feels unreliable, for no one knows how many such entities are aboard this vessel. If a confrontation were to ensue, he might find himself besieged. Countless viewers from the Dragon Kingdom felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. In stark contrast, Qin Shankong remained remarkably composed. These spectators were unaware of the newfound skill, the severed limb, and did not know that he could effortlessly escape this ship. However, Qin Shankong had diligently practiced this skill during his brief respite, mastering it with ease, hence his calm demeanor. The overall strength of this submerged entity surpasses my own. Moreover, there is no telling how many such creatures lurk aboard this ship. Simply slaying it would not be a viable option. Yet, having to part with 100 Eerie coins would hinder my progress on Nightmare Island, leaving me with significantly less initial capital and thereby diminishing my advantages. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shankong approached the narrow window and gazed out at the tranquil sea. With the severed limb skill, I can effortlessly escape this room and swim ashore. However, I must ascertain the safety of the waters. After all, this is a terrifying realm, and no one knows what lurks beneath the surface. After pondering for a brief while, he summoned the eye of the long-tongued ghost. Guiding this external eye, he allowed it to fly out of the window and plunge into the sea. The surface shimmered, revealing a calm expanse, with only a few small plankton visible. Qin Shankong waited a while longer, using the external eye to scrutinize the depths, and found no anomalies. No longer hesitating, he activated the severed limb skill. His left leg detached, which he grasped in his hand and discarded through the window. Next, his left hand followed, then the left side of his body. By repeatedly employing the severed limb skill, transforming himself into segmented forms, he successfully escaped through the window and emerged into the sea. The frigid waters relentlessly crashed against him, provoking an involuntary shiver. Qin Chong Kong tilted his head back, coldly surveying the ship, one hand gripping the soul-summoning talisman. In a flash of light, Gu Yi and the others were summoned forth. Gu Yi, see if you can damage the hull of the ship from beneath. Without a moment's hesitation, they plunged into the water. Qin Chong Kong controlled the external eye to dive below the surface, following suit. He observed as Gu Yi and the others approached the center of the ship, withdrawing the Tang's straight sword and forcefully plunging it into the hull. The blade pierced through the bottom of the vessel. Although it faced some resistance, it ultimately breached the surface entirely. Gu Yi and the others endeavored to slide the long blade forcefully, attempting to slice through the hull, albeit with considerable effort. Excellent. All together now. Thrust harder to create more openings. Connecting all the holes together could also sever a section of the ship's hull. Qin Chong Kong's expression grew increasingly indifferent as he issued his command. 5 long blades relentlessly pierced the ship's bottom, creating one hole after another. These apertures intertwined, forming a grand circle. Soon, the sizable openings merged into a single expanse, and due to the pressure of the water, the ship's bottom began to concave inward, penetrating deeper. A torrent of seawater surged into the vessel. With a mere thought, Qin Chong Kong retracted his companions, guiding his external vision to scout ahead. Choosing a direction, he swam toward the coast, distancing himself from the harbor. On the ship, the submerged corpses in the depths released all the contestants, weighing the eerie coins in their hands with great satisfaction. It remained uncertain whether that young man had come to a resolution. Chapter 89, Tofu? Human Brain? In the narrow, oppressive corridor of the ship, the underwater corpse hummed a tune, brimming with self-satisfaction. Haha, that lad alone can fetch 100 coins, equivalent to the efforts of 10 men. This unexpected windfall is quite delightful. He swayed his head and approached the door of Qin Chong Kong's room, unlocking it with a flourish. Boy, have you come to your senses? The underwater corpse chuckled heartily as he pushed the door open, casting a glance around the room, only for his smile to gradually falter. The room was utterly empty. Where has he gone? He bellowed, storming into the chamber and searching frantically. Yet, his efforts yielded nothing. The room was so small that there was nowhere for anyone to hide. He turned his gaze towards the sole window, his brow furrowing in concern. How could he have vanished? Surely, it was impossible for him to escape through that window. It was no larger than a watermelon. He was a human, not some spectral entity. How could he possibly slip through? The realization that his prized catch had eluded him darkened the underwater corpse's expression. Overcome with greed, he felt the veins in his head throb, and even his very brain pulsated with intensity. Gritting his teeth, his lips quivered as he muttered, "Damn it! How could such a lucrative fish have slipped away?" Before he could fully vent his frustration, a cacophony of panicked voices erupted. "Captain, it's bad. There's a leak. The bottom of the ship has been breached." The underwater corpse was jolted into action, swiftly returning to the corridor. He spotted a pale, humanoid figure rushing towards him in a frenzy. "Captain, it's terrible. The bottom has been punctured. The emergency bulkhead has been lowered, but the cargo is soaked. We can't sell it now. What are we to do?" Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the underwater corpse felt as though a stone had lodged itself in his chest, leaving him profoundly uneasy. The crew aboard the ship were all spectral beings, either drowned or devoured by some creature. They were unperturbed by water. They had already met their end. However, the cargo was not so resilient. Much of it, now waterlogged, would become worthless refuse, unsellable. With such a substantial loss looming, the underwater corpse felt a searing pain emanating from within. An insatiable rage burned through his very being, making him acutely aware of his own suffering. He harbored a grave suspicion that if he did not release this pent-up fury, it might bring him back to life. "Ah, damn scoundrels!" he bellowed, seizing one of the crew members by the collar and yanking him close. The underwater corpse's mouth widened, and he bit down fiercely. Blood and flesh flew as he savored the moment, gnashing his teeth in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the image of that human flickered through his mind. He had extorted him. The man had vanished, and shortly thereafter, his ship began to leak. What a curious coincidence. It must be that fellow. Indeed, it is he. With this thought in mind, the submerged corpse dragged its lifeless burden while gnawing at it, advancing towards the cabin door of the ship. It sought to find that individual and exact retribution. On the eastern side of Nightmare Island, upon the sandy shore, Chin Chong Kong emerged from the sea, drenched, his garments clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He traversed the beach, alternating between deep and shallow steps, until he reached a roadway. The street was devoid of vehicles, inhabited only by pedestrians. As the waterlogged Chin Chong Kong ascended to the roadside, all those walking on either side came to a halt. In unison, they turned their heads to gaze at him, then grinned widely, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Each individual mirrored the others in their actions. Even the curvature of their mouths was identical. Under the scrutiny of so many with the same expression, Chin Chong Kong's heart raced momentarily. Yet, with his indomitable spirit, he quickly regained his composure, maintaining an impassive facade as he surveyed his surroundings. In his perception, it was not merely the pedestrians who were observing him. Figures could be seen leaning against the windows of nearby shops and from the upper floors of the residential buildings, all watching him with identical gazes. It was eerie and unsettling. These individuals were not right. I must leave this place. Casting a wary glance at those around him, Chin Chong Kong summoned his courage and stepped boldly across the street. An external eye subtly adhered to the nape of his neck, while another was concealed beneath the hem of his garment, surveying the vicinity. In that moment, his vision was devoid of blind spots. He was wholly absorbed in guarding against potential threats. Buzz! The divination phone within his pocket vibrated abruptly. Chin Chong Kong's heart stirred, and he swiftly extracted the device. It displayed a series of alerts. Your flesh is delectable. You have caught his attention. His 1,000 eyes are upon you. Yet, there seems to be something perilous about you, causing him to hesitate, uncertain whether to take the risk. Moderately showcasing your danger may avert numerous unnecessary troubles. Is this a warning from the phone? Chin Chong Kong quietly returned the device to his pocket, gripping the summoning talisman firmly in his left hand. With a focused thought, he summoned Gui, Yi, and the others. In a flicker of light, 5 skeletons materialized around him, brandishing long blades, forming a protective circle. With determination, Chin Chong Kong continued onward, making his way across the street. He aimed to traverse the alley and escape this unsettling place. This silent warning seemed effective. The pedestrians who had been fixated upon him retracted their smiles, reverting to normalcy as they resumed their paths. Some engaged in conversation, others entered shops to browse, and the scene returned to a semblance of normalcy, resembling a typical bustling market. Having departed from that road, Chin Chong Kong journeyed for quite a distance. Entering a shopping street, the number of pedestrians diminished, while the presence of strange entities increased. In fact, the street was predominantly occupied by these eerie beings. Some appeared human, while others bore grotesque, inhuman visages. The sky darkened. It was imperative to find a place to rest. Chin Chong Kong stepped into the bustling shopping street, embarking on a quest for information. Before long, he noticed a small advertisement affixed to the wall beside a shop. Tofu Inn, $1 per night, 20 for a month. Breakfast not included, but a complimentary serving of tofu is provided at night. Please check in on the 3rd floor of this building. Upon glancing at the advertisement, he shifted his gaze skyward. At that moment, he realized that the sun above Nightmare Island resembled a colossal, luminescent heart, its veins distinctly visible, pulsating with life. The pallid light of this heart was retreating towards the western horizon, poised to descend. Darkness was encroaching swiftly. According to the warnings, the nights on Nightmare Island were perilous. Thus, he decided to take refuge in the Tofu Inn. After a moment of contemplation, Chin Chong Kong stepped into the elevator and ascended to the 3rd floor of the Tofu Inn. Upon opening the large door, he beheld a figure with their back turned to him, busily engaged in some task at a table. Hearing the sound of the door, The person immediately turned, scrutinizing Qin Chong Kong from head to toe, and warmly greeted him. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Are you here for accommodation? Our prices are fair and honest. As it happens, it's evening now, and we offer a complimentary serving of tofu. I assure you, our tofu is exceptionally fresh. Would you care to try some?" As he spoke, the individual turned back to retrieve a bowl from where he had been seated, presenting it to Qin Chong Kong. Inside the bowl, a quivering mass of white, resembling a brain, trembled slightly. This tofu, freshly extracted from the human mind and meticulously prepared, boasted an enticing aroma. Chapter 90. Everything appears normal on the surface, yet danger lurks beneath. Tofu? Qin Chong Kong's lips twitched involuntarily. Gazing upon the quivering, white delicacy before him, he nearly succumbed to the impulse of delivering a soul-rending blow. However, he managed to suppress such urges. After all, this was Nightmarish Island, a realm steeped in terror. "No, I shall not partake in such things. Please provide me with a room." Qin Chong Kong maintained an impassive facade as he produced a peculiar coin and handed it over. "Dear guest, our accommodations are quite comfortable. Would you not consider a monthly stay? It is merely 20 peculiar coins, quite a bargain. You save a third." The humanoid aberration before him brightened at the sight of the coin, extending its hospitality with enthusiasm. "I will stay for a day to assess the situation, after which I shall contemplate the possibility of a monthly arrangement." Qin Chong Kong refrained from making definitive statements, casting a sidelong glance at the pallid delicacy, resolute in his decision not to commit to a monthly stay here. "Right this way. I shall escort you to your room." Having received the payment, the aberration attendant ceased its prattle and eagerly led the way. Passing through the reception hall, they entered a narrow corridor. The pale, fluorescent lights illuminated the passage, casting an eerie pallor upon the attendant's visage. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted from ahead, mingled with an earthy odor. "What does that smell?" Qin Chong Kong inquired, tilting his head. "Oh, that is the scent of my home's curtains. Quite pleasant, wouldn't you agree?" The aberration attendant, oblivious to the disdain in Qin Chong Kong's tone, proudly gestured toward the nearby window. "Our neighbor happens to be a creature fond of sanguinary fare. Few humans visit the island, and the blood sustenance they procure is predominantly from pigs, cattle, sheep, and horses. Our neighbor consumes vast quantities of such fare daily. These livestock can be eaten in every other regard, save for their hides. My employer finds the aroma of the hides delightful, and thus procured them as curtains. Moreover, they are infused with blood and remnants of flesh, imparting a robust fragrance, saving us a significant expense on perfumes. Do take a whiff, does it not smell delightful?" The attendant grinned broadly, pride radiating from its expression. Its smile stretched to the roots of its ears, and even its eyes widened, a grotesque tearing at the corners, blood trickling forth. Qin Chong Kong offered no response, instead heightening his vigilance inwardly. From the moment he set foot on this island, every sight and sound had served as a reminder that this was the domain of aberrations, and caution was paramount. Noticing his silence, the attendant's smile faltered, a flicker of indignation surfacing in its eyes. Yet, seemingly mindful of his guest's status, it refrained from expressing anger. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, the attendant opened the door to a room. "Here is your accommodation. A single room equipped with kitchen and bathroom, a spacious balcony, fully furnished, clean, and tidy. The total area is 100 square meters, allowing you to engage in any activities you desire." As Qin Chong Kong stepped into the room, he discovered it to be a meticulously decorated studio. The wallpaper, adorned with a blue base and golden patterns, complemented the mirror-polished floor. The refrigerator, television, washing machine, air conditioner, and an array of furniture are all abundantly present. Furthermore, the house is quite spacious. Even a single bedroom exceeds 70 square meters, complemented by a large balcony and a kitchen and bathroom, bringing the total area to over 100 square meters. If one were to reside in such a dwelling in reality, it is likely that many would be grinning from ear to ear. However, Qin Chong Kong noticed two peculiar aspects that aroused his wariness. Firstly, the bedroom is excessively large. Despite the numerous furnishings, it still appears remarkably vacant. Why would a bedroom need to be so expansive? Could it be that this accommodates particularly large guests? Secondly, what struck him as most odd was the positioning of the double bed right at the center of the room. Traditionally, a bed would at least have one side against the wall. Is there a specific purpose behind this arrangement? I shall not disturb you any longer, dear guest. Please rest well, said the uncanny attendant with a smile as Qin Chong Kong surveyed the room. Wait a moment, I have a question for you. Qin Chong Kong called the attendant back. Is there anywhere on this nightmarish island where I might find work? Work? The attendant turned around, scrutinizing Qin Chong Kong from head to toe, and suddenly displayed a bizarre grin. Dear guest, you may want to visit the agency at the other end of these conditions. They specialize in job placements, connecting employers with laborers. However, given your delightful aroma, be cautious not to be taken advantage of when you arrive there. Are in hopes you will consider a monthly stay. As he spoke, the attendant revealed sharp teeth, saliva dripping from his mouth. Qin Chong Kong heightened his vigilance, noting the information about the agency, and replied, "Thank you for the warning. I shall close the door to rest now." The uncanny attendant closed his mouth, bowed respectfully, and departed. Qin Chong Kong watched as the attendant walked to the end of the corridor before he returned to his room and shut the door. As he did so, the attendant turned back, his expression devoid of warmth, coldly fixating on the door of Qin Chong Kong's room as it slowly closed. A sinister vein stretched from his neck to his face, ultimately consuming his entire visage. After a prolonged moment, the attendant finally turned away and left. In the corner before Qin Chong Kong's door, a black eyeball floated silently, observing the attendant's every move. This is rather unsafe, Qin Chong Kong thought. One must remain vigilant. He stationed one external eye in the corner outside the door to monitor the surroundings, while another concealed within his clothing occasionally flitted to his collar or the hem of his shirt, surveying everything around him. As Qin Chong Kong entered the bathroom to wash up, preparing for a good night's sleep before visiting the agency mentioned by the attendant at dawn, the uncanny medical faction, headquartered elsewhere, had been closely monitoring his actions. His mother, Li Huiwen, nodded in satisfaction. So vigilant, indeed. He truly is my son. Those individuals incessantly speak of indulgence. Yet, behold the remarkable demeanor of Chong Kong. So professional. As Li Huiwen beamed with delight, a series of fragrant blue characters materialized upon the blank sheet before her. Xiao Wen. Chong Kong did not proceed to the dock. He is on the opposite shore, and the elusive entity responsible for delivering the land deed has yet to find its recipient. Chong Kong may change locations again tomorrow. I shall dispatch someone with the deed once he secures a stable place. After all, Nightmare Island is not our territory, which complicates matters. Li Huiwen promptly replied, "A day's delay is inconsequential. I appreciate your efforts, dear aunt." Aside from Qin Chong Kong, the other national representatives gradually found accommodations. After all, they each possessed approximately 20 Eerie coins, making it relatively easy to secure temporary lodgings in the initial phase. Some, having washed up, succumbed to slumber upon their beds, while others meticulously organized the information they had gathered throughout the day. A few remained restless, unable to sleep due to anxiety. Yet, none perceived the peculiarities of their lodgings. Meanwhile, the anxious viewers from various nations, watching the live broadcast, were consumed with urgency. Damn it, why is there no hint opportunity in this round of the game? Spudun is surrounded by the eerie entities. Damn it, Plushenko is face-to-face with the eerie beings. How can he still be asleep? Chapter 91. Eyes and Shadows. Perils lurking everywhere. All contestants who have arrived at Nightmare Island find themselves ensnared by an array of sinister entities. At the Sashimi Inn on Nightmare Island, Ichiro Tokugawa from Sakura Country stands before the bathroom mirror, his expression one of disdain as he fervently brushes his teeth, seemingly intent on scraping away a layer of enamel. Earlier, in a moment of desperation from hunger, he had procured a bowl of fish sashimi from a waiter. The delicacy was delectable, and he savored every bite. However, upon finishing the sashimi, he encountered the source of his meal in the kitchen, a 2-meter-long fish suspended from the ceiling. This creature was very much alive, while the inn staff incessantly fed it various rotting entrails and putrid meats. As the grotesque fish consumed its repugnant sustenance, it visibly developed grotesque tumors. The staff would then slice these tumors open, extracting the flesh within and placing it onto plates. The extracted meat glistened with a faint red hue, almost translucent. Witnessing this unsettling process, Tokugawa was overwhelmed and wretched. Back in his room, he rinsed his mouth repeatedly, fixated on the mirror, scrutinizing his complexion for any signs of abnormality. He stripped off his clothing to examine his body, terrified of the possibility of developing some bizarre affliction. After a thorough inspection of his face revealed no irregularities, he felt a slight easing of his distress. Yet, the haunting imagery he had just witnessed crept back into his mind, provoking another wave of nausea. He lowered his head over the sink and continued to heave. Unbeknownst to him, the reflection in the mirror did not mirror his actions. It remained upright, its gaze cold and devoid of emotion, with lips silently parting to reveal a mouth full of sharp teeth, grinning ominously. The viewers in Sakura Country's livestream had already sensed something amiss. Upon witnessing the peculiar reflection, chaos erupted in the chat. What to do? The entity in the mirror intends to harm Tokugawa. Damn it, why was there no opportunity for a warning in this round? We could have alerted him to the anomaly. My heavens, the thought of Tokugawa spending the night in this sends shivers down my spine. If he perishes tonight, will we not face dire consequences as well? Is there truly no way to warn him? Despite the audience's growing panic, they could only watch helplessly. This sentiment extended beyond Sakura Country. Viewers from all nations shared in the anxiety. Every contestant resting in rented rooms or inns cohabited with these malevolent entities. Although no immediate calamity had transpired, each individual understood that proximity to such horrors would inevitably lead to a tragic fate. At the Tofu Inn, Qin Changkong had finished his ablutions and lay upon his bed, while Gu-ei and the others had drawn chairs, taking turns to keep vigil in the corners of the room. Qin Changkong held his spirit communication device, meticulously examining the notifications displayed upon its screen. This room appears impeccably clean, at least on the surface. However, the presence of guests within may suggest otherwise, perhaps indicating that you are not alone. These guests are constrained, permitted to remain only for a single night, at most sacrificing a modicum of their vitality. If you are unaccustomed to sharing your sleeping quarters with others, it would be prudent to seek an alternative room. Qin Changkong furrowed his brow, diligently recalling his earlier observations. There was a peculiar entity in the mirror, silently scrutinizing me. Upon encountering my external gaze, it seemed rather bashful, shyly meeting my gaze. I had anticipated an aggressive outburst, yet it unexpectedly retreated and vanished. I shattered all the mirrors within the room, yet I sensed the presence of something else. Furthermore, the pronouns in the spirit communication device indicated guests implying that there are indeed other entities present. Regrettably, despite my thorough examination with the external gaze, I could discern no anomalies. Qin Changkong's expression grew increasingly tense. He yearned to eradicate the supernatural entities within the room, but found himself frustrated by the absence of further irregularities. After all, sharing a space with an unknown entity would instill fear in anyone. The anomalies in the room, the anomalies in the room. Qin Changkong murmured to himself, suddenly directing his attention to the bed upon which he lay. If one were to identify the most peculiar aspect of this room, it would undoubtedly be this bed. Centrally positioned, it stands unattached to any walls, a deviation from human convention. However, I had previously examined beneath the bed with my external gaze, discovering nothing, nor were there any inscriptions affixed to the bed's underside. Why, then, was this bed placed in the very center of the room? Abruptly, Qin Changkong sprang to his feet, approaching the bed and preparing for a soul-rending confrontation. Gu-ei, Gu-ei-er, Gu-ei-san, attempt to relocate this bed to the wall. Gu-ei-si, keep your eyes fixed on the bed. Should you detect any anomaly, act swiftly. Gu-ei-wu, observe the floor beneath the bed. Upon issuing his commands, the soldiers of the Gu-ei army promptly sprang into action. With a creak, the double bed was lifted and moved toward the wall. Qin Changkong's gaze lowered, his four eyes fixated on both the bed and the floor. In the moment the bed was shifted, his attention froze. Beneath where the bed had rested lay a piece of black paper, adorned with a multitude of black faces, hundreds in fact. The skin of these faces was black. Their hair was black, and even the irises were black. This paper, concealed in the shadow of the bed, pressed closely against the floor, seemed to harbor an enigmatic power, eluding the initial scrutiny of the external gaze. What is this? Qin Chang Kong's brow knitted tightly, pondering how to address this discovery. When he noticed the faces on the paper blinking, they blinked. A chill ran down his spine. These entities were astonishingly alive. Instinctively, he raised his hand and unleashed a soul-rending attack. Buzz! An invisible wave crashed upon the black paper, emitting a series of squeaks reminiscent of mice. The expressions of those present twisted in anguish as they began to wail. Suddenly, a crimson flame erupted from the paper, igniting spontaneously. The fire rapidly consumed the paper before extinguishing itself, leaving nothing but a carpet of black ash. As Qin Chang Kong remained vigilant, the psychic phone vibrated once more. Lines of alert messages appeared on the screen. The guest beneath the bed has been slain by you. They are deeply troubled, experiencing sheer terror at their demise. It would be prudent to change rooms by tomorrow. Otherwise, their mother may seek you out. However, despite the potential danger from ominous entities, the guests in the room have departed, allowing you to sleep peacefully. Qin Chang Kong regarded the notifications with a soft exhale. Since his arrival on this island, numerous supernatural entities have been fixated upon him. His adversaries extended beyond mere apparitions. There was also that treacherous competitor from the goose selection who had ensnared him in a predicament. Having temporarily cleared this guest room, he felt assured enough to rest. He would seek employment the following day and find alternative accommodations. After all, he possessed over 100 supernatural coins, which would suffice for a more luxurious lodging. With these thoughts settled, Qin Chang Kong reclined in bed, ready to rest. His companions, Guy, kept watch by his side, taking turns throughout the night. That evening, Qin Chang Kong was the sole contender to have completed the room's cleansing. In contrast, the other players remained oblivious, sleeping alongside the apparitions. While the audience from the Dragon Kingdom rejoiced, spectators from other nations were fraught with anxiety. It was only the first day. If they were to share their slumber with supernatural beings daily, who could predict the consequences?